After the war, Harry Potter found himself in a dream, conversing with an elderly man adorned with a white beard. The old man proposed an opportunity to save everyone, yet warned that those he once knew might no longer be the same. After preparing himself mentally, Harry agreed. Chapter 1. Rebirth. The war had come to an end. Voldemort had perished due to a seemingly absurd yet profoundly resilient reason. He did not comprehend the essence of love. Those tender emotions he had once scorned ultimately coalesced into the force that vanquished him. As night deepened, Harry lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The stillness of the room was palpable, allowing him to hear the rhythmic flow of his own blood. Yet his mind was a cacophony of memories. Faces flashing before him like lightning, those who had perished in the war, smiling, weeping, fuming. Their visages were so vivid, they seemed to hover in the air, that he felt alive, his chest rising and falling, the warmth still lingering in his fingertips. Yet, an overwhelming sense of death enveloped him, as if he had joined those lost souls on the frigid battlefield, that a profound fatigue engulfed him like a tidal wave. And after an indeterminate time, he succumbed to slumber. In his dream, a vast expanse of white surrounded him, and the old man stood abruptly before him, donned in a worn robe and a pointed hat, exuding a peculiar charm. "Child," the old man began, his voice gentle, "if I were to offer you a chance to alter everything, but the cost is that all you know will become unrecognizable, would you accept?" In the realm of dreams, Harry's heart raced as if gripped by an unseen hand. He almost blurted out, "I would." His voice, husky with excitement, declared, "If I could change everything, I would sacrifice anything." "Do not rush to respond," the old man cautioned, stroking his long white beard, his eyes scrutinizing. "When I speak of unrecognizable, it is not merely a phrase. From your perspective, that world may no longer be deemed yours. Even so, would you still wish to proceed?" Harry paused, pondering the implications of a world that was not his. But the faces of the departed surged forth once more, and the heart-wrenching pain overwhelmed all hesitation. He nodded vigorously, his gaze resolute. "I am willing." The old man smiled, a glimmer of inscrutable meaning behind his expression. "Consider carefully, this is a one-way ticket. Once you depart, there is no return." He added slowly, "You shall no longer see your current friends, though you may come to know them anew." Friends. At a pang struck Harry's heart, causing him to hesitate. To never return. Must he forsake them? Yet, if he did not venture forth, those who had perished would remain lost eternally. If there existed a place where they could all thrive, that notion wrestled in his mind for mere seconds before being eclipsed by a stronger yearning. He lifted his gaze to meet the old man's, articulating each word with conviction. "I wish to go there." "Very well," the old man responded with a reassuring smile, raising a seemingly heavy wooden wand towards Harry. "As you desire." A blinding white light erupted, consuming all, and Harry lost consciousness completely. "Harry, wake up. Today is the day we buy your school supplies. If you don't get up now, you'll have to go alone." A voice, both unfamiliar and imbued with warmth, roused Harry from his chaos. Struggling to open his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a spacious, clean wooden ceiling, gentle morning light streaming through the window, casting tiny motes of dust in the air. He sat up and surveyed his surroundings. This was a quintessential boys' room, adorned with dynamic Quidditch posters on the walls, players whizzing past in his mind's eye. On his desk sat an exquisite golden model of the golden snitch, its wings still fluttering slightly. His gaze fell upon the nightstand. There stood a photograph. In the picture, a radiant young boy was flanked by a man and a woman. The man, with unruly black hair, was tousling the boy's hair, while the woman, with warm red locks, tenderly kissed his cheek. Harry's heart felt as if it were grasped by an invisible hand, beating fiercely, each thump echoing in his ears. He leapt from the bed, barefoot, careening out of the door without a second thought. In the living room, voices and the rustling of newspapers filled the air. At the dining table, a man leaned back in his chair, reading a newspaper. Upon seeing Harry burst in, he lowered the paper, revealing a handsome face, one Harry had only encountered in mirrors and old photographs, laced with a hint of mischief. "Ah, look who finally decided to rise. The sun is practically in your lap," James Potter quipped, raising an eyebrow. "You won't make a great Quidditch player at this rate." "When I was in school." "Enough, James. Spare us your school tales," a gentle female voice interjected, laced with a hint of threat. "You must admit you weren't the best back then. Don't instill peculiar notions in Harry. I wouldn't want to receive an owl saying he's formed a gang like you did." Harry felt his body stiffen, turning slowly to look. In the kitchen doorway stood a red-haired woman in an apron, carrying a platter of toast. Her emerald green eyes sparkled with warmth as they met his. "Good morning, Harry," she said softly. Time seemed to freeze. Harry's throat felt constricted, parched, as the scene before him began to blur, as if veiled by a layer of mist. He opened his mouth, summoning all his strength, managing to choke out a few hoarse syllables. "Good morning, Dad." "Mom." James dropped his newspaper with a rustle and hurried to Harry, bending down to scrutinize the redness around his eyes. "Hey, what's the matter? Are you already feeling anxious about school?" He reached out to ruffle Harry's hair, but Harry instinctively flinched away, causing James to halt mid-motion, his hand lingering in the air before he casually withdrew it, patting his trousers instead. "Come on, it's only July 31st. You have an entire month before school starts. The owl will deliver your letter today. If you start crying now, that would be quite pathetic," James said, his tone light, as though speaking to a sulking friend. "James," Lily approached, setting the platter down, playfully tapping James on the back of his head. She then knelt before Harry, naturally enveloping him in a gentle embrace. A warm hug infused with the scent of toast and a hint of floral essence. Harry went rigid. This was the embrace he had longed for countless nights, so real it made his heart ache. "Did you have a nightmare, sweetheart?" Lily's voice dripped with tenderness, her hands soothingly stroking Harry's back. "My son wouldn't cry over a mere nightmare," James muttered defensively from the side. Lily, still holding Harry close, did not look up, but her tone turned icy. "If you utter another word, you'll be sleeping in the yard tonight." James immediately fell silent. Lily's soothing presence and the lively banter between his parents miraculously eased the tension within Harry. Leaning into his mother's embrace, he greedily savored the warmth until he could no longer hold back a shuddering breath. "Nothing much," he murmured, his voice still thick with nasal congestion. "Just I had a very long, terrible nightmare. I told you." James attempted to interject, but wisely swallowed the rest of his words under Lily's warning gaze. Observing his father's discomposure, Harry couldn't help but chuckle softly. He lifted his head from Lily's embrace and shook it gently at them. "I'm fine, Mom, really." Lily cupped his face and scrutinized him closely, relieved to see his eyes were bright and sincere, not indicative of a lie. "Are you truly all right?" she asked once more. "Yes." Harry nodded vigorously. "Then how about we visit Diagon Alley tomorrow?" Lily suggested softly. "Let's have a peaceful day at home today. A treat. Your father can buy you a nice new broom. What do you think?" "Firebolt 2000. James immediately chimed in, his eyes shining with excitement. "They'll get Harry a Firebolt 2000. Lily chose to ignore her husband's exuberance and turned her gentle gaze back to Harry, seeking his approval. Harry looked at the two vibrant, noisy, and loving figures before him and nodded emphatically. Just as the family finished their breakfast, a soft whoosh echoed from the fireplace, followed by a series of knocks at the door. "They're here," James exclaimed, more excited than Harry, as he took Harry's hand and headed towards the entrance. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by two familiar figures. One was Remus Lupin, clad in a slightly worn but tidy robe, his face adorned with a gentle smile and a few faint scars. The other was Sirius Black, sporting a mane of stylish black curls and a roguish grin. "Hey, James." Sirius stepped forward, embracing James warmly, before turning to Remus. The three men laughed heartily, slapping each other's shoulders as they did in their youth. Once the commotion subsided, Sirius's gaze fell upon Harry. He crouched down to Harry's level and, with a flourish, produced a beautifully wrapped gift box from behind his back, placing it in Harry's arms. "Happy birthday, Harry." He winked proudly. "I bet my gift is the coolest one today." Remus smiled as he presented his own gift, gently stating, "That's hard to say. Sirius, there are still others coming." He turned to James, inquiring, "Professor Dumbledore will be joining us today, right?" "Yes." James leaned against the doorframe, casually responding, "He'll be here shortly. Oh, by the way, I heard that one is coming with him too." At this, Remus seemed to ponder, clicking his tongue. "That one is coming too?" "Indeed," James nodded. Curious, Harry lifted his head and asked, "Who is that one?" "Gellert Grindelwald." James explained matter-of-factly, "Albus Dumbledore's husband." Harry's expression instantly froze. Dumbledore's husband? His mind felt as though it had been struck by a stasis spell, replaying the sentence repeatedly. Every word was familiar, yet the combination felt startlingly foreign. Seeing Harry's bewildered look, Sirius burst into laughter, ruffling Harry's already unruly hair and saying to James, "Isn't it a bit early to tell him these things? Look how frightened the poor child is." "It's fine," James waved dismissively. "Those two old men aren't hiding anything. Remember how they were back in school? Always so lovey-dovey." "Speaking of which, their union was thanks to an unknown wizard," Remus added thoughtfully. "I've heard the professor mention that many years ago, if it weren't for that wizard." Interrupting their nearly cataclysmic duel, Professor Dumbledore's sister would likely have died in that chaos. Had Ariana perished, they would never have been together. Sirius nodded in agreement. "Exactly, I've heard that too. They say that mysterious wizard had disobedient short black hair and striking green eyes." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted to Harry, a hint of amusement in his eyes, just like our Harry. James chuckled, wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulders, proudly declaring, "So when my son goes to school, does that mean Dumbledore will give him special treatment?" "Dream on," Remus retorted, rolling his eyes and shattering his fantasy. The group laughed as they stepped inside. Before long, the flames in the fireplace transformed into a vivid green, and Professor McGonagall and Hagrid emerged sequentially, followed closely by Dumbledore. Trailing behind Dumbledore was an elderly gentleman Harry had never seen before. He appeared to be of similar age to Dumbledore, yet dressed in meticulously tailored dark suit that seemed at odds with the wizarding robes, yet somehow harmonized beautifully. The old man seemed to shadow Dumbledore closely, anticipating his needs. When Dumbledore reached in his pocket for a lemon drop, he promptly retrieved it and unwrapped it. When Dumbledore lifted his teacup, he would be the first to refill it with tea. That must be Gellert Grindelwald? Harry's gaze lingered on him for only a second before he quickly turned away. Truthfully, this was far removed from the image he had conjured of a frail, deranged figure imprisoned in Ermengarde. This birthday was the happiest day Harry had ever experienced. He was surrounded by his noisy yet loving parents, a godfather who cherished him like his own son, and beloved elders. There were no lingering shadows, no heavy burdens, only pure happiness and the sweetness of cake. That night, he lay on his soft bed, contentedly closing his eyes, and soon slipped into a delightful slumber. "Mr. Harry Potter? Mr. Harry Potter?" A persistent, unfamiliar female voice called out beside him, pulling him from his slumber. He struggled to open his eyes, his consciousness still hazy. However, instead of the familiar ceiling of his bedroom, he was greeted by a cloudy gray sky. Beneath him lay a cold, hard surface, and the air was thick with a damp, musty odor. He bolted upright, realizing he was lying in a completely unfamiliar cobblestone street. Before him stood three individuals. That a woman with neatly cropped hair furrowed her brow as she studied him. Beside her was a short, stout man with his hands in his pockets, his expression displaying a hint of impatience. Who are they? Where is this? Wasn't I sleeping at home? Harry's mind was a blank slate. Chapter 2. The Shift of the World Line. Who are you? Why am I here? Harry's voice was laden with caution. As he spoke, he pushed himself off the ground to stand, only to be horrified to discover that his body had transformed back into that of an adult. This bizarre recurrence sent a wave of dread through him. Did you sleep through the night in a haze? The short-haired woman frowned, regarding him with a look of exasperation. We are certainly going to Dumbledore's house. Wait a moment. Harry's mind raced. We're going to Dumbledore's house? Indeed, the woman confirmed impatiently. We are to proceed as planned. Surveil Albus Dumbledore and uncover evidence of his dealings with dark magic. These words detonated like thunder in Harry's mind. Surveil Dumbledore? Accuse him of being a dark wizard? This is utterly preposterous. He immediately stepped back, resolutely refusing. You may go, but I will not accompany you. Please, you cannot change your mind at this juncture. The woman exclaimed, her frustration evident. Do we not come to an agreement? Fine. If he won't go, we shall proceed without him, scoffed the short, stout man beside her. As long as we can find evidence of Albus Dumbledore's fall into darkness, promotions at the Ministry of Magic will be ours. Harry had turned to leave. But upon hearing this, his steps faltered. He pivoted, fury igniting in his emerald eyes, and spoke each word with piercing clarity. Albus Dumbledore is the greatest wizard. He could never become a dark wizard. With that, he disregarded their astonished expressions and walked away. A wave of tumult and exhaustion washed over him once more, and he stumbled toward a bench by the street, sat down, and succumbed to a deep, uncontrollable slumber. Harry, hurry up, if you dawdle any longer. All the good things in Diagon Alley will be snatched away. James Potter's voice roused him from his stupor. Harry's eyes flew open to find himself once again in the body of a child, lying in his bed, with his father standing at his bedside, eagerly urging him to venture outside. The boundaries between reality and dreams became indistinct. He was half pushed, half led by James out the door, and they arrived at the familiar Diagon Alley through the Flynn network. The bustling throng mirrored his memories perfectly. Hey, how about a chocolate frog? James inquired, pointing to a candy shop. Harry nodded, replying, I would like to have one. James promptly purchased a box and handed it to him. Harry skillfully unwrapped it, and a pentagonal card tumbled out. As he picked it up and beheld the figure depicted, he froze in shock. The card featured a handsome, sharp-eyed elder, Gellert Grindelwald. A sense of foreboding welled up within Harry, and with a heart full of doubt, he flipped the card over and quietly read aloud, Gellert Grindelwald, the greatest wizard of our time, renowned for his successful defeat of the most dangerous dark wizard of this century, Albus Dumbledore. He mercifully sentenced Dumbledore to life imprisonment at Hogwarts and personally assumed the role of headmaster to restore order and cleanse the wizarding world of its bloodline. Harry? Wait a moment. Didn't they both attend his birthday celebration together yesterday? At that time, you were also referring to Dumbledore as the headmaster. How could everything be amiss in just a day? James observed Harry staring blankly at the card he held, and, with curiosity, leaned in for a glimpse, promptly exclaiming, "It's Grindelwald. Everyone claims he is the greatest dark wizard, yet I beg to differ." He grimaced slightly, his voice lowering, for it is precisely because of his existence that the half-bloods and muggle-born wizards across England are deprived of the opportunity to enter Hogwarts, forced instead to attend those clandestine underground schools. Oh, half-blood refers to those whose one parent is a muggle, as opposed to those whose both parents are wizards. James sighed, his gaze dimming. Your mother, if only she could have attended Hogwarts, would undoubtedly have become an extraordinarily powerful witch. Alas, she is now limited to employing the most mundane household spells. As he spoke, a thought suddenly struck him, and he earnestly cautioned Harry. Son, listen closely. Once you arrive at school, do everything in your power to avoid being sorted into Slytherin. Their headmaster is Tom Riddle, rumored to be the only half-blood to have entered the school through exception in recent decades. Wait. Harry felt as though his understanding was being shattered and reassembled piece by piece. If Tom Riddle is the only half-blood, then what is Snape? Who? James appeared perplexed. Snape? I do not recognize that name. Just as they conversed, a man clad in a heavy black robe hurried past, unintentionally bumping into Harry. Hey, watch where you're going. James instinctively shielded Harry, calling out to the man's retreating figure. The robed man said nothing, hastily disappearing into the crowd without a glance back. Yet, Harry stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. That familiar hooked nose and the perpetual black robes, it was Professor Snape. Dad, wait for me here. Harry's voice bore an urgency he himself had not recognized. Without waiting for James to respond, he shot forth like a bullet, weaving through the throng of people, his gaze locked onto the swiftly vanishing black figure around the corner. In a damp, shadowy alley, he finally caught up with the man, cornering him deep within the passage. You're Snape, aren't you? Harry panted, his chest heaving. Severus Snape. The man slowly turned, the shadows of the alley casting a pall over his already sallow visage, accentuating its gloom. His obsidian-like eyes coldly swept over Harry before drifting away, his voice low and hoarse. I do not know what you are speaking of. I recognize you. Harry stubbornly stepped closer. You are Severus Snape. You are a wizard, aren't you? The man's gaze finally refocused on Harry, but it held no warmth, only an icy void. I'm not, he stated slowly and clearly. You should be with your parents, rather than cornering an adult. As he spoke, he even bent down, gradually closing the distance towards Harry. A palpable sense of danger enveloped the air, and a chilling glimmer flickered within his eyes. The young boy, carefully sheltered by his parents, spoke with a voice that slithered like a serpent, imbued with a sinister smoothness. Little did he know, the world of adults is rife with darkness. For instance, his long, icy fingers caressed Harry's cheek with a taunting touch. Perhaps I find you quite appealing, you delicate little boy, he mused. Harry, taken aback by the coldness of his touch and words, shuddered violently, a wave of dread surging from his spine to the crown of his head. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he met those malevolent eyes, summoning every ounce of strength to declare, no way. You are a good person. As if he had heard the most absurd of jokes, Severus Snape's lips curled into a sardonic smile. No, I am not. Yes, you are. Harry insisted firmly. At that moment, a voice echoed from the alley's entrance. Harry, what did you suddenly run off to? Instinctively, Harry's attention was drawn away, and he glanced quickly towards the alley's mouth. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, when he turned back, the mysterious figure had vanished without a trace, like a wisp of smoke, leaving the alley steeped in an even deeper chill. With a heavy heart, Harry lowered his gaze. Hey, what are you doing here? James approached, concern etched on his face. What happened just now? Harry pressed his lips together, murmuring softly, I saw a familiar friend. Oh, your friend? James inquired with curiosity. What kind of person are they? Harry lifted his head, contemplating earnestly, as if striving to articulate his thoughts. Finally, he described in a most peculiar manner. He is a rather peculiar good person. His words are harsh, and his character is not remarkable, but still, he is a good person. James, taken aback by this contradictory assessment, burst into hearty laughter. What an amusing description. Come now, don't dwell on your strange friend. We need to go procure your wand. With James's arm around his shoulder, Harry reluctantly left the alley, glancing back multiple times. Long after they had departed, within the dark shadows, Severus Snape's figure gradually reemerged, leaning against the frigid wall, his visage obscured in the twilight, revealing nothing of his current emotions. A good person? Snape scoffed. No one has ever regarded me in such a manner. This boy possesses remarkable audacity. Quite curious indeed. Snape wrinkled his nose. The child exuded a delightful scent. reminiscent of sweet cake, evoking an urge to take a bite. Truly, today as children indulge excessively in sugary treats. With a heavy heart, Harry followed James into the narrow, dilapidated shop adorned with the sign of Ollivander, since 382 BC, expertly crafted wands. The bell inside chimed melodically as a ghostly figure glided forth from behind the towering shelves. It was an elderly man, his large, vacant eyes resembling two pale moons. "Good afternoon," he whispered softly, as gentle as a breeze. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander," James greeted warmly. "I have brought my son to select his first wand." "Mr." Ollivander's gaze fell upon Harry, his eyes seemingly capable of piercing flesh and gazing directly into the soul. "Ah, yes, I recall the wands of your father and mother. One was an exquisite 11-inch wand of cherry wood, the other, a supple yew adept at charms. Now, Mr. Potter, please extend the hand you typically wield your wand with." James cleared his throat, cautioning, "Please refrain from mentioning Lily's wand to others, you know." Mr. Ollivander nodded, mimicking a gesture of zipping his lips. The ensuing process devolved into a minor calamity. With the first wand, crafted from beech and dragon heartstring, Harry merely waved it lightly, resulting in an ink bottle on the counter erupting, splattering James entirely. The second wand, made of maple and unicorn hair, proved obstinate as a stone, remaining unresponsive in Harry's grasp. Mr. Ollivander incessantly retrieved new long boxes from the shelves, muttering incantations, seemingly reveling in the experience. Meanwhile, Harry, through his numerous attempts, nearly turned the shop upside down. "What challenging customer we have here." Mr. Ollivander appeared not the least bit displeased. Rather, he seemed increasingly exhilarated. He leaned closer to Harry, scrutinizing him with his pale eyes, then abruptly turned and ventured to the farthest recesses of the shop. Moments later, he returned with a dust-laden box. "I have been pondering why we shouldn't try this one," he suggested, opening the box to reveal a lustrous wand nestled within. "Holly, with a phoenix feather core, 11 inches, flexible and responsive." "Ah, indeed. It appears this is the moment, though the reason for this particular wand remains a mystery. Nevertheless, it no longer matters." As Harry grasped the wand, a warmth he had never experienced surged from his fingertips, flooding his entire being. He felt as though this wand were an intrinsic part of him, a long-lost extension of his own arm. Drawing upon past experience, he raised the wand above his head, and with a downward flourish, a scarlet golden spark erupted from the tip, crackling in the air like a burst of warm fireworks. James cheered joyously at the side. "Excellent, oh, very good," Mr. Ollivander murmured, his pale eyes glimmering with an intriguing light. "How fascinating, truly fascinating." He leaned closer to Harry and, in a whisper-like tone, remarked, "I remember every wand I have sold. Coincidentally, the phoenix that provided the core for your wand also contributed a feather to another wand." Mr. Ollivander slowly straightened, delivering his statement in an emotionless tone. "Quite remarkable. You share the same phoenix's tail feather with the head of Slytherin House. You are destined for great achievements." Though aware of this fact, hearing it from Mr. Ollivander's lips caused Harry's smile to falter. The head of Slytherin, Tom Riddle, his wand, along with that of Voldemort, were brothers. In this world, it seemed he could not escape the shadow of that person, no matter what. He managed to force a laugh, a sound more mournful than a cry. While nearby, James remained oblivious, proudly patting his shoulder, overwhelmed with pride for his possession of such a remarkable wand. The immediate consequence of this was that, on the way from Ollivander's wand shop to Madame Malkin's robe shop, James Potter's mouth never ceased its chatter. He excitedly ruffled Harry's hair one moment, then boasted to passing acquaintances the next, his words dripping with uncontainable pride. "Did you hear that, son? A wand just like the Slytherin headmasteress. That belonged to Tom Riddle. Although he was a half-blood and not a good person, to be entrusted by the not-so-good Grindelwald is truly remarkable." James spoke with fervor. "I just know my son will achieve great things in the future." Harry, overwhelmed by the incessant noise, maintained a rigid smile, feeling like a marionette being dragged along by his father. His mind was a whirlwind, torn between his father's incessant praise of Tom Riddle and the chilling, dangerous gaze of Snape, both images intertwining, rendering the world absurd, akin to a nightmare from which he could not awaken. As he pushed open the door to Madame Malkin's robe shop, a familiar bell chimed. Inside, a pale, platinum-haired boy stood atop a stool, allowing Madame Malkin to measure him. His condescending posture and the haughty tone in which he spoke were unmistakable to Harry. "My father will buy me the finest materials in the shop," the boy declared with his typical, detestable voice. "After all, our family is not of just any bloodline. I truly cannot comprehend why Hogwarts would make an exception for a half-blood to become headmaster. It simply lowers the prestige of the entire school." Upon hearing these words, instead of the usual anger or disgust, Harry felt an inexplicable warmth wash over his weary nerves, nearly bringing him to tears. Merlin S. Lace, smelly socks. Finally, at last, someone familiar and not entirely disconcerting had appeared. In a world where Dumbledore was the Dark Lord, Grindelwald the White Wizard, and even his own father lauded Tom Riddle, Draco Malfoy remained the insufferable, snobbish little brat he remembered, proud of his pure blood. His presence was like a beacon in the night, a coordinate amidst chaos, steadfastly guarding the last vestiges of Harry's worldview. In that moment, Harry found Draco Malfoy to be remarkably endearing, charmingly normal. Chapter 3. Back to the past. Malfoy turned his head from the stool, his light gray eyes glimmering with scrutiny and impatience as they swept over Harry. "Who are you?" "Harry Potter," he replied calmly, feeling an overwhelming sense of emotion at the sight of Malfoy. "Huh." Malfoy let out a derisive snort, his tone dripping with unabashed disdain. "Harry Potter? The son of James Potter?" His gaze flickered past Harry, landing on James with a slight lift of his chin. "So, you must be James Potter?" James lazily raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the boy, platinum blonde hair, a sharp and caustic demeanor. "You're Lucius's son?" "Indeed," Draco replied, his chest puffing up as if proclaiming a grand truth. "I am the offspring of the illustrious Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Black, a proud descendant of the sacred 28 pureblood families. Unlike your son," he continued, his critical gaze slicing through Harry like a knife, referring to him as the child of an unknown witch. Ah, how familiar this felt. Indeed, no matter the world, Malfoy remained unchanged. Draco paused, speaking with the weight of an undeniable truth. "To be honest, I believe Hogwarts should only admit students from pureblood families. Those of dubious lineage only serve to tarnish the noble wizarding world." James, upon hearing this, laughed rather than fumed. "That's a splendid idea. Hogwarts would surely close its doors if it adhered to your beliefs." He turned away from the indignant boy, who was visibly ruffled by his own words, and addressed Madame Malkin. "Madam, could you assist in tailoring a set of robes for my son as well?" "Of course, Mr. Potter," Madame Malkin replied with a beaming smile. Draco exhaled heavily through his nostrils, clearly displeased. Yet the next moment his expression froze. "What do you have on you?" He furrowed his brow, resembling a wary creature, as he caught a delightful scent. "I have nothing on me," Harry replied, perplexed. Before he could finish, Draco suddenly leaned in closer, disregarding any notion of personal space, his prominent nose nearly brushing against Harry's neck. He inhaled deeply, his expression becoming increasingly strange, a blend of confusion and longing. "This is odd," he murmured, his warm breath tickling Harry's skin. "You smell delightful, almost appetizing. It shouldn't be possible. There's nothing in this world I haven't tasted." Draco's nearly lascivious actions and blunt words sent shivers down Harry's spine, a wave of discomfort exploding from where he had been sniffed. Just as Harry stood frozen, unsure of how to react, James's voice called out, "Harry, come here. It's time to take your measurements." The summons felt like a divine intervention. Harry jolted back to reality, forcefully pushing Malfoy away, nearly fleeing to his father's side. James, concern etched on his face, asked, "What's wrong, Harry? Why you look so pale?" Harry felt too embarrassed to voice that he perceived Draco Malfoy's recent behavior as an unsettling form of harassment. He could only shake his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the absurd thought along with the lingering sensation on his neck. Upon completing the tailoring of his robe, James boldly proclaimed his intention to purchase the finest broomstick for Harry as a reward for possessing a magnificent wand. As they traversed the cobblestone streets, they encountered a giant. The giant stood behind a makeshift stall, surrounded by an array of cages filled with wondrous magical creatures. It was Hagrid. Yet the Hagrid before them was a stark contrast to the disheveled gamekeeper of Harry's memories, who had once donned a moleskin coat. Now, he was clad in a finely crafted dragonhide waistcoat, his beard meticulously groomed, energetically peddling his wares to passing wizards. "Hey, Harry, come here." James enthusiastically beckoned. "Let us see if Hagrid has an owl you fancy. I'll buy it for you as a gift." Harry's gaze swept over the rows of owl cages, and then his breath caught. Amidst the cacophony of chirps, a stunningly beautiful female, snowy owl stood quietly on her perch, her amber eyes gazing back at him. It was Hedwig. "Ha! I knew you had an eye for beauty." Hagrid chuckled heartily, following Harry's gaze. Carefully, he extracted Hedwig from her cage and placed her gently in Harry's arms. "This little one is splendid. I got her from the finest breeder in Norway." He earnestly advised Harry, "You must take great care of her." "He certainly will," James assured, thumping his chest in confidence. "With your word, I am at ease." Hagrid nodded in satisfaction and exchanged a few pleasantries with James before turning to attend to other customers. Harry tenderly stroked Hedwig's soft feathers, observing the familiarity between Hagrid and his father, and couldn't he help but inquire, "Dad, who is he?" "Hagrid? Ruby is Hagrid," James replied casually. He was a student in the same year as Tom Riddle. After graduation, he became an extraordinary magizoologist. Although it was already quite peculiar, Harry responded with a simple wow. James added, with a hint of envy in his tone, "And he's exceedingly wealthy. He must be among the richest in the wizarding world. Occasionally, he comes to Diagon Alley to sell rare creatures, but it's entirely dependent on his mood and whims. Not everyone can just buy what they desire." Harry, perplexed, exclaimed, "Wait, why? Just yesterday, only last night, the Hagrid I met on my birthday was still the gamekeeper who lived on the edge of the Forbidden Forest and enjoyed his spirits." Harry's mind raced, forcing himself to calm down as he contemplated what had transpired from yesterday to today. Snape's warning, his father's praise of Voldemort, and the revelation of Hagrid's identity. All these changes seemed to have occurred after a single night's sleep. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He remembered something crucial. Gripping James's arm tightly, he urgently asked, "Dad, how was Dumbledore discovered to be a dark wizard?" James was startled by his sudden action, yet he replied, that was during Dumbledore's early adulthood. A few members of the Ministry of Magic secretly monitored him and, somehow, uncovered concrete evidence of his research into dark magic. Subsequently, the Ministry attempted to apprehend him, and Dumbledore fiercely resisted arrest, which inadvertently confirmed the information. The Ministry's members found the evidence while surveilling him. Harry suddenly slapped his forehead. At last, he comprehended the situation. He finally understood where the flaw lay. So it was the root of it all that resided within himself. Merlin's knickers. How could this happen? Standing amidst the clamor of Diagon Alley, surrounded by the cheerful laughter of wizards and a plethora of magical goods, he felt a chilling wave wash over him. That so-called dream was not a dream at all. It was a genuine experience. A journey into a particular moment in the past. He recalled that woman calling his name Harry, not Harry. According to his father's account, when Dumbledore was just coming of age, the Ministry had dispatched individuals to surveil him. Thus, Harry's mission was likely to be part of that surveillance team. It was precisely because his soul from the future had occupied Harry's body and then retreated from that crucial moment in time that the mission failed. Or rather, its outcome was altered. The eager Ministry members, lacking the key witness Harry, resorted to fabricating evidence to frame Dumbledore with baseless accusations. Now this world, distorted by his inadvertent actions, unfolded before him in an absurd manner. He had to return. Harry's heart raced. He needed to find a way to re-enter that temporal realm, to return to the scene of the surveillance task, and prevent those greedy wizards from tarnishing Dumbledore's reputation. Only then could this world revert to its rightful state. But how could he go back? This question loomed over him like a heavy mountain, weighing down on his heart. He was utterly clueless about how to trigger that temporal journey or whether he still had chance. A profound sense of anxiety and helplessness enveloped him, rendering everything that followed a blur of unreality. James, exuberant, led him to the Quidditch boutique, and when a brand new, shimmering Nimbus 2000 was presented to him by the shopkeeper, he merely nodded absent-mindedly. The sleek mahogany wand and the neatly arranged tail twigs lost their luster in his eyes. He offered a perfunctory smile, saying, "Oh, thank you, Dad." James's anticipated cheers failed to materialize. Upon returning home, James burst into the kitchen with a look of sheer horror, shouting at Lily, who was deftly directing carrots to slice themselves with her wand. "Lily, something terrible has happened. Our son has entered puberty early." Lily, gracefully orchestrating the vegetables, did not lift her gaze as she inquired, "What is it now?" James's voice was imbued with incredulity. How could he, despite possessing the wondrous Time Turner 2000, feel so discontent? Such an extraordinary artifact. What could I possibly acquire next to brighten his spirits? A dragon, perhaps? At last, Lily ceased her tasks, turning to her overly dramatic husband and rolling her eyes in a grand, unabashed manner. Meanwhile, the instigator of this turmoil, Harry, retreated to his room after dining with his parents. Throughout the night, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace. His mind was a tangled web, replaying every detail in an effort to uncover the elusive clues that might lead him back through time. Dumbledore's innocent visage, Snape's frigid warnings, Hagrid's affluence, and James's admiration for Voldemort. All these haunted him like a persistent nightmare. It was utterly disorienting. He could not accept the stark divergence of this reality. He had to devise a solution. As time slipped away, the night gradually receded, and just as dawn began to paint the horizon with a pale light, The immense mental strain that had plagued Harry all night finally overwhelmed him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. In the instant he drifted into dreams, Harry found himself once more in the boundless, pure, white expanse. The elderly man with the white beard stood a short distance away, but this time, Harry sensed an entirely different aura emanating from him. It was an ancient and majestic presence, seemingly as old as time itself, profound as the starry ocean, far surpassing any wizard he had ever encountered. I am pleased that you have quickly grasped what you must do. The old man's voice resonated with the echoes of history, gentle yet imbued with undeniable strength. You are a clever boy. Faced with such an entity, Harry felt a twinge of shyness and could only nod in acknowledgement. However, the elder's expression turned grave. You must remember that in any timeline, events that have definitively occurred cannot be reversed. They become immutable facts of that reality. For instance, your refusal to accompany them in monitoring Dumbledore is a matter that has already been settled and cannot be altered. Harry quickly grasped the implication, but I can catch up with them and prevent their forthcoming actions. Indeed, you can, the elder nodded approvingly. I merely wish to remind you that all things are bound by cause and effect. Some matters are irrevocable. Harry remained silent for a moment, striving to absorb the profound philosophy embedded in those words, before solemnly replying, "Thank you, I understand." Moreover, the elder continued, "Every decision you make in that timeline must be well considered. After all, you do not know when you might next enter that realm." He paused, a glimmer of mirth flickering in his ancient eyes. "Soon, you will be able to return to Harry's timeline. Consider this your novice reward." The prospect of immediately returning to rectify his mistakes was undeniably exhilarating. A surge of joy coursed through Harry as he bowed deeply in gratitude to the elder. The elder smiled and gestured for him to proceed. Harry turned, ready to embrace the unknown challenges that lay ahead. At the very moment he took a step forward, the elderly man's final admonition echoed behind him, the voice seemingly originating from a distant past. Suddenly, he recalled that he harbored no peculiar fondness for collecting lace suspenders or smelly socks, nor did he wear underwear. You see, in our era, undergarments were not yet a norm. A fleeting thought danced through Harry's mind, elusive and intangible. He abruptly turned around, only to find that the old man had vanished. In his stead, a chilling night breeze and the unyielding texture of the park bench greeted him. Harry jolted upright from the bench, rubbing his neck, sore from an awkward sleeping position, and uttered in disbelief, "Wow." Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang to his feet. He understood precisely what he needed to do. Focusing intently on the potential direction of his companions, he felt a sharp crack resound as his figure instantaneously disappeared from the park, utilizing apparition to pursue them. Chapter 4. Getting back on track. Accompanied by the disorienting sensation of spatial distortion brought about by apparition, Harry's form materialized beside a tranquil country lane. Not far off, his two companions, a short, stout wizard and a seemingly astute witch, were brandishing their wands. The air was suffused with the scent of fresh timber and moist earth, as several wooden planks floated mid-air, autonomously assembling into a quaint little house. Upon noticing Harry's arrival, the woman halted her wand waving, turned around, and, upon seeing him, made no effort to conceal her disdain. "What brings you here? Didn't you fervently declare you wouldn't participate?" Her tone was sharp and caustic, adding that Dumbledore was the greatest wizard of the century, and it seemed he was merely enchanted by the charm of his handsome visage. Harry only smiled, choosing not to retort. Seeing his smile, the woman assumed he was merely embarrassed and rolled her eyes dismissively. "Well, I suppose you possess some conscience. I'll build you a house as well, and then you'll reside next door to us. Shortly, we shall pay a visit to our dear neighbors, presenting ourselves as the new arrivals." "I have no objections." Harry calmly accepted the arrangement, pausing for a moment before casually inquiring, "By the way, Dumbledore should only be a newly graduated wizard now, right? Why does the Ministry believe he has the potential to become a dark wizard?" "How should I know?" The woman shrugged, continuing to direct a window to fly onto the wall. "Who can decipher the thoughts of those old men at the Ministry? It's as if they are not merely cautious, but almost eager for him to truly become a dark wizard." She paused, lowering her voice. "I suspect it is due to Dumbledore's extraordinary talent. They once encountered a transfer student whose gifts were so exceptional that it left the entire Ministry on edge. Thus, upon encountering another like Dumbledore, they are inevitably filled with trepidation." With an air of experience, the woman concluded, "People inherently fear what they cannot comprehend or control. No one is exempt from this. However, that doesn't concern us. We need only focus on our tasks and secure our rewards." Soon, a modest yet fully furnished house rose from the ground under the influence of magic. The woman clapped her hands in satisfaction and gracefully approached, linking her arm with Harry's. Come, Harry, let us greet our new neighbors. They walked to a nearby, unpretentious house, where the woman raised her hand and knocked on the door. Moments latte. It swung open to reveal a handsome young man with a mane of vibrant hair, a striking blend of chestnut and ginger. His hair was somewhat disheveled, casually tied back with a seemingly haphazard string on the left side, a few rebellious strands cascading beside his cheek. He wore a simple white shirt, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his sturdy forearms. However, what captured attention most were his eyes, clear and bright blue, gleaming with a gentle curiosity and a hint of amusement as he regarded them. Who are you? His voice was warm and melodious. Hello, we're the new neighbors. Harry interjected before the woman could respond, gazing directly into those eyes that seemed to pierce through to the very essence of things. I am Harry Potter, pleased to make your acquaintance. He extended his hand. The young man smiled, a grin that seemed capable of dispelling any gloom. He graciously took Harry's hand, his grasp warm and firm. Hello, I am Albus Dumbledore, he replied. It is a pleasure to meet you. No sooner had Albus Dumbledore spoken than another slightly impatient voice emanated from within the cottage. Albus, who is at the door? It's the new neighbors, Dumbledore replied gently. Neighbors? The owner of the voice scoffed, a tone rife with disdain. Who would move to such a desolate place? As footsteps approached, a figure emerged from behind Dumbledore. It was a striking young man with brilliant golden hair, his features reminiscent of ancient Greek sculptures, though his icy blue eyes retained a hint of youthful naivety and defiance. Dumbledore turned his head with a hint of exasperation. Gellert, you're being rather unfriendly to our new neighbors. Harry's mind momentarily went blank, his heart gripped by an invisible hand. Gellert? Golden hair, an intimate connection with Dumbledore. It must be Gellert Grindelwald. Before Harry could fully process his astonishment, Grindelwald disregarded the others entirely, wrapping his arms around Dumbledore's waist, leaning against him as if he were without bones, resting his chin on Dumbledore's shoulder. Forget them, Albus, he said in a tone only they could hear, yet his gaze provocatively swept over Harry and the woman. Aren't you supposed to be continuing your research on that magic? Don't waste time on irrelevant people. Researching magic? The woman's professional instincts sparked her curiosity. What powerful magic are you studying? Grindelwald cast a cold glance at her from the corner of his eye, letting out a dismissive snort. That is none of your concern. The woman's smile faltered, becoming somewhat awkward. Gale, Dumbledore sighed, his tone laced with a hint of indulgence and affection, advising against harboring malice towards anyone. Grindelwald promptly buried his head in Dumbledore's shoulder, adopting a posture of refusal to engage with the outside world. Dumbledore sighed once more, turning to Harry and the woman with an apologetic smile, inquiring if they had any further matters to discuss. If not, he needed to prepare lunch for his sister and regrettably could not entertain them any longer. Not at all. The woman immediately waved her hand, regaining her enthusiastic demeanor. We merely came to say hello, so we shan't intrude any further. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Dumbledore closed the door. As he turned to leave, Harry could still feel the cold, scrutinizing gaze of Grindelwald through the window. That evening, in the quaint cottage conjured by magic, the three of them sat around the dining table. The woman poked at the potatoes in her bowl with her spoon, exclaiming, Dumbledore, with his striking looks and impeccable character, how can one dare to tarnish his reputation by labeling him a dark wizard? It pricks my conscience. Harry's heart quickened, and he tentatively asked, then why not just let it go? Let go? The male wizard accompanying the woman scoffed, wiping his greasy mouth with a napkin. What about our promotion? Do you wish to toil in this fieldwork forever? A flicker of struggle crossed the woman's face, clearly reflecting her own thoughts. She lifted her soup bowl, hesitating before taking a sip, and vaguely replied to Harry, let us observe for now and see how things unfold. After finishing his meal and chatting with them for a while longer, Harry returned to his room to sleep. When he awoke once again in the comfort of his soft bed, it felt quite routine. He promptly got out of bed and rushed into the living room, where he saw James tossing the golden snitch. Dad, who is the headmaster of Hogwarts? He eagerly inquired. James caught the snitch and looked at him quizzically. You forgot. He visited just the other day. It's the great Albus Dumbledore. Harry felt a weight lift from his heart and pressed on with another question. And who is Gellert Grindelwald? At that moment, Lily emerged from the kitchen with a glass of milk, chuckling as she ruffled Harry's hair. Silly child, are you still half asleep? Gellert Grindelwald is the husband of Headmaster Dumbledore. They're the most renowned couple in the wizarding world. Harry exhaled a long sigh of relief. So, it seemed the timeline had returned to its rightful course. Although he felt a twinge of guilt for Hagrid. In this timeline, Hagrid had never been wrongfully expelled from Hogwarts. Instead, He remained at Hogwarts after graduation to oversee the grounds and the Forbidden Forest purely out of personal passion, and due to his extensive knowledge of magical creatures. He was now the professor of care of magical creatures at Hogwarts. In the ensuing month, Harry experienced unparalleled happiness and contentment at home. He clung to his parents like never before, often simply sitting quietly beside them, prompting James to privately remark to Lily, "Lily, do you think our son has developed a fear of school? I've never seen him this affectionate." Lily, as usual, gave him an elegant roll of her eyes, urging him to be quiet. On the eve of the new school year, Lily inquired of Harry, Aunt Petunia has invited us to dinner to celebrate Dudley's transition to secondary school. Will you be joining us?" James immediately interjected with disdain. "Shouldn't we also be celebrating Harry's schooling? Why must we partake in their festivities?" Time was of the essence, as Harry was set to depart for Hogwarts the following day, and he would have to celebrate alongside Dudley, as Lily noted. "Let be," James muttered. Lily promptly narrowed her striking green eyes, fixing her gaze upon her husband. "James Potter, should you show even the slightest disrespect towards my sister and brother-in-law, we shall divorce." James instantly raised his hands in surrender, secretly exchanging knowing glances with Harry and pulling a comical grimace. Chapter 5. Journey to Hogwarts. Due to Harry's young age, rendering him incapable of long-distance apparition, they opted for the most ordinary of methods, driving James's magically enhanced Ford car to Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's residence. Harry had heard that Arthur Weasley had assisted in modifying the vehicle, which bore similarities to the one he and Ron had used in his previous life during their second term. As anticipated, they were greeted by Uncle Vernon's taut visage and Aunt Petunia's scathing glare. The atmosphere throughout the dinner was fraught with tension and impatience, punctuated only by the awkward clinking of cutlery and Dudley's loud chewing. Lily, with a smile, presented Dudley with a gift for his school enrollment and attempted to initiate several conversations, all of which were swiftly curtailed. However, before departing, Aunt Petunia clandestinely pulled Harry aside, shoving a 5-pound note into his hand. With a stiff neck and a tone laced with impatience, she said, "Here, your back-to-school gift. Off you go to that peculiar school of your mother's, little oddball." Having grown accustomed to Aunt Petunia's harshness, Harry surprisingly managed to perceive a hint of concern beneath her words. He thanked her, causing Petunia to momentarily stiffen before hastily departing. On the return journey, as soon as James grasped the steering wheel, he couldn't help but voice his grievances. "Merlin's beard, they're the rudest muggles I have ever encountered." Lily glanced at the drowsy Harry in the rearview mirror and softly replied, "Had you been polite from the outset, they might not have adopted such a demeanor. Are we not endeavoring to mend our relationship?" James felt somewhat aggrieved. "The rifts in relationships are not forged in a day and shall not mend so swiftly," Lily remarked. Upon returning home, Lily assisted Harry in performing a final check of his suitcase, ensuring that his wand, textbooks, and robes were all neatly arranged. She then kissed his forehead, urging him to retire early. As Harry lay in his bed, he listened to the soft murmur of his parents conversing outside. This warm world, where his parents were alive and friends were well, served as the anchor set by Merlin for him. It represented a predetermined destination. His task was to ensure that at those pivotal historical junctures, corrections were made, guiding the past towards this anchor point. Though uncertain if the current timeline was the most perfect, it was, at least for now, the best world he could envision, embracing an unprecedented sense of tranquility and conviction. Harry succumbed to a deep slumber, undisturbed by dreams throughout the night. On the following day, after bestowing a grand embrace upon his wife and child, James hurried off to the Ministry of Magic for work. Thus, Lily, accompanied solely by Harry, made her way to King's Cross Station. As they traversed the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, the familiar sight of the bustling and steamy platform 9 3/4 unfolded before them. Just as they were about to board the Hogwarts Express, a warm and familiar voice resonated through the air. "Lily." Harry's eyes brightened as he turned towards the source of the voice, discovering Molly Weasley surrounded by a throng of red-haired children. Instinctively, he searched the crowd for Ginny's familiar figure, yet whether it was due to her being too young for school or some other reason, he found no trace of the little girl among the boys. Lily and Molly exchanged heartfelt embraces. "Molly, is your son starting this year as well?" "Indeed," Molly replied with a smile, pulling forward a freckled boy who appeared somewhat bewildered. "This is Ron, my 6th child." "Your 6th?" Lily exclaimed with genuine admiration. "Goodness, I recall you having so many children. Next year we'll have another, making a total of 7 in our family." Molly beamed with pride and happiness. Lily shook her head in amazement, her eyes alight with admiration. At that moment, a pair of identical twins approached Harry. "Hey," one of them said. "Are you a first year too?" The other chimed in, "I'm Fred." He asked George, Harry smiled and nodded at them. George, or possibly Fred. He nudged Ron with his elbow. You might end up in the same house as Ron. Harry's gaze shifted to Ron, who instantly puffed out his chest with pride. Which house do you wish to join? Harry inquired earnestly. Gryffindor. Ron declared without hesitation. Our entire family is in Gryffindor. I assumed as much. Harry chuckled, genuinely affirming. Our family is also Gryffindor, and I wish to join too. At that moment, a platinum-haired boy strolled by, followed closely by his equally haughty father, Lucius Malfoy. The boy, Draco, exaggeratedly scoffed at them before mockingly altering his voice, saying, "Oh, how I wish to join Gryffindor." Lucius tapped Draco's leg lightly, yet firmly with the tip of his serpent-headed cane. You must not associate with them. A true Malfoy belongs in Slytherin. Lucius stated in a calm, yet icy tone. Draco promptly ceased his antics, a proud smile emerging as he responded to his father. Of course, father. Ugh, what a show-off. Harry rolled his eyes uncontrollably. Beside him, Ron's eyes seemed ready to roll into the back of his head. Ugh, Ron gasped dramatically, nudging Harry with his elbow and then whispering silently with his lips, the Malfoys, they're all like that. Harry nodded in agreement, sharing Ron's sentiment. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged within his line of sight. It was Hermione, laboriously pushing a massive suitcase brimming with belongings, struggling to hoist it onto the train. Her parents, being muggles, evidently lacked the ability to access this platform, and she had come alone. Observing her petite frame juxtaposed against the enormous luggage, Harry found himself compelled to speak. Do you need assistance? Hermione, startled by the unexpected voice, turned to see two unfamiliar boys and immediately straightened her posture, like a porcupine bristling with quills. Oh no, thank you. I can manage on my own. You have so much to carry, Ron interjected, pointing at the suitcase that nearly towered over Hermione. We can help you get it on board, and it will be easier for you. Absolutely not. Hermione's voice rose an octave, imbued with an unwavering determination. With that, she took a deep breath and summoned all her strength to push the heavy suitcase onto the train in one determined effort. Ron shook his head in disbelief and quietly murmured to Harry, "What's up with her?" Not sure, Harry mused, watching Hermione disappear into the carriage. Perhaps it's her independence? Once aboard, Harry and Ron naturally settled into the same empty compartment. Before leaving that morning, James had discreetly slipped Harry a substantial handful of gold galleons, urging him to spend freely. Initially, Harry thought he wouldn't need it, but his mind changed upon witnessing Ron retrieving a few meager sandwiches wrapped in napkins from his bag. When the snack trolley rolled by, Harry, in a generous spirit, purchased an array of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, and pumpkin pasties, creating a delightful pile between them. After declining several times, Ron ultimately succumbed to the allure of the treats. Upon sharing the first chocolate frog, he quickly claimed Harry as a companion. You have no idea how awful the Malfoys are, Ron lamented, chewing on pasty. They must be dark wizards. I bet they were all followers of Voldemort. A jolt ran through Harry at the mention of the name. He hadn't anticipated Ron would so casually utter Voldemort's name. He distinctly remembered that in his past life, Ron had been terrified of it. Deciding to test the waters, he feigned ignorance and asked, "Who is Voldemort?" Ron looked at Harry as if he were an alien. Didn't your parents ever tell you about Voldemort? His expression suddenly shifted to one of evident envy. Wow, you're so lucky. My mom has been scaring me with Voldemort stories since I was little. Harry was perplexed. She said. Ron lowered his voice, adopting a mysterious tone as if recounting a ghost story. When I was just 1 year old, the most fearsome dark wizard, Voldemort, suddenly became obsessed with a child who had just turned 1. Then, for that child's sake, he abandoned everything and vanished. Ever since, my mom has warned me that if I misbehave, Voldemort will sneak in and take me away to serve that child he likes. Harry was utterly frozen, a half-eaten pumpkin pie clutched in his hand, his mind a blank slate. He felt as though his worldview had been subjected to an unprecedented and cataclysmic shock. Although perhaps, maybe, that child could not possibly be himself, could it? Chapter 6, Merlin's Glowing Dust, the sensational lace-trimmed fishnet bodysuit. Meanwhile, deep within a secluded and shadowy castle, the shadows seemed to writhe as if imbued with life. A tall figure, obscured by darkness and indistinct in appearance, slowly rose, stretching its stiff joints. A deep, chilling laugh escaped him, echoing throughout the vast hall and causing a servant in the corner to tremble uncontrollably. With a casual flick of his wrist, the servant was drawn towards him, completely at his mercy. How many years had passed? His voice was hoarse, reminiscent of sandpaper. 10 years, my lord, the servant stammered, quaking with fear as his teeth chattered. 10 years, the figure mused. I should have grown by now. The servant shivered even more violently, a cold sweat soaking his back. Yet, amidst the paralyzing terror, a flicker of human moral awareness emerged, triumphing against the dread. He swallowed hard, summoning every ounce of courage, and squeaked out, "A master." The newly enacted laws by the Ministry of Magic prohibit any harm to minors. The towering figure fell silent, the air thickening with tension. Just as the servant braced for oblivion, the oppressive force suddenly dissipated. "Leave." The servant, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, scrambled away into the shadows. The figure approached the immense floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the swirling black mist outside. Pale, elongated fingers lightly tapped against the frigid windowsill, as if composing a silent melody filled with anxiety and anticipation. At that very moment, within a compartment of the Hogwarts Express, Harry inexplicably shivered, a wave of chill coursing down his spine. "What's wrong?" Ron inquired with concern. "Nothing," Harry replied, shaking his head to suppress the discomfort. To divert his attention, he asked, "By the way, your mother mentioned you have 7 siblings. Who are they?" "Oh, once the topic of family arises, I can't help but share." Ron began eagerly. "I have 5 older brothers, Bill, Charlie, Percy, and the twins Fred and George." He paused before continuing, "And I have a younger brother named Ginny, who is a year younger than me and will start school next year." Harry's face instantly froze. Almost instinctively, he repeated, his voice laced with disbelief, "A brother?" "Indeed," Ron affirmed, nodding without noticing Harry's stiff expression. "My mom always wanted a daughter, but she ended up with all boys. When Ginny was born, she had already chosen a name, Ginny. But since it turned out to be a boy, she simply named him Ginny." He let out a sigh, then leaned closer to Harry with an air of secrecy, warning him, "Oh, by the way, you must be cautious when you encounter Ginny. Do not mistake him for a girl, or there will be dire consequences." Harry felt a throbbing in his temples. Ron continued to elaborate. "He absolutely detests being mistaken for a girl, although he is indeed quite adorable, and his mother particularly enjoys dressing him in lovely little dresses in secret." Harry felt a wave of pain surging through his head. Within the brief span of mere minutes, he had learned of the urban legend surrounding the Dark Lord's retirement after renouncing his way for the sake of a 1-year-old boy, only to discover that his future girlfriend in this timeline was somehow involved with the situation. Deep within, he let out a shrill scream akin to that of a startled groundhog. Merlin's luminous, glittery, lace bodysuit. He thought, indeed, Merlin has dug a deep pit for him without a shred of mercy. What occupied Harry's mind now? The individual in question merely wished to storm into Merlin's tomb and berate every single one of his garments, from the diamond-studded to the pure cotton, from cotton to lace. One by one, if he were to reflect upon Merlin's initial return with that incessant, probing confirmation. "Are you sure? Truly sure? Don't you want to reconsider?" The ominous sign of a pit dug just for him. He would feel utterly foolish. How could he have overlooked such a thing? Drawing a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, striving to suppress the torrent of sarcasm that threatened to escape. He endeavored to console himself. Calm down. Remaining composed is not entirely impossible. At the very least, this world, as it appeared, was indeed quite perfect. Though it exuded an inexplicable oddity, both Dumbledore and his parents had reached a blissful conclusion. Wait, no. As he instinctively juxtaposed Dumbledore with his parents, an overwhelming sense of discord surged to the forefront of his mind. His parents' happy ending was one of mutual love. What then constituted Dumbledore's happy ending? Cohabiting in a cozy countryside cottage with a Dark Lord who should rightly be imprisoned? What kind of world was this? Could it be that Grindelwald was now the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts? No. On the very first day of his reincarnation into this world, Sirius had stated that Grindelwald was Dumbledore's husband. It was merely the subsequent series of shocks that had caused him to forget this detail. As a genuine, albeit inexperienced and somewhat clueless heterosexual male, having forgotten that Grindelwald was Dumbledore's husband, he merely categorized the sight of Grindelwald, resembling a pampered cat, affectionately embracing Dumbledore as an expression of an extraordinary bond transcending life and death. No, that cannot be. Could it be that they shared such a relationship even in the original world? With a thunderous realization, it struck him. Harry felt as though his entire worldview had been struck by a bolt of divine lightning, collapsing in an instant, only to be forcibly reshaped in a manner that was entirely new, absurd, and distorted. He sat there, dazed, his spirit seemingly detached, his face ashen. "Harry?" Ron beside him finally broke the silence. "Can I have a chocolate frog?" Harry abruptly turned his head, gazing at Ron's freckled face, innocent and unblemished, and was instantly overwhelmed with a profound sense of gratitude. In this shattered world, Ron, this ordinary, pure soul who merely wished to enjoy a chocolate frog, was the sole beacon of light illuminating Harry's dark existence. He reached out, firmly patting Ron on the shoulder. His voice tinged with emotion. Eat. Have a big one. They're all for you. If that is not enough, I'll buy more. Ron, startled by this sudden outpouring of enthusiasm, flinched slightly and chuckled awkwardly. He looked into Harry's expressive eyes and, after a moment's hesitation, felt it best to clarify a few things. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a somewhat bashful whisper, Harry, I like girls. Upon hearing this, Harry was even more touched. That's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. He fought back the urge to weep, nodding vigorously. In this chaotic world, Ron was normal. Ron's sexual orientation was normal. This was indeed a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Chapter 7. Merlin's diamond-encrusted crystal chain underwear. Before long, the door to the compartment swung open, and Hermione poked her fluffy head inside, her expression tinged with urgency. Excuse me, have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost his toad. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Oh, well, Hermione sighed in disappointment. I suppose that's that. I heard it was a special gift from his parents for his enrollment. If he loses it, I'm sure he'll receive a rather scolding letter. With that, she hurried away. However, Harry's ears perked up, keenly capturing the key phrase, Neville's parents. In that moment, the thunderous revelations about Ginny becoming his brother and Voldemort devolving into a fool were temporarily overshadowed by a warm and tranquil sense of satisfaction. This world, indeed, was quite splendid. Sirius had not been imprisoned, Lupin had not faced destitution, and Neville's parents had not been driven to madness. The tragedies that could have befallen them all had not occurred. Everything was as beautiful as a flawless fairy tale. Of course, Harry did not forget that ensuring this fairy tale reached a satisfying conclusion would require his own efforts. Merlin had merely provided him with a perfect endpoint as a guiding star, yet the paths leading to that endpoint were his to navigate alone, no longer reliant solely on Merlin. Contemplating this, he felt the weight of responsibility settle heavily upon his shoulders. Naturally, it would be even better if this world were free of so many inexplicable terrors. Nevertheless, that did not prevent him from cursing Merlin's diamond-encrusted crystal chain underwear. Oh, and let us hope Draco is a little more normal too. He certainly did not forget the peculiar sight of that golden-haired lad, clinging to his neck and inhaling deeply outside Madame Malkin's shop. Meanwhile, in the adjacent compartment, Draco Malfoy, seated alongside Crabbe and Goyle, stretched his neck like a hound, fervently sniffing the air. With his eyes closed, a look of near ecstasy adorned his face. You two, Draco opened his eyes and, with impatience, inquired of his two lackeys whether they could detect any sweet scent. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged bewildered glances before clumsily shaking their heads. TSK. Draco clicked his tongue in disdain. You two are utterly useless. Can't you even smell? Such a rich, sweet aroma, and you failed to notice it. Crabbe, in a deep voice, asked what kind of sweetness. Draco's expression shifted to one of irritation mixed with longing as he described. It resembles the delightful scent of freshly baked cake, with a hint of the finest cream. A distinct and resounding growl emanated from his stomach. Draco shot a look of exasperation at Goyle, who scratched his not-so-bright head, and, looking pitiful, said, Draco, you made me hungry. Ultimately, Draco, albeit reluctantly, escorted Crabbe and Goyle to the snack trolley. He merely took a small box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, while his two companions devoured pumpkin pasties, licorice wands, and chocolate frogs as if they had not eaten in days. Upon returning to the compartment, Draco regarded them with disdain as they gorged themselves, crumbs scattered about, their chewing producing a cacophony of smacking sounds. Their greasy mouths were an affront to the Malfoy family's aesthetic standards. In that instant, Draco began to profoundly question his life. Should he truly befriend these two? His father had said that Crabbe was a loyal follower arranged by the family, as was Goyle, whom he encountered on the train. Yet, Draco perceived them more as two mindless, gluttonous shields. A true Malfoy ought to have companions worthy of a name. Perhaps he should seek another? The image of that dark-haired, green-eyed figure intrusively surfaced in his mind. Harry Potter seemed quite appealing. He appeared to possess a pleasant disposition, was handsome, and exuded a delightful aroma, sweet and warm, reminiscent of a little cake by the hearth on a winter afternoon. Wait, little cake, that elusive, sweet scent that had been troubling him throughout the journey wafted gently into his nostrils once more. Draco's mind was struck as if by lightning. He froze, and the box of Bertie Bott's beans slipped from his grasp, scattering across the floor. The very scent that had caught him off guard outside Madame Malkin's, the one that had distracted him at platform 9 3/4, and the fragrance he had frantically searched for in the corridor, now flooded back into his consciousness. He described it as a freshly baked cake infused with the finest cream. No, that scent, that aroma is reminiscent of Harry Potter. Draco's pupils dilated abruptly, and he finally comprehended the source of that enchanting sweetness that had captivated his thoughts. It was not some ethereal floating cake, but rather the living, breathing Harry Potter himself. Seated in the adjacent compartment, he leapt to his feet, startling Goyle, who was still engrossed in his feast. "Young master?" Goyle inquired, but Draco paid him no heed. In his gray-blue eyes, an unprecedented excitement emerged, akin to that of a predator spotting its prey. He adjusted his meticulously arranged wizarding robes, a determined smile gracing his lips. He had made a resolution. It was time to acquaint himself with his new companion. However, fate seemed to delight in inserting trivial mischief at the most pivotal moments. Draco Malfoy ultimately failed to seize what he presumed to be an infallible opportunity. With a confident smile, he confidently swung open the door to the next compartment, only to find that the dark-haired boy, exuding the delightful scent of cake, was absent. Instead, he was met with the glaring red hair and freckled face of Ron Weasley. The air thickened in that instant. Draco's smile faltered as he beheld Ron, who, upon lifting his gaze while preparing to unwrap a package of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, encountered the arrogant platinum-haired boy at the doorway. The two stood, one outside and the other within, their gazes colliding in the charged atmosphere. It was as if sparks were crackling in the air. In the next moment, they synchronously cast each other a look of utter disdain, then, in unison, turned their heads with haughty indifference, too proud to utter a single word. Inwardly, Draco scoffed. "Ha, the impoverished Weasley." Ron similarly spat mentally. "Ugh, the insufferable Malfoy." With a decisive slam, Draco shut the door, extinguishing any thought of re-entering that compartment. It had been sullied by the stench of the Weasley family's poverty. Not long after he stormed away in a fit of rage, Harry returned, oblivious after a trip to the restroom. As he settled back in, Ron immediately leaned closer, lowering his voice in a tone of exasperation. "Harry, you wouldn't believe it. While you were gone, an insufferable person came by." "Who?" Harry inquired with curiosity. "Malfoy." Ron's expression was akin to having tasted a bean flavored with snot, the very same golden-haired boy we saw before boarding. "Absolutely detestable." Harry responded with an "oh," instinctively asking, "What did he want? Was there a problem?" "Nothing." Ron waved his hand dismissively. He didn't say anything, just opened the door, stood there for a moment, looked around, and then left. It was all rather strange. Harry furrowed his brow at this. Malfoy specifically came to their compartment just to take a look around? He pondered. What could possibly be so intriguing? Chapter 8. Merlin's Reversed Underpants. As the first-year students followed Professor McGonagall through the majestic oak doors into the Great Hall of Hogwarts, a chorus of astonished gasps rippled through the line. Above them loomed a velvet ceiling as profound as the night sky, studded with twinkling stars, while thousands of floating candles cast a gentle glow over the 4 long tables, each filled with students. The familiar proceedings commenced, including Dumbledore's introduction of Hogwarts and the various teachers, as well as the sorting method. Professor McGonagall placed a tattered, patched, and soiled wizard's hat upon a 4-legged stool. After a moment of silence, a crack at the brim of the hat opened like a mouth and began to sing. The sorting ceremony had officially begun. Hannah Abbott, a girl, her cheeks flushed and golden braids bouncing, stumbled forward and donned the hat, which nearly obscured her entire face. After a brief pause, the hat exclaimed, "Hufflepuff!" A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the table on the right as Hannah hurried over, visibly relieved. With each name announced, Harry felt Ron tremble even more intensely beside him. His complexion had transformed from its normal hue to a shade somewhere between pale and waxen, mumbling incessantly, "Oh no, if I'm not sorted into Gryffindor, my mum will kill me." Harry reassuringly patted his shoulder. Ron was faring slightly better than he had in his previous life, where he had feared expulsion and a return to the Dursleys, who would send him to some peculiar school. On the opposite side of the line, Draco Malfoy presented a stark contrast, his chin held high and a self-assured smirk gracing his lips. He seemed to regard the sorting hat not as an arbiter of his house, but as a crown being placed upon his head. Slytherin, he thought, dismissing any notion of an alternative house. Ron Weasley. When Professor McGonagall called his name, Ron appeared as though jolted by an electric shock, awkwardly shuffling towards the stage. He nearly closed his eyes as the ragged hat settled upon his fiery hair. To everyone's surprise, the moment the hat touched his head, it immediately proclaimed, "Ah, another Weasley? Then you must be going to Gryffindor." Ron exhaled a sigh of relief, as if he had been pulled from the depths of water. At the Gryffindor table, his brothers erupted into thunderous cheers, with Fred and George even standing up to shout, We got another Weasley. Finally, it was Harry's turn. When Harry Potter echoed through the hall, it remained as raucous as ever, unlike his previous life, where an immediate hush fell upon the room, followed by a tsunami of murmurs. Harry felt as though he were merely an ordinary wizard, just one among many. He approached the stage, took a seat, and Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon his head. The hat obscured his vision, and in the darkness, a small voice spoke directly into his ear. "Oh, this is truly remarkable, absolutely splendid, brimming with courage, without a doubt, possessing extraordinary talent and a heart eager to prove itself. You harbor immeasurable potential, my dear child. You can shine brilliantly in any academy." That voice was suffused with approval. "Now, let me see if Slytherin will guide you towards glory, while Gryffindor will help you discover where you truly belong. Where do you wish to go?" Harry hesitated not for a moment. His parents and his newfound friends resided in that warm, crimson place. Gryffindor, he resolutely thought within himself. "I wish to join Gryffindor," as if sensing his sincerest desire. The voice chuckled lightly. "Since you have made your decision." In the next instant, the sorting hat, with all its might, proclaimed to the entire hall, "Gryffindor." As Harry removed the hat, he was greeted by the exuberant cheers of the entire Gryffindor table, rising in a frenzy. Fred and George shouted loudly, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Harry wagered that this time their exclamations were not about the boy who lived, a figure of legend in this world, but rather a genuine celebration of a familiar face. He took a seat beside Ron, gazing at the warm, enthusiastic smile surrounding him. The heart that had hung in suspense now found its solid grounding at last. Just as Harry settled beside Ron, still basking in the warmth of Gryffindor's welcoming embrace, an icy gaze pierced through him, rendering him momentarily rigid. Instinctively, he followed the line of that stare to the staff table, and his heart was seized by an invisible hand. Severus Snape, the potions master, with his greasy black hair and hooked nose, was fixated on him with his cold, dark eyes. There was no curiosity in that gaze, no scrutiny, only an unmasked, almost palpable loathing. As if Harry were not a mere 11-year-old boy embarking on his academic journey, but rather his sworn nemesis. In an instant, the warmth of Gryffindor felt as though it had been doused with a bucket of icy water, extinguishing all comfort. Harry shivered in fright, hastily diverting his gaze, only to find himself staring at another figure seated beside Snape, Gellert Grindelwald. The legendary First Dark Lord was clad in a well-tailored deep blue robe, conversing elegantly and softly with a nearby Dumbledore, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was the newly appointed defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. Witnessing this, Harry's heart, which had just been chilled by Snape, was enveloped once more by a surge of profound emotion and warmth. He felt as though tears might spring forth at any moment. How wonderful! He need no longer worry about peculiar individuals teaching his defense against the dark arts class. No more Quirrell with a face growing from the back of his head. No more forgetful Lockhart. No more imposter Barty Crouch Jr. And certainly no more that revolting pink toad. The curse of a defense against the dark arts professor's annual replacement has finally come to an end in this world. Indeed, Harry does not believe for a moment that Grindelwald would be replaced. What a ridiculous notion. In the entire magical realm, the only one remotely qualified to supplant Grindelwald would surely be Voldemort himself. To imagine Voldemort as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts? That is an absurd tale of the highest order. Such a scenario would be as impossible as Merlin wearing his undergarments inside out. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. Harry's thoughts were forcibly dragged back to reality. The real issue is why Professor Snape is staring at him with a gaze that seems to wish to consume him whole. Could it be that in this world, his father, James Potter, committed some heinous acts in his student days that incited such animosity from Snape? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Harry froze. His brain raced back to the words Lily had once said about his father's behavior during his school years. Oh, he truly did act inappropriately. Could it be that he bullied Professor Snape again? Chapter 9. I am Severus Snape. After a lavish dinner, Harry followed the Gryffindor troop, trailing behind the prefect as they passed through the portrait of the fat lady and returned to the warm, inviting common room. He, along with Ron, Seamus, Dean, and Neville, shared the same dormitory. Once they entered the dormitory, Ron eagerly rummaged through his old trunk and produced a well-worn wizard chess set, the pieces still bickering amongst themselves inside the box. Hey, Harry, Ron exclaimed, holding up the chessboard with eager anticipation. Want to have a match? Sure, Harry replied with a smile. The outcome was inevitable. Amidst Ron's repeated exclamations of Merlin's beard, Harry's queen gracefully lifted a stone chair and shattered Ron's king into pieces. Wow, Ron conceded defeat wholeheartedly. Harry, you're truly amazing. I thought my brothers were already quite skilled. Harry smiled sheepishly. It was hardly something to boast about, he silently scoffed. After all, he was leveraging the advantage of having a soul several years older than his opponent. Not to mention the countless matches he had played with Ron in the future that had contributed to his experience. To use future knowledge to dominate a novice like Ron was akin to cheating. As the night deepened and everyone fell into a deep slumber, Harry lay on the soft, comfortable four-poster bed, listening to the wind outside, his heart filled with tranquility. He closed his eyes, preparing to embrace his first peaceful dream at Hogwarts. However, when he opened his eyes again, he was greeted not by the dim ceiling of the dormitory, but by the familiar rhythmic swaying and the rapidly retreating green scenery outside the window. He was back on the Hogwarts Express. Harry sat up abruptly, bewildered, surveying his surroundings. What was this new trick of Merlin's? Just then, the compartment door swung open, and a bespectacled boy with disheveled black hair peered in, awkwardly asking, "Excuse me, is there any space available here?" "Yes," Harry instinctively replied. The boy exhaled a sigh of relief, entered, and took a seat, extending his hand with an air of formality, a hint of pride gracing his features. "Hello, my name is James Potter. What is yours?" In that moment, Harry's mind buzzed, utterly incapacitated. What was his name? James Potter? His father. Just as he was on the brink of blurting out that he was his son, a cool thought seemed to descend from the heavens, forcibly injecting itself into his consciousness, providing him with the sole clue he needed. Harry jolted, gazing at the young yet eerily familiar face before him, stammering, "I'm Harry Potter." "Harry Potter?" James raised an eyebrow, his expression mirroring that of a future Harry. "What a coincidence, we share the same surname." Harry could only muster a stiff smile in response. "And where do you hail from?" James inquired casually, though his eyes carried a hint of scrutiny. "I come from a Muggle family," Harry replied, adhering to the script laid out by Merlin. No sooner had he spoken than James's enthusiasm visibly waned. Though he uttered no words, his demeanor shifted, becoming somewhat distant and polite, engaging in a token conversation about the weather. In the midst of this awkward atmosphere, two more individuals appeared at the compartment door. A girl with cascading deep red hair and striking emerald green eyes that made Harry's heart skip a beat stood beside a boy with waxen skin, greasy hair, and a rather gloomy demeanor. The girl peered into the compartment and cheerfully asked, "Is there room here?" James, instinctively about to reply in the negative, was preempted by Harry, who almost immediately responded, "Yes, there's room." The girl offered Harry a grateful smile and proceeded to sit beside James. She then glanced at the boy lingering by the door, urging, "Sit down, Snape. You wouldn't want to stand all the way to Hogwarts, would you? The train has just started. You might be standing for the entire journey." Now, aside from being Harry Potter, he had acquired yet another identity, Harry Potter, a mere syllables difference. Yet it spanned an entire chasm of time and space. The awkwardness within the compartment was shattered by the girl's melodious voice. She confidently introduced herself. "Hello, I am Lily Evans from a Muggle family." As she spoke, her emerald eyes sparkled with self-assurance, showing no signs of discomfort regarding her background. This candid demeanor evidently charmed James Potter, who had previously shown a slight reserve towards the term Muggle. Harry noted, with clarity, that James straightened in his seat, his gaze directed at Lily with far greater eagerness and focus than when he looked at himself. As for the other boy, he had remained silent since his arrival, huddled in the corner as if wishing to isolate himself from the world with his dark hair. James Potter's attention turned toward him, an almost instinctual disdain rising unmasked. He inquired, with the haughty demeanor of a peacock whose territory had been encroached upon, "What is your name?" The young man remained silent, not even lifting his head. This blatant disregard infuriated James. He abruptly stood up and pushed Snape, his tone turning decidedly hostile. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't act like that." Harry quickly rose, grasping James's arm, interjecting before Lily could. "If he doesn't wish to speak, there's no need to press him, is there?" Lily immediately nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Why are you pushing him?" Faced with the reproach of both, James huffed and reluctantly sat back down, though his displeased gaze remained fixed on Snape. Slowly, Snape raised his head, first glancing at Harry, who had come to his defense, then at Lily, who had supported her friend. His nose instinctively twitched. Truth be told, from the moment he boarded the train, he had sensed an elusive, sweet aroma reminiscent of cake that unsettled his mind. Now, sitting beside this boy named Harry, the scent enveloped him, so rich that it left him dizzy. His entire nasal cavity was filled with the sweet fragrance, commanding all his senses and leaving him nearly incapable of coherent thought. What had that boy named James Potter just asked him? Oh, He had inquired about his name. Snape belatedly registered the question. His focus was entirely captivated by that enchanting aroma, leaving no energy for other thoughts. He simply yearned to draw nearer to the source of that scent. His gaze traversed past Lily and James, ultimately locking firmly on Harry. "I am," his voice emerged, slightly hoarse and laced with a hint of an obsession he himself was unaware of. Severus Snape. Chapter 10. Harry conceived a bold plan. Snape's self-introduction rendered James Potter uneasy. He involuntarily shivered, sensing something distinctly odd about this boy named Snape. For a moment, even his eagerness to converse with Lily waned. The carriage fell into a brief, eerie silence. After a considerable pause, the previously silent Snape spoke again, his gaze still unwaveringly fixed on Harry, as if only the two of them existed in the compartment. He rasped, "What is your name?" Harry paused, then replied, "I am Harry Potter." Seizing the opportunity, James straightened up, looking at Lily, and boisterously declared, "I am James Potter. You both share the Potter surname?" Lily's green eyes sparkled with curiosity as she glanced between James and Harry. "Are you brothers? You resemble each other quite a bit." "Harry," she exclaimed, as if she had discovered a new world, "your eye color is exactly the same as mine." This remark pierced James's heart like a thorn. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his brow furrowing as an unwelcome sense of offense surged within him. He quickly distanced himself from Harry. "I'm a child of the pure-blood Potter family," he emphasized, whereas Harry comes from a Muggle family. The subtle air of superiority in his words instantly darkened Lily's expression. "What is wrong with coming from a Muggle family?" she retorted without reservation. "Is there anything wrong with being from a Muggle family? I cherish my parents and my sister, and they take immense pride in my identity as a witch." A radiant smile graced her face as she spoke of her sister. However, Harry couldn't help but furrow his brow upon hearing her words. He vividly recalled that in his timeline, Aunt Petunia had never felt pride over Lily being a witch. Instead, she was consumed by jealousy, branding her a freak. The stark contrast between the impending tragedy and the present happiness pierced Harry's heart. Noticing the discontent on the face of the girl he admired, James immediately panicked. Waving his hands, "No, that is not what I meant. Muggle families are wonderful, truly wonderful." Yet, this minor dispute seemed to have no effect on Severus Snape, who resolutely ignored James and Lily's exchange and once again posed a question to Harry. "Harry, which house do you wish to join?" Harry was utterly taken aback. He couldn't fathom why Snape, a stranger from a so-called Muggle background, displayed such curiosity about him. The intensity of that inquisitiveness even eclipsed his interest in Lily. However, a bold thought began to blossom in Harry's mind. What if he could befriend Snape at this moment? What if he could intervene and prevent James Potter from bullying Snape at school? Then, in the future, when Professor Snape saw him again, perhaps he would no longer think of the James Potter he had loathed for a lifetime and thus would not glare at him with such murderous intent. Faced with Snape's probing black eyes, Harry made a decision within himself. He offered a sincere smile and said, "I wish to join Gryffindor." Lily's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "I want to go too. I adore Gryffindor's colors. They are a beautiful scarlet, just like my hair." As she spoke, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a radiant glow upon her. "Right." James immediately seized upon this serendipitous commonality, excitement surging through him. "I think so too. Gryffindor is the best house. I absolutely must go there." Lily nodded with a smile before turning to Snape, who was seated in the corner, and kindly inquired, "What about you, Severus? Which house do you want to join?" Snape's gaze shifted from Harry to the ground, and with a barely audible, monotonous voice, he replied, "I don't know. Anywhere is fine, as long as I can stay there." This statement was like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the warm atmosphere that had just ignited in the compartment. The humility and uncertainty about the future inherent in his words stood in stark contrast to the natural optimism expressed by James and Lily. James's smile froze. He truly disliked this gloomy Snape. His very presence seemed to exist solely to dampen the mood. He furrowed his brows and stated bluntly, "If you do not wish to share a compartment with us, you may leave. No one is forcing you to stay." Snape did not even raise an eyebrow, completely disregarding him as if James were merely a figment of air. This utter neglect ignited a surge of anger within James, and he was nearly compelled to stand and demand that Snape vacate the compartment immediately. Harry shook his head in resignation within. It seemed that Professor Snape's demeanor was entirely incompatible with his father's, reminiscent of the antagonism between him and Draco, where every encounter was marked by scowls and harsh words. He recalled Lily's earlier remark that there were no seats left outside. Should Snape be expelled, he would be left forlornly sitting in the aisle alone. Never mind. One cannot allow Snape to sit solitary in the corridor. Upon hearing Harry's thought, James also arrived at the same conclusion. Perhaps stirred by a flicker of conscience or a desire not to appear excessively harsh in front of Lily. He ultimately emitted a heavy sigh and begrudgingly returned to his seat. Snape remained ensconced in his usual aloof demeanor, retreating into the shadows. Lily and Harry exchanged glances, both witnessing a flicker of exasperation in each other's eyes. Lily shook her head at him, as if to convey the futility of it all. After that, silence enveloped the compartment. James was sulking. Lily rested her chin in her hand while gazing out the window, and Snape resembled a statue. Harry watched the rapidly retreating landscape outside, listening to the rhythmic clatter of the train, his eyelids gradually growing heavy. In a haze, his body slumped against the glass. Faintly, he sensed his weighty form tipping over, only to be caught and gently placed upon a pillow of just the right elevation and firmness. The comfortable position made it increasingly difficult for Harry to keep his eyes open. What began as a light doze soon rendered his mind leaden, ultimately leading him into unconsciousness. Chapter 11. What transpires when powdered essence of mandrake is added to a wormwood infusion? Harry awakened from the surreal dream that transcended time and space. Finding himself sprawled upon the soft four-poster bed in the Gryffindor dormitory, sunlight streaming in through the window, and the familiar sounds of Ron's snoring echoing nearby. He exhaled deeply, satisfied, and rose from his slumber. Reality was indeed delightful. During the first week of the new term at Hogwarts, most classes focused on demonstrations and engaging activities to pique the interest of the young witches and wizards. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick showcased the levitation charm, informing them that this would be one of the spells they would learn this semester. While in Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall handed each student a matchstick, instructing them to attempt transforming it into a needle. Harry regarded the matchstick in his hand with indifference. In his previous life, he had already played the role of the much-admired savior, a figure of great renown. In this lifetime, he simply wished to lead a modest existence, quietly embracing the life of an unremarkable young wizard. Thus, he deliberately slowed his pace, meticulously controlling his progress to remain within a subtle range similar to Ron's, yet just slightly surpassing him. Why strive to exceed Ron, even if just a little? Harry cast a glance at Ron's wand, which was wrapped in magical tape and intermittently emitted sparks, filling him with sympathy. It was a relic from Ron's brother, long overdue for retirement. If Ron were to possess a brand new wand, yet find himself in the same unfortunate predicament, it would be utterly absurd. However, Harry quietly devised a plan in his mind. Once he became well acquainted with Ron, and they forged a brotherly bond, he would gift him a new wand on his birthday. This way, Ron would not have to wait several years to replace this antiquated relic that could explode at any moment. The subsequent class was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Harry was quite curious about how Grindelwald would conduct the lesson, recalling that Professor Quirrell's inaugural class had introduced them to the art of vampire deterrence. Upon entering the classroom, the legendary first Dark Lord, Professor Gellert Grindelwald, stood at the podium. He wasted no words, surveying all the young wizards with a scrutinizing gaze imbued with a subtle authority. As your first lesson, his voice resonated clearly and powerfully. I shall demonstrate a spell of the highest and purest form of protective magic. With that, he slowly raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. In the next moment, a dazzling silvery light erupted from the tip of his wand, swiftly coalescing amidst the gasps of the young wizards. It took the form of an enormous, resplendent bird, ablaze with golden feathers, gracefully circling the classroom and radiating a comforting warmth. The room fell silent, and Harry was utterly mesmerized. Was that not Fawkes? Though there were slight differences in detail, the appearance and grandeur were strikingly reminiscent of the Phoenix residing in Dumbledore's office. He instinctively thought of Dumbledore and the fact that Grindelwald was his husband. He also recalled the young Grindelwald he had seen in Godric's Hollow, who seemed almost glued to Dumbledore. A shiver ran down Harry's spine as he resolutely pulled himself back from his chaotic imaginings. He sensed that he was treading dangerously close to deeper thoughts. After the Defense Against the Dark Arts class came the potions lesson that Harry had eagerly anticipated. The stone steps leading to the underground classroom were cold and damp. Yet Harry harbored a flicker of fervent hope. In his imagination, today Professor Snape would be somewhat amiable. He could hardly envision a benevolent Snape, but at the very least, he hoped for a neutral demeanor, rather than the outright hostility he had experienced in his previous life. However, reality delivered a stinging blow. The classroom door burst open violently, and Severus Snape swept in like a colossal, resentful bat. After delivering his classic, silky opening line, akin to venom, that rendered all the young wizards silent, his piercing eyes zeroed in on target. He halted directly in front of Harry Potter. Snape arched an eyebrow, his waxen visage suffused with unabashed disdain, and with a venomous, elongated tone inquired, "Harry Potter? The son of James Potter?" Harry felt a jolt of tension course through him. He discerned the palpable hatred simmering beneath that tone. Leaning closer, Snape's black eyes radiated an icy emptiness as he posed his next question. What would be the result of combining powdered daffodil root with an infusion of mugwort? Harry, though momentarily perplexed, instinctively rose to respond, drawing upon memories from a past life. Professor, it would yield a potent sleeping draught, known as the elixir of life. A sardonic smile tugged at the corners of Snape's mouth, as if to mock Harry's unexpected knowledge. He then launched two even more challenging inquiries. Harry answered each one, albeit with some hesitation, yet his responses were entirely accurate. Snape scrutinized him from head to toe, his gaze as frigid as a scalpel. Before delivering a biting remark, "It seems your mother, despite marrying a simpleton, has not borne a simpleton's child." Truly, a touching testament to genetics. The disdain with which he uttered the word simpleton was palpable. Gryffindor loses 3 points for one individual's arrogance. Hermione's hand shot up in protest, indignantly standing. "That's not fair." "Professor." Harry clearly answered all the questions. Snape's gaze snapped towards her like a whip. "I did not grant you permission to speak, Miss Granger." Gryffindor loses another point. Hermione's face flushed with anger, yet she begrudgingly sat down, pulled back by Ron's urging. The remainder of the potion-making session was an ordeal for Harry. Snape drifted like a specter around his cauldron, that frigid gaze nearly burning 2 holes in his back. Harry forced himself to disregard Snape and, relying on his own skills, concocted a potion for treating scabies that was nothing short of flawless. Snape uttered not a word, merely circling to the other side to mercilessly deduct a point from Seamus for a botched attempt, while bestowing 2 points upon Draco Malfoy for his commendable effort. When the class bell rang, the Gryffindor students were incensed over the inexplicable deduction of 5 points. Surprisingly, however, none blamed Harry or Hermione. Instead, they gathered around to console them, vociferously denouncing Snape's bias and injustice. Harry, distractedly accepting their reassurances, found his thoughts in turmoil. This shouldn't be happening. He had altered certain events through that dream. Why was Snape still the same? Was it possible that the changes were insufficient? Did he need to facilitate a friendship between Professor Snape and his arch-nemesis father? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. The difficulty of such a task was akin to traversing through the depths of hell. As he pondered this convoluted dilemma, he moved with the throng out of the classroom. The moment he stepped into the corridor, he suddenly felt an intense gaze upon him, piercing like a needle. He instinctively turned to look back. Behind him lay an empty expanse, dotted only by a few sluggish Hufflepuff students meandering along. Harry, perplexed, scratched his head, suspecting it to be merely an illusion, and turned to continue his walk. Yet, in the shadows of an unseen corner, a dark figure slowly withdrew its gaze, its eyes swirling with a complexity akin to an unfathomable vortex. Chapter 12. Cakes are meant to be consumed. Harry felt as though the sky had collapsed. To suggest that James Potter and Severus Snape could be friends was as ludicrous as proposing that Draco Malfoy might seek his friendship. It was an utterly fantastical notion, a task beyond the realm of possibility. Why not befriend Draco instead? No, that was simply out of the question. It was not due to prejudice. After the war, he had shed any bias against the Malfoy family, and were Draco an adult, Harry would be more than willing to befriend him. However, during their school years, that was impossible. Young Draco's intellect barely surpassed that of a 6-year-old, and he was insufferably annoying. As fate would have it, the slap of reality came swiftly, manifesting the very next day during flying lessons, when poor Neville, overwhelmed by nerves, ascended prematurely only to plummet from his broom and be escorted to the hospital wing by Madame Hooch. Draco Malfoy seized the memory orb he had dropped. "Look at this," Draco mocked, his voice elongated in that familiar tone. If this oaf were to crush it, he might forget his own name. "Give it back to me, Malfoy," Harry interjected. "No," Draco replied, a malicious grin spreading across his face. He mounted his broom and soared into the air. "I think I shall hide it somewhere, perhaps on the roof." Without hesitation, Harry leapt onto his broom. "Harry, don't!" Hermione cried out in a desperate attempt to halt him, but it was too late. Like a bolt of lightning, Harry shot upwards. The wind howled past his ears, and the innate gift of flight filled him with an exhilarating sense of freedom. In the midst of his pursuit, he executed a daring roll to evade a suddenly protruding tower spire, the rough stone wall leaving a thin cut across his cheek. A drop of crimson blood oozed forth. Its scent, rich and almost sweet, permeating the air, reminiscent of the cake that Draco could detect whenever he shared the same space as Harry. Draco, boasting of his flying prowess, momentarily froze. He detected it. The aroma intrusively invaded his nostrils, tightening his chest with an unfamiliar, intense longing that seized him. His gaze involuntarily shifted from the glass orb to the glistening drop of blood on Harry's cheek. His throat involuntarily constricted, and a ridiculous yet fervent thought surged through his mind. He wanted to lick it away. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Harry, like a hawk, deftly snatched the memory orb from Draco's grasp and landed gracefully on the lawn, earning a thunderous cheer from the Gryffindor students. Draco landed nearby in a daze, devoid of his usual frantic curses. Instead, he gazed at Harry's retreating figure, lost in profound contemplation, his mind consumed by that unsettlingly sweet aroma and the absurd desire that astonished even himself. "Hey, Potter," Draco heard himself say, and Harry turned back, seemingly perplexed as to why he was being called. "Be my friend. I assure you, you won't be a loss." Draco's throat bobbed as he spoke, infused with a hint of yearning. The incident during flying class had not stirred much commotion, except for Professor McGonagall, who, upon catching Harry, promptly recommended him to Wood, making him the youngest seeker for Gryffindor in a century. Moreover, Draco's attempts at friendship had met with failure. After uttering that line to Harry, he was met with silence. During the subsequent charms lesson, Professor Flitwick distributed a feather to each student, announcing that they would learn the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. This time, Harry did not carelessly select a seat. Upon entering the classroom, he surveyed the room, skillfully avoiding the potentially chaotic presence of Seamus, while also disregarding the eager gaze of Malfoy on the other side. He chose to sit beside Ron. There were two reasons for this choice. Firstly, he recalled that after this class, Ron would become incensed by Hermione's slightly condescending remark, leading him to vent his frustrations about her lack of friends, which coincidentally would be overheard by Hermione, resulting in the Halloween troll incident. He hoped that by sitting closer to Ron, he might alter the course of events. Secondly, there were no other suitable options available. Among Malfoy, Seamus, and Ron, it was evident to anyone with sense whom he should choose. As the class commenced, Professor Flitwick, with his high-pitched voice, demonstrated the Wingardium Leviosa perfectly, watching the feather float gracefully in the air, eliciting envious gasps from the young witches and wizards. "All right, now it's your turn," the professor announced. The classroom erupted in a cacophony of indistinct incantations. Ron, beside Harry, waved his wand like a small windmill, repeatedly chanting the spell, yet the feather remained stubbornly still on the table. "Ah, this is too difficult," Ron sighed, lowering his wand in frustration. "It's all right," Harry said, patting his shoulder and offering quiet encouragement. "Look, no one else has succeeded either. Take your time." Ron found solace in Harry's words, rejuvenating his spirits as he resumed his struggle with the feather. All the while, Draco Malfoy observed from afar, stealing glances at Harry. His gaze, drawn as if by a magnet, could not help but linger on the boy with black hair and green eyes. When he saw Harry and Ron comfortably huddled together, whispering intimately, an unnameable fury surged from deep within him. "Why him? Why is it that Weasley, the pauper, gets to be so close to him instead of me?" The more Draco pondered, the angrier he became. Almost in a fit of pique, he forcefully waved his wand downward. Bang! A sound of explosion, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated, and the feather before him instantaneously transformed into a small mound of black ash, still emitting wisps of smoke. The entire classroom fell into a momentary silence, all eyes turning towards the source of the commotion. Harry stared blankly at Draco, then instinctively glanced at Seamus on the other side. His mind was flooded with questions. How could it be that Seamus's feather remained intact while Draco's had exploded first? Draco's face turned a deep crimson, a blend of anger and embarrassment washing over him. Under Professor Flitwick's exasperated gaze, he reluctantly approached the podium to request another feather. Beside him, Blaise Zabini stifled laughter behind his textbook, his shoulders shaking with silent mirth. Draco shot him a fierce glare, yet as he observed Blaise's knowing expression, it dawned on him that Blaise was no fool like Crabbe and Goyle. He was astute. A question that had troubled him throughout the day compelled him to lower his voice and lean closer, asking, "Blaise, I need to inquire about something. If you constantly perceive a uniquely sweet fragrance emanating from someone, what could that mean?" The smile faded from Blaise's face, and he raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He countered in a hushed tone, "Someone? Is it a specific individual? Only you can smell it? Does the aroma intensify the closer you get, to the point where you find it somewhat hard to control yourself?" Draco nodded silently. Blaise let out a playful whistle, his voice tinged with a mixture of envy and amusement. How intriguing, Malfoy. You're quite fortunate. Why? Draco frowned, feeling a surge of irritation. Haven't you heard? Blaise appeared to share a monumental secret. Cake and fork. Draco shook his head in confusion. Blaise languidly elaborated. This is an exceedingly rare case of blood attraction. There are but a few individuals whose very essence, blood and breath, exudes a lethal sweetness to a specific person. Those who can perceive this aroma are destined to be their forks. Observing Draco's astonished expression, he added, the fork's instinct is simply to locate the cake and claim it for themselves. Draco's heart skipped a beat. He found the term absurd yet oddly fitting. Eagerly, he asked, is there no way to alleviate this condition? Blaise chuckled, a hint of malicious temptation in his smile. Alleviate? Why would you want to do that? He replied with an air of nonchalance. It's quite simple. The cake is meant to be consumed. Why not just taste that cake? Chapter 13. Malfoy's ultimate delusion was punctured like a bubble. Blaise Zabini's words fell upon Draco Malfoy's heart like a bomb, stirring tumultuous waves. Cake and fork. He could not shake the image of himself, like a vampire, tearing open Potter's collar to savor his blood. It seemed grotesque and utterly un-Malfoy. Yet, the mere thought of indulging in Harry Potter's flesh, feeling the warmth of his skin, and even inhaling the scent of sweat that arose from his struggles, sent shivers of temptation coursing through him. Harry Potter found himself pinned against the wall, or perhaps the floor. His mouth may have been uttering curses at himself. Yet he was powerless to push his assailant away. He could only endure the taste of Draco's blood, flesh, and sweat. Draco's heart raced uncontrollably, a surge of heat coursing from his tailbone to the crown of his head. This was an overwhelming temptation, one potent enough to compel him to forsake the elegance and principles of the Malfoy lineage. This led to Draco's gaze becoming fixated on Harry over the ensuing days. As though glued in place, a fervent, unabashed scrutiny brimming with predation and exploration, palpable in its intensity, rendering Harry utterly uncomfortable, as if pricked by 1,000 needles. Even a usually oblivious Ron sensed the tension. Hey, Harry, he leaned in conspiratorially, Malfoy is definitely looking to cause you trouble. I'd wager he's merely seeking a suitable excuse. Harry nodded absently in agreement, fully aware that trouble was Malfoy's forte. If Draco didn't seek him out for conflict each term, he simply wouldn't be Draco Malfoy. Yet, he remained unaware that the very nature of the trouble had undergone a profound transformation this time. Thus, on a sun-drenched morning, when Draco cornered him to propose a duel in the trophy room that evening, Harry felt a calm sense of inevitability wash over him. Not this evening, he dismissed without contemplation, suggesting instead a duel during the day. Draco's mind was still preoccupied with the matter of tasting cake. Daytime, with its plethora of witnesses and professors present, would hinder any clandestine actions he might wish to undertake, though he never considered the possibility of being the one to lose. Instinctively, he insisted, no, it must be at night. Harry scoffed softly, vividly recalling how Malfoy had previously ensnared him and Ron into an encounter with Filch. I am a law-abiding Gryffindor. Harry crossed his arms and said languidly, if you insist on the evening, then I shan't attend. You. Draco was taken aback by this tactic. As he watched Harry turn to leave, a moment of impulsiveness seized him, and he blurted, daytime is fine. Harry halted mid-step. Draco quickly added, afternoon, the dueling club. We shall each select a representative. He initially intended to choose his most loyal follower, Crabbe, but caught sight of Blaise, who was eagerly gesturing towards him, raising his hand high. Observing Blaise's enthusiastic demeanor, as if to say, I understand everything, leave it to me, Draco hesitated momentarily, but, inexplicably compelled, agreed, my representative is Blaise Zabini. Harry, with no surprise, chose Ron, and thus, the arrangements were set. Professor Flitwick, as the head of the dueling club, naturally took on the role of referee. During lunch in the Great Hall, Professor Flitwick shared the news as an amusing anecdote, chuckling as he recounted to the other professors. What exuberance! A duel scheduled for this afternoon between the children of the Malfoys and the Potters. The youth of today are indeed spirited. At the Slytherin long table, Draco was restlessly prodding his steak with a fork, his mind consumed by the lingering sweetness that he could not shake off. Meanwhile, at the teacher's table, Severus Snape was methodically slicing his food. Upon hearing Flitwick's words, his movements abruptly halted, and the knife and fork in his hand produced a faint, jarring scrape against the porcelain plate. He slowly set down his utensils and raised his gaze, his fathomless black eyes narrowing as he spoke in a voice as chilling as the wind in a cellar. You say Mr. Malfoy has arranged a duel with Mr. Potter? Professor Flitwick, seated at the faculty table, nodded cheerfully at Snape and turned to Professor McGonagall. exclaiming, "Minerva, the Malfoy boy has challenged the Potter boy to a duel." "How spirited." Professor McGonagall, evidently intrigued, adjusted her glasses and inquired, "And who do you think will prevail, Filius?" "Well, it might be Potter," Flitwick replied, shaking his head, "but the outcome is inconsequential. They are merely first-year students, and as long as they maintain this enthusiasm for dueling, that is what truly matters." The subtext of his words was unmistakable. It was merely a duel between fledgling first years, lacking in significance, yet entertaining nonetheless. He glanced curiously at the brooding Snape beside him and asked, "Severus, why do you look so serious?" Snape slowly diverted his gaze from Harry at the end of the long table, his expression inscrutable as he replied, "It is nothing. I too am curious about what their duel will entail." "Oh, splendid," Flitwick exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "Then do come and watch this afternoon." Thus, when Harry and Draco strode confidently into the dueling club that afternoon, they spotted the imposing figure of Snape, clad in black robes, beside Professor Flitwick at the judging table. Their expressions simultaneously soured. Draco's face drained of color. With Snape present, how could he possibly find an opportunity to sample that wretched cake from Potter? The mere thought of approaching too closely sent a chill down his spine as he imagined Snape's deadly glare. Harry's heart sank as well. He had no doubt that Snape had come solely to find a pretext for deducting points from Gryffindor. However, now that they were there, under the watchful eyes of their peers, they had no choice but to proceed with resolve. The two ascended the dueling platform and, at Professor Flitwick's signal, exchanged a stiff, overly formal bow. "Begin." This highly anticipated duel unfolded in a manner befitting first-year students. "Expelliarmus," Draco shouted, unleashing a red beam towards Harry. Harry clumsily rolled aside, narrowly evading the spell. He sprang to his feet and waved his wand, declaring Tarantaligra. Draco, evidently unfamiliar with this incantation, instinctively cast a shield charm that Lucius had once taught him. However, he spoke the spell too hurriedly, causing an unstable flow of magic. The transparent barrier wobbled like a soap bubble before shattering. Struck by the spell, his legs began to dance uncontrollably, performing a ridiculous tap dance. A stifled wave of laughter erupted from the Slytherin audience. Draco, filled with both anger and urgency, leapt about, wildly brandishing his wand while shouting, "Disarm you." This was perhaps the most formidable spell he had mastered, learned from home. However, it was evident that Lucius was not an adept instructor. His body continued to flail uncontrollably, and the spell shot erratically towards the ceiling, causing a cloud of dust to rain down. Seizing the opportunity, Harry steadied himself, and with all his might, cried out the incantation he had practiced countless times in his dreams. "Disarm you." His disarming charm was no idle boast. Even Voldemort could be vanquished by it. Fortunately, in this world, his parents were still alive, or explaining his proficiency with such spells would have been quite troublesome. This time, the spell was precise and powerful. Draco's wand flew from his grasp, tracing a perfect parabolic arc through the air, landing securely in Harry's hand. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, followed by a thunderous cheer erupting from Gryffindor House. Professor Flitwick, clapping in satisfaction, declared Harry the victor. At that moment, Snape made his move. Without descending the stairs, he strode purposefully from the teacher's bench onto the dueling platform, emanating a terrifying aura that commanded silence. He did not even glance at Harry, but directly approached the still-breathing Draco, seizing the back of his wizarding robe as one might handle a misbehaving kitten. "Mr. Malfoy." His voice was icy enough to freeze the very air. "Come with me." With that, he disregarded Draco's struggles and the astonished gazes of the gathered students, forcibly dragging his pupil off the dueling stage, leaving Harry, Ron, and the onlookers bewildered. Chapter 14, Merlin's Steel G-String. Snape propelled Draco through the astonished crowd, shoving him into an empty potions storage room. He slammed the door shut, instantly enveloping the space in shadows and the acrid scent of herbs. "Professor, I realize my mistake." Draco immediately lowered his head in contrition. "Oh." Snape's voice revealed no hint of emotion. "And what, pray tell, is your error, Mr. Malfoy?" "I should not have embarrassed Slytherin." Draco replied cautiously, the most standard answer he could muster. Snape's eyes narrowed, resembling a predatory creature assessing its prey. "Do you truly believe that this is the reason I brought you out here?" Draco's mind raced. Could it be that Professor Snape was aware of why he had sought out Harry for a duel? Did he know about the cake? Impossible. Blaise had said that only he could detect that scent. Yet, had his behavior in recent days been so conspicuous? He teetered between confession and further deception for a brief moment, ultimately swayed by his desire for the cake and a fear of the unknown, leading him to choose the latter. "I apologize, Professor," Draco donned a more contemplative expression. I should not have so recklessly resorted to open confrontation merely to teach a Gryffindor a lesson, especially not after losing to him. To enhance his credibility, he added, I assure you, in the future, I will opt for a more prudent approach. Snape gazed at him in silence for a prolonged moment, his eyes seemingly piercing through Draco's flesh to unveil the true thoughts nestled deep within his soul. Just as Draco felt he could no longer endure the weight of that stare, Snape finally spoke. His voice as cold as stone in a cellar. It is sufficient that you know. He paused, articulating each word with precision. From now on, should I ever witness you targeting Potter in any manner, I shall disregard any consideration for your father. Did you comprehend? Upon concluding his statement, he abruptly swung the door open and departed without a backward glance. Draco stood rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered. He could not fathom why the focus was on targeting Potter. After all, Professor Snape despised Potter more than anyone. Why was he forbidden from confronting him? Meanwhile, in the dueling club, Ron had approached Harry with a gleeful smirk. He had it coming, Ron exclaimed, his excitement palpable. It must be because he lost so miserably that Snape felt he had brought disgrace upon Slytherin and thus whisked him away. Truly, it is a cause for celebration. Harry offered a non-committal smile, yet deep within, he sensed that matters were far more complex. At that moment, Professor Flitwick approached with his short strides, cheerfully patting Harry on the arm. What an exhilarating duel, Mr. Potter. If you apply yourself diligently to your spell work, you will undoubtedly achieve remarkable success in the future. Our dueling club welcomes you anytime. After a glance at Ron, he blandly added, You are welcome as well, Mr. Weasley. Once Professor Flitwick departed, Ron's expression fell, incredulous as he turned to Harry. Am I merely an afterthought? His tone made it seem as though I were a mere bonus. Calm down, Ron. Harry quickly reassured him. Your wand is not yet capable of harnessing your full potential. Once you acquire a new wand, you will astonish everyone. Hearing this, Ron felt considerably more at ease. He expressed his gratitude. You truly understand me, Harry. Unlike that Granger, who only ever boasts about her flawless incantations. Merlin S. Beard. It appears that Ron and Hermione would never become good friends without a life-altering catalyst. However, the pressing issue lingered in Harry's mind. The current defense against the dark arts professor was Grindelwald, not Quirrell, who had been possessed by Voldemort. Oh, but Grindelwald would not be possessed by Voldemort. No, Voldemort had no reason to come to this school. So, would there still be a troll surreptitiously unleashed in a Hogwarts on Halloween? Whether or not the troll would appear is uncertain, but in a dimly lit, opulent study within a grand yet somber mansion, the crackling fire illuminated the profile of a handsome middle-aged man in fluctuating light and shadow. The visage, once captivating countless admirers and belonging to Tom Riddle, now bore an unmistakable veil of persistent agitation. He toyed with a goblet of crimson liquid, his gaze seemingly penetrating the walls, directed towards the distant Hogwarts castle. I must go to Hogwarts, he finally declared, his voice steady yet imbued with an unassailable authority. The servant, shrouded in shadow, trembled, almost convinced he had misheard. Master? Gathering every ounce of courage, he stepped forward, his voice quivering with fear. This is absolutely unacceptable. Hogwarts is protected by powerful ancient magic, and the Ministry's laws safeguarding underage wizards are unyielding. Any adult wizard attempting to trespass without permission will trigger an alarm immediately. You will be sent straight to Azkaban. The man, no, it was Voldemort, slowly turned his head. His profound gaze revealed no hint of emotion, as though Azkaban were merely an inconsequential name. I harbor no ill intent, he stated. The servant stood in stunned silence. I simply wish to see him. Voldemort murmured, his voice laced with an almost delirious obsession. The insatiable yearning caused an unsettling tremor in his formidable magical presence. I need to see him with my own eyes. The servant's fear intensified. But Master Potter, I would never harm him, Voldemort interjected, his tone resolute. When he spoke those words, a chilling sincerity shone in his eyes. He seemed to genuinely believe he was merely a harmless observer. It was a surging possessiveness he himself remained oblivious to, a primal instinct to bring a treasured possession into his sight and ensure its absolute safety. Noticing the servant's lingering terror, Voldemort furrowed his brow in impatience. He understood that entering in his adult form would indeed be too troublesome. Rising, he began to pace the room, while the servant dared not even breathe heavily. Suddenly, Voldemort halted. A subtle smile began to curve his lips. Since a person cannot enter, he spoke softly. What if it were a gift? The servant gazed at him in confusion. Prepare the most splendid, most comfortable temperature-controlled cage, crafted from the finest protective materials, Voldemort commanded. and prepare an anonymous gift card that simply reads, "For a special friend." The servant was even more bewildered. A gift? For whom? What is it for? Voldemort's smile deepened. A swirl of black mist began to encircle him, distorting and shrinking his form within the haze. Disguise me. Days later, a beautiful, snow-white carrier pigeon alighted upon the windowsill of Gryffindor's common room, a delicately wrapped parcel affixed to its leg. The recipient of the package was none other than Harry Potter. Under the curious gaze of his friends, Harry opened the parcel. Inside lay a small yet undeniably valuable cage, housing a pitch-black, non-venomous pet snake, its scales shimmering with an eerie glow in the light. The serpent raised its head, its red eyes, identical to Voldemort's, fixed upon Harry with an unwavering gaze, calm yet imbued with an unmistakable scrutiny and focus. The accompanying card bore no signature. The little snake extended its tongue, hissing twice at Harry. To others, it merely sounded like the typical noise of a snake. But to Harry, it was clear, tinged with a hint of playfulness and satisfaction. Hello there, my cake. Chapter 15. I truly did not intend to snoop for dinner at the Weasleys. Cake. Harry felt certain he must have misheard. Otherwise, why would a snake, in such a greasy and sticky tone, refer to him as a cake? He shook the cage, and within, the sleek black serpent simply coiled itself elegantly. Its pair of red eyes, eerily reminiscent of a certain dark wizard from his memories, calmly gazing back at him. After a moment's contemplation, Harry quickly devised a plausible explanation. It must be a cultural divergence between serpents and humans. After all, he had encountered very few snakes in both his past and present lives. Perhaps in the serpent's lexicon, cake was a term of great esteem. Yes, that must be it. With this thought, he clicked the cage door shut even tighter. Wow, Harry, this snake is incredibly cool. Ron exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. You simply must keep it. Harry hesitated, replying, but I already have Hedwig. And I also have Scabbers. Ron countered with conviction. But that doesn't prevent me from wanting to adopt yet another pet. Perhaps an owl, or even a cat. Scabbers? Harry asked, puzzled. Yes, indeed. Ron nodded, oblivious to Harry's confusion, and continued, haven't you seen it? It's my plump, glossy rat. It truly is quite the appetite. Harry paused in silence. He had indeed noticed a bulge on Ron's bed, and he recognized it as a rat. However, he could not reconcile Ron's description of the glossy, rotund creature with the memory of the dull-furred, cowardly little Peter Pettigrew from his past life. He had always thought it was merely another rat. Could that rat truly be Peter Pettigrew? A seed of doubt took root in Harry's mind. Clutching the cage that contained Voldemort, he inquired of Ron, "Could you show me your rat again? I wish to examine it closely." "Sure," Ron replied, utterly unguarded. "After we finish dinner, I'll show you." Harry nodded in agreement. After dinner, the two boys made their way to Gryffindor Tower. As they rounded a corner in the corridor, they collided with Hermione, who was carrying a large stack of books. Upon seeing each other, Ron and Hermione exchanged exaggerated eye rolls as if choreographed, then brushed past one another. Once they were a distance away, Ron quietly complained to Harry, "I really don't understand why she loves reading so much. Why not go to Ravenclaw? Why must she come to Gryffindor?" Harry chuckled softly. "I don't know." Upon returning to their dormitory, Ron proudly retrieved Scabbers from his bedside table, handling the creature with the utmost care. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room grew thick with tension. Harry Potter, along with the Dark Lord contained within his cage, found themselves ensnared in a protracted, deathly silence. In Ron's palm lay a rat so rotund it seemed to lack a neck. Its cheeks were stuffed, leaving only a pair of tiny eyes nearly submerged beneath the layers of flesh. The rat's coat indeed gleamed, just as Ron had described, radiating an unhealthy or perhaps overly nourished sheen. At this moment, the Death Eater rat, which should have been stealthily lurking beside James Potter, bearing humiliation and relaying information to Harry, was instead clutching a chicken leg larger than its own head, which Ron had packed from the Great Hall, and was devouring it with great satisfaction, its mouth smeared with grease. In the cage, the black pet snake ceased its graceful movements, its tongue frozen mid-air. Both man and snake found themselves ensnared in a shared existential crisis and profound silence, all due to the presence of an excessively plump rat. How could Peter Pettigrew have become like this? Harry's mind was engulfed in unprecedented chaos. Theoretically, in this world where Voldemort had never truly risen to power, and James and Lily were safe and sound, Peter had no reason to hide, let alone transform into a rat. So why was he willingly residing in the Weasley household? Having gorged himself into a ball? It was utterly irrational, absurdly so. He firmly grasped Ron, who was still attempting to feed Scabbers more treats, and with a serious expression declared, "Ron, lend me your rat." "Huh, sure," Ron replied, perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, Harry deemed it too cruel to leave Ron alone in the dormitory to face the impending shock, and added, "You'd best come with me." Ron looked at Harry with a face full of confusion. Without further explanation, Harry carefully placed the precious black snake, along with its cage, atop his bedside table. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming sense of encouragement and expectation emanating from the snake's gaze. Together with Ron, he hoisted the cage containing the rotund rat and exited the dormitory. When confronted with uncertainty, seek Dumbledore. This sagacious headmaster would invariably provide them with the most astute answers. As they huffed and puffed while carrying the heavy cage to the entrance of the headmaster's office, Harry took a deep breath and uttered the password. "Ah, it's Harry and Ron." Dumbledore greeted them with a warm smile. "What brings you here, boys?" "We have something we wish to discuss with you." "Professor," Harry replied. "Shall we sit down and have a cup of tea while we talk?" Dumbledore waved his wand joyfully, and 2 steaming cups of tea flew over. He picked up a plate of pastries from the table. "Oh, would you care to try some cookies? Ariana baked them. She is my sister." Harry and Ron exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. "No, thank you, Professor." Together, they placed the cage with a thud onto the headmaster's opulent desk. To be honest, it was exceedingly heavy. Inside the cage, the rat, sensing something amiss, was banging about in a state of agitation. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon the cage, his azure eyes narrowing momentarily, flashing with a hint of sharpness. "Oh," he elongated his tone, softly calling, "Peter?" Within the cage, the chubby rat abruptly halted its movements. It turned its head in a tremulous manner, regarding Dumbledore with eyes squeezed into mere slits by its excess flesh. Harry swore he even perceived a sycophantic smile creeping across that furry face. Dumbledore did not even draw his wand. With a silent spell, he extracted Peter from the cage. The mouse swiftly expanded and transformed mid-air, before plummeting to the ground with a thud. Harry's eyebrows twitched violently in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the rotund, nearly necklace man before him, clad in a wizard's robe stretched to the point of resembling a sphere, his face glistening with an unhealthy sheen, was none other than Peter Pettigrew. As Peter rose, he awkwardly chuckled, rubbing his hands together in a fervent manner, exclaiming, "Professor, everyone, please allow me to explain." Dumbledore gracefully resumed his seat. Meanwhile, at some point, Gellert Grindelwald had approached and seamlessly settled beside Dumbledore, even thoughtfully offering him a cup of tea. Ron appeared utterly astounded, as if his worldview had been utterly overturned, his very soul detached. Harry patted his shoulder, urging him to hold steady. "Go ahead, Peter," Dumbledore said calmly. Taking a sip of tea, Peter cleared his throat, which was constricted by his excess flesh, and, with a voice brimming with indignation as if bearing the weight of the world's injustices, proclaimed loudly, "This is all the fault of societal pressure. I never intended to be a freeloader." Chapter 16. Merlin's Worn and Stinky Socks. Peter's shocking declaration plunged the headmaster's office into an eerie silence. Harry seriously doubted the reliability of his ears. Dumbledore, taken aback, momentarily froze, his teacup suspended in midair. Nearby, Grindelwald's lips twitched slightly, as if he were struggling to suppress something. Yet, Peter was now completely engrossed in his tragic narrative. "After graduating, I initially intended to work at the Ministry of Magic alongside Black," he lamented, as if accusing the world of its unfairness. "But I had to start with the most menial clerical work." And Black, he, leveraging his status as the heir of an ancient pureblood family, was fast-tracked for promotion. He was the favored one. Is this fair? He then turned towards Harry, tears streaming down his face like pearls slipping from a broken string. "Then, I thought I could go to your home and assist your father with that shampoo business. I figured, as friends, surely he would offer me a more manageable position, right? But what did your father say? He himself works at the ministry and, after hours, manages the family business. He is a relentless overachiever, a thoroughbred of hard work. And he wouldn't even let me take a shortcut. He told me I could join, but I had to start at the ground level. And then, I tried to work alongside Remus," he continued, his voice choking with emotion. Those days were truly unbearable, although Harry found it difficult to comprehend what warranted such sympathy. Witnessing a man who appeared older than his own father weep so profoundly compelled him to instinctively offer a handkerchief. Yes, it merely appeared so. He recalled that Peter had been a classmate of his father's. Peter accepted it without hesitation, blowing his nose forcefully, mumbling, "Thank you. You are far kinder than your father." He then continued, "Finally, I sought refuge with Voldemort. I thought, since I had to start from the bottom anyway, why not ally myself with a more promising leader whose ambition was to unify the entire magical realm?" Upon hearing this, Harry's emotions became exceptionally intricate. He felt, from a certain perspective, an odd semblance of understanding towards Peter. Yet, this understanding was devoid of respect or blessings. Peter then forcefully blew his nose, reaching the zenith of his emotional turmoil, and erupted into inconsolable sobs. But my dark lord, upon seeing a mere infant, he suddenly attained enlightenment and relinquished his grand ambitions of unifying the magical realm. He fled once more. I am once again unemployed. His cries were heart-wrenching, his rotund figure trembling with despair. Harry instinctively took a step back, fearing the overwhelming weight of his sorrow and girth might collide with him. Is that why you resorted to dining at the Weasley household? Dumbledore finally posed this soul-searching inquiry. Peter's lamentations abruptly ceased. He wiped his tears and, somewhat sheepishly, replied, yes. Molly's cooking is truly delectable. If I don't fill my stomach each night, I can always sneak into the kitchen for a little snack. Wait a moment. Ron, finally roused from his moral disarray, flushed crimson and pointed an accusatory finger at Peter, exclaiming, you stole food? I always thought it was Fred and George pilfering, leaving me to take the blame. It was you all along. Peter, feeling guilty, shrank his neck. It's nothing. When I first began sneaking food, you weren't even born yet. Fred and George have also taken the fall before. Ron was nearly ready to leap with indignation. In the end, this absurdity concluded with Dumbledore deciding to keep Peter. The headmaster gently assured Ron that he would personally take responsibility and explain the situation to his parents. Harry, observing the dejected Peter, couldn't help but inquire, what will become of Peter now? Dumbledore, finishing his last sip of tea, replied calmly, I shall secure him a job, one that mandates he earn his own keep. Should he refuse, I shall send him to Azkaban. Everyone assumed Peter would be quaking in terror. To their surprise, he merely recoiled his almost invisible neck and muttered in a more aggrieved tone, in truth, Azkaban would likely not want me. I have never dared to cast any of the 3 unforgivable curses. Previously, I submitted a resume to become a guard there, but they dismissed me without even a glance. Thus, it seemed that Peter was unfit for both guard and prisoner. Harry and Ron trudged back to the Gryffindor dormitory with heavy steps. Once the door closed, sealing off the external clamor, it felt as though the last vestiges of their energy were siphoned away. Ron flopped onto his bed like a limp rag, staring blankly at the ceiling. Silence lingered for a full minute. Merlin's torn stinky socks. Ron suddenly bolted upright, launching into a somnambulant tirade. How dare he? How could he? Harry remained silent, seated on his bed, feeling as though his very soul might escape him. A rat I have cared for all these years. Ron's voice grew increasingly agitated, clutching his red hair in a contorted expression. My mother even knitted him a mini Weasley sweater. I shared the jelly beans I'd saved from my pocket with him. And what was the result? He is a fully grown man, a middle-aged individual who has been mooching off my family for over a decade simply because he refuses to work. His anger escalated as he pointed to his nightstand. Now I understand. The chocolate frogs I had hidden, the pumpkin pie I thought was stolen by the twins, and the chicken legs I secretly packed away. It was all him, all his doing. He even caused me to be scolded by my mother, claiming I wronged Fred and George. Ron paced agitatedly around the dormitory like a lion trapped in a cage. All because he didn't want to work? Because he refused to start from the bottom? He chose to ally himself with Voldemort, and when Voldemort ceased his activities, he scurried back to my home like a rat. Is this what a normal wizard would do? Ron exclaimed in despair. Even Azkaban wouldn't have him. Azkaban deems him unworthy. What is this? This is a disgrace to the entire Weasley family. Harry listened in silence. He observed the furious Ron, and then glanced at the quiet black snake in its cage on his bedside. The events of the day had been overwhelming. Too much for his mind to process. Cakes, duels, Voldemort, Death Eaters, all seemed utterly trivial in the presence of Peter, who had become a pet in his home due to sheer laziness over the years. This world felt like a vast, absurd theater. Enough, Harry finally spoke, his voice carrying a weariness beyond his years. Let us sleep. He felt utterly exhausted, at the very least emotionally drained. This fatigue was more profound than his previous battles against Voldemort. Ron's outburst abruptly ceased. Harry's words had struck him, and he too felt a weariness seep from his bones. Yes, no matter how much one might grumble, the facts had already transpired. You are right, Ron muttered weakly as he crawled back into his bed. I am so tired. The two silently changed into their sleepwear, neither mentioning their usual pre-sleep activity. The tattered wizard chessboard lay quietly on the table, as if mocking this absurd night. They even bypassed a game of wizard chess, retreating to their respective beds and covering their heads with their blankets. Tonight, even if the sky were to fall, they wished to remain indifferent. Chapter 17, He Cannot Be Like Me. Harry opened his eyes to find himself lying on an unfamiliar bed. Sunlight filtered through sheer curtains, and the air was tinged with a faint scent of disinfectant and some cheap fragrance. He sat up and surveyed his surroundings. This was a typical Muggle hotel. The wallpaper somewhat yellowed, and an open notebook rested upon a nightstand. He glanced at his hands, distinguished knuckles, skin slightly rough yet well-maintained, devoid of many wrinkles. It was the middle-aged version of Harry Potter, though he was unsure how he had fast-forwarded to this moment in time. He reached for the notebook on the nightstand and flipped to the first page. It was densely filled with records of itineraries, tasks, and personal notes. What a commendable habit. Harry thought, I shall adopt this practice myself in the future. Today's task was circled in red. Subsequent action. Objective. Families of victims of the love potion. The witch has been apprehended. The Muggle male is devoid of memory. Issue. A child, half-blood. Approach. Eliminate the threat. Harry's fingers lingered on the final line. Eliminate the threat. He furrowed his brow and turned to the next page, seeking more detailed records. But the notebook contained only the stark outline of tasks, devoid of the Muggle's name and any description of the child. He recalled studying in history of magic that this era's wizards and Muggles were ensnared in a period of escalating conflict. Harry sighed and closed the notebook. At that moment, a faint cry echoed through the room. He jolted upright and noticed a crude baby basket nestled in the corner, partially covered by a thin blanket. The cry was intermittent, seemingly suppressed, as if afraid to be too loud. He rose and approached slowly, lifting the blanket. Inside lay an infant, seemingly only a few months old, with a rosy face, clearly exhausted from crying. The baby's eyes were glistening, and upon seeing Harry, the wailing abruptly ceased, replaced by a cautious, almost fearful silence. Harry froze. Was the treatment indicated in the notebook referring to this child? He crouched down and gently touched the infant's cheek. The baby flinched slightly, but did not cry, merely widening its eyes to gaze at him. Harry inhaled deeply and stood up. Just then, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Harry? A deep voice called from outside. Are you still in there? Time is running out. The baby's cry erupted once more, this time clearer and more helpless. Just give me a little more time, Harry replied. All right, if you hesitate to act, I will assist you, came the voice, followed by the sound of retreating footsteps. Harry remained rooted in place, the weight of his wand feeling burdensome in his grasp. The words in the notebook, eliminate this child, echoed relentlessly in his mind, each word imbued with an unyielding imperative. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and stepped toward that fragile life. His wand rose slowly, its tip aimed at the baby basket. With the simplest of incantations, even without uttering a sound, he could forever silence the cries and eradicate this threat. The tip of the wand began to gather a faint glow. At that moment, miraculously, the baby's cries ceased. Those tear-streaked, remarkably clear eyes opened wide, staring directly at Harry. There was no fear in that gaze, only pure curiosity and bewilderment. Harry's hand trembled violently. He thought of himself, of the cold, dark cupboard at the Dursleys, and of countless lonely nights. He too was a burden, an unanticipated child. He had once lain helplessly, facing a hostile world. How could he possibly push another child into the same abyss, or even a darker, more interminable one? The radiance of the wand faded. Harry's hand hung limply at his side, an unprecedented wave of nausea surging within him. He could not do it. No, he told himself. So what should he do? A second thought swiftly invaded his mind, the orphanage. Yes, sending him to a Muggle orphanage seemed the most prudent compromise. He could survive, be cared for, and still fulfill his mission, physically removing the child, making him vanish from the wizarding world. The notion brought him a sense of relief. He began to act, skillfully employing magic to cleanse the infant and swaddle him in fresh linen. He gingerly cradled the child, preparing to perform apparition and find the nearest city to discreetly leave him at the doorstep of an orphanage. It was cruel, yet he reassured himself that this was the utmost kindness he could offer. But at the very moment he lifted the infant, that small, warm body pressed against his chest, an extraordinary warmth surged through his limbs. The baby seemed to sense his goodwill, ceasing its cries and instead reaching out with a chubby little hand, grasping Harry's finger with all its might. That diminutive strength felt like the most unbreakable of chains, instantly binding Harry's every movement. He looked down at the tiny hand gripping him and thought of the place he was about to send this child to. The orphanage, a term he knew all too well. He was aware of the indifference there, of the potential for bullying, and of how a child raised in a loveless environment would yearn for warmth while fearing disappointment. Was he truly going to send this child, who had grasped him so earnestly, to such a place? No. A more audacious and resolute thought erupted from the depths of his soul. Why should he relinquish the choice to others? Why permit the fate of this child to be determined by unknown strangers? Parents may be guilty, but the child is innocent. Thus, it was up to him to sever this cycle of sin and protect this innocence. The world owed him nothing, a debt he could never reclaim. Yet, it owed this child a great deal, and he could repay it on his behalf. Harry sat down slowly by the bedside, cradling the infant. He no longer contemplated tasks, his identity, or the conflict between wizards and muggles. He simply gazed down at the small life that trusted him. He extended his other hand, gently stroking the baby's soft hair. Using a voice so tender that even he had never heard before, he whispered, "Very well, if you are destined to be abandoned, then let me adopt you. From this day forth, I shall be your family." Chapter 18. Merlin's time travel makes no sense whatsoever. The news of Harry's decision to adopt the baby reached his colleagues almost immediately. "Harry, have you lost your mind?" A tall wizard blocked the doorway to his room. Incredulity etched across his face. "Do you know what you are doing? This child is an entity they instructed us to dispose of." Harry cradled the sleeping infant in his arms, moving past him to begin tidying up. "He is not just an object. He has a name," he declared without turning back. "I have named him Tom." His colleague stood momentarily stunned, gazing at Harry's resolute figure, ultimately surrendering to the futility of persuasion. He stepped forward and placed a heavy hand on Harry's shoulder, a multitude of unspoken words coalescing into a single sigh. "Take care." With a flourish of apparition, Harry departed from the stifling inn. He found himself in the most inconspicuous baby supply store in Diagon Alley, sweeping the shelf for all he deemed necessary: self-warming bottles, soothing charm plush toys, the softest dragonhide changing mats, and even a hefty tome titled The New Dad's Magical Guide. As he piled an assortment of items onto the counter, he instinctively checked his pocket, his mind lingering on whether Harry's savings would suffice. However, when he produced the Gringotts key, the clerk cast a detection charm and announced a staggering balance that left him momentarily speechless. It dawned on him that Harry was far wealthier than he had ever imagined. Before he could ponder the origins of this fortune, a gray Ministry of Magic owl crashed aggressively against the shop window, delivering an official letter. The paper bore a chillingly impersonal tone, conveying a singular message. Should he insist on adopting the half-blood infant, he would be immediately dismissed and marked as a potential surveillance target by the Ministry. Between the baby and the Ministry, he hesitated for a mere tenth of a second. To hell with those bastards who harbored the most vile attitudes towards half-bloods and muggles. Without even replying to the letter, Harry conjured a blazing flame and incinerated the arrogant missive before the owl's eyes. The infant in his arms appeared, captivated by the flickering light, erupting into a fit of giggles. At that moment, Harry's heart brimmed with joy. He took the child and returned to Harry's home, a modest detached house on the outskirts of a muggle neighborhood. While it appeared unremarkable from the outside, it was fortified with powerful concealment and defensive charms. On the first day, Harry found himself embroiled in an unprecedented battle. Feeding the child proved to be a constant challenge, with the milk either scalding hot or icy cold. During diaper changes, he would be caught off guard by sudden magical mishaps. To lull the baby to sleep, he paced the house, his voice hoarse from humming a lullaby that Lily had once sung to him, the melody now a distant echo. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, nearly compelling him to collapse. Yet every time he beheld the infant's serene face and felt those tiny hands grasping his fingers, an unparalleled sense of fulfillment and responsibility washed away all fatigue. By evening, he had finally managed to soothe the fussy little one to sleep. He dared not place him back in the crib, fearing that the slightest noise might rouse him. So, he held the baby close, leaning back in the armchair of the living room, utterly spent, and closed his eyes. When he awoke again, it was to the delightful aroma of food and the gentle call of a youthful voice. He opened his eyes abruptly, realizing he was still seated in that armchair, sunlight streaming through the window and warming him. Instinctively, he thought he had merely dozed off, still anxious about the infant in his arms. He lowered his head to find his arms empty. How did I fall asleep? A wave of unease washed over him as he prepared to rise, only to be interrupted by a bright voice. "Daddy, you're awake?" Harry stiffly lifted his gaze. Before him stood a boy of about 10, tiptoeing as he struggled to place a plate of slightly charred toast on the coffee table. The boy shared Harry's black hair, though his eyes mirrored the same deep shade. Noticing Harry's silence, he called out again, "Daddy, it's time for breakfast." Harry stared at the child, then glanced at the blanket draped over him, his mind a blank slate. This time, he and T simply awakened back to reality. For a fleeting moment, Harry's brain seemed to stall completely. He regarded the serious little adult before him, then looked down at the cup of warm milk in his hand, feeling as though he had fallen into an extraordinarily vivid dream. Clearing his throat, he tentatively responded in a voice tinged with hoarseness, "Good morning, Tom." The boy nodded earnestly, a hint of disapproval in his eyes. Daddy, I've told you many times, no matter how tired you are, you must return to bed. The chair will make you cold. As he spoke, he pushed the slightly burnt toast closer to Harry, then skillfully poured a glass of milk, carefully placing it in Harry's hands. Drink up quickly, Tom urged, his tone imbued with an undeniable sense of command. You still need to take me to Hogwarts for school. But Professor Dumbledore has invited you to be this year's defense against the dark arts teacher. Are you coming with me on the train, or will you travel by another means? A torrent of information surged like a tsunami through Harry's mind. Tom was going to Hogwarts? He was to be the defense against the dark arts professor? Harry hurriedly sifted through the chaotic fragments in his brain, forcing himself to regain his composure, and swiftly made a decision. There was nothing more important than accompanying his son. I will travel with you on the train, he replied decisively, then immediately stepped into the role of father, despite his soul being scarcely more than a few years into adulthood. Have you packed your belongings, Tom? I've already done so, Tom said, puffing out his small chest with pride. Is there anything you forgot to bring? Harry inquired. No, Tom replied succinctly. Yet he hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face as he looked up at Harry and quietly asked, Daddy, which house do you think I will be sorted into? Gazing into Tom's eager yet anxious eyes, Harry reached out and ruffled his son's soft black hair, speaking gently yet firmly. It doesn't matter which house you join. Tom, no matter where you go, you'll always be my pride. Tom's tense little face instantly relaxed, and a radiant smile blossomed upon it, dispelling all shadows like the sun. He nodded vigorously, then resumed his little adult demeanor, pointing at the plate of toast and commanding, Hurry up and eat, Daddy. We're going to be late. During breakfast, Harry was only half present, his mind consumed by the leaps through time and the overwhelming joy and disbelief at his son's growth. After finishing his meal, he returned to his room. Everything within it was as he remembered, yet the air was imbued with a greater essence of life. Upon the desk lay a letter penned in green ink, quietly resting there, adorned with Dumbledore's familiar web-like scrawl, inviting him to officially assume the role of defense against the dark arts professor for the new academic year at Hogwarts. Harry picked up the letter, gazing out at the bustling Muggle street below, and ultimately resolved to accompany his son, embodying the role of an ordinary father as he embarked on a new chapter in life. King's Cross Station, Platform 9 3/4. As Harry pushed the luggage trolley alongside Tom, traversing the solid wall, the sight of the familiar deep crimson Hogwarts Express, billowing white steam, stirred a wave of nostalgia within him. Tom's face radiated curiosity and excitement. He surveyed every student clad in wizarding robes with wide eyes, gleaming like stars. Harry assisted him in stowing his luggage and settled into a window-side compartment. The train began to move slowly. Tom pressed his face against the cool glass, watching the swiftly retreating scenery, his mouth slightly agape, lost in boundless dreams of the future. Meanwhile, Harry simply sat across from him, observing his son, captivated by the light in his eyes, filled with an indescribable warmth and contentment. As the train approached its destination, the familiar Grand Castle, illuminated by countless lights against the night sky, emerged on the horizon, igniting a surge of excitement throughout the carriage. Harry gazed at the castle he once called home, then glanced at Tom, who was already standing in eager anticipation, and an involuntary smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 19, Slytherin. The stone staircase leading to the headmaster's office spiraled upward slowly as Harry approached the oak door, feeling a blend of familiarity and strangeness. He knocked gently. Come in, came Dumbledore's gentle and steady voice. Harry entered to find the wise wizard seated behind his desk, his long silver beard flowing gracefully. He formally presented his letter of appointment, which Dumbledore accepted with a smile, shaking his hand. It is a pleasure to welcome you, Harry. Dumbledore's cerulean eyes, magnified by half-moon glasses, seemed to penetrate the depths of one's soul. Thank you, headmaster. Harry hesitated before finally uttering the words he yearned to express, and thank you for allowing Tom to enroll. He vividly recalled the cold letter from the Ministry of Magic, demanding the termination of an innocent child. Dumbledore smiled knowingly, a blend of understanding and profound compassion in his expression, as if he had recalled something that brought him a sense of relief. Harry, we must always provide every child with the opportunity to learn magic, regardless of who they are or where they come from. They deserve this chance, for it is through this learning that they can understand and harness the powerful forces within them, rather than be consumed by them. Of course, you are well aware of this, perhaps even more than I. I am grateful for your past actions. Dumbledore winked at Harry. After a few casual exchanges, Dumbledore assigned him an office. Harry surveyed the room, filled with an array of enchanting magical instruments, But the words he wished to utter lingered unspoken at the tip of his tongue. He had contemplated inquiring about Grindelwald, yet found no trace of that name within the confines of this space. Thus he resolved to bury the question deep within for the time being. That evening, the commencement feast of Hogwarts was held in the opulent Great Hall. Seated at the professor's table, Harry felt like an unwelcome intruder. He gazed at the myriad floating candles beneath the starry ceiling, listening to the joyous laughter of students at the long tables, his eyes sweeping over his colleagues. He noted that the head of Slytherin House was none other than the portly Professor Slughorn, known for his penchant for hosting elite gatherings. Among the newly admitted first-year students, a notably stout boy stood out, unmistakably the young Hagrid. Everything felt achingly familiar, yet strikingly different. Then, the sorting ceremony commenced. As the youthful Professor McGonagall called out the names of the newcomers one by one, the line of students dwindled. Harry's heart began to race uncontrollably, each beat resonating like a drum. His gaze was fixated on Tom's diminutive figure, his palms growing clammy with anxiety. Next, Tom Potter. When Dumbledore himself announced this name, a ripple of hushed murmurs swept through the professor's table. Harry felt his breath hitch in his throat. He watched as Tom stepped forward from the line, striving to maintain composure, though his tightly pressed lips and slightly trembling hands betrayed his nervousness. He anxiously perched on the four-legged stool as the sorting hat gently settled upon his head. In an instant, Harry's mind was engulfed in chaos. To which house would Tom be assigned? Would he take pride in his house? Would he forge friendships? A torrent of questions erupted in his mind. What was Tom's character like? What colors did he favor? What were his favorite foods? What were his dreams? Alas, he knew nothing. The last time he had seen Tom, he was but an infant in swaddling clothes. A mere nap had transformed him into an 11-year-old on the brink of charting his own life's course. He had missed his first words, his first steps, and all the milestones of his childhood. He was utterly unfamiliar with him, just as Harry was submerged in this sudden wave of loss. The tattered sorting hat seemed to conclude its lengthy deliberation with young Tom. It fell silent for a moment, as if grappling with a difficult decision, and then, with all its might, it proclaimed its verdict to the entire hall. Slytherin. A fervent round of applause erupted from the Slytherin table. Slytherin? The moment Harry heard this word, his mind resonated with a dull thud, akin to the detonation of a depth charge. He felt his lips twitch uncontrollably. The mind, nearly paralyzed by a series of shocking events, suddenly sprang into frenetic activity at the mere mention of the word Slytherin. One overlooked detail after another detonated in his consciousness like a chain reaction of explosives. His mother was a witch, his father a muggle, the product of a love potion. Slytherin, a classmate of Hagrid's. His name, Tom, a moniker he had chosen for himself. As these lethal layers of realization compounded, a shadowy name enveloped his very soul, Tom Riddle. Good heavens, how could he have named himself Tom from the outset? What was he thinking at that moment? Jerry would have been a far superior choice. An overwhelming wave of belated fear and absurdity washed over him. Instinctively, he raised his hand, painfully covering his face, wishing he could cast a spell of oblivion upon himself. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this desperate gesture struck like a sharp knife, piercing the heart of that small figure at the end of the Slytherin table. Tom's heart lurched into his throat. He saw it vividly. He saw clearly that when the sorting hat proclaimed Slytherin, his beloved father, the man he revered like a deity, buried his face in his hands in anguish. Was that disappointment or revulsion? The fleeting excitement and anticipation Tom had just felt upon being sorted was instantly doused by a torrent of icy despair. He sat upon the cold wooden bench, the cheers and applause of the Slytherin students echoing from another realm. A chill enveloped him. Even his fingertips trembled slightly. His father, a paragon of integrity and courage, must have harbored such hopes for him, wishing he could follow in his footsteps and join the House of Gryffindor, which embodied valor. He had tried so hard. The moment the sorting hat had been placed upon his head, he had silently shouted, "Gryffindor! Please let me go to Gryffindor." But the hat stubbornly refuted him. In an ancient and resolute voice, it declared, "No, child, you belong to Slytherin. You are a born Slytherin. There, you will obtain all that you desire." Upon this realization, Tom felt adrift. What was it that he truly wanted? At this moment, all he wished for was to live eternally with his father. Beyond that, nothing else mattered. However, Tom instinctively wrinkled his delicate nose. The hall was suffused with the aroma of roasted turkey, the sweetness of pumpkin juice, and a medley of pastries mingling into a complex bouquet. Yet amidst this olfactory tapestry, one scent pierced through the layers, unabashedly invading his nostrils. It emanated from the staff table, from his father. It was an indescribable fragrance, nearly addictive. The most familiar and cherished scent he had known since memory dawned upon him. A scent representing security, warmth, and belonging. Tom lifted his head, his dark eyes piercing through the throngs of people, once again fixating precisely on that figure obscured by hands. The tumult of the hall, the tantalizing aroma of food, and the chatter of classmates, all faded into the background in an instant. In his world, there remained only that person and the intoxicating sweetness that he found utterly irresistible. Chapter 20. The Sweet Cake. In the corner of the Slytherin long table, Tom lowered his head, his small stature appearing particularly solitary amidst the surrounding cheers. From a moment he could remember, he understood that he was different from others. He possessed the sense of smell, but lacked the sense of taste. The sweet pumpkin juice, the crispy skin of roasted chicken, the fluffy mashed potatoes, foods that elicited countless accolades from others, were for him merely tasteless entities to be chewed and swallowed. The only flavor he could ever discern was that of his father. It was a scent that ignited a yearning in every cell of his being, instantly awakening a hollow appetite within him, conjuring a sensation he would name hunger. This secret he had never shared with anyone, not even with his father. An innate, primal intuition told him that this anomaly belonged solely to him. He had witnessed the delight on his father's face as he savored a sizzling steak, relishing every bite. Thus, since the tender age of 5, the precocious Tom had been discreetly learning and mimicking, observing how others reacted to delectable food, how to curve his lips into a smile, and how to emit a satisfied sigh. For him, the most anticipated moment of each day was the fleeting good-night kiss before sleep, for it was in that brief instant, when his soft lips brushed against his father's warm cheek, that he could momentarily, albeit superficially, savor a hint of that intoxicating flavor. But now was this father, this singular, life-giving figure, about to slip away from him? His father was already disappointed by his entry into Slytherin. He could not, under any circumstances, allow him to be any more disheartened. Tom silently clenched his fists hidden beneath the table. He resolved to excel in all subjects, to become the most outstanding student in every aspect, to outwardly embody the kind of child his father favored, upright and radiant. As he contemplated this, his thoughts began to drift. What could he do to ensure his father neither despised him nor could ever bear to part from him, while also being free to reveal his true nature and indulge unabashedly in his father's essence? The moment this mad, yet enticing notion emerged, the answer flashed through his mind like lightning. If he became the king of the wizarding world, it would suffice. When he attained the pinnacle of existence, and the entire world lay prostrate at his feet, then the most precious treasure in this world would rightfully belong solely to him. On the other side, Professor Harry, having been struck by the thunderous revelation that he had raised the Dark Lord himself, finally managed to piece together his shattered emotions after a prolonged collapse that lasted for half the banquet. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to gaze at the small figure seated at the Slytherin table. It was all right, he reassured himself. This version of Tom Riddle in this world was his child. He had nurtured him under his own wings, feeding him with the milk he had provided and singing the lullabies he had composed. Well, it wasn't precisely him. It was Harry, but Harry was also a part of him. He merely had not participated directly. The distinction was negligible. As long as he diligently guided him with love and instilled the right values, he could surely rectify that potential, twisted nature. Harry felt no regret about adopting Tom. Yes, he loathed Voldemort with a vengeance that ran deep in his bones. Yet, that was a transgression committed by another person in a different timeline. He could not, nor should he, transplant this overwhelming hatred onto the child before him, who had yet to commit any wrongdoing and who gazed at him with trepidation over the sorting results. He would devote everything to love and teach him. However, beneath the warmth of paternal affection, Harry's gaze concealed a trace of coldness and resolve that belonged to the Savior, a coldness that even he had not fully recognized. If all these efforts were to fail, if Tom's inherent nature proved irredeemable, if there came a day when he truly walked the path of the Dark Lord, Harry looked at his son's delicate and youthful face and silently vowed a heavy and bloody oath. The soft bed after the banquet became a brief farewell. When Harry opened his eyes again, he was not met by the familiar silence of the professor's dormitory, but rather by a boisterous shout and a violent shaking. "Hey, Harry, wake up!" Ron's booming voice exploded in his ear. "Merlin S. Beard, how can you sleep so deeply? We have flying class today." Startled, Harry sat up, his mind a blank slate. The warmth of his private dormitory had vanished, replaced by the circular room in Gryffindor Tower, adorned with deep crimson drapes. He was back, the world where Tom existed, where he had become both a father and a professor, shattered like a fragile bubble in the instant he fell asleep. I understand now. Harry's voice was parched, the hollow feeling in his chest, as if a piece had been forcibly excised, made it difficult for him to breathe. He mechanically dressed, and just before leaving, his gaze unintentionally swept over the glass box at the foot of his bed. Inside, the snake, a gift he had received inexplicably, curled up pitifully, as if sensing the chill of the outside world. Upon seeing the serpent, Harry's heart clenched painfully. Its forlorn appearance always reminded him of Tom. Sighing, he turned to Ron, who was voraciously stuffing bread into his mouth, and asked Ron, "Do you still have that chicken leg you had last night?" Ron mumbled and pointed toward the bedside table. Harry approached, retrieved the chicken leg from the paper wrapping, and placed it into the snake's enclosure. Through the glass, he spoke to the snake with a gentle tone he was unaware of, saying, "First, have something to eat. I shall bring you more at noon." Having said that, he hurriedly followed Ron out. The snake in the box narrowed its pupils, delighting in the moment, and lightly flicked its tail a few times. Once the door to the dormitory was firmly shut, it leisurely slithered out of the box, ignoring the fragrant chicken leg, and made its way directly to Harry's bed. It skillfully found Harry's pillow, wrapping itself around it with its cold, smooth body, carefully controlling its strength to avoid damaging the pillow. Then it buried its head deep into the soft fabric, closed its eyes, and took a deep, greedy breath. It was his scent, his cake. This was its own, a cake that belonged solely to it. Meanwhile, in the great hall, Draco Malfoy was irritably prodding the sausage on his plate with a silver fork, his handsome face betraying his unmistakable annoyance. "What's the matter?" Blaise Zabini asked lazily, sipping pumpkin juice with an air of disinterest. "Didn't he sleep well last night?" Draco slammed down his fork with a clatter, replying crossly, "The cooking skills of Hogwarts house elves have deteriorated. How can you still eat this? It has no flavor whatsoever." Blaise raised an eyebrow in response and let out a teasing whistle. He set down his cup and leaned toward Draco, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "My dear Draco," he drawled, adopting a tone as if he had discovered a new continent, "this is not the house elf's fault. It is you, Draco Malfoy, whose sense of taste is beginning to fade." Chapter 21, Devour Him. Draco Malfoy's platinum hair seemed to lose its luster in response to his owner's shock. He stared intently at Blaise, as if seeking a hint of jest in his dark, ever-mischievous eyes. "What do you mean my sense of taste is beginning to fade?" he asked, articulating each word. Blaise appeared entirely unfazed by his anger, casually shrugging his shoulders. "It is quite literal, my dear Draco," he said leisurely. "Since you discovered that piece of cake, the other flavors in your world will gradually fade away until you completely consume that unique cake, at which point your sense of taste will be restored." "Cake?" Draco's brows knitted tightly together. "What do you mean by eating this cake? What nonsense are you talking about?" Blaise offered no further explanation through words. He simply smiled knowingly, a hint of understanding in his expression. He raised his hand, his long index finger first pointing precisely at Draco, then across the great hall, unambiguously indicating the tousle-haired Harry Potter, who was chatting and laughing with Weasley at the Gryffindor table. After making this gesture, Blaise retracted his hand and picked up a cupcake from his plate. Under the piercing gaze of Draco's suddenly narrowed pupils, he opened his mouth and took a hefty bite, then, with an exaggerated and indulgent demeanor, slowly chewed the cake into fragments before swallowing. Once he completed this act, he lifted his eyes to meet Draco's now pale countenance, and, with a voice that approached a whisper, laced with malice, uttered, "This is what I mean. Do you understand now?" In that moment, Draco's mind felt as though it had been struck by a thunderbolt. He stared in shock at Blaise, then abruptly turned to gaze at Harry in the distance, a shiver of indescribable dread racing up his spine. "Are you implying that I am to consume his very being?" His voice trembled, rife with absurdity and disbelief. He shook his head vehemently, his platinum locks cascading chaotically around him, his tone imbued with unprecedented revulsion and defiance. "This is utterly preposterous. I will not accept it. It is impossible." A low, triumphant chuckle from Blaise interrupted his protest. "My dear Draco, this is no longer a matter of acceptance." As he elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin, he continued, "Sooner or later, you will be unable to restrain your instincts, and you shall wholly devour that piece of cake, fragrant and enticing." With that, he stood, finishing the last morsel of his meal, and with a graceful turn, departed, leaving Draco alone, frozen in place, as if ensnared in an icy abyss. His gaze uncontrollably wandered back to Harry Potter. In that moment, the boy who had captivated him from their very first encounter, exuding an alluring aroma, transformed in his eyes from a person into a delectable cake laid out on a platter, awaiting his indulgence. Draco Malfoy sat at the Slytherin table, yet felt as though he were perched upon needles. Instinctively, he swallowed hard, forcefully suppressing Blaze's absurd and terrifying words. He was a noble Malfoy. He could never stoop to covet Potter's blood, flesh, and bones like a ravenous cannibal. Time seemed to accelerate. On the eve of Halloween this year, no trolls breached the castle, and the invisible wall between Ron and Hermione remained unscathed. Harry felt a twinge of disappointment, yet not overwhelmingly so. He believed they would eventually find another opportunity to rekindle their friendship. Soon, the day of the first Quidditch match of the academic year arrived. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. As Harry soared into the pitch on his Nimbus 2000, the deafening cheers nearly shook the stadium to its foundations. He felt no anxiety. After a grueling period of training with Wood, he had already been hailed by his captain as a once-in-a-century Quidditch prodigy. Though much of this acclaim stemmed from his past life's experiences, it was more than sufficient to dominate this group of still youthful students. Moreover, this time, there would be no Quirrell lurking in the shadows to cast spells of interference. The match erupted into a fierce contest from the very outset. The Slytherin team, true to form, resorted to unscrupulous tactics, while Harry darted through the air like a flash of crimson and gold, skillfully evading the insidious assaults of the bludgers time and again. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting glimpse of something golden. The golden snitch. Almost simultaneously, Slytherin's seeker spotted it as well. The two surged forward like arrows released from their bows, racing towards that glimmer of gold. At that moment, a bludger came hurtling toward Harry at an acute angle, howling in its trajectory. Gasps erupted from the crowd. With a steely resolve, Harry executed a perilous maneuver, sharply veering to the side as the deadly bludger grazed past him. In an astonishing display of speed, his hand lunged forward. His fingertips felt the chilling, fluttering sensation of wings. Harry Potter had seized the golden snitch. Lee Jordan's triumphant shout echoed throughout the stadium. The Gryffindor stands erupted in jubilation. Yet, amidst the euphoria of victory, a searing pain suddenly exploded in his arm. Though the bludger had missed him, it had nonetheless inflicted a grievous cut along the edge of his arm. Warm, viscous blood instantaneously stained the sleeve of his vibrant team jersey. Harry, in the Gryffindor stands. Two voices cried out in alarm, simultaneously, filled with panic. Ron and Hermione glanced at each other in that moment. Then, as if scalded, each rolled their eyes dramatically and turned away. In the air, as the thrill of capturing the snitch faded and the adrenaline ebbed, Harry was overwhelmed by a wave of intense pain and dizziness from blood loss. He could no longer hold on. Darkness enveloped him, and his body slumped as he plummeted from his broom. The cheers of victory swiftly morphed into terrified screams. Ron and Hermione, pale as ghosts, rushed towards the pitch without a second thought. But someone was faster than them. Just as Harry was about to hit the ground, strong arms caught him securely. Ron and Hermione skidded to a halt, astonished at the sight before them. Severus Snape, the most dreaded potions master at Hogwarts, was cradling Harry Potter in his arms, as if he were a precious treasure. The usually icy visage bore no trace of the customary sarcasm or disdain, nor even anger, only an overwhelming sense of relief. In his fathomless black eyes swirled the tumult of fear and gratitude for the life restored. Chapter 22. Merlin's Elixir of Oil and Steel. Harry awoke to the scent of antiseptic. Above him loomed the stark white ceiling of the infirmary, accompanied by a subtle yet palpable tension in the air. To his left sat Ron, and at the foot of his bed was Hermione. They resembled two indifferent statues, one fixated on the tips of his shoes, the other scrutinizing the folds of the bed linens. Harry, the moment he opened his eyes, Hermione perceptibly detected his awakening and exclaimed in delight. Upon hearing her voice, Ron immediately turned his head, relief washing over his face. Wow, you finally awakened. What happened to me? Harry's voice was still somewhat hoarse. He vaguely recalled losing consciousness amidst the euphoria of winning the Quidditch match, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain in his arm. Instinctively, he glanced at his arm, which appeared unblemished, devoid of even a scar. Madame Pomfrey's medical expertise was indeed swift and exceptional, far surpassing that of Lockhart. You fainted, Ron explained, adding, it was Snape who carried you from the pitch to the infirmary. Harry froze momentarily, incredulity etched across his face. Snape? Yes, Snape, Ron affirmed with a vigorous nod. Hermione leaned in as well, remarking, Harry, is it possible that your relationship with Professor Snape is actually quite good? He looked terrifying when you fell from your broom. Terrifying? He resembled those muggle romance novels my dad often brings home from secondhand bookstores. Ron suddenly became animated, clearing his throat and lowering his voice dramatically, mimicking what he believed to be a deep and authoritative tone as he gestured towards Harry. If anything were to happen to Harry Potter, I would ensure the world pays dearly Just as he uttered this line, the infirmary door swung open, and Draco Malfoy strode in, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, catching the tail end of Ron's proclamation. Draco let out a characteristic scoff, his face contorted in disdain. You, Weasley? You'd have the world mourn for Potter? You should be more concerned about the roast chicken leg served at school today. He scrutinized Ron, dismissively adding, you hardly eat more than Crabbe. Crabbe and Goyle erupted into foolish laughter at being called out. Harry's lips twitched. He felt that Draco's comment had astutely insulted Ron, himself, Crabbe, and Goyle all at once. As Ron prepared to roll up his sleeves and confront Draco, Harry swiftly interjected, What brings you to the infirmary, Malfoy? None of your business. Potter, Draco replied haughtily, lifting his chin. Oh, Ron elongated the word, adopting a mocking tone. Our esteemed Malfoy, surely you are not here to check on us, the humble half-blood Harry Potter? Draco, visibly irked by Ron's sardonic tone, bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Of course not. I'm here to fetch a bottle of digestive potion. Goyle is constipated. I'm not. I didn't eat too much. My stomach is just fine. Goyle protested. Draco shot Goyle a fierce glare, silencing him instantly. He retrieved the potion from Madame Pomfrey's cabinet and departed without a backward glance. Once they had left, Ron curiously inquired, Can a digestive potion treat constipation? Hermione instinctively responded. It can aid in stimulating bowel movements, but it is not the primary treatment it requires. She abruptly realized she had been conversing with Ron and promptly shut her mouth, her face flushing with embarrassment. Ron did not mock her. Instead, he appeared somewhat astonished. Wow, you really know quite a bit. Do you read every day? Is there anything you don't read? Hermione, uninterested, chose to ignore him. Yet Ron persisted with his inquiries. Can you even read tactical speculations on the Quidditch World Cup, finals, or classic endgame analysis in Wizard's chess? Hermione finally seemed at a loss for words. Not every book is to my liking. Well, that's still quite impressive, Ron drawled. No wonder you always seem to know everything. Hermione huffed again, though her expression softened considerably. Harry, lying on his bed, observed their playful banter, and his worries about their relationship began to ease, providing him with a sense of reassurance. Madame Pomfrey, after meticulously inspecting Harry with her wand, nodded in satisfaction. Your bones are healing well, young man. No lingering effects. You may leave. Harry promptly leaped off the bed and joined his friends in departing the infirmary. As they walked, Hermione initially seemed a bit awkward, still preoccupied with her earlier argument with Ron. However, Ron appeared to have an epiphany, engaging her with trivial chatter, ranging from whether Draco truly believed that digestive potions could cure constipation to speculating if Professor Flitwick's chair had been raised again. Hermione, who had initially been indifferent, gradually found herself unable to suppress a smile at his antics. When they reached a fork in the corridor, Hermione announced her intention to head to the library for research. Bidding him farewell, watching her retreating figure, Harry couldn't help but nudge Ron with his elbow. What's with you suddenly want to talk to her? Ron rubbed his nose, a rare flush of embarrassment gracing his features. I've realized she is actually quite nice. If it weren't for her help this time, I would have been torn apart by Snape. Snape? Harry furrowed his brow, intrigued. What was that about? It wasn't entirely Snape's fault. Mainly, Ron had stammered halfway through his explanation before abruptly falling silent, his gaze fixated ahead as if petrified. Following his line of sight, Harry spotted a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure approaching. It was Snape, clad in his customary black robes, his gait steady, and his expression, as usual, as if everyone owed him a million galleons. Yet this time, Harry found himself inexplicably drawn to observe him more closely. Typically, when confronted with Snape, Harry either avoided his scathing glare or endured his biting remarks, never truly paying attention. However, he now realized that Snape's appearance had improved significantly compared to the last time. His figure was no longer gaunt, and his shoulders appeared broader. The black robes he wore imparted an air of austere elegance. And his hair? Harry's gaze fixated on Snape's hair. That iconic, greasy black hair, which had once gleamed with oil, was now refreshingly clean and voluminous, although still black. It shimmered with a healthy luster under the light streaming in through the corridor windows. His gaze uncontrollably drifted to Snape's sharply defined face, which appeared significantly younger than he remembered, with the shadows beneath his eyes considerably diminished. By Merlin's beard, has Snape learned to take care of himself? While Harry's mind was in turmoil, Snape had already approached them. He lowered his eyelids slightly, using his fathomless black eyes to gaze down at Harry. His cold tone laced with familiar mockery. Potter, I trust that your brain, which is stuffed with gillyweed and has been treated like a Quidditch ball by a troll, can manage to function just a little, lest your mother receive news of your demise at school. Having uttered this, he did not linger for even a second longer, brushing past them as the corners of his black robes traced a chilling arc in the air. Harry and Ron stood frozen in place until Snape's figure had completely vanished at the end of the corridor. Upon returning to the basement and locking the heavy door of his quarters with his wand, all his icy facades crumbled in an instant. He leaned against the door, sliding helplessly to the cold stone floor. In this room, there were no ominous potion ingredients, nor terrifying skeletal specimens. Instead, the walls, the tables, and every crevice of the bookshelves were filled with photographs and magical portraits of Harry. Some depicted him grinning broadly, others showed him sleeping with his lips slightly puckered, and yet more captured him soaring through the air in his Quidditch uniform. Snape sat on the ground, burying his head between his knees, his heart still racing wildly from fear, not yet having calmed. Fortunately, he was still alive. Thankfully, he had not once again departed from his side. Chapter 23. Can Madame Pomfrey cure a snake brain? Once Snape's dark figure completely disappeared at the end of the corridor, the intangible, chilling sense of oppression gradually dissipated. Harry and Ron simultaneously sighed in relief, retracting their gazes. You haven't explained yet. Harry resumed the earlier topic, fixing his determined gaze on Ron. Why did Snape want to break you apart? At the mention of this, Ron's expression instantly morphed into one of embarrassment, verging on guilt. He raked his fingers through his fiery red hair, stammering, well, when I rushed down from the stands, I was a bit too hasty, and then accidentally tripped over a rogue bludger that rolled to the side of the pitch. He paused, his voice dwindling. Then, that bludger was sent flying again by my collision, and it was headed right towards you. If Professor Snape hadn't suddenly dashed over and deflected it with his arm, it might have collided directly with your head. Harry's steps abruptly halted. His mind was slightly muddled, yet the basic logic remained clear. He seized upon the most astonishing detail, questioning incredulously. Snape deflected the ball? That man who has always regarded me as a thorn in his side, who longs for my immediate expulsion from Hogwarts, would use his own body to shield me from a bludger? Exactly. Ron nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a puppet on strings. You had not yet collapsed when he rushed over to support you. The expression on his face was enough to frighten anyone to death. Ron clicked his tongue, scratching the back of his head, and analyzed in a tone as if he had discovered a new world. Harry, to be honest, is your family particularly close to the Snape family? I heard that Malfoy's father has a good relationship with Snape, which is why Snape always favors Malfoy. But that pales in comparison to the intensity with which he seems to worry about you. Honestly, it's as if he would have "I am very concerned about you" tattooed on his forehead. Harry shuddered at Ron's description and immediately retorted, Have you forgotten? In our very first potions class, he inexplicably deducted points from me. Oh, Ron said, nodding in sudden realization. His eyes then brightened as though he had unlocked some hidden truth. Leaning closer to Harry, he spoke in a mysterious tone, as if he had seen through everything. Is this what they call a relationship of both love and hate? Is it love born from hate, or hate born from love? Harry, faced with his friend's shocking theories that rivaled the gossip columns of the Daily Prophet, felt his brain, recently healed by Madame Pomfrey, buzzing with overload. He stared blankly at Ron and sincerely suggested, How about you just keep your mouth shut? Oh, Ron replied, instantly closing his mouth, his expression a touch aggrieved. That night, as Harry made his way back to the dormitory from the Great Hall, he carried a takeout box in hand. He was still pondering that if it wouldn't eat cooked food, then tomorrow he would have to see if he could buy a few fresh mice from the Ollery. Owning a pet turned out to be far more troublesome than he had anticipated. However, when his gaze fell upon his soft and comfortable four-poster bed, he froze. The dormitory was quiet, save for the crackling of the fire in the hearth. The snake, which had somehow escaped from the box, was sprawled comfortably on his pillow, sleeping soundly. Sunlight streamed through the window, glinting off its glossy black scales. On the bedside table, the box containing the chicken leg he had placed there that morning showed no signs of being disturbed. Harry felt his temples throbbing. He approached, exuding the exasperation of waking a sleepy child, and gently tapped his finger on the snake's cold, slippery head. The snake lazily awoke, lifting its head with a hint of confusion in its small, bead-like eyes. Taking a deep breath to suppress the urge to toss it out of the window, Harry lowered his voice and asked in a hissing tone, a language only the two of them understood, What do you actually eat? If you don't eat chicken legs, what do you want? The little snake flicked its tongue and replied in a matter-of-fact tone, tinged with a hint of innocence. In the same hissing language, I want to eat you. Harry, the air seemed to freeze. Harry maintained the posture of outstretched fingers, his mind blank for several seconds. Was he dreaming? Had he misheard? Or could it be that this serpent was merely a spy sent by Malfoy, intent on mentally corrupting him? Ultimately, all the chaotic thoughts coalesced into an expressionless action. With a stoic demeanor, He extended his hand, precisely grasped the snake's body, and lifted it from his cherished pillow, disregarding its protestations as he unceremoniously tossed it back into the enchanted box, slamming the lid shut with a resounding thud. Having completed this task, he turned with utmost seriousness to Ron, who was munching on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans while perusing a Quidditch magazine. Ron, do you think Madame Pomfrey can cure a snake's mind? Or perhaps transform Voldemort into a snake? Chapter 24. I simply hid Snape's love letter. The end-of-term results for the first semester concluded Harry's initial journey at Hogwarts with an almost flawless report card, boasting excellent grades across the board. This outcome was both surprising and yet expected. It was reasonable, after all, that he, as a barely graduated adult from Hogwarts, could tackle the simple examinations of a first-year student with the perspective of maturity. Achieving top marks was hardly a daunting feat. The unexpected element, however, lay within the potions category, where he received a conspicuous outstanding. To his astonishment, Snape had not deducted points. Truth be told, ever since the heart-stopping Quidditch match, Harry had begun to observe Snape, both intentionally and unintentionally. He discovered that the man was indeed peculiar, even more so than Draco Malfoy, who had suddenly approached him mid-term with an olive branch. Reflecting on Malfoy, Harry found the platinum-haired youth odd, yet not entirely incomprehensible. It was merely a case of him inexplicably delaying the friendship manifesto he had introduced at the beginning of the term until midway through. After Harry had clearly rebuffed him, Malfoy had ceased his pursuit, yet he would invariably cast a complex gaze of mingled hatred and resentment upon Harry in the corridors or the Great Hall. This could at best be attributed to the awkward pride of a pubescent boy. But Snape was a conundrum of an entirely different caliber. Harry often pondered how a severe as Snape, unburdened by that heavy hatred, could begin to refine his own image. He felt a burgeoning curiosity, almost uncontrollable, about whom this version of Snape, cherished deep within his heart, could still be his mother. This possibility snowballed in his mind, uncontrollably growing larger. A sudden shiver ran down Harry's spine, and goosebumps prickled his arms. He envisioned the scene of the potions professor, with his sleek black hair and austere demeanor, confessing his feelings to Harry's mother, Lily Evans Potter. No, this cannot be. Harry silently screamed within, clasping his hands together in the most devout prayer of his life. Please, let Snape's affections be directed toward anyone, be it male, female, young, or old, even if he were to fall for Dumbledore's fox, as long as it was not his mother. As Harry meticulously packed his belongings, preparing to board the Hogwarts Express back to his home in London, he grappled with his thoughts before ultimately deciding to bring along the troublesome serpent. Initially, he contemplated entrusting it to Hagrid for a few days, but recalling the fellow's alarming statements about consumption, he felt uneasy about leaving it in anyone's care. He placed the snake into a more comfortable portable box, affixing a label upon it. He bestowed upon it a new name, Jerry. This time, it absolutely could not be called Tom. Harry mused, a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. That name carried ill fortune. Upon returning to the house at Grimmauld Place, Harry was greeted with an enthusiastic embrace from James and Lily. The flames in the fireplace crackled with vigor, and the air was infused with the delightful aroma of Lily's renowned baked treats, enveloping everything in a warmth that beckoned indulgence. Outstanding in all subjects. No wonder you are the son of James Potter. James proudly waved Harry's report card, exclaiming with excitement, I must write to Sirius and Remus, inviting them over for the weekend. We shall throw a party for our little genius. Observing his father's beaming demeanor, Harry sensed an opportune moment. Casually, he inquired, Dad, do you know Professor Snape? With a sudden halt, the quill James had prepared to use paused in midair. He awkwardly uttered a sound, his gaze becoming evasive. Well, yes, I do know him. The unmistakable hint of discomfort that flickered across his face did not escape Harry's keen observation. Knowing his father well, Harry swiftly deduced that there must be some history between James and Snape. Thus, he decided to stoke the flames further. At school, Professor Snape often remarked that I was indeed James Potter's son, with a mind filled with thistles, just like his. Harry calmly stated, Dad, did you perhaps do something unkind to him in the past? Shush. James reacted as if a cat's tail had been stepped on, instantly tensing up. He gestured multiple times for silence towards Harry, his mouth mimicking the same sound, his eyes wide with trepidation as they darted toward Lily's busy figure in the kitchen. Lowering his voice, he nervously insisted, There's nothing to it. Don't you dare say such things in front of your mother. Harry remained silent, gazing at him with those identical, clear, emerald green eyes that resembled Lily's. Under the weight of that gaze, James could hardly endure for more than half a minute before he capitulated. With a dejected sigh, he confessed, All right. I did have a bit of feud with that greasy git. I mean Snape. We mutually despised each other. Once, I even hid a love letter he wrote for someone else. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Harry absorbed this information in quiet contemplation, his mind conjuring countless brutal scenarios of schoolyard bullying, yet ultimately crystallizing into an incredulous retort. That it? That it? James affirmed with a nod. Did you not engage in any other forms of bullying? Harry persisted, perhaps hanging him upside down or tormenting him with curses. A subtle blush crept across James's face, and his voice diminished. I had considered it, but at that time, Lily intervened. Harry's mind buzzed in astonishment. He froze. What if, in this lifetime, his father had never truly bullied Snape? What if the most painful and humiliating events had never transpired, and all of it stemmed merely from a youthful rivalry and a prank involving a hidden love letter? Where, then, did Snape's intense, almost palpable animosity towards him, the son of James Potter, originate? Was it solely because his father had concealed Snape's love letter? Wait, hold on. Snape's love letter? To whom had Snape penned such a letter? His mother? Chapter 25. The beautiful boy Snape? So that was it. If Snape's intended recipient had indeed been his mother, Lily, and it was his father, James, who had hidden it? Harry questioned himself. If, during his own awakening to love, he were to find someone abruptly intervening to snatch away his heartfelt letter to Ginny, ultimately succeeding in winning her affection, he imagined he might harbor a lifelong resentment towards that person, and perhaps even towards their children. A girl resembling Ginny might soften the blow, but a boy resembling that man would not. With this realization, the intensity of Snape's hatred seemed to find a reasonable explanation. For the time being, Harry cast this matter aside, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the rare familial moments. At the dining table, James animatedly waved a flyer. I have procured tickets for the Quidditch World Cup. We shall attend as a family, and if you wish to invite friends, that is certainly welcome. Lily gently added, serving Harry the largest piece of pie. Yes. Do you have any friends? You mentioned Ron and Hermione in your letter. Invite them all. A gathering is far more delightful. James enthusiastically concurred. A wave of warmth enveloped Harry's entire being. This was the unconditional love from parents he had long envied while peering through door cracks and around stairwell corners at Dudley, yet had never truly experienced in his past life. Before bed, Lily sat by his bedside, placing a tender good-night kiss upon his forehead. Good night, my darling. She switched off the light and closed the door. Harry could not suppress a smile as he buried his face in the pillow and blanket, infused with sunlight and the scent of his mother, drifting into a blissful sleep. When he awoke again, it was due to a slight chill in the air. Instinctively, he attempted to pull the covers closer, only to realize the surroundings felt amiss. Gone were the familiar hues of red and gold, and the warm morning sunlight was replaced by a somewhat cold and somber green and silver palette, accompanied by the crackling of a fire in the nearby hearth. The damp, chilly air carried the unique scent of lake water. Was this the Slytherin dormitory? Harry sat up in bewilderment, surveying his surroundings. He lay upon a splendid four-poster bed, with dark green drapes cascading down. At that moment, a somewhat hoarse, yet still melodious voice of a youth broke the silence. You're awake, just in time. I was about to call you. Harry abruptly turned his head to the source of the voice. The flickering flames of the fireplace danced, illuminating a boy clad in Hogwarts robes seated on the bed beside him. The firelight seemed to be the work of a masterful artist, painting his exquisitely refined features with warm hues. The boy's skin, bathed in the glow, appeared almost translucently pale, with a jawline distinct and elegant, and a nose sculpted as high and proud as that of a classical statue. Within his eyes, deep and dark as obsidian, flickered the reflection of the flames, infusing his innate aloofness with a hint of vibrant, elusive brightness. A few strands of sleek black hair fell across his forehead, adding a touch of youthful fragility and stunning beauty to his otherwise solemn visage. It was Severus Snape. Harry found himself momentarily stunned. It took him several seconds to reconcile this exquisite youth, illuminated by the firelight, with the Snape he remembered. The disparity was simply too great. His impressions of Snape were either that of a middle-aged man with greasy black hair and a malevolent gaze, or the sullen child he had encountered during his last visit to this timeline. His most recent recollection had merely evolved into that of a middle-aged man with neatly groomed black hair. But this sudden transformation into a breathtakingly handsome youth was quite overwhelming to his senses. Yet, Harry quickly concocted a plausible explanation. Hogwarts' culinary offerings were indeed commendable. In this lifetime, Snape had not endured any earth-shattering conflicts with his father in that oppressive carriage. Thus his demeanor was not so grim. He had even learned to care for himself. His sallow skin had been rejuvenated, and his newfound attractiveness was not entirely unexpected. "Why are you staring at me?" Snape's voice pulled Harry back from his reverie. "Nothing," Harry replied hastily, averting his gaze and sitting up on the bed, feeling somewhat awkward. To mask his embarrassment, he casually inquired, "What classes do we have today?" "Charms class, followed by flying lessons in the afternoon," Snape replied succinctly. No sooner had he spoken than a derisive snicker emanated from another corner of the dormitory. Harry turned to see a boy with dazzling platinum blonde hair leaning against the bedpost, regarding him with a languid yet mocking expression. "Potter, you haven't been dazed by a bludger yesterday, have you?" The youth drawled in a tone he found all too familiar, elongated with a noble inflection. "You don't even know what classes we have today? If that's the case, I suggest you give up on playing Quidditch altogether, lest you bring shame upon us Slytherins." "That damned hair, that infuriating tone. What business is it of yours, Lucius Malfoy?" Harry instinctively retorted. Lucius appeared to be incensed by the defiance he encountered, straightening his posture and sneering. "Of course I care. I merely fear you might end up crushed on your broom next time. After all, your intellect is hardly distinguishable from that of a troll." Suddenly breaking his long-standing silence, Snape's voice emerged, low yet imbued with an undeniable calmness. "If you aspire to join the Quidditch team, what you require is practice on the field, not derision directed at your teammates." Lucius's arrogant expression froze instantaneously. He shot a venomous glare at Harry, but refrained from rebutting Snape. With a huff of irritation, he snatched an object from the bedside table and flung it towards Harry. Instinctively, Harry caught it. It was a piece of chocolate wrapped in exquisite foil, produced by Honeydukes. "Take it," Lucius barked. "Do not embarrass yourself like that in the next training session." With that, he grasped his robes and strode out of the dormitory. Harry gazed down at the still warm chocolate in his hand, then glanced at Snape, who was calmly organizing his books. His mind was engulfed in an unprecedented tumult. A thought inexplicably surfaced from the depths of his consciousness. In this world, could the relationships between him, Lucius, and Snape possibly be rather amicable? With a closer bond to Lucius, it became clear why Snape's image appeared so much more favorable. After all, the fastidious Lucius would certainly not wish for his friends to be so unrefined. Harry, rationalizing his speculation, completely overlooked that in his previous life, Snape had still been friends with Lucius, though Snape's own recollections did not present his image in such an extraordinary light. Chapter 26. As Harry entered the Charms classroom, he instinctively sought to move towards the vibrant red hair of Lily Evans. However, just as he lifted his foot, he watched in dismay as a boy with tousled black hair effortlessly occupied the seat beside Lily before him. It was his father, James Potter. Following James were two boys, the dashing and carefree Sirius Black and the gentle, quiet Remus Lupin, who comfortably settled into the back seats behind James and Lily. Beside them was a figure Harry hoped to avoid, a slightly portly, seemingly timid little rat. Undoubtedly, it was Peter Pettigrew. Upon seeing Peter's face, Harry struggled to maintain his composure, nearly revealing a mask of anguish. He could not fathom how this seemingly merely plump boy would eventually become so rotund in the future. Yet, upon reflection, he found solace. In the first world, Peter, while evading Voldemort, had not ballooned to such an extent. In the second world, he had merely nestled within the Weasley household. Indeed, it was the poor treatment from Voldemort in that world that had led to his unfortunate condition. While Harry's mind was in turmoil, Snape had already made his way to an empty desk in the center of the classroom, signaling for him to come over. Harry reluctantly relinquished his desire to approach his mother and took a seat beside Snape. The Professor of Charms was still Flitwick, though the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes had diminished significantly, lending him a more youthful appearance. Standing atop a stack of books to survey the entire classroom, he announced in his high-pitched voice, "Today, we shall learn a very practical little charm, Lumos," with a gentle wave of his wand. The curtains on either side of the classroom whooshed shut, and the magical lights on the ceiling extinguished in unison. Instantly, the room was enveloped in darkness, followed by a flurry of small commotions and gasps. "Silence!" Professor Flitwick's voice rang out clearly in the gloom. "Watch closely." He raised his wand and pronounced distinctly, "Lumos." A soft, brilliant orb of light sprang forth from the tip of his wand, as if he had captured a miniature star, illuminating a small area around him as bright as day. "Wow!" the students exclaimed in genuine admiration. "Now, it is your turn to try." For Harry, casting Lumos was as effortless as eating or drinking. It was one of the spells he had mastered in his previous life, particularly during those late-night study sessions leading up to exams. Countless times, while his classmates slept soundly and Ron's thunderous snores filled the air, He had tucked himself under the warm covers of the Gryffindor Dormitory-S four-poster bed, using the faint glow to illuminate his tiny, all-night study haven. Instinctively, he raised his wand without even contemplating the pronunciation of the incantation or the trajectory of the wand's tip, merely whispering in his mind, Lumos. A steady, bright light, even more vibrant and solid than Flitwick's demonstration, blossomed effortlessly from his wand's tip. However, Harry soon realized that the light was too bright and stable. He quickly understood that this was not the moment to draw attention. He was no longer the expected savior, but merely an unremarkable second-year student at Hogwarts. In fact, he was not even Harry at this moment, but rather Hari. Seeking the spotlight could lead to misfortune. If he performed too exceptionally, he might unintentionally become the imaginary rival of his father, James, which would spell trouble. He needed to blend in to be average. Thus, with a flick of his wrist, the brilliant light flickered like a faulty bulb and reluctantly extinguished. He mimicked the expressions of his classmates, furrowing his brow as he struggled through repeated attempts. Just then, a warm body unexpectedly drew close, the unfamiliar warmth pressing against his arm, causing Harry to stiffen. He turned his head in confusion, barely making out Snape's face in the dim light. The youth's face bore a hint of unnoticeable embarrassment and a flush as he leaned closer to Harry's ear, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "I'm a bit afraid of the dark." Harry paused for a moment, then nodded in understanding. This is indeed understandable, for he is still but a child. He did not dwell on it further, and continued to practice the spell with a distracted mind. Snape's body remained pressed closely against him. The warmth and breath of another person made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting a desire to shift aside, though he felt it might be inappropriate. In the darkness, unseen by Harry, those eyes he presumed were paralyzed by fear were not gazing anywhere in particular. Instead, they lingered upon his face with an almost ravenous intensity, inch by inch. It was not a look of fear. Rather, it was an obsession tinged with madness and fervor, akin to a beast lying in wait, finally seizing the moment as its prey stumbled into the dark trap. That gaze was palpable, meticulously and repeatedly caressing every inch of Harry's skin, tracing the elegant line of his nose, lingering upon his gently pressed lips, and ultimately, as if intent on devouring his very essence, branding itself deep within Snape's soul. In truth, these were not mere metaphors. Snape harbored an overwhelming desire to consume this youth, who radiated an enchanting fragrance. This thought coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, tightening with each heartbeat, inducing waves of sweet, yet agonizing suffocation. The scent emanating from Harry was intoxicating, not the aroma of potions or spices, but a singular essence, as if a blend of sunlight, grass, and wind, incessantly tempting him, awakening the beast within that had long been imprisoned, roaring in a frenzy to escape its confines. What was he to do? He was aware of his abnormality, yet how could he achieve his desires? He was tormented, as the almost pathological possessiveness clashed violently with the self-control he had prided himself on throughout his life. All right, class, that'll be all for today. Professor Flitwick's crisp voice shattered the darkness, interrupting the bloody battle raging in Snape's mind. The curtains were drawn open with a swish, allowing bright light to flood the classroom, dispelling the tension that had bred ambiguity and danger. The class was finally over. Harry exhaled in relief, rising from his seat. Beside him, Snape remained ensnared in that tumultuous realm of shadows, almost reflexively standing as well. At that moment, Lucius, having packed his bag, squeezed past them. Due to the cramped space, his elbow inadvertently collided with Snape's back. A sudden force propelled Snape forward uncontrollably towards Harry. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that instant. Harry managed only a brief gasp before feeling soft lips, perfectly aligned, press against his cheek. The warmth and softness were overwhelming. Snape froze entirely, his mind blank, utterly incapacitated. The intoxicating aroma, so tantalizingly close, surged through him like the most potent aphrodisiac, shattering his last vestige of rational thought. He could even feel the delicate texture and warm pulse of the skin beneath his lips. He blinked, and within the depths of his dark eyes, the astonishment and disbelief reflected in Harry's green gaze. Then, before all consciousness returned, his instincts had already reacted on his behalf. Unconsciously, as if under a spell, he extended his tongue and gently caressed that warm skin, a hint of fervent moisture accompanying the gesture. A fleeting lick. Chapter 27. A heroic rescue? The warm mouth first pressed against his face, followed by a damp, slippery sensation gliding across his cheek. Boom! A thunderclap seemed to strike directly at the core of Harry's nervous system. Goosebumps erupted all over his body. as a shuddering mix of shock and disbelief surged from the base of his spine to the crown of his head. "Oh my!" Lucius's pitch-altered exclamation was akin to a pebble cast into a still pond. He had merely intended to glance back to see what he had collided with, only to be met with the horrifying sight of Snape's lips still pressed against Harry's face. Narcissa Black, having reached the threshold of the classroom, noticed Lucius had not followed and curiously turned back, just in time to witness the scene. Her beautiful eyes blinked in surprise before slowly widening, as she hesitantly pointed with her slender finger at the two who remained frozen in place. "What sort of relationship do you have?" "No, we do not," Harry exclaimed, retreating several paces as if he had been stepped on, wishing to create an insurmountable divide between himself and Snape. He gazed at Snape in a state of panic, realizing the latter remained silent. "Severus, you need to explain." In that moment, he barely recalled their friendship and hastily corrected himself. Snape's mind was still immersed in the lingering, almost ethereal sweetness he had tasted when his tongue had brushed that warm skin. A glimmer of satisfaction remained in his unfathomable black eyes, akin to a beast sated after a hunt. Upon hearing Harry's urgent attempt to distance himself, the dangerous glint in his gaze gradually faded. Rather than expressing anger, he calmly stated, "Indeed, Harry and I share no relationship." With the parties involved denying any connection, others were left with no fodder for gossip. Narcissa shrugged and led the still astonished Lucius away. As James and his companions exited the classroom, they found it all hard to believe. "My goodness," James whispered, unable to conceal the excitement in his tone. "Did you see that? Snape, that greasy git, actually kissed Potter. I knew something was off between them." "Off how?" Sirius raised an eyebrow, instantly sensing the rich aroma of scandal. "Originally, Snape was brought along by Lily, and I presumed there might be some connection between them." James analyzed the situation thoroughly. Yet from the moment we entered the compartment, Snape's gaze seemed glued to that Potter fellow, not once diverting his attention. It was then I sensed something was amiss, and it turned out to be quite true. He clicked his tongue in astonishment, wearing an expression that screamed of his own prophetic brilliance. Sirius and Remus exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with the same tantalizing curiosity of gossip. Peter, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up, suggesting we investigate whether they were indeed involved in such a relationship. He made a subtle gesture to emphasize his point. "How do we go about that?" James immediately expressed interest. Peter chuckled slyly, a mischievous glint in his eye. A classic case of hero rescuing the damsel. The moment those words left his lips, James understood instantly. Sirius's eyes sparkled with mischief, brimming with eagerness for a prank, without hesitation. He nodded in agreement. "Let us do it." Although Remus felt a twinge of discomfort about the plan, he couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips, finding the whole affair quite amusing. The scheme of hero rescuing the damsel received unanimous approval. Yet soon a new and crucial question emerged before the marauding gossip squad. So the question arose. James pondered aloud. Who is the hero and who is the damsel? Does it even need to be asked? Sirius interjected with a wicked grin, clearly relishing the drama. It should certainly be that Snivellus playing the damsel. Just imagine, putting that gloomy fellow in a predicament and waiting for someone to rescue him. What a hilarious scene that would be. Peter, however, had a different perspective. "I'd prefer to see Snivellus in the role of the hero. Let him save someone." "No way. Absolutely not." James vehemently opposed without a second thought. Harry Potter rescuing Snape? The traditional hero-damsel dynamic feels somewhat normal when Potter is the hero and Snape the damsel. But to reverse it and have Snivellus as the hero? Are you joking? Does his visage even lend itself to the term hero? The three of them found themselves at an impasse, each holding differing views. As the most rational among the quartet, Remus cleared his throat and began to analyze. James raises a valid point. From a dramatic standpoint, having Snape as the one in need of rescue is indeed more entertaining. However, in terms of practicality, it is more fitting for Harry to assume the role of the damsel. "Why?" Sirius inquired, puzzled. "Because that Harry Potter," Remus carefully chose his words, "seems a bit more susceptible to manipulation." This reasoning was quite pragmatic. Although Harry belonged to Slytherin, he appeared mild-mannered, unlike Snape, who exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Targeting him would likely yield a higher success rate. Yet, our ultimate goal is to see Snivellus make a fool of himself. Sirius insisted. Hero rescuing the damsel, with Snape as the hero. Don't you find the very phrase peculiar? James reiterated, expressing a visceral aversion to associating the term hero with Snape. And after he saves Harry, how would we ascertain whether they share a connection? What if it were out of love from a Slytherin classmate? The four of them were embroiled in a heated argument. Snape must be the hero. Harry must be the hero. Isn't it more amusing to see him frightened by us? Yet Snape could never be the hero. Ultimately, it was Remus who decisively declared, "It's settled then, Harry shall be the hero." Snape, that somber figure, had always been inscrutable. One could hardly fathom his thoughts. If our prank spiraled out of control, who could predict his response? Harry was far easier to manage in such situations. This reasoning proved most compelling. Although Sirius wished to counter it, he conceded that Remus had a point. They merely sought gossip, not trouble. Thus, the role of the hero was ultimately bestowed upon Harry. James, however, remained somewhat dissatisfied, muttering under his breath, "I still think Snape is better suited for the role of hero. The term hero has no real connection to him." Regrettably, his heartfelt final remark was ruthlessly ignored by the other three, who had already begun enthusiastically discussing their elaborate plans. Chapter 28. Hero, Rescue, Beauty. The afternoon flying lesson brought Harry a long-awaited, pure joy. As he mounted his broom and felt his feet lift from the ground, it was as if all his worries and facades were left behind. The wind whistled past his ears, and the sun cast a warm glow upon him. Instinctively, he executed a series of challenging aerial maneuvers, eliciting gasps of admiration from Madame Hooch and his fellow classmates. At the lesson's conclusion, James Potter approached him with his signature confident grin. "Hey, Potter, nice flying." He nudged Harry with his elbow. "How about practicing some more at the Quidditch pitch?" "Sure," Harry replied eagerly. He had yet to play Quidditch with his father, and this was a splendid opportunity. "Fantastic," James exclaimed, throwing an arm around Harry's shoulders, as Sirius, Remus, and Peter naturally gathered around them. The five of them laughed and chatted as they made their way toward the Quidditch pitch, their shadows elongated by the setting sun. In that moment, Harry felt a fleeting illusion that they were indeed a close-knit group of classmates, about to relish the carefree after-school hours of youth. However, as they passed beneath the enormous, leafy beech tree adjacent to the pitch, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The hanging charm, a clear incantation, rang out, and before Harry could react, an invisible force seized his ankle, yanking him violently off the ground. The world spun before his eyes. A rush of warm blood surged to his head as the Slytherin robes slipped down, enveloping his head completely, plunging him into darkness. "Ha ha! I told you this spell never fails." Sirius's gleeful laughter echoed clearly. Shame and anger washed over Harry in an instant. He struggled to pull the robe from his head, but being upside down rendered him powerless. "Hey, James, what do we do now?" came Remus's voice. A hand reached out, assisting Harry in lifting the long cloak that had shrouded his head. Once again exposed to the light, Harry beheld none other than his esteemed father, James Potter, standing below with his friends, gazing up at the disheveled state he found himself in. A blend of apology and an air of entitlement graced James' countenance. Sorry about this, mate," he began, his tone surprisingly sincere, "but we had no choice. We merely wished to ascertain the nature of your relationship with the Slytherin." Harry was momentarily rendered speechless by this illogical reasoning. He, Harry Potter, was being hung upside down from a tree by his own father and his companions, all for the sake of quenching their trivial curiosity. With a shrug, James displayed an innocent smile, adding, "We wanted to test this hero rescuing the damsel in distress plan. Now, we await your hero's arrival." This was utterly absurd. The dizziness from being upside down and the simmering anger within him melded, causing Harry's head to thrum. In his past life, he had only heard of or glimpsed through Professor Snape's memories the pranks of his father in his youth. Yet now, he found himself as the one ensnared in this prank, a direct victim of the very folly he had once only observed. He had to concede that, regardless of the circumstances, his father, James Potter, possessed an unparalleled talent for exasperating others to the point of rage. "Put me down," Harry gritted through clenched teeth. "Not a chance," James replied, his tone still imbued with sincerity. Now that things have escalated to this point, the plan must proceed. This audacious logic left Harry utterly speechless. Just as he felt his vision blurring, several figures approached. Snape had arrived, flanked by Lucius and Narcissa, who appeared to have been reluctantly drawn to the spectacle, although a flicker of interest danced on their faces. Snape's gaze briefly lingered on Harry, hanging there, his expression inscrutable. Then, he slowly shifted his attention to James, his voice as frigid as ice. "Put Harry down." "Not happening," James replied cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to the chill in Snape's eyes. "Oh, are you feeling concerned?" Sirius chimed in, eagerly stoking the flames with exaggerated intonation. "You two are undeniably in a romantic entanglement, aren't you?" A suspicious flush ignited from Snape's neck to his ears. Yet he retorted defiantly, "We have no such relationship. Put him down now." The marauders, in unison, elongated their tones, their voices thick with mockery. "Really, nothing at all?" Sirius pressed further. James, relishing the chaos, turned to Lucius. Hey, Malfoy, do you believe their claim of having no relationship? Suddenly called upon, Lucius elegantly adjusted his platinum hair, a perfect aristocratic smile gracing his lips. I certainly do. After all, I am friends with both Severus and Harry. This statement both distances oneself from blame and skillfully aligns with a faction. James, upon hearing this, remained unperturbed, merely chuckling with a smug expression that incited Harry's ire. Can you set me down now? Harry inquired, suppressing his frustration. No, James resolutely declined. Now that the heroes and the beauty are gathered, what about the rescue? Is it not the duty of a hero to save the fair maiden? Severus's countenance darkened as his hand instinctively moved toward his wand. At that moment, Narcissa, who had been silent thus far, interjected. With a twinkle in her eye and a melodious voice, she proclaimed, Actually, it doesn't necessarily have to be Severus who comes to the rescue, does it? What? Narcissa, are you going to assist him? Peter inquired with curiosity. No, Narcissa replied, her smile laced with a hint of mischief. I merely informed Lily of this incident while passing by. Sirius's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Sissy, how could you do this? Narcissa feigned innocence, shrugging her shoulders. I can't just stand by and watch you bully our Slytherin classmates, can I? As she spoke, her eyes suddenly brightened, and she pointed behind James. Ah, speak of the devil, here she comes. James, Sirius, and Remus instinctively turned to follow her gaze. There, on the lawn, a red-haired girl with green eyes was storming toward them, her wand clutched tightly in hand. Even from a distance, her clear, furious voice resonated, each word striking like the tolling of Judgment's bell. James Potter. Chapter 29. A gentleman takes his revenge after 10 years. Lily Evans's voice acted as a precise incantation, instantly freezing the air thick with schadenfreude beneath the beech tree. She approached like a whirlwind fueled by fury, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes ablaze with righteous indignation. Her wand aimed directly at James, as if ready to unleash a malevolent curse. What are you doing? Her voice trembled slightly with anger. Do you find this amusing? Hanging a classmate like a trophy? Is your mind filled with nothing but nonsense? Her piercing gaze swept over everyone present. Sirius's nonchalant smile faltered. Remus bowed his head in shame, and Peter looked so frightened that he wished to vanish into the ground. Set him down. Lily's wand advanced toward James with a sense of urgency, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Now immediately, under the pressure of Lily's formidable presence, James felt a genuine sense of trepidation for the first time. He sulkily pouted, reluctantly drawing his wand and dispelling the charm. Harry fell unceremoniously to the ground, but fortunately, Severus was quick to catch him, preventing a harsh landing. Lily immediately softened, rushing to Harry's side, her anger swiftly replaced by concern and remorse. Harry, are you all right? She asked, steadying him by the arm. I apologize on their behalf. They're nothing but a bunch of hopelessly immature fools. Though Harry's mind still felt slightly dazed from the rush of blood, the sight of his mother, who genuinely cared for him, seemed to soothe all his anger and humiliation. He shook his head and murmured, I'm fine, thank you, Lily. However, some individuals never learn the art of knowing when to relent. James observed Lily's tender concern for Harry and felt an inexplicable discomfort. Unable to resist retorting, we never intended to bully him. I was merely curious. Sirius chimed in beside him. Indeed, Evans, don't take it so seriously. It was just a joke. Curiosity? Ah, yes. Lily slowly turned, her green eyes narrowing dangerously. She looked at James and suddenly broke into a smile. Potter, I believe your understanding of humor may be somewhat flawed, she stated. In that case, allow me to share a jest of my own. Before James could comprehend her intent, Lily waved her wand lightly. Bubblegiggs. In the next moment, James's scream echoed throughout the Quidditch pitch as enormous, gooey bats erupted from his nostrils, wildly flapping against his face. Merlin, what on earth is this? Get them away. Get them away. The once proud James Potter now flailed his arms in utter disarray, terror-stricken by the bats that had emerged from his own nose, completely losing his dignity. Sirius and Remus stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for Lily's unexpected retaliation. Lily retracted her wand, dusted off her hands, and coldly remarked to the still screaming figure, Now, that is what I call a joke. Learn to apologize properly, and then we may converse, Potter. With that, she turned away from the chaos and departed gracefully, leaving behind a scene of disarray and a thoroughly humiliated James Potter, who now faced a long journey of courting his future wife. Watching James, who was now smeared with bat remnants and frantically darting about, Harry silently marked a cross against him in his mind. He resolved to treat the incident as if nothing had transpired. No, It would not be accurate to say that nothing had occurred. This grudge was noted. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Once he returned to his own timeline, he would settle the score with his so-called father. The experience of being suspended in mid-air had indeed lingered longer than expected. Upon touching the ground, he felt the world still gently swaying. Just as he stumbled, a steady hand swiftly grasped his arm. It was Snape. It must be said, Lucius, standing nearby, let out a flippant whistle, his gray-blue eyes gleaming with mischief. You two standing together does seem rather ambiguous. Snape and Harry, for the first time, shared a silent understanding and simultaneously rolled their eyes at Lucius. That evening, upon returning to the Slytherin common room, as Harry prepared for bed, Lucius called out to him and tossed a heavy package in his direction. "What is this?" Harry inquired, opening it to discover an entirely new set of finely crafted Quidditch gear. He looked at Lucius, perplexed. With a characteristic disdainful scoff that was quintessentially Malfoy, Lucius remarked, "Do not overthink it. My heart is steadfastly set upon Sissy. I merely fear that a second year like yourself, eager to play Seeker, might bring embarrassment to our Slytherin house on the Quidditch pitch." With that, he decisively turned and retreated to his bed, drawing the velvet curtains to obscure his view. Harry gazed at the protective gear in his hands, and an absurd thought unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. Perhaps Lucius was not so bad after all. Clutching this complex sentiment, he lay down on the soft bed and soon drifted into a drowsy slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he found that everything had changed. The familiar deep green velvet curtains had transformed into the sheets of his own room. With a jolt, he sat up and lightly slapped his face twice. It was real. He had returned. Now it was time to exact revenge on his father for hanging him from a tree. With this thought in mind, Harry expressionlessly exited his room. In the living room, James was leisurely reclining with his legs crossed, perusing the newspaper. Upon seeing Harry, he greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, son." Harry's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile, his voice bright and obedient. "Good morning, Dad." James looked at him, a warm feeling swelling in his heart. Thinking how well-behaved and adorable his son was, a true reflection of James Potter himself. Harry then turned to see Lily at the kitchen door, holding a jug of milk. His smile remained, yet his voice took on a hint of the innocent confusion and grievance characteristic of a child. "Mom," he began, "Dad said Professor Snape is always targeting me because he secretly hid love letters from Professor Snape meant for you." The air in the living room instantly froze. Contrary to Harry's expectations of a thunderous reprimand, Lily's expression bore no trace of anger or inquiry. Instead, it was a pure, slightly amused bewilderment. "Snape wrote me love letters?" she echoed, then chuckled lightly as if she had heard something amusing. "That's impossible. He has someone he likes." Harry's expression stiffened. Snape had someone he liked? Not Mom. What had he done during his visit? Had his absurd escapade of heroically rescuing a damsel truly altered the timeline, like some sort of butterfly effect? He began to worry that Snape's current affection was directed towards Harry. If he had the chance during this holiday, he must return to that timeline to correct the narrative. "But how do you know about this?" Lily inquired. Harry was momentarily at a loss for words, cold sweat nearly breaking out. "I did mention to you that I hid Snape's love letters," he stammered, while James, finally recovering from his shock, picked up the newspaper and looked at Harry with curiosity. "But why would you think they were meant for Lily?" This question abruptly pulled Harry back from the overwhelming anxiety of the timeline, and he realized he needed a flawless explanation. He touched his nose, his gaze drifting, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. "I previously read a Muggle novel that Hermione showed me, which contained a storyline about a man who harbored feelings for a woman for many years, only for her to ultimately choose another. As a result, he developed a deep-seated animosity towards her and her son. Internally, he quickly offered an apology to Hermione. Surely, he could not confess to having witnessed Snape's memories and understood the repressed and intricate emotions he held for his mother. That would be far more absurd than admitting to having read a Muggle romance novel. Observing her son's awkward attempts to fabricate a story, Lily felt her heart soften in an instant. She set down the milk, approached Harry, knelt before him, and gently flicked his smooth forehead with her finger. "You think too much." Her voice was tender yet tinged with resignation. From the moment Snape entered school, he had someone he cared for. He cherished that person for many, many years. Unfortunately, as she trailed off, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes, and she stood, seemingly wishing to cast aside the weighty topic. "All right, let's take a break today. Would you like to wander around Diagon Alley? We can purchase some sweets from Honeydukes to stave off your cravings during the holidays." "No, that's not necessary." Harry quickly waved his hands. Go on, go on." James immediately chimed in, eager to distance himself from this place of potential conflict. lest Harry dwell on troubling thoughts at home. However, he was too optimistic. Just then, Lily appeared to recall something. She turned her head, her green eyes narrowing once more as she fixed her gaze on James. "Your words have reminded me. You used to bully Snape and that person, didn't you?" Her tone became teasingly sharp. "After all this time, it seems our son has been targeted by Snape at school, and the root of it all lies with you." James's survival instinct surged, and he immediately raised his hands in surrender. "That was all in the past. I was just a child back then. I've changed. I truly have." Lily scoffed lightly, approaching him to pinch his arm sharply with 2 fingers as a form of reprimand. James Potter's pleas for mercy seemed to have some effect. Or perhaps Lily merely sought a reason to chastise him. After all, on a family day off, they could not afford to quarrel over old grievances all day long. Ultimately, they traversed the Floo network and arrived at the familiar Diagon Alley. The flames of the fireplace whooshed them out, and the lively, bustling atmosphere of the magical world enveloped them instantly. Eager to redeem himself, James displayed an unusually diligent demeanor. "I will queue at Honeyduke's." He volunteered for the shopping task. "You two go explore. I shall buy Harry a large bag of assorted sweets and their chocolates." With that, he dashed into the crowd like an eager young boy seeking approval. Lily watched his somewhat comical figure with a resigned shake of her head, then took Harry's hand, gently suggesting, "Shall we visit Flourish and Blotts to see if there are any interesting new books?" Flourish and Blotts was particularly lively that day, with a long queue forming at its entrance. Lily led Harry through a side entrance, only to discover the shop nearly teeming with patrons, the majority of whom were witches, each wearing an expression of exhilaration as they craned their necks to glimpse deeper into the bookstore. "Oh, Merlin, it's Lily." A familiar voice resonated. Turning around, Harry beheld Molly Weasley, clutching an impressive stack of hardcover books, her cheeks glowing with excitement. "Molly, what a coincidence." Lily greeted her with a smile. "What brings you here? Don't you know? Today is Gilderoy Lockhart's book signing event." Molly whispered excitedly, as if divulging a monumental secret. "I must have him sign every one of my books." A subtle change flickered across Lily's expression. Behind Molly, Ron also peeked out. "Hey, Harry." "Hey, Ron." The 2 boys exchanged brief salutations. At that moment, Harry noticed a boy standing beside Ron, noticeably shorter than him. The child was exceptionally delicate, with porcelain-like skin that gleamed, and hair as fiery as a flame, enhancing his ethereal appearance. His large, chocolate-brown eyes gazed at Harry timidly, framed by long lashes resembling small fans. He seemed like the most exquisite doll displayed in a shop window, almost too beautiful to be real. "Is this a Weasley child?" Harry pondered in surprise, having never encountered him before. "Wait, it can't be." As if sensing Harry's confusion, Ron stepped forward with casual ease, introducing, "Harry, this is my brother, Ginny." "Ginny?" Harry's lips twitched. He looked at the shy boy, who had tucked himself behind Molly, peeking at him with those large eyes, and a huge question mark formed in his mind. "Ginny? Ginny? Ginny?" Ginny has truly transformed into Ginny. However, Ginny suits the name Ginny far better. Harry would wager Ron's head that this Ginny, if donned in a dress, would undoubtedly outshine any girl of her age. Suppressing his astonishment, he offered a polite smile to the handsome brother. Hello, Ginny." Chapter 31. Fortunately, I gave up on becoming the Dark Lord. What should one do upon encountering a gender-swap version of their childhood sweetheart in Diagon Alley, realizing that the transformation makes them appear even more feminine? Waiting online, quite urgent. Harry's mind was a tempest of sarcastic thoughts. The fiery, passionate Ginny of his past life, bold in love and hate, clashed with the delicate, porcelain doll-like boy standing before him, their faces intertwining frantically in his mind. Ultimately, his thoughts settled on a casual remark Ron had made some time ago. "My mother always thought Ginny was too beautiful, especially fond of dressing her in lovely little dresses." So that's it. Harry understood in an instant. He looked at the Ginny before him, appearing somewhat shy due to being dressed up like a doll, and a wave of sympathy surged within him. It felt reminiscent of his own childhood, being forced into the old clothes of the Dursleys. Although they were 2 entirely different matters. He nodded and remarked to Ron, "This is just perfect." Indeed, Ginny was conveniently avoiding him. He found himself utterly perplexed at how to confront a gender-swap version of his former girlfriend, especially when she was the one shunning his presence, thereby sparing him considerable embarrassment. However, on the other end of this misunderstanding, the very person at the eye of the storm, Ginny, was nearly seething with frustration. She had anticipated that Harry Potter would respond like everyone else, either marveling at her beauty or exhibiting a peculiar expression due to her identity as a boy. Yet, he did neither. His demeanor was so composed that it bordered on indifference. What did he mean by just right? Did he think her too adorable to merit even a glance? Or did he consider associating with someone as peculiar as herself a nuisance? She peeked out from behind Ron, scrutinizing the boy engaged in conversation with his brother. Nothing about him appealed to her. His disheveled black hair was far from smooth or well-groomed. Perched on his nose was a pair of silly round glasses that made him appear quite untidy, reminiscent of her own unkempt brothers. Just then, James returned like a cheerful gust of wind, brandishing a large paper bag. "I'm back," he exclaimed upon spotting Molly. "Molly? Long time no see. I brought some candy. Share it with the kids." Without waiting for a response, he eagerly thrust a handful of sweets into Molly's hands. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he produced several sturdy tickets from his pocket. "By the way, there's a Quidditch World Cup qualifier next week, and I managed to snag a few tickets. Remember to bring the kids along." The number of tickets was ample for the entire Weasley family, but Molly quickly demurred. "Oh, James, we have too many children. We can't accept them. Take them." James insisted, firmly placing the tickets in her hands, his smile radiant as the Californian sun. "Since Ron and Harry are friends, your family is our family. Besides, who would love watching Quidditch? The tickets aren't expensive. Think of it as a chance to join the fun." His enthusiastic and sincere words left no room for refusal. Molly had no choice but to accept with a smile, promptly urging the two children, "Quick, thank Uncle Potter." "Thanks, mate. You are the coolest," Ron exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, exchanging knowing glances with Harry as if envisioning the thrilling action on the pitch. Meanwhile, Ginny, under her mother's encouragement, reluctantly stepped forward, her voice barely above a whisper as she obediently expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Potter." Yet, her beautiful little face bore a frown, her brows knitted in discontent. She despised Quidditch. What was so appealing about a barbaric sport where a group of people flew around in the sky, fighting over a mirror ball? After bidding farewell to the Weasleys, Gilderoy Lockhart's book signing event came to a close. The ostentatious scent of Lockhart's signature perfume mingled with Molly's excitement finally dissipated in the Flourish and Blots bookstore. Just as Lily intended to lead Harry to explore the children's magical story area, an elegant yet icy voice echoed from behind them. "Potter, I never expected to encounter you in a place like this." James's body tensed immediately. Instinctively, he stepped forward, shielding Lily and Harry behind him. Lucius Malfoy, adorned in an impeccably tailored black velvet robe, with his platinum hair meticulously cascading over his shoulders, leaned upon his iconic serpent-headed cane, his steel-blue eyes betraying a veneer of insincerity as he regarded them with a disingenuous smile. "Malfoy." James's voice was as frigid as ice. Lucius's gaze shifted past James to rest upon Harry, and his smile seemed to deepen, yet it radiated no warmth. "This must be your son, Harry Potter. I have heard Draco speak of you." He inclined his head slightly, executing a flawless noble bow, and continued, "Harry, should the opportunity arise, Malfoy Manor would be most pleased to host a wizard of your esteemed lineage." The grandeur of his words was overshadowed by the condescending invitation, which thickened the air with an ominous tension. "I think not, Malfoy," James retorted without hesitation, his voice laced with blatant hostility. "Our child has no interest in dark, damp places filled with dark artifacts." For a brief moment, Lucius's smile faltered, but it quickly regained its composure. He bestowed a knowing glance upon Harry before languidly replying, "That is indeed most unfortunate." With that, he turned, his innate arrogance guiding him as he vanished into the throng of the bookstore. The cold, desolate Malfoy Manor. Lucius Malfoy strode briskly through the vast hall, the pride that once adorned his face now replaced by a profound, ingrained fear. He entered the main drawing room, where a small, entirely black serpent coiled upon the opulent throne. "My lord," Lucius bowed respectfully, beads of cold sweat instantly soaking the back of his fine shirt. The serpent raised its head, flicking its tongue, emitting a sharp, hissing sound that carried an unsettling authority, disproportionate to its size. "Has Harry Potter agreed to visit Malfoy Manor?" "And no, my lord," Lucius stammered, his voice trembling. "James Potter has declined." The small serpent fell silent for a moment, and the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. "What use are you?" The icy word struck Lucius like a lash, and he struggled before mustering the courage to speak in a tone bordering on supplication. "My lord, young Barty previously mentioned that we cannot, according to the current Ministry of Magic laws, take direct action against a minor. It would be illegal." He bowed his head deeply, bracing for the imminent punishment, far more dreadful than death. The silence in the air was suffocating. The serpent upon the throne had become rigid, truly rigid, every scale seeming to crystallize into cold obsidian. Voldemort felt the weight of his own soul creaking under the burden. At that moment, He yearned to pry open the skulls of his servants to ascertain whether their minds were filled with water from the Black Lake. Otherwise, how could each one possess such astonishingly peculiar ideas, each more convoluted than the last, excluding the gluttonous Peter, who has gorged himself at the Weasley household. Little Barty is now worried about his potential actions towards Harry. Lucius, too, has begun to harbor concerns regarding the same matter. Here stands Voldemort, the most formidable wizard in the annals of the magical world. Yet in the eyes of his most devoted servant, he is merely a pervert who preys upon the young. The small snake's tongue flicked rapidly, its hissing filled with a venomous intensity. I will not harm him. I merely wish to observe him. The last 3 words were almost squeezed through clenched teeth, brimming with boundless humiliation and frustration. I understand, my master. Lucius bowed respectfully, bending even lower, his demeanor clearly conveying reassurance and compliance, as though to say, rest assured, I comprehend. Your words are law, and I shall never expose your feeble excuse. Yet, his expression unmistakably betrayed a complete lack of faith. A surge of rage coursed through Voldemort, threatening to shatter his already frail spirit. He glared at this self-righteous, overly loyal servant, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Memories of his once unstoppable rise to power flooded back, of those trembling followers who bowed at his feet, contrasting sharply with Lucius Malfoy, whose mind was evidently consumed by child protection laws. Voldemort suddenly felt a strange relief that he had relinquished his grand ambition to dominate the magical realm. With such inept associates at his disposal, the title of Dark Lord would forever remain beyond his grasp. Chapter 32. Merlin's Gothic Lolita Princess Dress. Days later, the Quidditch World Cup qualifiers unfolded in a venue that ignited passion within the magical world. Deafening cheers, vibrant team banners, and the sharp whistling of high-speed flights plunged the entire stadium into a fervent frenzy. Oh, Merlin's beard. The view is magnificent. Arthur Weasley nearly pressed his face against the glass of the luxurious box reserved by James, his eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. Make yourself at home, Arthur, James exclaimed heartily, giving his shoulder a friendly pat before placing a large barrel of butterbeer and a variety of snacks on the central table. Help yourself. Eat and drink as you please. Molly expressed her gratitude while attempting to rein in her equally exuberant children. Ron had already dashed to the prime observation spot, exclaiming with Harry as they pointed at the players warming up on the field. This is awesome. Harry, look at that seeker. It's Lynch from the Irish national team. I bet he'll catch the snitch today. Harry nodded with a smile, feeling the atmosphere lighten his spirit immeasurably. He had never experienced such a moment in his life, sharing it with his father and friends, watching the pinnacle of competition from the best seats. The warmth of this feeling felt almost surreal. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards the corner of the box, where Ginny sat languidly on the farthest chair, indifferent to the excitement unfolding on the field. He did not scream with the same excitement as Ron, nor did he analyze the marketing strategies of prank products like the Weasley twins. He simply sat quietly, fiddling with the hem of his wizard robe, and his exquisitely delicate face clearly conveyed one sentiment: utter boredom. Harry withdrew his gaze, a wave of sympathy welling up within him. Indeed, a boy raised as a doll by his mother is unlikely to appreciate the vigorous sport of Quidditch. The match commenced. James instantly slipped into the role of the former Gryffindor seeker and ace commentator. Splendid. The Bulgarian chaser has executed an eagle formation attack. Oh, the Irish goalkeeper is remarkably swift. He has blocked it. Look at that beater. He has struck a perfect double bludger back. Simply magnificent. His voice brimmed with enthusiasm, even overshadowing the official commentary. Lily and Molly chatted and laughed nearby, while Ron became James's most devoted audience member, their banter elevating the atmosphere in the box to a crescendo. During the halftime break, James took a hearty swig of butterbeer and eagerly turned to the children. What do you think? Is Quidditch not the most splendid sport in the world? Absolutely, Ron shouted, his cheeks flushed. Harry chuckled in agreement. Indeed, sir. However, a crisp voice, tinged with unmistakable disdain, abruptly pierced the air. Not all. All eyes turned to the corner. Ginny lifted her head, her large eyes devoid of emotion, even carrying a hint of scorn. I find it quite barbaric, she articulated clearly, a bunch of people chasing a ball back and forth, attacking each other. What is so great about that? The box fell silent instantaneously. James and Ron gaped in disbelief, as if they had just heard the most absurd tale. Harry was equally taken aback. Most astonishingly, how could a boy not like Quidditch? No, could it be that Ginny, of all people, disliked Quidditch? She had always been an ardent fan. Harry's worldview was profoundly shaken. This was more bizarre than discovering that some wizards couldn't wield a wand. He unconsciously glanced at Ron beside him, who shrugged, his expression mirroring a shared bewilderment regarding his sister's sentiments. "Oh, James, I sincerely apologize," Arthur Weasley quickly intervened, a look of embarrassment gracing his features. Ginny was gently nudged by her father, pouting reluctantly as she mumbled an apology to James and Ron. "Sorry. Ha ha ha." Rather than being upset, James found amusement in the spirited little rebel before him. He crouched down to meet her gaze at eye level, intrigued as he inquired of Arthur. "Your little daughter will be starting Hogwarts next term, will she?" "Yes, yes." Arthur nodded vigorously. James's attention returned to Ginny, a smile dancing on his lips as he asked, "So, which house do you think you will be sorted into?" The inquiry seemed to activate a certain switch within Ginny, who immediately straightened her petite frame, her face radiating an undeniable pride. "Of course, I'm in Gryffindor. My entire family belongs to Gryffindor." No sooner had she spoken than Ron's voice, laced with mischief, whispered conspiratorially into Harry's ear. "Listen and boast, Harry. With that foul temper of his, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if the Sorting Hat placed him in Slytherin." Before he could finish, Ginny, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, swiftly raised her foot and delivered a precise kick to Ron's calf. "Ouch!" Ron yelped, clutching his leg in agony. "Ginny," Molly's voice rang out immediately, imbued with a motherly authority, "stop bullying your brother." Ron's face momentarily displayed a flicker of relief, as if to say, "See, Mum loves me." But that sentiment was swiftly shattered by Molly's next revelation. That fat rat, Scabbers, whom you've clung to while sleeping for years, was recently discovered to be a living being. At the very least, you should give your brother a break. Heaven knows how many times he kissed that Peter during his childhood. The compartment fell into a profound silence. Harry stared at Ron in shock, his expression shifting from sympathy to horror, and then, quite instinctively, he stepped discreetly to the side. In his heart, he silently bestowed upon Ron a thumbs up, filled with admiration. "Well done, Ron Weasley. You effortlessly achieved what others could not." The astonishment was not limited to Harry. James Potter was equally taken aback. His expression froze, as if petrified by a sudden enchantment. He swallowed hard, turning to cast a gaze upon the crimson-faced Ron, a mixture of terror, confusion, and a hint of nausea flickering in his eyes. You actually kissed Peter?" James's voice wavered as he struggled to process this revelation, ultimately arriving at a conclusion that sent chills down his spine. "Oh my goodness, isn't that a bit too much? I thought it was just a rat." Ron finally exploded, his voice tinged with tears as he cried out in despair. "A fat, lazy, ordinary rat. Who could have imagined that the pet we've kept for over a decade was actually a person?" This desperate outcry was filled with the poignant sense of a youth cruelly toyed with by fate, his heart shattered. Merlin's gothic Lolita dress. He was still unaware of the full saga, such as how Peter had infiltrated the Weasley household and how his true identity had been uncovered. Yet, the notion that a pet rat he had cherished for years turned out to be his former ally, and that his friend's son had once kissed him, sounded utterly tragic and absurd. He resolved that upon returning home, he would insist on recounting the entire tale to Harry in detail. Meanwhile, observing the nearly tearful red-haired boy, James felt a surge of profound sympathy. Once upon a time, he had teased Snape, with Peter cheering him on. Now, his son had become friends with Peter's new master. The intricacies of fate were indeed more convoluted than the recipes for potions. He approached Ron, compassionately patting him on the shoulder, and spoke in an unprecedented tone of gravity and sincerity. "You've had a hard day, my boy." Chapter 33, Merlin's Lace Pajamas. After watching the Quidditch match, the Potter family returned to their home. The flames in the fireplace crackled, casting a warm, orange glow over the tranquil living room. Harry was nestled in the soft embrace of the sofa, casually flipping through a Quidditch magazine, relishing the fervor and excitement of the day. A rustling sound of crinkling paper broke the calm. James entered, bearing a plate laden with an assortment of chocolates, moving stealthily like a cat eavesdropping on secrets. "Hey, Harry," he said, placing the plate on the coffee table before settling down at the other end of the sofa. He picked up a piece of Honeydukes chocolate and offered it to Harry. "Thank you, Dad," Harry replied, accepting the chocolate. James cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor as if to discuss something of great importance. Yet his eyes sparkled with uncontainable curiosity and excitement. "Did you have fun today?" he inquired nonchalantly. "Yes, it was wonderful. The Weasley family is truly delightful, isn't it? So warm and welcoming. Indeed, they're all quite lovely." With the groundwork laid, James finally revealed his true intent. Leaning slightly forward, he lowered his voice and asked in a tone that was both serious and gossipy, "So, what is the story about Ron still sleeping with Peter?" Harry nearly choked on the chocolate in his mouth. He looked at his father, whose face was filled with an eager urgency that seemed to scream, "Tell me everything." With a resigned sigh, Harry began recounting the tale from the beginning. James's expression underwent a remarkable transformation as Harry narrated the events. From initial curiosity to mid-story astonishment, and finally to sheer disbelief, he sat there, oblivious to the chocolate that had fallen from his hand onto the carpet, as if his entire worldview had been upended. Wait, he stammered, struggling to organize his chaotic thoughts. Are you saying that Peter, that little scoundrel, transformed into a mouse and stayed at the Weasley home for over a decade? Harry solemnly nodded. James inhaled sharply, feeling a chill creep down the nape of his neck. A 11-year-old boy sleeping with a greasy, 40-something, treacherous traitor? Merlin's lace pajamas. James groaned, covering his face in despair, as if he had glimpsed an incredibly disturbing scene. Poor Ron, truly poor Ron. He finally comprehended how utterly inadequate his earlier remark. You've had a hard day, my boy had been. This was not merely hardship. It was a profound childhood trauma, a psychological scar, and a tale worthy of infamy. James silently picked up the fallen chocolate and handed another piece back to Harry. The two shared a glance, each finding in the other's eyes an unparalleled and deep sympathy for Ron Weasley. The matter settled down somewhat after that. On a sunlit morning, at the dining table, Lily gently tapped her fork against her plate, capturing Harry's attention, who was engrossed in a discussion with his father about the maintenance of flying broomsticks. Harry, dear, Lily's emerald green eyes sparkled with warmth. I have a proposal. How about we engage in a purely muggle activity today? James immediately perked up. Oh? Like what? A trip to the amusement park, Lily replied with a smile. A real one, devoid of magic. There are colossal Ferris wheels, exhilarating roller coasters, and cotton candy so sweet it's almost sickening. Harry was momentarily taken aback. The term amusement park was both familiar and foreign to him. He had only heard of it in Dudley's birthday boasts. Those vibrant joys seemed eternally disconnected from his existence beneath the cupboard under the stairs. What do you think? She asked expectantly, gazing at his mother's gentle face and then at his father, who was clearly intrigued by the idea of muggle roller coasters. Harry nodded vigorously, a radiant smile blossoming on his face. Yes, let's go. As they drove their modified car into the alley near the amusement park and then walked towards the grand, bustling entrance, Harry was utterly astounded by the scene before him. The enormous castle-like entrance spewed mist, and the raucous, cheerful music threatened to lift the heavens, while the air was thick with the sweet aroma of popcorn and candy. Countless muggles, clad in an array of eccentric attire, joyfully surged into the park, each face alight with pure delight. Wow, James exclaimed, resembling a country boy entering a grand spectacle, curiously observing the revolving turnstile. Is this what they call technology? Lily chuckled, linking her arm with his, ready to enlighten her bewildered husband and son on the ticket purchasing process. But an eager Harry had already dashed ahead towards the ticket booth. Hey, slow down, Harry. Just then, Harry, in his haste, collided with a small figure ahead of him. Ouch, I'm so sorry. Harry quickly apologized. Watch where you're going. The amusement park was teeming with visitors, and at least 15% of lost incidents occurred near the entrance. A familiar voice, tinged with a hint of admonition, rang out. Harry looked up abruptly, recognizing the girl before him, who was clutching a large stack of brochures and maps, his mouth agape in astonishment. Hermione! Harry! Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. Behind her stood a pair of exceptionally respectable middle-aged parents, dressed in smart casual attire, their faces adorned with friendly, refined smiles, curiously observing Harry. Oh dear, is this the Harry Potter you often mention in your letters? Hermione's mother inquired with a smile. Yes, Mum. Hermione straightened her posture immediately. Harry, this is my dad and Mum. Mum, Dad, this is my friend, Harry. At that moment, James and Lily approached. The Granger couple epitomized the quintessential middle-class elite. Polite and meticulous. In the Potter household, there was a certain casualness. Lily naturally greeted them with a handshake, while James surveyed the surroundings, his gaze flitting back and forth to the automated ticket machine. As we prepared to embark on our efficient day of exploration, Hermione raised a map in her hand, filled with densely packed routes and annotations in various colors. I had calculated that by following this route, we could experience all the highly rated attractions within 8 hours, perfectly avoiding peak dining times. James appeared momentarily stunned, glancing between Hermione and his son, ultimately looking to Lily for help. Lily, is our son's friend really that remarkable? Chapter 34, Cotton Candy. Lily observed the dazed expression on James's face, a mixture of helplessness and amusement, and silently mouthed to him, I don't know either. Hermione, oblivious to the subtle exchange between the parents, continued enthusiastically promoting her golden itinerary to Harry. Harry, how do you plan to organize your day? I've reviewed the guide. And without a prior plan, you may waste a significant amount of time in queues, which would severely diminish your experience. Harry glanced at his equally bewildered father, contemplating a spontaneous approach. Perhaps we'll just try whatever seems interesting? Hermione immediately frowned. That's far too inefficient. Listen to me, your family can join ours. I've calculated the optimal route. If you follow my lead, we can perfectly enjoy all the top-rated attractions before closing. Seeing Hermione's earnest demeanor, Harry felt a wave of warmth, yet he quickly shook his head, smiling as he replied, "Thank you, Hermione, truly. But that sounds exhausting, like completing homework. I do prefer to roam freely with my parents." He did not wish to confine this precious day to a rigid timetable or a checklist. All right then. Hermione's face reflected a clear disappointment. The Granger couple politely bid farewell, and soon, this family of efficient travelers hurriedly merged into the throng, map in hand. Watching their retreating figures, James let out a sigh of relief, then playfully draped an arm around Harry's shoulders, laughing. "Well done, son. Now we, the unplanned adventurers, shall waste some time. Where shall we go first?" Freed from the constraints of a schedule, the world felt refreshingly new and liberating. Lily was the first to spot an ice cream cart. She joyfully purchased a towering 3-scoop ice cream for Harry, layered in chocolate, strawberry, and vanilla, resembling a sweet little mountain. Harry licked it cautiously, fearful of the melting drips. Meanwhile, James was captivated by a cotton candy stall, generously buying Harry a pink cotton candy that was larger than his own head. The fluffy, soft mass made Harry feel as though he were cradling a cloud of sweetness. Thus, with one hand holding ice cream and the other clutching cotton candy, Harry commenced their leisurely adventure. They ventured onto the pirate ship ride, with James perched at the very edge, exuberantly shouting at the peak of each swing, his voice resonating louder than that of the surrounding muggles. Lily, in contrast, elegantly grasped the handrail, laughing and screaming with such abandon that she could hardly maintain her composure. Harry, nestled between them, was enveloped by the exhilarating sensation of weightlessness and the joyous laughter of his parents, joining in their raucous cries, casting aside all his worries into the ether. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in warm hues of orange and red, they ascended the Ferris wheel. With each gentle rise of their cabin, the dazzling lights of the amusement park sprawled beneath them, resembling a vivid, shimmering dream. At the pinnacle, the cabin swayed ever so slightly, and the surrounding cacophony seemed to fade into the distance. Harry turned to gaze at his parents beside him. Their faces were illuminated by the glow of the lights outside, casting a warm halo around them. Lily was tenderly wiping away the remnants of cotton candy from the corner of his mouth, while James looked at him with his bright hazel eyes, filled with love and pride. In that moment, Harry's heart swelled with an unprecedented sense of happiness. He thought to himself, this is what an amusement park truly is, not about strategies, nor maps, nor a checklist of attractions to conquer. It is the sticky sweetness of cotton candy, the melting ice cream, the joyous screams and laughter of his parents ringing in his ears, and the comforting presence of his loved ones by his side at the apex of the Ferris wheel. This seemingly squandered day would become the most cherished and radiant piece of his memory. As night fell and silence enveloped the world, the moonlight poured into Harry's room like liquid silver. After everyone had succumbed to slumber, a box, resting in the corner, stirred quietly. The lid creaked open slightly, and a small, pitch-black serpent glided out like a wraith. It slithered up onto the bed, gently coiling its icy form beside Harry's head, melding with his warmth as they both drifted into slumber. In the blink of an eye, Harry awoke. Once again, he found himself at the entrance of the amusement park. However, this version of the park appeared more rudimentary and peculiar compared to the vibrant, laughter-filled place of daylight. The gates were entwined with withered vines, and the spinning neon lights emitted an eerie green glow, casting an unsettling silence. His hand was clasped by another small, cool hand. Instinctively, Harry looked down to see a soft black crown of hair. The diminutive figure seemed to sense his gaze and slowly raised its head. It revealed a delicate, pallid face, with eyes like obsidian, glimmering with a hint of trepidation towards the strange world before them. "Daddy," it whispered, "are we going in?" Harry's mind momentarily faltered as he connected this fragile, timid child to the name Voldemort. It dawned on him that this was the child he had adopted, Tom Porter. Was it too late to rename him Jerry Porter? Yet this thought flickered and was extinguished in an instant. He sighed resignedly within himself. Regardless of whether he was called Tom or Jerry, at his core, he remained Voldemort. He grasped that small hand tightly, leading him into a whimsical amusement park that existed solely in their dreams. Everything here was fueled by magic, brimming with wild imagination. The carousel no longer spun gently, Instead, it soared skyward, racing towards the clouds adorned with the moon. The roller coaster had no fixed tracks, resembling a herd of unbridled night steeds, soaring and tumbling through the inky darkness. Harry selected a relatively gentle ride and helped Tom aboard. As the ride glided through the air, the wind tousled Tom's soft black hair, yet he remained silent, merely gazing out with his hollow eyes, devoid of any excitement one would expect from a child of his age. After a while, noticing Tom's persistent lack of enthusiasm, Harry led him to a floating stall and purchased a large piece of cotton candy, as fluffy and white as clouds at the horizon. Handing the confection to Tom, he observed as Tom took it, hesitated, and then cautiously extended his tongue to lick it, much like a curious kitten. "Is it delicious?" Harry inquired gently, hoping to find a glimmer of joy on Tom's face. A faint blush crept onto Tom's cheeks as he nodded, and, in a voice barely audible, shyly replied, "It's good." "And how does it taste?" Harry pressed on. Tom hesitated again, seemingly grappling for the right words to articulate his thoughts, before finally responding earnestly, soft, like clouds. Harry was amused by Tom's serious demeanor, reaching out to tousle his soft hair, a complex and indescribable feeling swelling within him. Unbeknownst to him, while he believed the child had finally experienced a touch of sweetness, Tom had only described the texture, neglecting to mention the flavor altogether. Chapter 35. I just want to be with Daddy. As evening descended, Harry and Tom concluded their day of amusement. The clamor of the wizarding park faded into the distance as Harry led Tom into a nearby restaurant owned by a wizard. Within the establishment, there were no wait staff, only floating quills and parchment menus, with food arriving directly from the kitchen's window once ordered. They settled at a table by the window. "Tom, what would you like to eat?" Harry asked, pushing the menu towards him. Tom did not look at the menu. Instead, he lifted his pure black eyes to meet Harry's gaze, a smile gracing his lips as he obediently replied, "Anything you choose, Daddy. I like whatever you order." Harry's heart was struck by the tender word "Daddy" and the complete trust radiating from Tom. He felt as though he might drown in this illusion of warmth. Smiling at the quill, he ordered 2 sirloin steaks, medium rare. Then, he glanced at Tom, who sat upright, hands resting on his knees like a little gentleman awaiting a meal. An irresistible thought emerged in Harry's mind, one that had never crossed it before. Was Voldemort truly this adorable as a child? Had he not been abandoned in an orphanage? Had he been nurtured in a normal, loving environment, with a father who would take him to amusement parks and a mother who would tenderly kiss his forehead? Would he have still become the Dark Lord who unleashed a tempest of bloodshed? This notion took root and flourished rapidly within Harry's heart. Akin to a wild seed sprouting uncontrollably, he began to construct an ideal scenario, a perfect what-if, one that could potentially extinguish all tragedies at their source. At that moment, 2 sizzling steaks arrived on silver plates before them. Harry observed as Tom picked up his knife and fork, his movements as precise as those depicted in a textbook, delicately slicing the steak with an air of refinement and grace. The more he watched, the more he felt that the cold, ruthless monster and the charming, obedient child before him were not one and the same. Perhaps he could attempt a correction at this juncture. Perhaps, by doing so, Tom would not enter Slytherin 5 years hence. Overwhelmed by this thought, Harry set down his utensils and, in a tone he deemed the most amiable and hopeful, posed a question that could have led to Tom becoming the Dark Lord at the tender age of 5. "Tom, how about I find you a mother?" The air seemed to freeze in that instant. Tom's movements came to an abrupt halt, the knife and fork scraping against the plate with a faint, jarring sound. The sweet smile that adorned his face, characteristic of a 5-year-old, shattered like a mask, piece by piece. "Mother?" Tom echoed softly, devoid of warmth or emotion, as though dissecting a word he had never encountered before. He tilted his head slightly, staring intently at Harry, and in a tone so pure it was chilling, he inquired, "What is that? Is it something useful?" Tom's cold, unadulterated question struck Harry like a bucket of cold water, dousing the warm illusion that had clouded his mind. He was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to such a profoundly utilitarian inquiry. Gazing into Tom's inquisitive, emotionless eyes, Harry felt a jolt of realization. He reminded himself that this was simply because Tom had never had a mother, had never been introduced to the concept. He could not apply the standards of a typical child to him. Indeed, he simply did not understand. It was his duty to enlighten him. Harry cleared his throat, striving to imbue his voice with greater warmth and persuasion. "Mother, she is not an object, Tom. She is a person." He endeavored to summon fragments of warm, once blurred memories of Lily, now coming into focus. She would embrace you warmly when you're cold, sit by your bedside during nightmares, telling you stories until you drifted back to sleep. Harry found himself immersed in that beautiful fantasy. She would prepare delightful puddings for you, kiss your forehead, and assure you that no matter what happened, she would always love you. She would make you feel safe, reminding you that you are never alone. Having spoken, Harry looked at Tom expectantly, hoping to glimpse a flicker of longing on his face. However, Tom remained silent, his small figure shrouded in shadows, obscuring his expression from view. Just as Harry feared his explanation had fallen flat, he noticed the child's shoulders beginning to tremble slightly. Daddy came a faint, tearful call. Harry was jolted back to reality, seeing Tom lift his head. The coldness and scrutiny in his obsidian-like eyes had vanished, replaced by glistening tears that trembled like fragile butterflies caught in the rain upon his long lashes, on the verge of falling. Does Daddy not want Tom anymore? He choked out, his lips pursed in a pitiful frown. Is it because Tom isn't good enough that you're seeking a mother to replace me? Aren't these things supposed to be done by Daddy? In the next moment, he abruptly leaped from his chair, staggering as he rushed to Harry, wrapping his frail little arms tightly around Harry's leg, burying his face in his trousers. The warmth of his tears seeped through the fabric. Daddy, I don't want a mother. Tom's voice, hoarse from crying, was filled with desperate attachment. Tom will be very good. Tom will listen to everything Daddy says. Please, don't look for anyone else. I just want to be with Daddy. You're all I have. Harry froze completely. He quickly bent down, enveloping the trembling little body at his feet in his embrace. No, Tom, no, you misunderstand. He awkwardly patted Tom's back, babbling incoherently to soothe him. I'm not trying to replace you. Absolutely not. I merely wish for another person to love you. I will never abandon you, I promise. The small body in his arms continued to shake, but the sobs gradually diminished. Tom buried his head in the crook of Harry's neck, stubbornly repeating in a nasal voice, I don't want anyone else. I only want Daddy. Just Daddy is enough. Harry tightened his hold on him, completely unaware of any underlying issues. All he felt was that this child in his arms was incredibly fragile, utterly lacking in security, like a frightened little creature clinging desperately to the only piece of driftwood. Chapter 36. The Invisibility Cloak. How familiar it is. After receiving Harry's repeated assurances that no one else would come to love him, Tom finally ceased his sobbing, settling quietly in Harry's embrace like a fledgling that had found its nest, remaining so until they returned home. Good night, Daddy. At his doorway, Tom looked up with a tear-streaked face and bestowed upon Harry a gentle good-night kiss. Good night, Tom. Sweet dreams, Harry responded tenderly, watching him enter his room and close the door, filled with the satisfaction and responsibility of parenthood. Little did Harry know that once that door shut, all traces of vulnerability and affection vanished from Tom's face. He did not climb into bed. Instead, he walked directly to his desk and sat down. The room was quiet, save for the moonlight filtering through the window, casting a cold light upon the open, pristine pages of his new diary. He picked up a quill, dipped it into the ink, and let the nib glide across the paper, leaving behind a series of slightly immature yet tidy characters. Today, I went to the amusement park with Dad, and it was delightful. However, he then mentioned mother. He said he wanted to find me a mother. I don't want a mother. At this juncture, he paused, his fingers tightening around the pen. No one can replace my father, nor should anyone divert his gaze. He is uniquely mine, the best person. The black ink spread across the paper, and a hint of genuine, childlike confusion flickered in Tom's eyes. He pondered, seemingly recalling the day's experiences, and continued to write. Dad seemed to relish the thing called steak, but to me, it felt tasteless. At the amusement park, other children enjoyed their flavorless cotton candy, and they were very happy. Why? The tip of the quill hovered over the paper, and the last drop of ink fell, staining a single word. Tom's bewilderment deepened, as if an ancient riddle lay before him. Isn't it only my father who brings flavor to this world? Upon completing this line, he came to a complete stop. He gazed at the poignant question on the paper, as if confronting a dangerous secret even he could not comprehend. No, this must not be seen by Dad. He would think him strange. In the next moment, his expression devoid of emotion. He extended his other hand and precisely tore out the page filled with heartfelt emotion, without a trace of regret. Then, he slowly and repeatedly shredded the paper until it became a pile of unrecognizable, tiny fragments, which he discarded into the trash bin. Having completed this act, he turned to a new page and picked up the pen once more. This time, his writing flowed swiftly, infused with innocence and exuberance. Today was super fun at the amusement park. Dad bought me cotton candy and took me out for steak. Both were incredibly delicious. I loved Dad the most and want to be with him forever. After finishing this perfect entry, befitting a 5-year-old's mindset, he contentedly capped the pen. He then placed the open notebook, showcasing his flawless diary, deliberately and casually in the most conspicuous spot on his desk. With everything done, he removed his clothes, climbed into bed, and, like a truly satisfied child, closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. That fabricated affection lay quietly under the moonlight. The next morning, while Harry was washing up, he took the opportunity to tidy Tom's bed, as was his habit. Upon entering the room, his gaze was drawn to the open diary on the desk. It wasn't that he intended to pry into someone else's privacy, but the diary's placement was so conspicuous, as if it were deliberately arranged for him to see. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he picked it up. When he saw the uneven yet joyful handwriting, particularly the line about how delicious the cotton candy and steak were, Harry's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. After the overwhelming surge of paternal love and self-reproach subsided, he belatedly realized just how foolish and embarrassing the words he had uttered and the actions he had taken in the restaurant the previous day truly were. The notion of finding a mother for oneself was utterly humiliating. How could a man of merely 18 years express such sentiments? Embarrassed, he set down his journal, vowing internally to erase this memory from his mind entirely and to never again broach this mortifying topic. Turning away from Tom's room, he felt as though he were escaping after a particularly awkward incident. However, the moment he crossed the threshold, everything before him transformed. The once bright and inviting corridor vanished, replaced by a dimly lit wooden cabin. The air was thick with the scent of damp wood and inferior tobacco. At a rudimentary dining table sat a short, stout man alongside a woman with a perceptive gaze. The woman furrowed her brow and glared at him, her tone tinged with discontent. "Harry, why have you slept for so long? We had agreed to keep an eye on Albus Dumbledore today." Harry's mind buzzed, yet the experiences from his rebirth quickly steadied him. He swiftly pondered the current temporal juncture he found himself in, rummaging through his memories for the names of the two individuals before him, and then calmly took a seat at the table. "Don't rush, Mary," he recalled the woman's name, maintaining a steady tone. "Dumbledore needs to take care of his sister. It's still morning, and we don't have much time." Mary's frown deepened. That is precisely the point. He is spending more and more time with that damn Grindelwald, and Ariana is nearly being ignored. Honestly, Harry, what do you think those two boys are conspiring about each day? A plan to destroy the world? No, perhaps they are in love. Yet he dared not voice this thought, instead skillfully shifting the topic. "How do you plan to go about this?" The stout man Jack finally spoke, puffing his chest with pride as he lowered his voice. "Don't worry. The Ministry of Magic has granted us 3 invisibility cloaks." With that statement, no further inquiries were necessary. Harry understood. The invisibility cloak was something he knew intimately. No one was more familiar with it than he. As a Gryffindor who had received an invisibility cloak in his first year and had spent years exploring Hogwarts under its cover with minimal mishaps, Harry could guarantee that no one was more adept at utilizing an invisibility cloak than he was, nor could anyone diminish their presence more effectively. The invisibility cloak. He was well acquainted with it. Chapter 37, Mistakes. Breakfast concluded in a taciturn silence. The stout Jack contentedly belched, while the astute Mary urged Harry with her gaze. Harry accepted the cool, silky feel of the invisibility cloak. Contrary to his colleague's expectations, he did not immediately don it to blend into the air. Instead, he casually draped it over his arm and walked directly out of their cramped little wooden cabin. The fresh morning air in Godric's Hollow carried a hint of earthy fragrance. Harry ambled aimlessly to the quaint cottage that belonged to the Dumbledore family. There, he beheld her, a young maiden with a cascade of radiant golden hair, quietly perched upon a pile of timber at the entrance. The morning light enveloped her tresses in a soft halo, rendering her akin to an ethereal sprite descended from the heavens. As Harry approached, the girl visibly flinched, reminiscent of a startled rabbit. "Hello," he spoke gently, slowing his pace. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The girl glanced up, her pale eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and timidity. She offered no reply, quickly lowering her gaze back to a book splayed open upon her lap. Taking a seat beside her, Harry maintained a respectful distance. A fleeting glance revealed that her book was a colorful children's tale, adorned with simple illustrations of magical creatures. "Do you enjoy this?" he inquired softly. The girl's shoulders relaxed slightly, as if sensing his benign intent. With a timid nod, she acknowledged his question. At that moment, a languid voice, imbued with a touch of youthful arrogance, emerged from within the cottage. "Ariana, it's time for breakfast." Following the sound, Harry observed a striking young man with golden hair, arms crossed, leaning casually against the doorframe. A hint of impatience danced upon his features, as though summoning her back was an irksome task. Upon hearing his call, the girl, named Ariana, shrank back, leaping from her perch and clutching her book as she hurried into the house. Ariana. Harry silently savored the name. This girl was none other than Dumbledore's sister. He vividly recalled that in his former life, during the era defined by Voldemort and Harry Potter, Dumbledore had never mentioned the existence of a living sister. Yet, in his Rebirth's second chapter, he had heard Dumbledore himself speak of her baking cookies for him. Could it be, then, that in the depths of his memory, along the most primal timeline, Ariana had perished? This notion sent a shiver coursing through him. A fragment of memory he had consciously overlooked suddenly surged forth. It seemed that upon his initial arrival in this world, on his birthday, his godfather Sirius Black had gazed intently at his face and remarked how he resembled a wizard who had just concluded a fierce battle. But what precisely had he said? What connection did that visage bear to all of this? His mind was a tempest of disjointed clues, tangled into an inextricable web. Faced with such turmoil, he opted to retreat into slumber. Rising, he returned to the modest cottage allocated to him by the Ministry of Magic and lay rigidly upon the unforgiving single bed. Closing his eyes, some matters could certainly wait until after he had rested. At that moment, he simply yearned for a peaceful sleep. Consciousness emerged from the depths of slumber, akin to a diver gradually resurfacing. At the moment of breaking through the water's surface, Harry abruptly opened his eyes. Gone were the dark, damp wooden cabin and the hard bed that belonged to him. What greeted him instead was the familiar ceiling of his childhood room. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting warm patches of light upon the floor. Had he returned? It took several moments for Harry to fully grasp the reality of his situation. He sprang from the bed, his heart racing with a mix of overwhelming joy and trepidation. He exited the room, nearly bursting with anticipation, calling out downstairs, "Dad, Mom, good morning." He eagerly awaited the tender and familiar response from his memories. However, as he reached the top of the stairs and gazed into the living room, the smile on his face froze. James Potter stood at the entrance. But he was not clad in his usual comfortable wizarding robes. Instead, he wore a sharp, deep gray military uniform, the epaulets glinting coldly in the morning light. "Good morning, Harry." James noticed him and greeted him with a tone imbued with the efficiency and seriousness characteristic of a soldier. "Listen, I have to go to work today. Your headmaster will be coming to our house shortly, and you must be good and listen to your mother." He paused, adding with a solemnity that resonated deeply, "And remember, before your mother was married, she was known as Lily Black, not Lily Evans. Do you understand?" Harry was utterly taken aback, instinctively responding, "Why? Isn't Mom's last name Evans?" "Because the magical community has recently intensified its scrutiny of half-blood wizards and those of Muggle descent." James's voice was low, yet each word struck Harry's heart like a hammer. "You are a young man now. Harry, you must protect your mother." Standing beside him, Lily bore an unmistakable expression of worry. She took over the conversation, shaking her head wearily. "Grindelwald's ideology has infiltrated every corner of the wizarding world. This cannot continue. He will inevitably wage war against the Muggles." James approached, gently kissing the top of Lily's head, a silent gesture of comfort. "This is not something we can control, Lily. Just focus on protecting yourself and Harry." After tousling Harry's soft black hair, he remarked, "I'm leaving now," and turned to depart. The door clicked shut, leaving Harry rooted in place. Grindelwald's ideology. As those words escaped his father's lips, a chilling dread surged from his feet, coursing through his entire being. He must have done something wrong. He had not returned to his anchor point in the world, but had been thrust into a parallel reality, one far worse due to his interference. He suppressed the tumult within, looking up at Lily, striving to sound like a normal, curious child. "Mom, when will my headmaster arrive?" He had intended to calculate the time, to see if there was enough before Professor McGonagall's arrival. If so, he might consider rushing back to bed to see if he could correct this tangled timeline. Yet, Lily's next words shattered his hopes. Lily smiled gently and remarked, "Dean Tom Porter will arrive in an hour." Chapter 38. If you raise a viper, be prepared to be ensnared by it for a lifetime. The name Tom Porter struck Harry like a thunderclap, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Yet, following a moment of sheer shock, he regained his composure. An hour was sufficient. He could easily fall back asleep before this so-called Dean arrived and return to the right path. He absently sat at the dining table, mechanically shoving 2 bites of toast prepared by Lily into his mouth, before abruptly pushing back his chair and standing up. "I'm full. I'm going back to my room. Is that all?" Lily looked at his pale face with concern. "Harry, are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" "It's nothing to worry about, Mom." Harry managed a stiff smile and hurried toward his room. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon the school uniform draped over the chair. The black robe was not adorned in the vibrant scarlet and gold of Gryffindor, but rather, it displayed the cold silver and green of Slytherin. exuding an air of aristocratic arrogance. Harry felt a throbbing in his temples, and his head ached even more. He dared not dwell on it or look further. Instead, he climbed into bed, pulling the covers over his head, repeatedly commanding himself in his mind. Sleep, quickly sleep, you must sleep. However, the more urgent his desire to sleep became, the more awake his mind felt. Images of James in his military uniform, Lily's worried expression as she was forced to change her surname, and the Slytherin robe flickered through his mind like a waking nightmare. As time trickled by, despair began to seep in, until a gentle knock on the door broke the silence. "Harry? Dean Potter has arrived. Come out." It was Lily's voice. He had failed once more. A profound weariness engulfed him. Resigned, Harry climbed out of bed, dragging his heavy feet to the door. He braced himself, expecting to see the noseless visage of Voldemort, resembling a pale, boiled egg. However, the sight that greeted him at the threshold took his breath away. First, his eyes fell upon long legs encased in well-fitted black trousers. As his gaze ascended, he noted a finely crafted dark wizard's robe. Further up was a face he had only ever encountered in his diary, the adult version of Tom Riddle. He appeared to be around 35, the youthful innocence completely replaced by a mature man's unique, lethal charm. His features remained sharply handsome, sculpted like marble, with meticulously combed black hair. Yet, the depths of his obsidian-like eyes were filled with a chilling calm and an oppressive dominance belonging to one of high status. Harry's eyes widened in shock, his mind a blank slate. Voldemort, despite his ageless appearance, should not look merely in his 30s. What kind of place is this? Harry. Lily noticed her son's indiscretion and shot him a reproachful glance, admonishing him not to gaze at the headmaster so impolitely. Only then did Harry come to his senses, only to find a man had bent down to meet his gaze at eye level. A hand, gentle and slightly cool, came to rest upon his head, caressing him slowly. Instantly, every hair on Harry's body stood on end. He nearly stumbled backward in panic, but the owner of that hand spoke first. His voice was deep and melodious, akin to the strains of a cello. "Do not worry, madam." Tom's lips curled into a perfect, gentle arc, yet his gaze remained fixed on Harry. "It seems our young Mr. Potter has taken the time during the summer to prepare well for his studies and has garnered a slight curiosity regarding my age and appearance." There was a hint of approval in his words. It was a good sign, indicating that our Mr. Potter truly has a passion for learning. It also suggested he holds a keen interest in me. How delightful it is that my favorite student also cherishes me. Tom Riddle's tone bore an almost pleasurable cat-and-mouse quality. Harry felt every hair on his body bristling under that gentle scrutiny, utterly bewildered by what this man found so amusing. Fortunately, after delivering that chilling compliment, Tom removed his hand from Harry's head. He straightened up, resuming his lofty, elegant demeanor as headmaster, and turned towards Lily. "Lily, may I have a moment alone with our young Mr. Potter?" His voice was distant yet courteous. Lily had no objections, casting a worried glance at Harry as she admonished him to behave, before gently closing the door behind her as she departed. In an instant, only the two of them remained in the room. In a profound silence, Harry could hear the thunderous beating of his own heart. Then that slender, cool hand once again brushed against his cheek. The touch was as tender as a lover's caress, yet it felt as if a cold serpent's tongue had flicked across his skin. "Do not fear me." Tom's voice resonated above him, gentle as a spell. "I am your father." Harry jolted at the revelation. "You know," he continued, "I love you." Each word dripped with a sweetness laced with poison, no matter your actions. "I will love you forever." My father? He knows. He knows he is Harry. How could he know? Harry's mind went blank, fear overwhelming him like a tidal wave. He stammered, using every ounce of strength to utter a response. I do not understand what you are saying." A hint of perfectly timed regret flickered in Tom's obsidian gaze, as though lamenting Harry's amnesia. "Is that so? It appears you have yet to return to that time." He sighed softly, his demeanor exuding tolerance and indulgence. "But that is quite all right. I will wait for you." With that, he leaned down. In the midst of Harry's petrified gaze, a cold, dry kiss gently landed upon his forehead. In that moment, in that action, reminiscent of countless nights, Harry bestowed a good-night kiss upon young Tom, mirroring the tender farewell he had offered countless times before. Yet, there lay an unsettling distinction. Harry's kiss was merely a gesture of innocence, while Tom's was laden with proclamation, a mark of something irreverent and mimetic. Tom straightened, gazing at him with an almost sacred tone, uttering, "You must remember, I will never harm you." With that, he opened his arms, enveloping Harry's small, rigid body in a gentle embrace. It was a gesture of profound protectiveness from an adult man toward a child. It made Harry feel ensnared as if by a great python. In a whisper audible only to the two of them, he uttered the latter half of his message. You must also remember, no matter what you become, you will never escape me. You have nurtured a viper. Thus, prepare yourself for a lifetime of entanglement with it. Chapter 39. Merlin's Dark Leg Hairbow. Harry's muscles tensed at the sinister whisper, goosebumps rising on his skin. He was about to plead with Tom to release him when that embrace suddenly loosened. Tom stepped back, looking down at him with a hint of regret on his face. You are still too young, Harry. He leisurely adjusted his slightly wrinkled cuffs, his voice returning to a gentle, undeniable tone. So, be obedient and do not attempt to test my patience. Harry exclaimed, Wait, what do you mean by challenging your patience? Patience? A chilling absurdity crawled up his spine. You won't even spare a child? A little boy? Are you also the Pope? He finally grasped the gravity of his circumstances. Any misstep in this timeline could plunge him into an unbearable hell. Tom seemed pleased with the shock he had instigated as he turned and departed from Harry's home. Lily entered, concern etched on her face as she softly inquired, Harry, would you like to take a walk with your mother? All right, Harry nodded eagerly. He craved fresh air, a respite from the suffocating confines of his home. They traversed the Floo network to Diagon Alley. However, it was no longer the vibrant, magical marketplace filled with laughter from his memories. An atmosphere of tension and oppression hung in the air, taut as a string before battle. Passers-by hurried along, eyes vigilant, while uniformed wizards with steely expressions patrolled the streets, their armbands bearing the infamous emblem of Grindelwald's apostles. Above all, this world must not allow Grindelwald to prevail. A resolute thought surged uncontrollably within Harry's mind. For an instant, he felt an impulse. The next time he returned to Harry's timeline, he would surely divulge everything to Dumbledore. As this notion crossed his mind, an ancient, authoritative voice, not belonging to anyone, resounded deep within his consciousness. You must not reveal the matter of time travel to anyone, lest the entire world faces annihilation. Harry inwardly cursed vehemently. Merlin's black leg hairbow. This old man shows no mercy when it comes to ensnaring others. Just as he found himself engulfed in turmoil, a cadre of uniformed wizards, brandishing their wands as if in pursuit of something, stormed around the corner with an intimidating fervor. A gasp rippled through the crowd, which erupted into chaos as people frantically scattered in all directions. Amidst the ensuing pandemonium, Harry, in a state of sheer terror, realized he had become separated from Lily. His mind was a blank canvas, save for the singular thought of locating his mother. He was jostled by the throngs, nearly stumbling to the ground when a strong arm reached out to support him. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he looked up to see a familiar yet grave and anxious face. Arthur Weasley. Mr. Weasley did not afford him the chance to speak. He swiftly covered Harry's mouth with one hand and vigorously shook his head. Then he grasped Harry's hand and deftly maneuvered them into a dimly lit alley. Once they were hidden from sight, Harry gasped, Thank you, sir. No need for thanks, child, Arthur replied sternly. You must devise a way to return to your mother. This area is currently under rebel control. If we are discovered, your association with us could lead to dire consequences. Rebels? Before Harry could fully comprehend the term, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and stern shouts erupted from the alley's entrance. Arthur's expression darkened, and without hesitation, he grasped Harry's hand. There's no time. Follow me. He led Harry deep into the alley, lifting a heavy manhole cover and unflinchingly ushering Harry into the foul-smelling sewers. After navigating through a labyrinth of twists and turns, he halted before what appeared to be an unremarkable wall, knocking in a peculiar rhythm. With a soft click, a door materialized in the wall. Arthur pushed it open, pulling a still-dazed Harry inside. As they entered through the suddenly appearing door, the damp, chill air was instantly replaced by the warmth of flickering flames. Before Harry could take in his surroundings, a cold, biting voice struck him like a hammer. Weasley, has your giant brain been gnawed on by a succubus? You bring back a liability, as if we're not dying fast enough already. Harry widened his eyes in astonishment. Severus Snape appeared to have aged considerably since his memories. His waxen complexion even worse, yet the familiar disdain in his dark eyes remained unchanged. Arthur closed the door and swiftly cast several protective spells with his wand before turning to face Snape. What was I to do? The child was nearly trampled. Then he ought to return home to find his mother. Snape sneered. I Haven team mastermind shielding. Yes, just a living alarm. Precisely. Should I stand by and watch him get his neck broken? Arthur's voice escalated uncontrollably, the veins in his neck bulging. Harry, bewildered, observed the two men argue, suddenly realizing that in this timeline, Snape did not recognize him at all. Much like the last time in the world where Grindelwald served as headmaster. Lily had never attended Hogwarts, and naturally, Severus had no opportunity to meet the children of the Potter family. All right. A gentle voice emanated from the inner room as Dumbledore emerged, leaning on his cane, his blue eyes shimmering behind half-moon spectacles. Severus, Arthur has his reasons. He has borne no less than you over the years. Severus's lips pressed into a pale line. Under Dumbledore's gaze, he inhaled deeply and stiffly uttered, "I apologize. I should not have said that, especially in light of your loss." "It's all right," Arthur suddenly interrupted, his voice hoarse. He glanced down to see Harry's astonished expression and managed a strained smile, his rough hand ruffling Harry's hair. "Seeing this child reminds me of Ron. If he were still alive, he would be about this age." Harry felt as though he had been struck a heavy blow. Ron was dead? What about the rest of the Weasley family? He opened his mouth, but could produce no sound. Dumbledore knelt to meet Harry's gaze. "Do not be afraid, child. What is your name?" "Harry. Harry Potter," he replied mechanically. Chapter 40, Mother. "Potter?" Severus suddenly turned sharply, his expression sharpening. "James Potter's son? Grindelwald's henchman?" Arthur was taken aback as well. "Merlin, I had noticed how much you resemble James." He turned to Severus, saying, "Though as a newcomer you may not know this. I must tell you, James." Dumbledore cleared his throat twice, interrupting Arthur's words. Harry felt all eyes fixated upon him. Dumbledore, stroking his beard thoughtfully, remarked, "What a remarkable coincidence." Just then, a loud bang resonated from outside, causing the entire basement to tremble. Severus's expression changed drastically. "We've been compromised. They've found us. Take this child through the secret passage." Dumbledore immediately rose, wand in hand. "Arthur, you know what to do." Arthur swiftly scooped up Harry and dashed into the inner room. As Harry glanced back amidst the tumult, he saw Dumbledore's silhouette standing in the doorway, his white beard shimmering in the magical light. Severus was hastily splashing some potion against the wall, muttering under his breath, "Hold on tight, lad." Arthur panted as he kicked aside a section of the floor, revealing a dark passageway. "We must get you back before your mother becomes frantic." Harry clutched Arthur's collar tightly, and, at the last moment before entering the tunnel, he heard a deafening explosion outside, followed by the sound of countless shattering glass. Arthur's body noticeably tensed, yet he did not cease his stride. In the murky tunnel, only the faint light from the tip of Arthur's wand illuminated their path. Harry sensed a warm liquid dripping onto his hand. "Mr. Weasley, you're bleeding?" "It's nothing. Just a scratch." Arthur's voice sounded weary in the darkness. "Listen, Harry, when we return, do not mention today's events to anyone, not even to your mother. Do you understand?" Harry nodded, then quickly added, realizing Arthur could not see him, "I understand." They crawled in silence for what felt like an eternity. Harry could sense Arthur's breathing becoming increasingly labored, yet the man persevered. It was only when a glimmer of light appeared ahead that Arthur exhaled a long sigh of relief. They had arrived. He pushed open the disguised exit that resembled a garbage bin, and the sunlight forced both of them to squint. They were in the back alley of Diagon Alley, safe at last. As Harry was lowered to the ground, he noticed that one side of Arthur's body was drenched in blood. Just as he was about to cry out, Arthur pressed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Listen, child. Turn right and proceed straight to return to the main street. Run, and do not look back." "But I am fine." Arthur managed a strained smile, suddenly pulling a crumpled chocolate frog from his pocket and handing it to Harry. "Ron, my son, used to adore these. The last time I saw him, he mentioned wanting a chocolate frog. Now go." Harry clutched the chocolate frog, watching as Arthur limped away in the opposite direction. In the distance, the faint sound of an explosion echoed, and Arthur's pace quickened noticeably. He stood there, feeling the chocolate in his palm, slowly melting. Rationality urged him to return immediately, to find his mother, and await the next time travel as the sole means to rectify this distorted world. He understood this with clarity. However, when he saw a black-robed wizard silently appear behind Arthur Weasley, the tip of his wand emitting a blinding green light, Harry's body responded before his mind could process the danger. "Expelliarmus!" Harry shouted with all his might. A red beam shot from his wand, striking the wizard's wrist with precision, sending the man's wand flying to the cobblestone ground. Stupefied, Harry did not afford the wizard a moment to recover, quickly casting another spell. He was still a child, and prolonging the confrontation would only be detrimental to him. Arthur Weasley turned in astonishment, spotting Harry, breathless and wielding his wand. "Run," Harry urged him, his voice trembling. Arthur's expression shifted from shock to a complex gratitude. He silently mouthed a thank you to Harry before decisively turning and stumbling away into the other end of the alley. Only Harry and the incapacitated wizard remained. He rushed over, straining to drag the unconscious man to a more concealed corner and raise his wand at him. "Obliviate!" Harry had initially feared that, given his current skill level, the spell might fail. However, upon seeing the pale face beneath the fallen mask, one that exuded arrogance even in slumber, he felt reassured. It was Lucius Malfoy. Excellent. This would undoubtedly be useful. After completing this task, Harry let out a long sigh of relief. Just moments ago, with the presence of the adult wizard Arthur, his use of magic had not triggered an alert, but now he was uncertain whether an unconscious adult wizard still counted as present. Contemplating this, Harry refrained from using magic again and ran back to the main street of Diagon Alley on foot. He anxiously searched through the chaotic crowd for what felt like an eternity until he finally spotted that familiar figure. Mom. Lily abruptly turned around, and the moment she laid eyes on Harry, the color drained from her face. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed towards him and enveloped him in her arms. Harry could feel his mother's body trembling uncontrollably. Awkwardly, he extended his arms to embrace Lily, burying his face in the fabric of her clothing. Mother, I am unscathed. He murmured, his voice muffled. I am sorry, I was wrong not to hold onto your hand tightly. Lily's sobs could no longer be contained. She held Harry close, her tears soaking his hair. No, it is my fault. My child, I almost thought I would never see you again. Lily wept uncontrollably. Harry's eyes, too, became misty. This was the maternal love he had longed for in his dreams. He yearned for something beyond reprimands and confinement after his misdeeds. He desired a mother who would care for him when he was hurt. Once Lily's emotions settled somewhat, they finally returned home, hand in hand. On their way, Lily repeatedly warned Harry not to run off if he got lost, but to remain in place and wait for her. Harry promised Lily, refraining from disclosing the events that had transpired, lest he cause her further worry. However, upon arriving home, James was not his usual jovial self, joking and laughing. Instead, he stood solemnly in the living room. As soon as he saw Lily and Harry return, he rushed towards them. Something has happened. James spoke rapidly and urgently. We cannot stay here any longer. Gather your things. We must leave. Chapter 41. A Great Blade. Lily nodded, her expression revealing no surprise, as though she had anticipated this day. She asked no questions and immediately turned to prepare their belongings. James crouched down, gripping Harry's shoulders firmly, his gaze filled with a seriousness Harry had never witnessed before. Son, he whispered, if anything happens, take this. He retrieved a seemingly ordinary piece of candy from his pocket. It was a lemon sherbet enchanted to remain fresh indefinitely. He pressed the confection into Harry's cold hand. Take this to Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley and show it to the proprietor. He will know what to do. And what about you and Mother? Harry inquired. James forced a smile, ruffling Harry's hair. We are adults. You need not worry about us. We are far stronger than you. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous commotion erupted outside, followed by the sound of someone crashing into the yard. James immediately stood up. Tension etched across his face as he drew his wand, aiming it at the doorway. The door was flung open, revealing Sirius. Seeing him, James exhaled in relief, retracting his wand. Why are you still here? Sirius exclaimed, drenched in sweat and urgency. Hurry up and leave. Grindelwald's people are about to come for you. Lily is still packing. James protested. Forget the packing. Sirius shouted. Move. Lily emerged from the room, a leather bag in hand, her complexion pale. They rushed to the fireplace, using flue powder to travel to Diagon Alley. James was the last to leave. He grasped the edge of the fireplace and turned to Sirius, asking, What will you do? Sirius flashed a grin, a smirk laced with the characteristic, cynical arrogance of the Black family. I bear the name of Black. Grindelwald cannot touch me. He gave James a firm shove, urging him to hurry. James was whisked away by the flue powder, and in the fleeting moment before his vision faded, he glimpsed Tom Potter's silhouette appearing in the doorway, his handsome face devoid of expression, the wand in his hand emanating a sinister green light aimed at Sirius's unguarded back. Diagon Alley was far from safe. At the other end of the fireplace, the street was teeming with wizards in uniform, patrolling back and forth. James seized Lily and Harry, the three of them stealthily inching along the wall to evade the watchful eyes of the patrols. Finally reaching the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, they pushed the door open, and just as they stepped inside and sighed in relief, their hearts abruptly halted. An elegant blond man sat behind the counter, toying with a wand. It was Gellert Grindelwald. Hello, James Potter, Grindelwald greeted with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Lily and Harry. This must be your son and your wife. You possess a happy family. James immediately shielded Harry and Lily behind him, gripping his wand tightly. What do you want, Grindelwald? Quite simple. Grindelwald placed the wand gently on the table, his eyes sharpening. Tell me where Albus Dumbledore is, and in return, your family will be safe. The air between James Potter and Gellert Grindelwald seemed to solidify, taut as a drawn bowstring. A smile, mingled with derision and resolve, twisted James's face, each word forced through clenched teeth. You shall not. His hand instinctively tightened around the wand as he protected Lily and Harry more closely. Yet Grindelwald's smile remained unchanged, imbued with a timeless elegance and composure, as if James's threat were merely the prattle of a child. You know, he said softly, his voice carrying a peculiar, persuasive charm, I would not, nor could I, do anything to Albus Dumbledore. We are bound by a blood pact, a vow more unbreakable than any chains. Yes, yes, indeed. James's voice rose, filled with an uncontrollable fury. The blood pact prevents you from harming him, but it has never stopped you. You would eliminate everyone close to him, one by one, like stripping flesh from bone, whether it be his sister Ariana or that poor Newt Scamander. As he spoke, memories choked him, forcing him to take a deep breath before he could shake his head, his gaze turning painfully somber. And your mutual friend, Harry Potter. Harry Potter? Harry inquired, puzzled. Harry and Ariana's fate was merely a regrettable accident, Grindelwald dismissed lightly, as though discussing the weather. And what about Scamander? James pursued relentlessly. What was his unexpected revelation? At that moment, a crack finally marred Grindelwald's otherwise perfect smile, akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil lake. His gaze instantaneously transformed into a frigid, piercing stare, the elegance evaporating, leaving only unmasked cruelty. Grindelwald's voice grew low and menacing. He is damned. This utterance fell upon James like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within him. Thus, his voice brimmed with weariness and loathing. Albus would never wish to see you, except perhaps at your funeral. That is of no consequence. Grindelwald seemed unfazed, taking a small step forward, his eyes drifting past James as if he had already glimpsed the individual he sought. Just tell me where he is, and I shall manage the rest myself. I will find it personally. That is impossible. James resolutely declined, refraining from further discourse as he swiftly turned, one hand grasping Harry, the other tightly clutching Lily's wrist. With a familiar sensation of being forcibly compressed into a narrow conduit, they vanished from their location, leaving behind a sharp crack. Before the disorientation from the apparition had fully dissipated, Harry found himself standing in a familiar room. It was a place he had visited before, accompanied by Mr. Weasley in the afternoon. The flickering fire in the hearth illuminated the somber faces surrounding him. Dumbledore, James exclaimed urgently upon arrival, believing this to be a sanctuary of safety. However, as his voice escaped, it abruptly lodged in his throat. He finally beheld the scene within the room, devoid of any post-crisis relief, instead shrouded in a heavy silence of mourning. Arthur Weasley leaned against the wall, his arms and shoulders swathed in thick bandages, dark stains seeping through. He did not glance at anyone, merely clenched his fists against his lips, his body trembling slightly from the effort to suppress some overwhelming emotion. His vacant gaze was fixed upon the floor, as if the weight of the entire world bore down upon him. Each person in the room mirrored his silence, engulfed by an invisible sorrow. Dumbledore and a dark-haired man, unknown to him, stood before a lifeless body, and an unsettling premonition gripped James, prompting him to approach. The familiar visage of the corpse sent darkness swirling before his eyes, his legs nearly failing to support him. The body was that of Sirius Black. Chapter 42. Take cover. It was an excruciating pain, sharp as if an unseen hand had crushed his heart. Arthur Weasley's bandaged wounds, the heavy silence of those around him, Grindelwald's chilling words, everything coalesced into a massive weight, crashing down upon Harry's heart. The scene before him began to distort and whirl. The flames in the hearth elongated into orange phantoms, while the sounds around him grew distant and muffled. The world was sinking, darkness clouded his vision, and he fell backward uncontrollably. A strong arm steadied him. Harry felt the cold rim of a glass vial pressed against his lips as a sharp, bitter liquid was forcefully poured into his mouth. The taste struck him like a bolt of lightning, instantly dispelling the fog in his mind, leaving only a piercing clarity and a burning sensation in his throat. There was no time for you to faint. Severus Snape's voice remained as low and unyielding as ever, steadying Harry before releasing his grip, as if even a moment's contact would be an agony. Albus Dumbledore and Arthur Weasley spoke in hoarse, weary tones, gazing at the faltering Harry with deep concern. We should take the child away from here. He should not be entangled in such matters. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. Arthur speaks wisely. No. Harry suddenly lifted his head, forcing himself to stand tall, though his legs trembled beneath him. I can fight. I can help. I am. The words that followed were stifled, caught in his throat by an invisible barrier. He opened his mouth, desperately trying to utter that identity, that secret, but a powerful magic, born of ancient contracts, constrained his vocal cords. It was a suffocating sensation, as if his tongue had been petrified, every word heavy as lead, yet utterly unutterable. A flicker of understanding and compassion crossed Dumbledore's cerulean eyes. He approached Harry, slowly crouching down, and with his wrinkled yet extraordinarily warm hand, gently stroked Harry's head. "Child." His voice was tender and steady, imbued with a soothing power. "You are the hope of the magical world, the spark of the future. Because of this, you must not come to harm here." James Potter cast a heavy glance at his wife, a look filled with urgency and reluctance. Lily's tears surged forth. Knowing this was an unavoidable decision, she rushed forward, embracing James tightly, as if wishing to engrave him into her very being. She pressed a deep, salty kiss upon his cheek, her voice choked with emotion as she urged, "Be careful." Then, resolutely, she released him and grasped Harry's arm. Amid the dizzying whirl, they utilized the disapparition once more. This time, when Harry's feet touched solid ground again, the surrounding scene left him in a daze. This was the home he had occupied for many years, the house at number 4 Privet Drive, belonging to the Dursleys. The night street was eerily quiet, illuminated only by the dim glow of the streetlights. Lily, holding his cold hand, hurried to the door and knocked forcefully. "Who is it? It's the middle of the night. Are you trying to disturb my sleep?" Aunt Petunia's sharp, impatient voice echoed from within. Footsteps approached, and the door creaked open. Petunia, clad in her nightgown, stood at the threshold, her face a mask of annoyance and sleepiness. Upon recognizing Lily, her expression brimmed with disdain. "What are you doing here? We do not welcome you. I thought I made that clear long ago." "Petunia, please," Lily's voice trembled, surrendering all pride and dignity. "Save us." "Save you?" Penny scoffed, crossing her arms. "Since you chose to follow that old madman on some wizarding venture, you have severed all ties with our family. Someone is trying to kill us." Lily's voice rose, tinged with desperation and a hint of tears. "It's true. Please, Penny." The word kill caused Penny's expression to darken instantly. At that moment, a distant commotion could be heard, a muffled explosion that, though faint, pierced the tranquility of the suburban night. Penny's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, as fear finally overwhelmed her long-held jealousy and resentment. After a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly stepped aside and lowered her voice. "Come in." Lily quickly pulled Harry inside. Uncle Vernon, standing at the foot of the stairs, had clearly overheard their conversation. His face was ashen, filled with terror. Without further inquiry, he pointed nervously to the narrow storage closet beneath the stairs and commanded, "Quick, hide in there." The door of the closet slammed shut with a bang, and the world was instantly engulfed in darkness and the scent of dust. The space was suffocatingly cramped. Harry could discern the unique aroma of old shoes, cleaning supplies, and forgotten trinkets that belonged to this household. Lily held him tightly, one hand covering his mouth, the other wrapped around his shoulders, her body trembling slightly from fear. Harry could distinctly hear the heartbeats of both himself and his mother, along with the stifled, panicked breaths of his aunt and uncle outside. Barely half a minute had passed when urgent, loud knocking resonated from outside, the sound both rude and undeniably insistent. "Penny, Vernon, it's me, Peter. Open up. I have an urgent matter." Harry's heart sank. Peter Pettigrew? The gap beneath the closet door was narrow, yet sufficient for Harry to overhear the hushed conversation outside. Uncle Vernon seemed to block the door with his ample frame. His voice muffled as he replied, "We don't know any Peter. You got the wrong person, now scram." "Stop joking, Vernon." Peter's voice grew more frantic. "I've seen Lily's traces of apparition. James sent me. They're in danger. Let them out. Chapter 43, they will be fine." "I don't know what nonsense you're talking about." Penny replied coolly to Peter outside. "There is no Lily here. If you don't leave, we will call the police." A brief silence ensued outside. Harry sensed his mother's grip on him tremble slightly. All right. Peter's voice sounded filled with disappointment and resignation. "If you truly haven't seen her, then I will search elsewhere. I was too hasty. My apologies for the disturbance." Then came the sound of footsteps retreating. Uncle Vernon seemed to peek through the peephole for a moment before letting out a long sigh of relief. Whispering to Petunia, "He has gone." Lily also relaxed a little, yet she did not release Harry, merely signaling him to remain quiet. At that moment, a faint, almost imperceptible scratching sound emanated from beneath the storage room door. Lily was intently listening to the commotion outside, oblivious to this detail. However, Harry, having returned from a life-and-death struggle with Voldemort, possessed remarkably heightened senses. He lowered his head and, peering through the narrow gap between the door and the floor, beheld a small, gray shadow desperately attempting to squeeze its way inside. It was a mouse, a plump, drab-colored house mouse. Instead of scurrying about in panic like an ordinary rodent, it halted in place. Its beady black eyes glinting with a cunning and scrutinizing light, fixed intently in the direction of their hiding spot. Harry's gaze was riveted on the mouse. It could only be Peter Pettigrew. There was no other possibility. Just as Lily began to react, Harry sprang into action. His movements were as swift as lightning, fueled by adrenaline that transcended his age. He lunged forward, disregarding any noise, and with his small hands, he expertly pinned the inquisitive mouse firmly to the floor. The mouse writhed and struggled under his grip, emitting a frantic, terrified squeak. "Harry!" Lily gasped in shock at this sudden turn of events, lowering her voice. Harry looked up, exerting all his strength to control the life beneath his palm, his voice trembling with excitement and loathing. "Mom, I've got him. I've got him. Got him." Upon hearing Harry's words, Lily froze, a chill coursing up her spine to her mind. She abruptly lowered her gaze to Harry's small hands pressing down on the floor. There, a hefty, gray mouse lay still, no longer struggling, as if an invisible force had seized its life. This mouse, the thought thundered through Lily's mind. Just then, the storage room door was yanked open violently, blinding light flooding in. Petunia, her brow furrowed, wore a mask of fear and disgust. "You need to go now," she shrieked. "Don't drag our family into this. This is the last thing I will do for you, the very last." Tears welled in Lily's eyes as she released Harry. Staggering to her feet, and without hesitation, she embraced her only sister. Petunia's body was as rigid as stone. "Petunia," Lily sobbed in her ear, "I'm truly sorry for the past. Stop with the nonsense." Petunia abruptly pushed her away, though there was a hint of reluctance in her force. "Just get out." Lily grasped Harry's hand, ready to disapparate, but Petunia called out to her again, "Lily." Lily turned back to see a car, key slicing through the air in a silvery arc, which she instinctively caught. "Take Vernon's car," Petunia urged, her words tumbling out rapidly, as if each syllable was a torment. "Don't expose yourselves as wizards in front of ordinary people. It will leave a trace." Thank you, Penny." Lily's gratitude was heartfelt. "We did not mean to help you," interjected Uncle Vernon gruffly, casting a glance at his wristwatch and impatiently waving his hand. "You two should take this rat and get lost. Never come back." With tears brimming in her eyes, Lily nodded solemnly. She said nothing more, merely casting a deep gaze at the relatives who had kept her at bay, yet had offered her a glimmer of hope at the last moment. "Thank you," she whispered, before grasping Harry's hand and swiftly exiting. As the door closed behind them, Penny let out a long, weary sigh, leaning against the wall. "They will be all right, won't they?" Vernon wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulders, attempting to comfort her in his own clumsy, pragmatic manner. "Isn't that brother-in-law of yours supposed to be quite powerful? If he can't even protect his own wife and child, he is worthless." Penny chuckled, agreeing with Vernon's sentiment. Indeed, in the cold garage of the Dursleys, the tip of Lily's wand emitted a red beam, striking the mouse Harry held. It collapsed, rendered unconscious. Accompanied by a barely perceptible puff, the creature lay utterly limp. Holding its warm and heavy body, Harry joined his mother in the back seat of the car. Lily started the engine. She was not well-versed in maneuvering Muggle vehicles. The car lurched forward abruptly, the engine protesting with a roar before it wobbled onto the quiet street. They drove aimlessly for a long while, the city lights gradually fading into the distance, leaving only the pitch-black road and the monotonous hum of the engine. After what felt like an eternity, Lily finally turned the car into a brightly lit service station. She turned off the engine, fatigue weighing heavily upon her as she rested her head on the steering wheel, her breathing trembling. She glanced back at Harry, forcing a smile. "Harry, you should sleep for a bit. Mommy's here." Harry shook his head. "I don't need to, Mom. You should rest. You're too tired." Lily was indeed at her limit. The adrenaline was ebbing away like a receding tide, leaving behind an overwhelming exhaustion. She nodded. "All right. Mommy will just sleep for a little while and then wake up." The moment she finished speaking, she fell into a deep slumber. Harry sat quietly beside her, guarding his weary mother and the bound betrayer. The lights outside the car flickered, and he too drowsily closed his eyes. When he opened them again, everything had changed. He lay on a simple wooden bed, covered by a rough blanket. Blinking in confusion, he took a moment to gather his thoughts before fragments of memory surged back. "Mom." Harry sprang from the bed, rushing outside barefoot. The sunlight was somewhat blinding. He saw two very familiar figures arguing fiercely on a nearby plain. It was Mary and Jack. It was Harry Potter's timeline. He had returned. Chapter 44. What must be done now? In the clearing of the forest, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled spots of light, yet the atmosphere was as cold as ice. "Mary, wake up." Jack, short and stout, lowered his voice, his tone laced with impatience. Our goal is promotion, not to be moral exemplars. The Ministry of Magic requires no substantial evidence from us. It suffices to prove that Dumbledore is a dark wizard. The astute and composed Mary crossed her arms, gazing at him coldly. Indeed, I came here for promotion. But a promotion does not entail fabricating evidence. We should never sacrifice an innocent child to create false proof. That child is a mute, Jack exclaimed, gesticulating fervently, his spittle flying. She was not long for this world anyway. Trading her life for our advancement is a bargain too advantageous to pass up. So, you would let her come harm? Mary's voice rose abruptly, brimming with incredulous anger. You are utterly naive. Jack's face flushed as he pointed into the distance. Dumbledore, and that Grindelwald. Can you not see? Those two charming young men are, at their core, future harbingers of doom. Eliminating one now serves the greater good of the magical world. As he spoke, he brandished his wand menacingly. If you cannot do it, I shall. Mary straightened her back, her gaze unwavering. You may proceed, but I will never be complicit in your sordid schemes. I desire a promotion, and I have contemplated perjury, yet I will not harm a child. A flicker of malice crossed Jack's eyes. His jowls quivered, and his voice turned icy. Then I shall have to start with you. As the tip of his wand glowed ominously green, he intoned, Avada. Just as the incantation was about to escape his lips, a figure burst forth from the nearby thicket, colliding forcefully with Mary. It was Harry. With all his strength, he pushed Mary aside. A green beam whizzed past them, striking a distant tree, draining it of life and leaving it lifeless. Mary, astonished, fell to the ground, staring at Jack, who still held his wand, her voice trembling. You actually meant to kill me? Jack, realizing his attack had missed, transformed from menacing to panic-stricken. He hastily stowed his wand and waved his hands. No, you misunderstand. Mary, I was merely momentarily confused. You've lost your mind. Mary scrambled to her feet, shaking her head in disbelief. Compared to Dumbledore, you resemble a dark wizard even more. With that, she drew her own wand. Jack's expression hardened. Seeing his deception exposed, he relinquished pretense and prepared for another strike. But before he could lift his wand, Harry seized the moment, pointing his own wand at Jack and shouting, Expelliarmus. Jack's wand flew from his grasp. Mary, quick to react, added Stupefy. A red beam struck Jack's chest. He emitted no sound as he toppled backward, lifeless. The clearing returned to tranquility. Mary gasped, her gaze fixed coldly on the unconscious Jack sprawled on the ground. Turning to Harry, she declared, I intend to take him back to the Ministry of Magic. A person like him deserves to languish in Azkaban. She paused, her expression shifting to one of gravity as she addressed Harry. Can you manage the surveillance alone, Harry? Without a moment's hesitation, Harry nodded affirmatively. I can. Mary dragged the unconscious Jack away, vanishing swiftly into the depths of the forest. Alone, Harry sat upon the cold grass, the adrenaline of his narrow escape gradually ebbing, replaced by a profound sense of fatigue and trepidation. He stared at his empty hands, acutely aware for the first time of the weight of time and space. This was far from the simplistic notion of using a time-turner to return to the past for an examination. It was perilous. Every step, every seemingly trivial decision felt akin to casting a stone into an infinitely branching river, the ripples leading to a wholly different, unpredictable future. He recalled Hermione's enthusiastic exposition of the popular theory of parallel universes in the Muggle world. She had explained that whether one stepped out of the door with the left foot or the right could create two entirely distinct, non-interfering worlds. And what of himself? In that ethereal voice, perhaps aided by Merlin, he seemed to have been transported to the most perfect of destinations. Yet, if he were to make even a single misstep at any crossroads before reaching that destination, he could be thrust into an entirely alien timeline, just as he was now. Wait, was that so-called destination truly the most perfect? A dangerous thought flickered through his mind. Harry halted abruptly, shaking his head vigorously, compelling himself to abandon this maddening line of inquiry. Such musings were futile at this moment. He inhaled deeply and began to assess his situation. All right, let us assume that the past he currently occupied is point A. In this context, his tasks were clear: to assist Dumbledore and Grindelwald to the best of his ability, to find a way to prevent the catastrophic duel Sirius had mentioned, and, most importantly, to save Dumbledore's sister, Ariana. As it stood, the relationship and positions of Dumbledore and Grindelwald were the core detonators that could instigate the most significant changes in the future. Every choice they made resonated through the very fabric of the world. Contemplating this, Harry furrowed his brow. It was undeniable, based on his prior experiences, that Grindelwald loved Dumbledore. The possessiveness and depth of emotion in those eyes were unmistakable. Yet if he loved him, why had Grindelwald resorted to such extreme and oppressive methods to compel Dumbledore during their last encounter? Could he not perceive the pain and resistance Dumbledore endured? Did he truly believe that cornering his beloved and threatening destruction was an effective means of expressing love? Harry felt an increasing sense of unease, a ridiculous sensation washing over him. Could it be that he was utterly incapable of pursuing someone? Chapter 45, Baking Cookies. Yet, as he turned back to reflect, something felt amiss. When he first traversed into this world, at his birthday celebration, Grindelwald certainly did not appear to be someone uncertain in the art of courtship. The way he gazed at Dumbledore, with every glint in his eye and teasing remark laced with charm and an alluring tension, was nothing short of captivating. However, in the previous phase, he witnessed a Grindelwald who resembled a paranoid madman, employing the most extreme methods to drive Dumbledore to despair. One was a master of romance, while the other embodied a tyrant devoid of emotional intelligence. The stark contrast between the two personas caused Harry's heart to sink, instilling within him a rather ominous premonition. It seemed that his forthcoming task would not merely involve rescuing someone, but also teaching Grindelwald the nuances of courtship. Perhaps he would even need to subtly reshape his dangerously flawed ideologies. Contemplating this, Harry felt a wave of despair wash over him. He now resembled a donkey tethered to a millstone, with a carrot dangling before him, the best future bestowed by Merlin. To reach that carrot, he must tirelessly and blindly march towards it, regardless of the mess he would encounter along the way. But did he regret it? Harry sat upon the grass, questioning himself. He did not regret it. The mere thought of having a mother and father alive and well, of Sirius not being imprisoned in Azkaban, and of Lupin not facing solitude, knowing that all those he cared for could attain a complete and joyful future, left no room for regret. After all, he was Harry Potter. This realization imbued him with a profound sense of strength. Harry sprang to his feet, brushing off the grass from his trousers. He resolved to take action, to proactively establish a connection with Dumbledore and the others. Recalling Dumbledore mentioning Ariana as cookies, he mused that perhaps Dumbledore would enjoy baked cookies. He could try making some to present as a friendly gesture. With this thought, Harry hurried back to his small cabin. The next hour transformed the modest kitchen into a scene of utter chaos. Harry fumbled to combine flour, sugar, and eggs, only to find himself either overdoing the sugar or failing to soften the butter. Flour dusted his face, resembling an owl that had just emerged from a flour sack. Finally, when he retrieved tray after tray of dark, oddly shaped concoctions from the oven, he was utterly deflated. Harry gazed despondently at the heap of cookies before him. Rather than food, they resembled the failed result of some dark magic, clinging to a shred of hope. He gingerly picked up a relatively intact piece and cautiously took a small bite. An indescribable bitterness and burnt flavor exploded on his tongue. Ugh! He abruptly spat out the morsel, convinced that he might never possess a talent for baking in his lifetime. Aunt Petunia's reluctance to direct him in the preparation of more complex dishes might indeed be related to this. Just as despair began to envelop him, a small figure suddenly appeared outside the window. Harry turned abruptly, catching sight of a brilliant head of golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. It was Ariana. She was perched on the windowsill, her bright, clear eyes curiously fixated on the chaos that had overtaken his kitchen, particularly the sorry-looking plate of cookies on the table. Her gaze sparkled with pure goodwill and curiosity. It seemed she was struggling to recall his name, and with a hint of uncertainty, she timidly inquired, "Are you baking cookies, Harry?" Harry responded almost instantaneously, "Yes, I am baking cookies." His mind raced as he observed this bashful, yet evidently inquisitive girl before him, and a thought struck him. He gestured toward the kitchen's disarray and the bowl of remaining dough, tentatively asking, "Would you like to join me?" He held little hope. Ariana appeared to be around 14 or 15, and from Dumbledore's remarks, it was clear that her brother, Albus, bore the responsibility of cooking and caring for her. "Can I? I would love to try." Ariana's eyes lit up with excitement. However, as soon as she uttered those words, she seemed to realize her exuberance. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she reverted to her shy demeanor, quietly adding, "If it's not too much trouble, not at all. It's no trouble." Harry hurriedly reassured her, anxious that she might retract her offer. He swiftly turned and opened the door to the small room, gesturing for her to enter. Ariana cautiously stepped inside. In the ensuing moments, Ariana's performance exceeded Harry's expectations. Though she appeared shy and spoke little, her clumsy grip on the whisk revealed her as a complete novice. Nevertheless, she was utterly earnest. Harry guided her in rolling the dough into small balls before gently flattening them. Her movements were slow and deliberate, as if she were engaged in the most important task in the world. With each piece of dough, she endeavored to shape it into the most perfect sphere. When the new batch of cookies finally emerged from the oven, beautifully caramelized, Harry presented them proudly. Although the cookies were uneven and somewhat unsightly, the air was suffused with a rich aroma of butter and sweetness, a fragrant delight that far surpassed the charred remnants he had previously baked. He picked one up, blew on it, and cautiously took a bite. Delicious, crispy, and sweet, the flavor was truly delightful. He pushed the plate towards Ariana, who mimicked his actions, taking a small bite. In an instant, her eyes squinted with joy, a pure and fulfilling happiness that made her glow. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Harry approached to open it, revealing a disheveled young man standing outside, none other than the 18-year-old Albus Dumbledore. He appeared somewhat anxious, and, upon seeing Harry, immediately asked, "Harry, have you seen Ariana? I did not see her all afternoon." Harry turned his head and called into the room, "Ariana, your brother is here to see you." He observed that upon hearing this, Ariana's previously bright eyes dimmed. Silently, she set down the half-eaten cookie and softly replied, "Okay." Dumbledore entered the room, relieved to find his sister safe and sound. Habitually, he walked over, ruffled her hair, and spoke in a tone meant for a child. "Come on, we should go home now." Ariana obediently followed him, ready to leave. "Wait," Harry called out as they reached the door. The siblings turned back in unison. Harry hurried over, picked up a clean little paper bag nearby, swiftly packed the still warm cookies inside, and then placed it in Dumbledore's hands. "Try these," Harry said, looking into Dumbledore's eyes, enunciating each word clearly. They were baked by Ariana. After saying this, he turned to Ariana and playfully winked. "You are welcome to come and play again tomorrow." Chapter 46. Harry is a good person. On their way home, the setting sun elongated their shadows. Albus Dumbledore glanced sideways at his sister and cautiously inquired, "Ariana, what did you do at Harry's house?" There was a hint of unacknowledged tension in his voice, as if fearing his words might frighten her. Ariana pondered for a moment before replying, "I baked cookies, and I ate cookies. Harry is very nice." Albus's anxious heart relaxed significantly. He asked further, "Do you like Harry?" "Yes." Ariana nodded without hesitation, then tilted her head and added in a serious tone, "Harry is as good as my brother, but he is a bit more considerate and gentler." She seemed to be searching for the right word to express her feelings, her small brows furrowing. It's as if he's gone through something that made him very, very sad. Albus gazed at her gently, patiently waiting for her to articulate her analogy. Finally, Ariana looked up at him with clear eyes and said, "It's as if he has lost everything." Albus did not fully grasp the profound meaning hidden within her words. Yet he sensed that his sister held no reservations towards Harry, and that was sufficient. He affectionately ruffled Ariana's hair and said, "In that case, let us invite him over to play more often." Ariana nodded vigorously. Joyfully, she retrieved a still warm cookie from the little paper bag and offered it to Albus. "Brother, try this." When they returned home, Gellert Grindelwald had already been waiting on the living room sofa for some time. His handsome face bore little expression upon seeing them enter. He first frowned and cast an irritated glance at Ariana before turning his gaze to Albus, his tone laced with inquiry. "Why did you take so long to return? Where has Ariana been?" "She went to play with Harry," Albus replied, shaking the little paper bag in his hand to lighten the atmosphere. "Would you like to try a piece, Gellert?" Ariana baked them. "No, thank you." Grindelwald's response was succinct and decisive. He remarked that he had grown quite hungry while waiting and had already eaten a little. Albus immediately displayed an expression of regret, apologizing for making him wait too long. "It's of no consequence," Grindelwald replied, his tone softening, yet his sharp gaze discreetly flickered toward Ariana, implying that it was not her fault. That fleeting glance pierced Ariana's heart like a needle. She promptly bit her lip and, lowering her head, said to Albus, "I'm sorry, brother. I want to run off again." "It's quite all right," Albus reassured her. "Next time you wish to visit Harry, just inform me in advance." Had she gone to play with that Harry? Grindelwald's brow furrowed tightly, and he suddenly rose to his feet. "Harry Potter? Albus, are you not aware that he is someone sent by the Ministry to observe us?" "Relax, Gellert," Albus said gently. "He is not a bad person." "How can you be so certain he isn't?" Grindelwald's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Anyone sent by the Ministry to monitor us cannot possibly be virtuous. I am convinced he is merely seeking to extract information from Ariana." "No, that's impossible." Ariana, who had been silent until now, suddenly retorted loudly, stunning both boys. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she summoned all her courage to declare, "Harry is not that kind of person. He is truly a good individual." Grindelwald snorted dismissively. his expression suggesting that she could not possibly comprehend. "That is not guaranteed," he replied. Enough of this bickering. Albus sighed, feeling a headache coming on. He first turned to Grindelwald, softening his tone. "Gellert, we are not engaging in anything improper. The ministry will eventually understand our intentions." He then turned to his sister, gently soothing her. "Ariana, Gellert is unfamiliar with Harry. It is natural for him to harbor biases. How about this? Tomorrow, we shall all visit Harry together. Let get to know us." Ariana's eyes brightened at the prospect of returning, and she obediently nodded in agreement. "What?" Grindelwald immediately protested. "I refuse to go." Albus shot him a warning glance. As Grindelwald met those blue eyes, his resolve weakened, and he muttered begrudgingly, "Fine, I will go." Thus, the following morning, when Harry opened the door, expecting to see a timid Ariana, he was astonished to find 3 figures standing before him. As he quickly calculated whether the meager supplies in his pantry would suffice for the 4 of them, he forced a smile and welcomed them inside. As Grindelwald entered the room, he deliberately walked past Harry without glancing at him. Yet from the corner of his eye, he squinted and shot him a fierce glare. Harry felt utterly innocent. He had done nothing wrong. In a flash, he recalled the lessons imparted by Dumbledore in despair about discerning a person's true desires. As Grindelwald brushed past him, Harry swiftly and discreetly whispered in a tone audible only to the 2 of them, "I can teach you how to improve your relationship with Dumbledore." Grindelwald's stride abruptly faltered. His eyes widened in disbelief, a mixture of shock, skepticism, and a hint of irritation at being so directly addressed flickering within them. Ultimately, he glanced ahead, and upon noticing that Albus and Ariana were entirely oblivious to their conversation, he turned his head, lowering his voice to a near whisper, "This is on you. If you fail." Harry met his gaze, solemnly nodding to convey his complete understanding. Chapter 47. Ginny? Of course, while Harry professed to comprehend fully, his heart was a whirlwind of anxiety. How was he to deepen the bond between 2 brilliant wizards? He felt utterly inept in matters of the heart. His mind blanked as he frantically recalled the scant examples of romance he had encountered. Ginny? He immediately thought of the love letters she had once penned for him. Harry abruptly sealed his lips. No, that was far too daunting. If Grindelwald dared to present something like that to Dumbledore, a duel could erupt prematurely. What about Ron and Hermione? Harry was even more perplexed, for their relationship seemed to have evolved through a series of incessant quarrels, culminating in Hermione's sudden emotional outburst. It primarily began with Lavender boldly expressing her affection for Ron, but would the emergence of such a character now send Grindelwald into a frenzy? Alas, he found himself devoid of any normal, positive examples to draw upon. Just as Harry spiraled into self-doubt, the scene before him suddenly warped and blurred. In the next moment, he realized he was no longer in that quaint, wooden-scented cottage. He lay upon a somewhat narrow bed, a familiar, subtle floral fragrance filling the air. He sat up abruptly, his heart racing. A lazy, drowsy voice drifted over to him. "Why are you awake at this hour? Don't you want to sleep a bit longer?" Harry stiffly turned his head to see a cascade of beautiful, glowing red hair in the morning light. It was his mother, Lily Potter. "No, I'm not going back to sleep." His voice trembled. He nearly tumbled down the stairs in his haste. In the dining room below sat 2 men. His father, James Potter, radiated vitality as he sat at the dining table. Opposite him was Uncle Vernon, his countenance ashen, lips tightly pressed, resembling a purple pufferfish on the verge of bursting. Despite the tense atmosphere, Uncle Vernon had refrained from directly ejecting James from the premises. The moment James spotted Harry, a brilliant smile illuminated his face. "My dear child, you're awake. Good morning, Dad. As long as you're awake, that's what matters," James replied cheerfully. "We need to go to Diagon Alley today to purchase your supplies for 2nd year. Can I go with Ron?" Harry inquired, his eyes darting with curiosity, eager to ascertain whether the world had returned to its proper course. "Unfortunately not, my child." Harry's heart skipped a beat. Was the world still not fully back on track? He heard James continue speaking. "I've already written to Mr. Weasley. They left for Diagon Alley before us today. Oh, by the way, their youngest son seems quite eager to see you. He mentioned he has something to discuss." Harry was taken aback. Their youngest son? Ginny? What could Ginny possibly want to say to him? At that moment, a heavy thudding of footsteps echoed from upstairs, and Dudley burst into the kitchen like a small rhinoceros. "Mum, what for breakfast?" "Apple pie, my darling," Aunt Petunia's voice chimed from the kitchen. "Wow," Dudley exclaimed. "Can Annie come over more often? Every time they visit, our meals become so much more lavish." "Dudley, don't be ridiculous." Aunt Petunia shot him a disapproving glance, though her tone lacked any real reproach. "Our meals are always plentiful." Just as Dudley opened his mouth, Aunt Petunia swiftly placed a golden, flaky pie slice into it, then softly asked, "Is it good?" "Delicious." Dudley's attention was successfully diverted. He licked the crumbs off his lips and mumbled, "Mum, can I have another piece?" "Of course. My darling Dudley can have as many as he wishes." Harry stared at Dudley, momentarily taken aback. The chubby boy, holding a piece of golden apple pie, looked at Harry with sincerity and asked, "Do you want some?" Harry instinctively glanced towards Aunt Petunia in the kitchen. She was wiping her hands on her apron and, upon noticing Harry's gaze, shrugged awkwardly, her tone stiff yet devoid of malice. "You should try a piece too." He turned back and looked at his father at the dining table. James patted his shoulder, encouraging him with his eyes. "Go on." Only then did Harry take a step forward, entering the kitchen he had once despised yet longed to belong to. Aunt Petunia deftly cut a large slice of pie and handed it to him. He cautiously took a bite, the flaky crust crumbling in his mouth, infused with the sweet aroma of butter and apples. "Is it good?" Aunt Petunia asked, seemingly nonchalant. "It's amazing," Harry replied with genuine admiration. The corners of Petunia's mouth involuntarily lifted, though she quickly suppressed it, clearing her throat in an attempt to mask her pride. "That S for sure. Back in the day, Lily adored it." At this point, she abruptly closed her mouth, the pride fading from her expression. Harry looked at her and leaned in, speaking in a hushed tone. "My mom always loved you. She said you were her favorite person." "Go on, go away, little child." Petunia pushed him lightly, as if she were a cat whose tail had been stepped on, though there was no force behind it. Harry carried the plate with the pie outside, hearing James say to Uncle Vernon, "I sincerely apologize for the past." "What do you want me to say?" Vernon grumbled hoarsely. "Once you're done eating, be quick about leaving." James shrugged helplessly. It is evident that Aunt Petunia's demeanor has softened considerably. However, breaching the fortress that is Uncle Vernon remains a distant endeavor. After Lily descended the stairs, the two families partook in a breakfast that, while slightly peculiar in atmosphere, was still relatively peaceful. After bidding farewell to the Dursleys, they apparat to Diagon Alley. "Shouldn't we first buy books for Harry?" Lily inquired, her gaze fixed on James as he directly led them to the entrance of Ollivander S1's shop, her confusion palpable. "Indeed, but," James replied with a mysterious smile, "a little friend wishes to meet Harry." Lily's perplexity deepened. Upon pushing open the tinkling door of the wand shop, Harry immediately spotted the familiar cluster of red-haired Weasleys. Just as he greeted Ron with a smile, a figure suddenly darted out from the side, launching itself into his arms like a small cannonball. "Harry!" A crisp boy's voice rang out from his chest. Harry froze, his mind a whirlwind of questions as he looked down at the small boy clinging to him, who sported a shock of red hair. This was not the demeanor Ginny had exhibited the last time they met. He glanced at Ron, who shrugged with a look of bewilderment. "I have no idea what's up with him. He insisted on seeing you first thing this morning." "It's me," the boy exclaimed eagerly, his eyes shimmering with the joy of reunion. Ginny. "Harry, I also." His words faltered, as if something lodged in his throat rendered him momentarily speechless, producing only a series of gasps. Such a familiar sensation enveloped Harry's mind, a jarring and absurd thought emerging. Could it be that Ginny had come as well? Chapter 48, Ginny and Ginny. Seeing Ginny's face flushed and her eyes brimming with tears, Harry quickly stepped forward. "I'll accompany Ginny to purchase a wand," he declared decisively to the adults. James Potter immediately broke into an approving smile, readily assenting. The Weasley couple also deemed it a splendid idea, while Ron, longing for his suddenly clingy brother to distance himself, found Ginny's behavior increasingly irksome. Why must he always seek out others when he had no brothers of his own? Once the adults had drifted away, leaving only the two of them and Mr. Ollivander, who was arranging the shelves, Harry pulled Ginny into a quiet corner. "Calm down. Take a deep breath," he urged, his voice imbued with a soothing power. The boy nodded vigorously, inhaling deeply, finally managing to steady his excitement. "You're Ginny, correct?" Harry asked tentatively. The boy's eyes sparkled instantly, and he nodded vigorously, his head almost swaying off his neck. "How did you come to be here?" At this question, Ginny's eyes welled with tears. She, too, was unsure how she had ended up there. She could only recall drifting into slumber at home, and upon reopening her eyes, she found herself in a vast, white expanse. An elderly gentleman with a long beard, exuding kindness, inquired whether she wished to venture into a world that could assist Harry. Naturally, she was eager to comply. Thus, she transformed into a boy, and as she gestured to her own face and then pointed at Harry, a mixture of pride and distress flickered across her features. This boy was even more handsome than she remembered herself to be. Should she feel elated or incensed? How could her mother have given birth to a male version of herself who appeared more attractive? Ginny parted her lips, yearning to articulate her thoughts, but found her throat constricted as if filled with cotton, rendering her speechless. Her urgency mounted. "Do not fret. It is all right," Harry promptly reassured her, grasping her shoulder to instill calmness. "If words escape you, do not force them. We have ample time." Ginny nodded gratefully in response. At that moment, Mr. Ollivander materialized silently before them. With his pale silver eyes, he scrutinized the red-haired boy, retrieving a measuring tape to take his dimensions. After several wand trials yielded no reaction. It was only when Mr. Ollivander unearthed a seemingly ancient wand from a dust-laden box that something remarkable occurred. "Violet wood," he murmured, "a most extraordinary material, symbolizing death and rebirth. Now give it a try." As Ginny's hand clasped the wand, a warm, golden-red light erupted from its tip, blooming into beautiful sparks in the air. She felt a familiar power coursing through her entire being. The wand's sensation, weight, and texture mirrored her own precisely. The wand recognized her soul. Having purchased the wand, they exited the shop. In the sunlight, James and Lily were joyfully waving at them. Ginny gazed at the pair standing together, and then at Harry, whose face radiated happiness. She momentarily grasped how precious and astonishing their current situation was. Leaning closer to Harry, she whispered softly, "Are those your parents?" "Indeed," Harry replied, his voice imbued with a pride and tenderness he was unaware of. "They resemble you greatly," Ginny remarked sincerely, "and they appear to love you very much." Instantly, Harry's smile blossomed, akin to a sunflower bathed in sunlight. He turned to Ginny and softly said, "Thank you." After Ginny expressed her gratitude, she adorably scrunched her nose, inhaling gently, her gaze drifting to Fred and George, who were grinning foolishly under Mrs. Weasley's admonition not far away. "I see Fred and George. They seem so happy, still causing mischief." A hint of nostalgia and relief colored her voice. This world seemed devoid of the tribulations they once faced. At least for now, the specter of war appeared absent. Harry nodded, warmth surging within him. The Weasley family had endured so much during the war, and arriving in this peaceful world was undoubtedly a boon for Ginny. However, the expression of wonder on Ginny's face soon morphed into profound distress. She leaned closer to Harry, her expression grave as she inquired, "What is our relationship now? Am I your girlfriend?" Harry, taken aback, struggled to swallow, feeling as though his worldview had been irrevocably shaken. "You can like other girls now," she continued, "but I truly like you, you know." Ginny furrowed her beautifully arched brows, her tone resolute. She scrutinized Harry, as if an epiphany struck her, and suddenly exclaimed with a brightened expression, "It doesn't matter. If you cannot do such things with boys, then I shall do them with you. I've read books on this, and I'm quite skilled." Harry instinctively recoiled, terror etched across his face. "What books? What has she read? Wait." For whom was that knowledge intended? Observing Harry's alarmed demeanor, Ginny's cheeks flushed slightly as she bashfully murmured, "I often wondered why I was a boy. And now it seems I've got my wish." Harry was utterly bewildered. In a panic, he scanned the surroundings for Ron's presence. Where was Ron? He desperately needed his straight-shooting friend to rescue him from this predicament. Fortunately, the Weasley family was not far off, and upon locking eyes with Ron, Harry waved frantically. Just then, a hurried passerby brushed past them, inadvertently colliding forcefully with Ginny. Staggering, she struck her head against the glass of a nearby shop window. "Ginny! Harry James!" And Lily spun around instantly. Quick as lightning, Harry caught the soft, crumpling form of Ginny, cradling her in his arms. Ron rushed over, anxiety etched on his face. "What happened?" She hit her head against the glass. Harry exclaimed urgently. "Oh," Ron glanced at her. "She should be fine. Her head is sturdy." After a moment, Ginny's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon regaining consciousness, she realized she was tightly embraced by Harry, and her delicate features flushed crimson. In the next instant, as if stung by a scorpion, she pushed Harry away, a mix of embarrassment and anger in her voice. "How dare you hold me? Harry Potter." Harry stumbled back, momentarily speechless. "But you fainted." "That's impossible." Ginny frowned, her eyes filled with confusion and wariness. "I was clearly at home, asleep." Witnessing Ginny's starkly different demeanor and hearing her familiar yet distant invocation of his name, an absurd and terrifying thought exploded in Harry's mind. Could it be? Could there be two Ginnys existing within this singular body? Chapter 49. The Truth. Harry felt utterly disoriented. He gazed at the vigilant and flustered Ginny before him, recalling the bold and forthright Ginny from moments prior, his mind a tumultuous whirlpool. More importantly, a profound sense of unease began to rise from the depths of his heart. If Merlin, or rather the entity that insinuates itself as such, truly sought Ginny's assistance, there would be no need for him to meander aimlessly. He could have chosen to summon Ginny from the very outset, rather than compelling himself to struggle through countless moments of failure. Moreover, there exists a pivotal dilemma. The world in which he currently resides is the terminus of all his traversal points. Ginny stands at this juncture, yet he will require multiple crossings henceforth, with each erroneous passage threatening to alter this endpoint in unforeseen ways. For instance, the erroneous node, where Ron and Sirius have perished, exists in a realm of despair, where Ginny might not even be present anymore. He finds himself in utter confusion and begins to harbor profound doubts, suspecting that this is not assistance at all, but rather another snare set by Merlin. A web of complexity that eludes his comprehension. Or perhaps, is it truly orchestrated by Merlin? Engrossed in his thoughts, Harry failed to notice the dismal expression on the face of the red-haired boy across from him. Ginny's mind buzzed incessantly. A few days prior, he had experienced an absurd dream wherein he was a girl named Ginny, who, astonishingly, had harbored a crush on Harry Potter for 6 long years. 6 years. Ginny found this utterly unbelievable. How could he possibly be enamored with Harry Potter, that disheveled boy, who, apart from his face, possessed naught but flaws? The mere contemplation of it made him feel profoundly uncomfortable. Yet, this was not the worst of it. The world within that dream was shrouded in darkness and despair. Harry's parents were absent, and a dark lord, feared throughout the wizarding realm, loomed ominously. Just as the dream approached its conclusion, one of his beloved brothers, Fred, was destined to perish in that horrific war. He could not accept this. This outcome was more unbearable than admitting his proficiency in Quidditch or his infatuation with Harry Potter combined. Initially, upon awakening, he dismissed the dream as a ludicrous inversion and cast it aside. However, as days turned into weeks, the events of that dream etched themselves into his mind. Growing increasingly vivid, he instinctively glanced at Harry's lips, only to avert his gaze as if scalded, his face draining of color. He could distinctly recall the softness of Harry Potter's lips. At home, he quietly shattered for several days. Ginny felt akin to a broken vase, painstakingly gathering the shards of his shattered worldview, attempting to reassemble them with a glue called despair. Once he managed to piece himself together into a semblance of a coherent individual, the first resolution he made was to masquerade as the Ginny from his dream. To gauge the reactions of his family, he desperately needed to ascertain whether he was the sole bearer of that nightmarish experience. He began to imitate Ginny's demeanor and mannerisms, learning to cling to his mother with the same sticky affection and to gaze at others with her sparkling eyes, in a bid to render his disguise more convincing. One morning he approached Molly, using a tone so nauseatingly coy that even he found it distasteful, declaring his desire to wear a dress. It was an utter humiliation. Since he had learned that boys should not don dresses, he had long rejected his mother-esque fondness for dressing him in feminine attire. Yet, when he finally found himself in that ludicrous dress, under the scrutinizing gazes of his family, some filled with surprise, others with concern, and a few with narrow-minded judgment, he ventured into Diagon Alley and spoke to Harry in the tone of Ginny from his dreams, uttering words that filled him with shame and embarrassment. Harry's quick comprehension was evident, his familiar expression tinged with a mix of resignation and indulgence, shattering the fragile worldview he had just constructed. In that moment, Ginny felt as if the world were spinning out of control. Another realm truly existed. Harry Potter seemed not merely a figment of his imagination, but a genuine being who had traversed from that wretched world. He could no longer maintain his facade. In the depths of despair and terror, he chose to feign unconsciousness, followed by amnesia. This tactic of forgetting was universally effective, regardless of the world or time. Was it not? However, this overwhelming sense of collapse persisted until he returned to the burrow, showing no signs of abating. At dinner, he even inexplicably consumed less pudding than usual. Molly looked at him with concern, repeatedly asking if he'd suffered a blow to the head in Diagon Alley. Ginny could only weakly shake his head in response. Ultimately, during the time between returning from Diagon Alley and the commencement of the school year at Hogwarts, he resolved firmly to distance himself from Harry Potter. The farther, the better. Ideally, from that moment on, they would become two parallel lines that would never intersect. Never uttering a word to each other again, he needed to safeguard his world, which was filled with parents, a brother, and devoid of the Dark Lord. While Harry Potter represented the greatest, most unstable source of calamity, harboring the virus of all misfortunes from another world. Most importantly, he had no desire to engage in a romantic relationship with Harry Potter. He was himself. He was not Ginny Weasley. He must not tread the same path as Ginny. Chapter 50. Where are we? In truth, Ginny selectively forgot certain details. For instance, why his wand was the same as Ginny's, or why he felt so natural in his portrayal of her, as if he had once been her. For an 11-year-old boy, his singular, naive thought was to protect his family, to keep them away from the walking disaster that was Harry Potter. However, this innocent notion was soon shattered by the onset of the new term. The second year commenced as anticipated. During the holiday, the most reassuring thought for Harry was that Merlin seemed benevolent, sparing him from the ordeal of time travel once more. However, Harry did not dare to fully relax. During the latter half of the holiday, he and Lily indulged in countless Muggle romantic dramas, all in hopes of providing Grindelwald with a flawless response when he next traversed to the Ariana era. Yet, the love stories depicted in those shows were mere fabrications of the writers. How could he possibly discern the truly effective methods in reality? This dilemma persisted until the conclusion of the first defense against the dark arts class of the new term. As Harry gathered his textbooks, a sudden epiphany struck him. Why not directly inquire with Grindelwald himself? Given Grindelwald's character, he would undoubtedly relish sharing his love story with Dumbledore. He might even embellish it with flair. This idea was utterly perfect. Harry almost applauded his own cleverness. Yet, a shiver ran down his spine. Wait, if Grindelwald discovered that his inquiries were merely to craft a perfect answer, would he not instantly transform him into a fire-breathing lizard? Harry found himself ensnared in a new conundrum. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the far end of the Great Hall. Ginny had inexplicably spilled pumpkin juice and was frantically wiping the splatters off her robes. "Stay away from me," she shouted at her classmates who attempted to assist, her eyes inadvertently darting towards Harry's direction. Harry turned his head just in time to witness Ginny's flustered and disheveled state. He instinctively considered rising to help, but upon recalling Ginny's unabashed disdain for him, he withdrew his feet. Perhaps it was best not to attract unwelcome attention. However, when Ginny noticed that Harry merely glanced at her before turning away, a surge of indignation flared within her. She herself could not comprehend why her temper spiraled uncontrollably at the sight of Harry Potter. Though she was not known for her patience, she had never been this irritable. Ron, having noticed the ruckus, strode over with purpose. "What's wrong?" he inquired, observing his brother drenched in pumpkin juice with a furrowed brow. "Do you want to head back to the dormitory and change your robes?" Ginny's eyes brimmed with unshed tears of frustration, yet she stubbornly replied, "No. Let me take you back," Ron insisted, unyielding as he grasped Ginny's arm. As they passed by Harry, he said, "Save me a spot. I'll take Ginny back to change." "Actually, you could use the cleaning charm," Hermione quietly suggested from her seat. Ron's eyes brightened. "Can you do that?" Hermione regretfully shook her head. "I can't." Ron's spirits instantly deflated. Hermione continued, "But you could ask your brothers for help. Fred, George, or even Percy." Ron pondered for a moment, then dismissed the idea. Percy would merely lecture him and send him off to change. As for Fred and George, it was uncertain whether they even knew the spell. George, seated nearby, overheard and exclaimed in mock dismay, "How could you wound your brother's heart like that?" Ron shot him a sideways glance. "Do you know how to do it?" "No." Fred and George chorused, then burst into laughter. Ron rolled his eyes dramatically. Just as he led Ginny out of the Great Hall, Neville came puffing up behind them. Calling out, "Ron, Professor McGonagall seeks you out, seemingly because there is an issue with your transfiguration assignment." Ron's expression immediately fell. He glanced at the anxious Neville, then at his reluctant brother, and turned to Harry with a troubled look. "Harry, could you help take Ginny back to the dormitory to change her clothes?" Before Harry could respond, Ginny erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "I don't want her to take me back," she shouted, forcefully shaking off Ron's hand. "I can go back by myself." Ron, at the end of his patience, furrowed his brow and admonished her in a brotherly tone, "Ginny, don't be willful." The word willful pierced Ginny's heart like a thorn. She felt as though the entire world failed to understand her, especially her own brother. All her struggles, fears, and confusion were, in the eyes of others, merely seen as simple obstinacy. She glared at Harry, her beautiful eyes brimming with anger and tears, resembling a cornered little beast. Harry sighed inwardly at her expression. He stood up, approached Ginny, and spoke in a tone that was almost resigned. "Come on, if we don't go now, the pumpkin juice on your robes will start to ferment into wine." Reluctantly, Ginny followed Harry, each step laden with turmoil. She felt an odd sensation within her, a faint voice urging her to converse with Harry, to commend him for his patience and brotherly demeanor. Yet her rational mind doused that impulse with cold water. That was not her. It was wrong. She could not possibly desire to praise Harry Potter. Surely, it was the non-existent Ginny causing this turmoil. But the dilemma struck her. Just days prior, she had pretended to be Ginny. This world had no Ginny. So how could this absurd possibility exist? She could not fathom the situation. By the time they reached the entrance to the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, Ginny's once delicate features were now clouded with displeasure. Finally, she succumbed to her true feelings and directed a comment toward Harry, albeit not a pleasant one. "You wait outside. Don't come in." Harry, taken aback, found himself amused by her audacity. Did she think he was so foolish as to pursue a cold shoulder every day? Were it not for the potential remnants of Ginny's spirit within this body and the multitude of mysteries surrounding this individual, he would hardly be bothered to care for a junior who inexplicably harbored animosity toward him. With that thought, Harry's expression hardened, and he replied distantly, "Do as you wish. I'm off to class." He turned on his heel to leave. As Harry genuinely began to walk away, a pang of panic surged within Ginny. In that fleeting moment, the fear of abandonment overwhelmed all reason. Without a second thought, she dashed out and grasped Harry's arm. In the next instant, the world spun. The familiar, irresistible sensation of being pulled enveloped them, as the stone walls of the corridor and flickering torches were distorted, stretched, and ultimately shattered into a void of darkness. When Harry found his footing once more, he realized that beneath him was no longer the hard stone of Hogwarts, but rather the damp, mist-covered ground of Godric's Hollow. What astonished him even more was that the grip on his arm had grown significantly stronger than before. To his utter disbelief, the one clutching his robe sleeve was no longer the awkward 11-year-old boy with fiery red hair. Instead, it was a young man in his 20s, with auburn hair and brown eyes. This youth's features bore a resemblance to other members of the Weasley family, yet they were softer, possessing a certain feminine grace. At that moment, he gazed around the unfamiliar surroundings with a terror far exceeding Harry's own, before suddenly fixing his gaze upon Harry. His face was a mask of horror, and his voice trembled as he exclaimed, "Where are we?" Chapter 51, Merlin's Tattered Fishing Net. Compared to Ginny, Harry maintained a much cooler composure. He surveyed his surroundings and, after confirming the terrain, addressed the still-shocked young man. "We are in Godric's Hollow." His mind raced. Why had Ginny, or rather, this incarnation of Ginny, followed him to this moment in time? Could it be that Ginny's spirit had truly manifested in some form? But how could that be possible? Unable to comprehend, Harry chose to suppress this bewildering thought for the time being. However, upon recognizing Harry's face, the red-haired youth recoiled in horror, taking a large step back, and asked in a voice filled with dread, "Who are you?" Then he looked down at his long, strong hands and touched his entirely unfamiliar face, his tone collapsing into despair. "Wait, who am I now? How did I become like this?" "Calm down." Harry's voice served as a cold sedative. "From now on, you will call me Harry." "Harry?" the young man repeated in confusion. Then an instinctive sense of rejection surged within him. "No, I should call you Potter. That works too." Harry shrugged nonchalantly. This indifferent attitude only served to irritate the youth further, yet he suppressed his inexplicable frustration and pressed on, "Why are we here?" After pondering for a moment, Harry deemed it necessary to clarify the situation. He regarded the young man with an unprecedented seriousness. "Listen, what I'm about to say is crucial. You must pay attention." Seeing Harry's earnest expression, the youth, despite his skepticism, obediently fell silent. "Now, you may find this hard to accept," Harry carefully chose his words, "but we are currently in the past, over 100 years ago. As for the location, I've already told you, Godric's Hollow." The young man stared intently at Harry, seemingly evaluating the veracity of his words. Instead of questioning the feasibility of time travel as Harry had anticipated, he posed a question that momentarily short-circuited Harry's brain. "How do you know these things?" he murmured. Then, as if grasping some critical point, his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Harry. "So, Ginny's world is real?" Harry felt his heart skip a beat. All his composure and preparations crumbled in that instant. He turned sharply to the youth, all his confusion, shock, and urgency coalescing into a single question that escaped his lips. "Wait, what do you mean, Ginny's world is real?" Ginny smirked. "Surely you do not believe that the Ginny you previously encountered was the genuine article? That was merely a facade I adopted. Ginny does not truly exist." Harry initially felt a surge of anger, but soon sensed something amiss. If Ginny were simply imitating her namesake, she ought to recall the tale of Merlin and recognize that they had indeed been affected by time travel. Yet, her reaction clearly indicated that this was her first encounter with any mention of Merlin as connection to them. He narrowed his eyes and probed. "If that was merely an act, should you not be aware of Merlin's story? Why are you still oblivious to your surroundings?" Ginny furrowed her brow in confusion. "What are you talking about? Who is Merlin? What connection do you have with him? Isn't he just a legendary wizard?" This individual bore no memories of time travel. He gasped, a profound expression crossing his face, signaling that matters were more intricate than he had anticipated. "Very well," Harry shrugged, his tone as casual as one discussing the breakfast menu for the following day. Just follow my lead. Remember, we are here on a mission. We are to assist Grindelwald and Dumbledore. If you wish to avoid a future that embodies your greatest fears, do not slack off." Ginny scoffed. "Why should I heed your words?" Harry chuckled lightly, his airy tone sending a chill down Ginny's spine. "Do you genuinely long for a future that mirrors your dreams? Voldemort is not a wizard who relinquishes the path of darkness. He is the true Dark Lord. Do you desire a future where more lives are lost in the impending war?" Ginny's breath hitched. She glared at Harry, her fists clenched tightly. After a moment, she managed to utter through gritted teeth, "I will cooperate. But do not harbor any illusions. We cannot become friends." "Suit yourself," Harry replied nonchalantly, turning to walk towards the small cabin. Upon pushing the door open, he found that Jack and Mary had yet to return. He entered his room and casually flipped open the diary of Harry. Harry had begun to acclimate to the practice of journaling. Though only a few days had passed, the diary already contained his observations of Grindelwald and reflections on how to deepen the relationship between Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Harry quickly flipped to the last page, his gaze lingering on today's date. Today was the afternoon tea that he had arranged with Grindelwald. Today, he would disclose to Grindelwald how he might foster a better relationship with Dumbledore. He closed the diary and took a deep breath. Merlin's tattered fishing net. What a grand deception I have spun. He had come in such haste, having only recently conceived the notion of discovering how Grindelwald might cultivate affection with those he cherished. And in the next moment, he found himself in this era. What if he inadvertently instilled erroneous ideas in Grindelwald? What if Grindelwald deemed his words ineffective? Well, this is a disaster. Chapter 52, The Quarrel. Ginny approached, observing Harry's somber expression as he closed the diary. She cast a glance at the cover, her tone laced with an acidity she could not quite identify. "What's the matter? Are you about to teach Grindelwald how to win over Dumbledore?" He scrutinized Harry from head to toe, the smirk on his lips becoming ever more pronounced. "You? A person who has scarcely experienced love. Unaware of Ginny's affections for you all this time? Oh, and of course, you've also harbored feelings for Cho Chang for quite a while, but to no avail." Harry, not one to easily lose his temper, felt his expression darken at the raw exposure of emotional wounds. "If you have nothing worthwhile to say, perhaps you should remain silent," he retorted coldly. "And who are you anyway? An 11-year-old child who knows nothing? What do you truly understand?" "I know how to teach Grindelwald," Ginny shot back defiantly. Harry fell silent, locking eyes with Ginny for a moment, his emerald gaze rife with skepticism and scrutiny. "Can you really?" he inquired. "Isn't that rather simplistic? You wouldn't resort to silly ideas like using a love potion, would you?" Harry remained unconvinced. The mention of the love potion pierced Ginny's heart like a thorn. The thought that Harry subconsciously linked her to Ginny, who he suspected might use a love potion for him, made her skin crawl. "If you cannot distinguish between Ginny and me," his voice became sharp and cutting, "I suggest you think long and hard. We share not a single resemblance. If you cannot perceive this, perhaps you should reconsider your aspirations of being a savior or the boy who survived. After all, you do not deserve such titles." With a resounding thud, Harry slammed his palm against the table, rising to his feet and glaring down at Ginny, his eyes ablaze with suppressed fury. "Have you said enough?" Ginny, intimidated, fell silent. He sensed that Harry was genuinely furious, a fire so intense it seemed capable of igniting the entire wooden cabin. Harry took a deep breath, his voice chillingly cold. "If you have come here merely to spew this nonsense, then remain in this cabin and go nowhere. When the time is right, you will return to your own era. But from now on, do not speak to me." The heated thoughts in Ginny's mind suddenly cooled. He belatedly realized how far he had overstepped. A wave of regret washed over him, and he stammered, "I'm sorry, Harry, I told you not to speak to me." Harry interrupted, his voice trembling slightly. "I cannot guarantee that I won act against you. You are Ron's brother, the youngest of the Weasley family, and you are intricately connected to Ginny. I cannot bring myself to harm you." Having said this, he averted his gaze from Ginny entirely and turned to leave. Ginny stood frozen in place, watching Harry's resolute figure depart. He clenched his fists, biting down hard on his lip until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. As the wooden door was about to close, he finally shouted through gritted teeth, his voice filled with despair and resentment. "So you don't see me at all? You see someone else?" Harry, poised to push the door open, hesitated momentarily. Yet he did not turn back. Instead, in silence, he forcefully shut the door, severing all ties behind him. The resounding clang echoed through the air. Ginny seemed to have lost her mind as she swept everything from the table, diaries, ink bottles, and quills, onto the floor, releasing a torrent of heart-wrenching anger that had no place to go. Emerging from the wooden cabin, the cold wind of Godric's Hollow brushed against Harry's face, yet it did nothing to quell the fiery turmoil in his mind. Each word uttered by Ginny, or rather, the soul that had taken possession of her body, struck him like a poisoned dagger, piercing his most vulnerable spots. The chosen one? The boy who lived? You do not deserve it. Harry took a deep breath, forcing those hurtful words deep down into his heart. He could not confront Dumbledore with such emotions. Adjusting his collar, he made his way towards the familiar, warmly lit cottage. Upon knocking, the door was opened by Albus. He spotted Harry, his blue eyes brightening momentarily as a sincere smile illuminated his face. Harry, you've come. Please come in. It's quite chilly outside. Inside, the atmosphere was warm, with a roaring fire crackling in the hearth. A delicate figure sat on the rug before the fireplace, quietly sketching something on a slate with a piece of burntwood. It was Ariana. Good afternoon, Ariana, Harry greeted, his voice somewhat hoarse, yet he endeavored to make it sound gentle. Ariana looked up, shyly smiling at the sight of Harry, before lifting her slate to show him. On it was a charmingly drawn goat nibbling at a crooked flower. That is beautifully done, Harry praised sincerely. The sheer, unblemished beauty of the artwork eased his taut nerves slightly. Albus poured a cup of hot tea for Harry, inquiring with concern. Are you all right, Harry? You seem a bit unwell. I'm fine, just pondering some thoughts, Harry replied vaguely. Suddenly, Ariana set down her slate and approached Harry, gazing up at him with her clear eyes, which seemed to reflect everything around them. In a soft voice, she remarked, Your eyes look very sad today. Harry's heart felt as though it were gently grasped by a tender hand. He crouched down to meet her gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, the study door swung open, revealing Gellert Grindelwald. Dressed impeccably in a tailored robe, his golden hair shimmered in the firelight, and he wore a confident, charming smile. Avi, your timing is impeccable, he remarked, his gaze flitting between Harry, Albus, and Ariana before settling on Harry. I was just telling Albus that perhaps we could bake some cookies and cakes to add a touch of sweetness to our rather dreary lives. However, he elegantly spread his hands. We are lacking some essential ingredients. Turning to Harry, he extended an invitation that was hard to refuse. Would you care to join me in town to procure some supplies? It would also provide us the perfect opportunity to discuss that topic we agreed upon, the subject of love. Harry's heart sank, yet he maintained a composed expression, nodding in agreement. All right, splendid, Albus exclaimed, entirely oblivious to the undercurrents swirling between the two. Make haste, for Ariana will be looking forward to the surprises you bring back. He escorted the two individuals to the doorway, cautioning them, be careful on your way. Harry followed Grindelwald out of the warm cottage, stepping once more into the frigid air. Behind him, the bright lights of Dumbledore's home and the pure affection of family lingered. While he was about to engage with the future Dark Lord in a discourse surrounding a lie about love, one he himself had repeatedly failed to grasp. Chapter 53. How to Send Ariana to School. The aroma of rich coffee enveloped the cafe in town. Steam rose from a cup of black coffee before Harry, mirroring the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. He set aside the flour and sugar he had purchased as Grindelwald elegantly stirred his own cup of coffee, casually initiating a conversation that dropped a bombshell. Now you can speak, he said, raising his mismatched eyes sharply to scrutinize Harry. How can I make Albus focus solely on me, neglecting Ariana? Wait, what? Harry's mind momentarily short-circuited. His hand, poised with the coffee cup, froze in midair as he struggled to believe his ears. The diary had clearly stated that the objective was to enhance his relationship with Albus. Was this the agreement we had initially made? Doubt and confusion tinged Harry's voice. How did the discussion shift from improving his bond with Dumbledore to competing with his sister? Grindelwald, observing Harry's prolonged silence, allowed a derisive snort. You truly are of no use, he remarked, feigning an intent to rise and depart. Wait, Harry interjected hastily. He could not allow this conversation to dissolve so easily. I am merely astonished that you wish for Albus to look only at you under your menacing gaze. He struggled to add the surname, Dumbledore, his voice faltering. That is impossible. Harry endeavored to reason with him. Grindelwald resumed his seat, leaning forward, a palpable sense of oppressive intensity filling the air. If it's impossible, what assistance can you provide? He retorted with a cold smirk. Do you think my relationship with Albus requires your intervention? He scrutinized Harry, his gaze dissecting him like a hapless rabbit. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Oh, Harry, are you suggesting that you wish to help me remove Ariana from Albus's side? The thought seemed to ignite an epiphany in him, and Harry felt a chill run through his veins. No, he had never contemplated such an idea. Yet, Grindelwald's devilish proposition ignited a spark of madness within him. He steeled his expression, his voice steady as he replied, You need not harbor such animosity towards Ariana. She is merely a child. Yes, a child. Grindelwald's tone turned icy. filled with unabashed disdain, a child who, once out of control, could lead to her mother's demise. He fixed his gaze on Harry, articulating each word with precision. I do not believe that placing such a bomb in Albus's vicinity serves any purpose. She ought to be in a hospital, not at home. Her presence brings misfortune to many. Harry felt the chill of his words constricting his heart, yet he knew he must not waver. Calm down, Grindelwald, he said. Since you're already aware of these matters, and you understand the lengths to which the Dumbledore family goes to protect Ariana, then you must also grasp the significance she holds for them. The cat-face lighting cast a delicate halo upon Grindelwald's golden hair, yet he seemed shrouded in shadows. His long fingers gently tapped the table, each beat reminiscent of a ticking second hand in a countdown. A soft click shattered the brief silence. He leaned slightly forward, his mismatched pupils glinting sharply in the candlelight. Indeed, I am aware, he replied, his voice deep and resonant, as if emanating from the depths of the earth. But what of it? Their entire family is driven by emotion, failing to make the right choices. Should I not guide them towards the correct path? Harry's coffee cup hovered in midair, steam rising and dissipating between them. He bit his inner cheek, tasting the metallic tang of blood. This simply wouldn't do. I have a friend, he said slowly, unconsciously rubbing the rim of his cup, who has 7 children. If one were to err, the family would naturally correct them. He lifted his green eyes to meet Grindelwald's gaze. An outsider should not interfere. Suddenly, Grindelwald let out a laugh, the sound causing the silverware on the neighboring table to tremble. That would be you, he said, reclining lazily in his chair, his long legs crossed nonchalantly. You are the outsider, while I, he smiled dangerously, am Albus's lover. A spark erupted from the fireplace, casting flickering shadows across Harry's face. Precisely for this reason, you should show him more respect, should you not? Grindelwald's effortless smile froze, his brow furrowing as he turned to Harry. What do you mean? His voice was soft, like a serpent's hiss. Are you implying that I do not respect Albus? Harry's forehead was damp with cold sweat. At that moment, he was acutely aware that a truthful answer could summon a flash of green light in an instant, although it remained uncertain who held more power between him and Grindelwald. The repercussions of inciting enmity with Grindelwald could alter the future dramatically. Would Grindelwald still embody the Dark Lord? Not all, he replied, swallowing hard, feigning confusion with all his acting prowess, for people believe what they see. You only perceive that Albus is more focused on Ariana. How do you know that you are not the most special to him? Harry recognized the need to shift his strategy, to speak in a language that Grindelwald would understand. For instance, to engage in equitable dialogue with a Slytherin, one must appeal to their self-interest, demonstrating which path would be most advantageous for them. This lesson he gleaned from the Malfoy family, who ultimately betrayed the Dark Lord at the last moment for their own benefit. Thus, he could persuade Grindelwald to alter his strategy for his own gain. What is your true objective? He lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. To make Albus pay more attention to you? Is that not the case? He paused deliberately, embedding each word in Grindelwald's mind. Beyond extreme measures, might there not be a more clever approach? Grindelwald's eyebrows subtly twitched, shadows from the candlelight weaving intricate patterns across his flawless visage. Such as? Harry's nails dug into his palm. What if we let Ariana attend school? Chapter 54. I will take care of her. Should Ariana attend school? Grindelwald gazed at Harry with a look of incredulity, as if the suggestion were utterly preposterous, yet tinged with a hint of inquisitive interest. Harry, it is indeed a rather imaginative notion. However, he leaned slightly forward, his golden locks shimmering like flowing honey in the candlelight. Do you know why Ariana has remained at home all this time? Is it because she is a squib? Harry replied, recalling what he had learned at his own juncture in time, though he did not truly grasp the extent of the terrifying power that lay within her. Precisely. Grindelwald stated in a tone of blandness, as if articulating a mere fact rather than discussing a living being. She is a squib. What do you suppose would happen if she were to lose control at school? Her mere episodes at home have already cost an adult his life. If she were to lose control at Hogwarts, it could result in the deaths of numerous students. Everything that Albus's father, his mother, and Albus himself have done for Ariana would be rendered futile. How can you be so certain that she would lose control? Harry countered. Because she has already lost control twice, Grindelwald replied succinctly, devoid of any emotion. Taking a deep breath, Harry seemed to resolve himself. Then let us make a wager. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, urging him to continue. For the next month, I shall act as Ariana's guardian, Harry declared, locking eyes with him. If she loses control, I shall be the one to perish. During this time, you may monopolize Albus Dumbledore. But if she does not lose control, you must assist me in persuading Dumbledore to allow Ariana to attend school. A playful smile crept across Grindelwald's lips. To him, this wager was advantageous regardless of whether Ariana lost control. His curiosity was piqued. Harry, why are you so inclined to assist me? He emphasized the word. Harry chuckled and, with a premeditated rationale, replied, I do not wish for the Ministry of Magic to label Albus Dumbledore as a dark wizard. He is destined to become the greatest of wizards. It was only after uttering these words that he abruptly remembered he was speaking to Gellert Grindelwald, quickly adding, You too shall become the greatest of wizards. Grindelwald's smile deepened, his eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. Even though I am a student expelled from Durmstrang? Harry met Grindelwald's penetrating gaze without hesitation, affirming, Yes, even if you were expelled from Durmstrang. Grindelwald's smile faded somewhat, replaced by a pure, unmasked scrutiny. I find it difficult to comprehend how you can be so certain, he remarked slowly. Your words carry no hint of doubt. Yet, in reality, Harry, you are merely a spy sent by the Ministry to monitor us. How can you be so assured of a mere youth, just come of age, and another still in their adolescence? I simply trust my instincts, Harry replied. In his mind flashed the weary and sorrowful visage of Arthur Weasley, the weight of responsibility nearly overwhelming the man. He could not allow that future to unfold before him once more, even knowing that his actions would instigate change. It was an arduous trial for the heart. Grindelwald had returned with him to Dumbledore's abode. An oppressive silence pervaded the house, the air thick with floating motes of dust. Albus sat at the table, a book spread before him, yet he had evidently absorbed not a single word. Upon hearing footsteps, he lifted his gaze, his azure eyes reflecting fatigue and weariness. Albus, Harry seized the moment without hesitation. I wish to discuss Ariana. Albus's expression instantly hardened. There is nothing to discuss. I want to take her to my cottage for a while, Harry asserted in one breath. Are you mad? Albus sprang to his feet, the screech of chair legs against the floor piercing the silence. Absolutely not. I will not allow my sister to stay with a stranger I know nothing about. Albus, listen to me. Harry endeavored to keep his voice steady and trustworthy. Look at your current state. How long has it been since you had a proper rest? You can find yourself here daily. You and Gellert have far more pressing matters to address. Grindelwald observed with keen interest, refraining from interjecting. Yet his mere presence exerted an invisible pressure. My duty is to care for her. Albus insisted stubbornly, an imperceptible tremor lacing his voice. I know. Harry stepped forward. I do not wish to usurp your responsibility. Just for 1 month, Albus. Entrust her to me for a month. My cottage is secluded, devoid of any human presence. If, and I emphasize if, she truly spirals out of control, the only one who would suffer is me. Albus fixed him with an intense gaze, as if assessing the veracity of his words. Why would you do this? What benefit does it serve you? I have stated, I trust you both, Harry replied, softening his tone as he regarded the 18-year-old Dumbledore. I simply believe that someone of your caliber should not be ensnared in this place. You require time and space to pursue what you must. These words seemed to strike a chord within Albus. The sharpness and wariness in his eyes diminished somewhat, revealing a deep-seated weariness. He glanced at Grindelwald to his side, then back to Harry, caught in a struggle. Just 1 month, Harry reiterated. You can use magic to check on her at any time. You may cast any protective spells you can conceive around my cottage. I merely wish to afford you a breath of respite. This was the rationale Harry and Grindelwald had deliberated upon during their journey, for they could not disclose the true reason to Albus Dumbledore. Al, the previously silent Grindelwald finally spoke, his voice imbued with an unusual allure. Perhaps we should consider it. This month is crucial for us. Albus closed his eyes, exhaling deeply as if expending all his strength. When he opened them again, his gaze was filled with resignation. Very well, he rasped, 1 month. However, Harry, should anything happen to Ariana, you will not have the opportunity to hold anyone accountable, for I shall be by her side. Chapter 55, A Discussion. To everyone's astonishment, Ariana exhibited an exuberant enthusiasm about spending a month at Harry's home. Without the slightest hesitation, she retreated to her room to pack her belongings, a faint smile playing on her lips as she hummed a tuneless melody. This joyous demeanor pierced Albus Dumbledore's heart like a needle, prompting him to reflect upon his own perceived failures as an elder brother. The night road of Godric's Hollow was somewhat chilly, and from afar, the warm glow of Harry's quaint cabin beckoned. Albus escorted his sister to the doorstep, offering a final round of trivial admonitions, his gaze heavy with an inescapable sense of worry. As Harry pushed open the door, the illumination within reminded him abruptly of Ginny. She had accompanied him to this era, and it seemed she had yet to discover a means of returning. It was hardly surprising. If he himself was at a loss, Ginny would be even more so. The interior of the cabin was warm, infused with the complex aromas of toasted bread and simmering stew wafting from the kitchen. Harry pondered curiously, could it possibly be Ginny who had prepared the meal? Before he could complete his thoughts, a young man with red hair and brown eyes emerged from the kitchen, adorned with a comical floral apron, though his expression was as foul as if he had just consumed an entire bottle of a failed potion. "You're back." Ginny's gaze swept over Harry before settling on the three individuals behind him, her brow furrowing even tighter. An awkward tension enveloped the small living room. They had only recently quarreled during daylight, and truth be told, this was hardly the moment to introduce others. Harry wondered if Ginny understood that they were all in the same precarious situation. Should this moment veer off course, the future might again morph into something grotesque. Weasley, allow me to introduce you," Harry said, forcing himself to speak. "This is Albus, this is Gellert, and this is Ariana. She'll be staying with us for a while." Ginny glanced at Harry, then at the others, and huffed, saying nothing more. Harry sighed in relief as he ushered them inside, realizing that Ginny was indeed aware of the gravity of their circumstances. The atmosphere at the dining table had turned bizarrely tense. Ginny silently placed a hefty dish of stew in the center of the table, then sat down with an impassive expression, stabbing at the potatoes with her fork, producing an excruciating noise. Ariana appeared somewhat startled, yet as she gazed at the steaming food, she managed a shy smile and softly remarked, "It smells delightful." Ginny's movements paused momentarily, yet her demeanor remained unyielding. Grindelwald observed the spectacle with keen interest, as if watching a captivating stage play. Elegantly slicing his portion of bread, he remarked to Albus, "It seems Harry's friend is less than welcoming." This observation was evident to Albus Dumbledore, even without Grindelwald's commentary. He set down his knife and fork and said to Harry, "Her sheets must be changed daily. She is afraid of the dark. Perhaps it would be best to let Ariana return home?" "I understand," Harry interrupted, attempting to ease the tension. "Rest assured, Albus, I will take good care of her." The meal concluded amid silence and the clinking of cutlery. Albus and Grindelwald rose to take their leave, the former glancing back frequently, while the latter cast a meaningful look at Harry before departing. The moment the door closed, Ginny erupted, "Stay for a while? Harry Potter, are you out of your mind? A month? You intend to leave her here for a month?" He had overheard their earlier conversation, and his face was flushed with anger. "Ginny, I do not wish to argue with you." "Argue? You think I am merely quarreling with you?" He nearly roared, his chest heaving violently. "Have you considered how you can be certain you will care for her well? You cannot even take care of yourself." After saying this, he cast a glance at Ariana, who was huddled in her chair, trembling from his outburst. His expression twisted in complexity before he slammed the door as he retreated to his room. The resounding bang startled Ariana, causing her small frame to shudder as she curled up tightly, her eyes instantly reddening. She raised her head, cautiously regarding Harry, her voice laced with a sob as she whispered, "Did I cause trouble for Harry?" Harry's heart ached at her words. He knelt beside the girl, extending his hand to gently stroke her hair. "Not at all," he replied softly yet resolutely. "Do not be afraid. It is not your fault." Gazing into her tear-filled eyes, Harry's heart softened immensely. After a moment's thought, he added gently, "Ginny is merely concerned that I might not care for you properly. She fears you may feel wronged here." Ariana's long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings as she blinked, her clear eyes reflecting Harry's figure. "Really?" "Indeed," Harry affirmed, nodding as he reached out to wipe away her tears. He stood up, surveying the quaint wooden cabin. "Fortunately, Jack and Mary have left, so we now have ample space." As he spoke, he began to tidy up a room for Ariana. He changed the sheets to fresh ones, smoothed the quilt meticulously, and lit a warm lamp on the bedside to disperse the shadows in the corners. Ariana quietly followed him, watching as he busied himself. Once everything was arranged, she stood at the doorway and softly asked, "Harry, what shall we do tomorrow?" At her words, her entire demeanor brightened, her eyes sparkling under the light, brimming with anticipation for the unknown. Harry couldn't help but smile at her. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, "Would you like to bake a cake tomorrow?" "Yes." Ariana nodded vigorously, her face blooming with a radiant smile, as if baking a cake were the most delightful notion in the world. "I want to bake a cake, and let us get some rest early." Harry gently tousled her hair. "Good night, Ariana." "Good night, Harry," she replied obediently, then climbed into bed, clutching the blanket and watching him until he softly closed the door behind him. As Harry emerged from Ariana's room, he turned to find Ginny seated in the living room chair. The flickering flames in the fireplace danced across his face, highlighting the taut line of his jaw. He appeared to have regained his composure. The fury that could have uprooted the very roof had been forcibly subdued, settling into something harder and more obstinate. He raised his head, his brown eyes appearing particularly profound in the dim light. "Let us converse," he said. Chapter 56. Truce. Harry felt a twinge of fatigue. Yet the matter at hand required resolution. He needed Ginny to comprehend their predicament and to align himself with Harry's perspective. He pulled out a chair at the dining table and inquired, "What do you wish to discuss?" Ginny took a deep breath. This time his tone was markedly calmer than before. "Can you elucidate our current situation?" Harry exhaled, relieved that Ginny was willing to listen. "You are aware that I have been reborn into this world from another, correct?" He articulated this smoothly, unimpeded by Merlin's constraints. Harry paused, realizing that in Ginny's presence, he could divulge his identity. Ginny nodded, his expression intricate. "Yes, I am aware. I also know you were Ginny's boyfriend." He let out a scoff. "Then you abandoned her and left that world alone. Do you understand how Ginny feels?" This statement struck Harry like a blunt knife, piercing his chest deeply. He found himself without a rebuttal, merely touching his nose as he softly continued. "Upon arriving in this world, everything in our timeline seemed wonderfully idyllic. However, I was soon transported to another timeline. Now, I may be randomly placed at 4 different points in time, all of which belong to our past." Ginny furrowed his brow, astutely seizing the crux of the matter. "Hold on. What would happen if you altered history?" Harry couldn't help but admire Ginny's perceptiveness. He forced a wry smile. "If I were to change history, our timeline would undergo cataclysmic transformations. To prevent significant deviations in that world, I must guide past events to unfold along their original trajectories." Ginny narrowed his eyes. "For instance?" Harry pondered for a moment. "If Grindelwald never truly learned to love, he would sever ties with Dumbledore. In our timeline, they ultimately became a pair. But if I were to misstep, they might never unite." He paused, adding, "I have witnessed a conclusion where Dumbledore was imprisoned by Grindelwald in Hogwarts." Ginny's expression instantly froze, momentarily vacant. "Imprisoned in Hogwarts?" His gaze gradually morphed into something peculiar. "What would he imprison Dumbledore in Hogwarts for? For inappropriate activities?" Harry nearly choked on his own saliva. Ginny shrugged, feigning innocence. "I was merely making a reasonable assumption." Harry rubbed his forehead, feeling as though Ginny's mind was somewhat muddled, as if it were on the verge of revealing something unexpected. It was his turn to inquire. A hint of fatigue laced Harry's voice, yet he understood that until this matter was clarified, it would remain like a thorn embedded in his heart. Ginny leaned back against the sofa, emitting a soft hum through her nose, signifying her acquiescence. "Do you truly not recall mentioning Merlin to me?" Harry fixed his gaze intently upon her eyes. Ginny's brow furrowed, as if she found the question perplexing. "Is that what you wish to ask?" "Yes," Harry nodded. "That is precisely what I wish to inquire." "I did not mention Merlin to you," Ginny replied succinctly. "Before we arrived at this time together, I merely believed you were Harry Potter from another world." Harry's frown deepened. He pressed further, "Then tell me about your assertion of being Ginny herself." "That was indeed my statement," Ginny quickly acknowledged. "Only by revealing my identity as Ginny could you lower your guard and admit your own." Harry clicked his tongue, an unsettling sensation washing over him. It felt exceedingly strange, as if a portion of Ginny's memory had vanished into thin air, and she remained completely oblivious to it. "Do you have any further inquiries?" Ginny broke the silence. Harry shook his head, suppressing the multitude of questions swirling within him. "No, that's all. Let us rest. We must teach Ariana to bake a cake in the morning." "Very well. Good night," Ginny replied, rising to her feet as they retreated to their respective rooms. The following morning, warm sunlight streamed through the windows. Harry awoke first. Ginny was already in the kitchen, having prepared a simple breakfast of toast and oatmeal. Upon noticing Harry's presence, she instructed him to wake Ariana. After a brief freshening up, Harry gently knocked on Ariana's door. "Ariana, it's time to get up." The girl rubbed her eyes and, upon seeing Harry, beamed a sweet smile. "Good morning, Harry." "Good morning to you as well." Harry tousled her hair, which resembled a nest. At the dining table, Ginny sat with her usual lack of enthusiasm, yet she filled Ariana's bowl with warm oatmeal. Once breakfast was finished, Harry wiped his mouth and gently asked Ariana, "What would you like to do first? Shall we start baking the cake now, or?" Ariana leapt from her chair and rushed to the living room bookshelf, retrieving a somewhat worn picture book. She looked at Harry with anticipation and whispered, "I'd like to look at this for a while first." "All right," Harry smiled, preparing to sit beside her. "I'll join you. I shall accompany her." A stiff voice interjected from nearby. Both Harry and Ariana turned to see Ginny standing there, arms crossed, wearing an expression that conveyed her displeasure towards Harry. "You." Ginny pointed her chin at Harry, her tone awkward. "Aren't you supposed to be preparing the ingredients for the cake? I can handle this." Without waiting for Harry's response, she strode over and sat beside Ariana. He took the picture book, and the previously taut lines of his face softened involuntarily upon gazing into the girl's clear, bright eyes. He had been rather harsh with Ariana the day before, and he hoped to redeem his image now. "Which chapter would you like to see?" he inquired, lowering his voice. Imbued with a warmth and tenderness he was unaware of, Harry stood still, observing Ginny, who usually stood prickly against the world, now patiently turning the pages of the picture book for Ariana. The sunlight cascaded over his red hair, enveloping him in a warm halo. Did he still have a chance to experience such moments? As long as they could converse peacefully and normally, his expectations were modest. After all, this was Ginny, not Ginny. Harry murmured softly to himself, realizing he genuinely liked girls. Chapter 57, Return. In the living room, Ginny was patiently narrating the story from the picture book to Ariana, the sunlight bathing both of them, creating a scene as beautiful as a painting. In the kitchen, Harry busily prepared the ingredients for the cake, clinking and clattering. After a considerable amount of time, he took a deep breath, feeling that he might just manage. Although he perhaps lacked any culinary talent, baking a cake, which merely involved mixing various ingredients, seemed within his capabilities. "All right, Ariana, I prepared the ingredients. Let us begin," Harry called out. Ariana immediately set down the picture book and excitedly dashed into the kitchen, standing on a small stool in front of the countertop. "First, we need to sift the flour," Harry said, picking up a magical recipe book, reading it verbatim. The recipe indicated that this should be about the right amount, he estimated, pouring a generous spoonful of flour into the sieve. However, he exerted too much force, and with a puff, a cloud of white flour erupted, transforming Ariana into a comical little snowman with a white beard, flour even clinging to her eyelashes. The girl paused momentarily before bursting into giggles. In a flurry, Harry attempted to clean her up, only to find himself covered in flour as well. At that moment, leaning against the kitchen door, Ginny, who had endured the scene for far too long, could no longer hold back. "Harry Potter, do you intend to bury her alive under the flour?" He remembered Harry asking him to call him Harry in this era, and though he had not misnamed him, his tone was anything but gentle. He stepped forward, snatching the flour bag from Harry's hands, saying, "Step aside and stop making a mess." Harry wanted to argue, but upon witnessing Ginny expertly sifting the flour, her movements precise and efficient, and separating the egg whites from the yolks with flawless ease, he could only retreat sheepishly. The control of the kitchen had swiftly shifted. "Come on." Ariana, Ginny's voice, softer than when addressing Harry, reached out to the girl. She took Ariana's hand, guiding her wrist as they stirred the batter together. "Like this." Gently in circles. Ariana focused intently, her small face radiating concentration. Under Ginny's guidance, the cake-making process progressed remarkably smoothly. Before long, a delightful cake batter was placed in the oven. While waiting, Ginny began whipping the cream. The white cream gradually thickened and took shape under his stirring, emanating a sweet fragrance. At last, Ginny paused, scraping a bit of cream with her finger and tasting it. However, her brows furrowed in discontent. "What's wrong?" Harry inquired from the side. "Is it too bland?" Ginny licked a bit with her tongue and murmured that it lacked sweetness. She glanced at the eagerly awaiting Ariana and offered her a small spoonful, encouraging her to try it. Ariana mimicked her, cautiously licking the tip of her tongue against the cream, her eyes instantly brightening. She shook her head vigorously and exclaimed, "No, it's very sweet." Ginny assumed it was merely a child's preference for milder flavors and handed the spoon to Harry, who was watching intently. He took the spoon and tasted as well. The creamy texture and sweet flavor burst upon his palate. He looked at Ginny in surprise. "It's quite sweet." Ginny, still frowning, took another taste herself, her expression growing more perplexed. To her, the flavor was indeed faint, as if only a sprinkle of sugar had been added. Ultimately, she attributed her unusual taste perception to a temporary issue with her palate, reasoning that perhaps her tastes were dulled today. She chose not to investigate further. The baked cake was carefully sliced in half, with a thick layer of cream, which Ginny found not overly sweet, smeared in between, and then topped with fresh strawberries. Ariana was granted the delightful task of decorating, and with great care, she placed each plump red strawberry atop the cake, though somewhat haphazardly arranged, to Harry and Ginny. It appeared utterly charming. When the first mouthful of the soft, sweet cake reached Ariana's lips, her eyes squinted with joy, her little feet swinging beneath the chair. "Delicious," she declared, her words slightly muffled. Harry observed her, then glanced at Ginny, who wore a slightly awkward expression but couldn't help but smile. A peculiar warmth surged within him. If only this moment could last indefinitely, it seemed, it would be quite splendid. The remainder of the day unfolded amidst reading picture books. tidying up dishes, and the crackling sounds of firewood burning in the hearth. As night deepened, Ariana, yawning, was escorted back to her room. Harry returned to his own chamber, feeling a blend of fatigue and an unusual sense of satisfaction, drifting into a deep slumber. When he next opened his eyes, everything had transformed. The faint scent of pine wood in the cabin was replaced by the mingled aromas of ancient stone walls and parchment. The soft cotton blanket was gone, and instead, he was covered by the heavy Gryffindor blanket. Harry bolted upright, realizing he was standing in the corridor leading from the Gryffindor common room to the dormitories. Downstairs, the familiar clamor of students echoed, and hanging on the walls were the red and gold tapestries he knew all too well. A glance at his attire revealed that he was clad in Hogwarts robes. A sharp sense of dislocation surged from deep within him. Just then, the door to his dormitory creaked open beside him. Ginny emerged from within, confidently donning a familiar Quidditch jacket, a hint of post-slumber bewilderment gracing her features. Upon spotting Harry, she paused momentarily, then surveyed her surroundings. Her expression shifted from confusion to shock, ultimately settling into a semblance of relief. "Are we back?" she inquired uncertainly. Harry's mind was a blank canvas, and he could only instinctively nod in response. Ginny exhaled deeply, but in the next heartbeat, her complexion drained to a ghostly pallor. It seemed a dreadful realization struck her suddenly. Her eyes widened in terror as she rushed forward to grasp Harry's arm, her voice sharp with panic. What about Ariana? The warmth of their quaint cottage, the aroma of sweet cakes, and the tales by the fireside felt like a distant dream. A chill swept through Harry's veins. They had returned. What would become of Ariana? Did she still reside in their little cabin? Could Harry truly care for her? Was there even a Ginny in that era? Harry forced himself to regain composure, inhaling deeply before addressing Ginny. Calm down. We should attend class first and then consult Dumbledore. How do you propose we ask? Are you going to reveal to Dumbledore that you are Harry? Ginny's anxiousness was palpable. Harry shook his head, stating, "We'll inquire with Dumbledore about whether Ariana has ever attended school." Chapter 58, We Must Go Back. Throughout the day, Harry was in a daze. The professors lectured on subjects he had long mastered, while his classmates murmured below. Everything seemed so normal, it set his heart racing. His thoughts uncontrollably drifted back to that woodland cottage, fixating on the girl who would beam with joy for an entire day simply from the scent of baking cakes. How was she now? Alone? Would she feel fear? As soon as afternoon classes concluded, Harry bolted from the classroom, desperate to find Ginny. Spotting Ron amidst the throng in the bustling hall, he hurried over. "Ron, have you seen Ginny?" "Ginny?" Ron mumbled, his mouth full of pumpkin pie. "What do you need him for?" "I think he was looking for you too." Harry struggled to articulate his thoughts to Ron, aware that time was of the essence. I can't explain right now. Let us talk later." Ron noted his troubled expression, swallowed his food, and shrugged. "All right then." At that moment, Hermione passed by, carrying a stack of books. "I saw him in the courtyard just now," she insightfully remarked. "You might want to check there." "Thank you, Hermione." Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him as he turned and dashed outside. Behind him, he faintly heard Ron's voice. "Hermione, can I borrow your potions homework?" "No way. You write it yourself." Hermione's crisp and resolute voice followed. As Harry burst into the courtyard, the brisk wind jolted his muddled mind into clarity for an instant. He scanned the area, but did not spot the familiar red hair. Instead, he encountered the last person he wished to see, Draco Malfoy, accompanied by Blaise Zabini. To Harry's surprise, Draco approached him. "Potter, what are you looking for?" Harry instinctively placed his hand upon his wand, keeping a vigilant eye on him. "I am searching for Ginny. Is something amiss?" Draco appeared oblivious to his guard. Or perhaps he noticed yet feigned ignorance. He cleared his throat awkwardly and invited in a stilted tone, "Would you care to join us for a snack? Or perhaps to work on our assignments together?" Harry was taken aback, too preoccupied with concern for Ariana to attend to Malfoy's unusual behavior. He brusquely declined, "No, thank you," and spun on his heel to hastily depart. Behind him, Draco stood dejectedly, while Blaise shook his head in disappointment, believing Ginny might return to the dormitory to seek him. Harry swiftly altered his course, racing toward Gryffindor Tower. In his haste, he collided with a solid, dark figure at the corridor's bend. "Potter," a cold, disdainful voice echoed above him. "Are your eyes situated on the back of your head?" It was Snape. "Apologies, Professor." Harry dared not lift his gaze, lacking the spirit or energy to contend with Snape's mockery. He hurriedly offered his apologies and scurried past like a startled rabbit. Snape, behind him, slowly closed his eyes, the furrow of his brow revealing his complex emotions. At last, Harry arrived breathlessly in front of the fat lady's portrait. He uttered the password, and in that instant, a scarlet figure emerged from within. It was Ginny. She, too, appeared to be searching for Harry, her hair tousled by the wind, her face reflecting the same urgency and panic he felt. They collided at the entrance, their eyes locking. In that moment, all surrounding clamor dissipated, and within each other's gaze, they beheld their own disoriented reflections and the unuttered, suffocating question that lingered between them. No words were necessary. A single glance sufficed. Harry abruptly shook his head, lowering his voice. "Follow me." They swiftly traversed the bustling common room, finally halting before the room of requirement. Harry silently willed for a space of absolute quietude, undisturbed by others, and soon a quaint, ancient door materialized on the wall. They slipped inside, and the door closed silently behind them. "We must return." As soon as the door shut, Ginny erupted. She paced restlessly like a caged beast within the confined space. "We have to find a way back. Immediately. She will be frightened alone." Harry's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by icy hands, yet he forced himself to remain composed. "Ginny, please calm down." "How can I remain calm?" Ginny violently shrugged off his outstretched hand, her eyes reddened. "Damn it, Potter. We left a little girl there." "I know." Harry's voice rose involuntarily, but he quickly reined it in, adopting a tone heavy with exhaustion and struggle. "I know, but we cannot act recklessly. We do not even understand how we returned. Random attempts will only exacerbate the situation." Ginny halted, her hands desperately clutching her hair in despair. "What do you propose we do? Shall we merely wait idly? Peruse those infernal ancient tomes in the library, hoping to stumble upon a spell to return to this fractured, randomly generated timeline? No." Harry shook his head, making a decision that took Ginny by surprise. "I must seek out Dumbledore." Ginny gazed at him in disbelief, then let out a laugh laced with absurdity. "Have you lost your mind? Go to him. Didn't you already tell me we cannot divulge anything about our time travel? Even if Dumbledore knows us, he is acquainted with our former selves. There is no need to discuss the past with him." Ginny furrowed her brow, utterly perplexed by Harry's intentions. Then what purpose does this serve? To discuss Quidditch strategies? Taking a deep breath, Harry articulated his plan, his voice low yet resolute. "I intend to inquire about his sister. I wish to subtly investigate how Ariana Dumbledore is faring in this timeline." The air grew thick with tension. Ginny stood frozen, taking several seconds to digest Harry's words, before regarding him with the incredulity reserved for the insane. "What are you thinking?" Her voice was tinged with confusion and a hint of anger. "What significance does this hold? Harry, even if the current Ariana lives like a princess, what does that have to do with the one we knew? That is not her. That is not the Ariana we abandoned. No, it is her. Upon our return, we will confront the future we have altered." Chapter 59. Oh dear, this is troubling. Inside the room of requirement, an enduring, suffocating silence prevailed. Ginny's tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed, her shoulders slumping as if all the energy had been sapped from her after a protracted battle. She raised her bloodshot eyes to Harry, her voice hoarse with concession. "Very well." She exhaled a heavy sigh. "We shall proceed as you suggest. But Potter, if he discovers this, I will not bear the consequences." The stubborn remark sounded more like a feeble attempt at self-preservation. They exited the room of requirement, one after the other, making their way toward the headmaster's office. Each step felt precarious, as if treading upon thin ice, their hearts pounding wildly within their chests. "Lemon drop," Harry murmured to the gargoyle. It sprang aside, revealing the spiral staircase. As they ascended, they felt as though they were being ushered toward an unknown reckoning. The office door stood ajar, and they gently knocked. "Come in," came Dumbledore's gentle voice. Pushing the door open, they found the elderly man seated behind his desk, a smile gracing his features, his blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles, as if he had anticipated their arrival. "Harry, Mr. Weasley." He gestured toward the two chairs before his desk. "Please, take a seat. Have you encountered some trouble?" Harry nervously clenched his fists, adhering to the script he had mentally prepared. "Professor, I apologize for the interruption. You see, Ginny had a disagreement with Ron." Ginny stiffly nodded, playing her part. "Oh." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow with genuine curiosity. Due to some trivial matters among friends, Harry continued to fabricate, striving to make his tone resemble that of a youth troubled by his companions. "We pondered, given your own siblings, how one might best navigate familial discord." This rationale seemed both reasonable and tinged with youthful innocence. Dumbledore's smile softened, his gaze seemingly piercing through the mists of time to a distant past. After a moment of silence, he began to speak slowly. "The bonds between family members are the most potent yet fragile of magics," he remarked softly. "I once came perilously close to losing my sister." Harry and Ginny's hearts leapt into their throats. "But later, I was exceedingly fortunate," Dumbledore continued, his voice imbued with a warmth of gratitude. At my most bewildered, two remarkable friends emerged. They cared for Ariana for an entire month, guiding her out of the shadows with their patience and kindness. After that month, she was able to control her powers and even attend school. As he spoke, a genuine smile graced his face. I'm truly grateful to those two friends, for they altered the fate of us all. Harry and Ginny sat in stunned silence, their minds blank. Two friends had gone to school for a month. In this timeline, Ariana not only lived, but led a normal life. Just as their astonishment reached its zenith, Dumbledore opened a cookie tin on the desk. Would you care for some cookies? Ariana baked them. This statement thundered in their ears like a bolt of lightning. Harry turned abruptly to Ginny, and in her equally astonished gaze, he perceived immense upheaval and confusion. Trembling, he extended his hand to accept a still warm cookie, mechanically uttering a thank you. At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing a slender, elderly man clad in dark robes. His meticulously combed white hair, though aged, framed eyes that remained keen. It was Gellert Grindelwald. He approached Dumbledore, his gaze resting upon Harry. I must also express my gratitude to Harry, he said in a calm and sincere tone. It is he who taught me how to love another. Upon finishing, he exchanged a knowing smile with Dumbledore, a shared understanding born of life as trials. Harry and Ginny nearly fled the headmaster's office. It was not until the cold corridor air brushed against their faces that they regained a semblance of composure. Ginny abruptly halted, grasping Harry's arm, her voice quivering with shock. Grindelwald, did he recognize you, Potter? Harry looked at the cookie in his hand, crafted by Ariana, a symbol of a perfect and happy conclusion. While reflecting on Grindelwald's profound words, feeling as though the world were spinning around him. I don't know, he murmured. Ginny was about to inquire further, but upon seeing the lost expression on Harry's face, she swallowed her words. Together, they traversed the corridor, burdened by the same weighty thoughts, enveloped in silence. The flickering torches on the stone walls cast undulating shadows, elongating and shortening their figures as they passed by a tapestry depicting a hunting scene in the forest. At that moment, Harry felt a shift beneath his feet. The hard, cold stone slabs transformed instantaneously into soft, resilient earth and fallen leaves. The dry air of the ancient castle was supplanted by the moist, refreshing scent of pine from the woods. Blinding sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, replacing the dim glow of the torches. It was a jarring, almost violent transition through time and space. We're back. Ginny was the first to react, her voice tinged with a euphoric sense of relief. Compared to the enigmatic realm filled with mysteries where even Grindelwald would express gratitude to Harry, this fractured yet familiar timeline, albeit fraught with danger, provided him with a modicum of comfort. Harry exhaled deeply, instinctively loosening his grip, causing the cookie from another world to fall to the ground, shattering into fragments, reminiscent of that fleeting, beautiful dream. They had finally returned. They could. Yet before he could fully ease his breath, it was abruptly caught in his throat, transforming into a chilling dread. The small cabin before them no longer appeared warm and tidy as it had when they left. The door had been violently flung open, hanging askew. Everything inside was in disarray, as if it had endured a dreadful ransacking. Chairs lay overturned. The picture books on the table were torn in half, soaking in spilled milk. Flour for baking cakes was strewn everywhere, creating a white expanse akin to the desolate snow of winter. The strawberries they had so carefully arranged were trampled, leaving pools of crimson marks on the floor. The entire house was suffused with an aura of magic gone awry, mingled with despair and terror. Then they saw her. In the midst of the chaos in the kitchen, Ariana was huddled on the cold floor, clutching her knees. Her small frame curled up, trembling uncontrollably. Her hair was disheveled, her complexion devoid of color, and those familiar sky-blue eyes were now vacant and filled with unfocused fear. She did not cry out or make a sound. She simply sat there in silence, as if her soul had been wrenched from her body. Chapter 60. A daring venture into the Ministry of Magic. Ginny swallowed hard, her voice dry as if scraped by sandpaper. What is this? His words trailed off, but the terror was etched across his face. Even with Ginny's memories, he remained that 11-year-old boy, and the presence of the Silent One was beyond their comprehension. Harry inhaled the air, thick with dust and despair, and forced himself to remain calm. Although the scene before him was harrowing, it had not entirely exceeded his expectations. Ever since Grindelwald revealed Ariana's true identity to him, he had seized every opportunity to study all records concerning the Silent Ones in the Hogwarts library of that timeline. The young wizard, stifled talent, and uncontrollable emotions ultimately coalesced into a devastating dark force. Should all proceed without incident, This would mark yet another episode of her turmoil. Harry refrained from responding to Ginny verbally, opting instead to convey his answer through action. He cautiously navigated the disarray on the ground and slowly crouched down to align himself with the curled figure of Ariana. Tentatively, his hand reached out toward her. Ariana's body jolted, akin to a startled fawn, instinctively retreating slightly. "Do not be afraid." Harry's voice was barely above a whisper, gentle as a feather brushing against her taut nerves. Those 3 words acted as an incantation, unlocking a floodgate of emotions. Tears swiftly welled in Ariana's hollow eyes, cascading down her pale, translucent cheeks. At last, she found her voice, a heart-wrenching sob infused with self-loathing. "Leave me be, Harry. I do not deserve a normal life. It is all my fault. It is I who have caused this." "No," Harry replied, his tone both firm and tender as he rested his hand upon her icy crown, gently ruffling her hair. "It is not your fault. You simply have yet to master your powers. It is nothing. Many struggle at first. We can learn together." His words and the warmth of his palm seemed to imbue Ariana with a flicker of strength. She raised her tear-streaked face, gazing at him in a daze. At that moment, Ginny entered the scene, having set aside her astonishment and fury, her expression now one of clumsy yet sincere concern. Mimicking Harry's stance, she crouched down and picked up a relatively intact picture book nearby, softly saying, "Look, this story remains unfinished. Once you feel better, we can finish it together, shall we?" One offered solace, the other provided distraction. They resembled 2 awkward yet patient older brothers, painstakingly pulling the little girl, ensnared in her own descent into despair, back for the cold floor word by word. They coaxed her back to her room, tucked her in, and remained until she succumbed to exhaustion, her cheeks still marked by remnants of tears. Quietly, they withdrew, closing the door behind them. Their eyes met, and in each other's gaze, they discerned profound fatigue and lingering dread. Ginny leaned against the wall, softly murmuring a term he had just learned from Harry. "What exactly is this?" "A parasitic relationship born from suppressed magic," Harry succinctly elucidated. "The host and the silent one coexist in a highly unstable manner. Should emotions spiral out of control, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Furthermore, the texts indicate that hosts rarely survive beyond the age of 10. Ginny's complexion paled, mirroring Ariana's. He recalled the serene smiles exchanged between Dumbledore and Grindelwald in the headmaster's office. In that timeline, they had healed her. Yet in this timeline, they had nearly condemned her. An overwhelming sense of guilt and the looming threat to life bore down upon them like twin mountains. After a prolonged silence, Harry shattered the stillness. "We can no longer wait," he asserted. "We cannot merely rely on comforting her to avert the next outburst. We must discover genuine means to assist her." "How we find that?" Ginny inquired, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation. "The Department of Mysteries, a repository of the most ancient and comprehensive records regarding various magical phenomena, including the silent ones. We must venture there to discover methods to control or even separate the silent host." Ginny abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yet this time, she offered no dissent. They had made their decision. Seizing the precious moment while Ariana slumbered, they resolved to infiltrate the Ministry of Magic. The term infiltrate appeared somewhat ludicrous given their current identities. Harry rummaged through his, or rather, Harry Potter's, jeans pocket and retrieved a familiar wand. He inhaled deeply and looked toward Ginny, who nodded and gripped her wand tightly. In this timeline, according to Harry's diary, he served as an advisor in the Department of Mysteries, a mysterious role succeeding Jack and Mary, with a status equal to that of an Auror. Harry grasped Ginny's arm and closed his eyes. With a soft pop, accompanied by a suffocating sensation of being tightly compressed, the humid forest air around them was abruptly replaced by a dry atmosphere infused with the scent of parchment, polished wood, and the essence of countless individuals. They found themselves standing in the grand atrium of the Ministry of Magic, its floor adorned with gleaming black wood. Wizards and witches, both male and female, were continuously entering and exiting the fireplace, their figures enveloped in vibrant green flames, while owls and enchanted paper airplanes flitted beneath the deep blue ceiling. Everything here exuded a chilling yet efficient sense of order, starkly contrasting with the chaos and warmth of the rustic cabin they had just departed. "Potter! Weasley!" A booming voice called out. A burly wizard strode towards them with a familiar smile. "What are you still doing here this late? Have you received another urgent assignment?" Harry swiftly retrieved fragments of memory regarding this individual, a colleague from the Auror office, Roberts. "Sort of," Harry replied with a weary yet professional smile. "We encountered some obstacles while investigating a case, which seems to be connected to some very ancient magical creatures, so we needed to return to consult some records." Who is on duty in the archives tonight? Perkins, that old stickler, Robert shrugged. But you two should be fine. Need any assistance? No, we can manage on our own. Thanks, Roberts. All right, just call me if you need anything. This brief exchange sent Ginny's heart racing. She trailed closely behind Harry, constantly feeling on the verge of being discovered. How could Harry Potter so effortlessly assume his identity? What had he truly experienced? Chapter 61, Savor. They smoothly navigated through a series of checkpoints, arriving at the archives of the Department of Mysteries located on the 9th underground level. It was eerily silent, with towering shelves stretching skyward and floating crystal orbs that contained countless secrets. Perkins, as expected, was a meticulous old wizard, adjusting his glasses as he scrutinized the application form Harry presented. The silent ones and the quiet ones? He furrowed his brow. This is classified information, Potter. Are you certain this is related to your case? Absolutely. Harry spoke without hesitation, suspecting that the target employed a technology akin to concealment, which posed a significant security threat. Perkins scrutinized him for a few moments before finally nodding. Very well, the highest authority of the Auror office. Follow me. He led them deep into the archives, stopping before what appeared to be an ordinary wall, tapping it 7 times with his wand. The wall silently slid open, revealing a niche that could accommodate only a single file. Within lay a substantial tome, bound in black dragon hide. This was the sole physical file in the department. The rest existed solely as memory backups. Be cautious. The contents are quite ominous, Perkins remarked before turning to leave, leaving the two of them confronting this Pandora's box. Harry extended his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly as they brushed against the cold dragon hide. They placed the tome on a nearby reading table, flipping it open under the dim light. Inside, there were no narratives, only stark records and reports of chilling detachment. Each yellowed page meticulously chronicled every known silent one throughout history, their age, gender, location of discovery, and ultimate fate. Sample: male, 8 years old, discovered in a Sudanese village attempting to separate from the silent one, resulting in severe rejection from the host body, fatal cardiac failure. Sample B: female, 9 years old, found in a North American Puritan community during the separation process. The silent one's energy backfired, causing host and target Auror to perish together. Sample C: each page was a gruesome account of failure. The dossier even contained intricately rendered magical anatomical diagrams, illustrating how the silent one intertwined with the host's internal organs and magical core, much like a malignant tumor. In the report's conclusion, cold, emotionless strokes summarized. After over a century of research, the department concludes that the relationship between the silent one and the host is absolutely symbiotic. Any form of physical or magical separation currently has a known success rate of 0. It is advised that upon discovery, immediate neutralization, i.e., elimination of the host, be conducted to prevent larger-scale casualties. Ginny's fingertips grew icy. Harry turned to the last page of the report's appendix, which bore a hastily affixed note from a later researcher, written in a careless scrawl, suggesting, "Note, there are rare, unverified folk tales claiming that an absolute and sustained emotional bond through love may soothe the silent ones, prolonging their existence. However, this assertion lacks magical theoretical support and is not operationally viable, thus not accepted." Love. The image of Ariana's fearful and abandoned eyes flashed in both Harry's and Ginny's minds. With a sharp clap, Harry closed the tome. The dull sound resonated like a gravestone crashing onto their hearts. They exchanged no words. Replacing the file, they silently exited the archive, traversed the ministry's courtyard in silence, and apparat without utterance. Upon returning to the small wooden cabin, they stood in silence, neither daring to enter first. The room was devoid of light, enveloped in an oppressive silence. What they had brought back was not hope, but a merciless death sentence, certified by the Ministry of Magic. The night breeze swept through the forest, carrying a bone-chilling cold that brushed against Harry and Ginny's faces. The small cabin before them, once a cozy refuge, now resembled a silent tomb, entombing the very essence of hope, which had just been condemned to death by the Ministry's records. Each word in that report seared into their minds like a branding iron. Success rate, 0. Recommendation: terminate harmlessly. Ginny's body trembled slightly, not from the cold, but from a deep-seated chill that mingled anger and despair. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes blazing red as he fixed his gaze on Harry. His voice strained as if forced through clenched teeth. "No," he insisted, "the report is wrong. It must be wrong." He seemed to be trying to convince Harry, but it felt more like a desperate attempt to convince himself. "Potter, have you forgotten? In another timeline, Dumbledore himself said it. Ariana is alive. She still bakes cookies. She lived to see her hair turn gray, becoming a kind and gentle old lady. That is also a reality. Ginny, you must calm down. How can I calm down? That damned report is urging us to kill her. To kill Ariana. And we know she can be saved. I know. Harry grasped Ginny's shoulders, shaking him gently in an effort to pull him back from the brink of despair. His own hands trembled, but he forced his voice to remain steady. I remembered Dumbledore's words. I believe she can survive, but belief alone is insufficient. That report proves that conventional methods are ineffective. And something crucial must have transpired on Dumbledore's end that we are unaware of. We must devise a different approach. Ginny gasped for breath. He was right. They could not sustain themselves on a mere nebulous promise of a bright future. A different approach? Ginny's voice fell, laced with confusion. What is that? I do not know. Harry admitted candidly, his gaze drifting once more to the closed wooden door. But we must go inside. Regardless, we need to watch over her and then deliberate further. Ginny nodded, regaining his composure. Harry reached out, grasping the cold, rough wooden doorknob. He turned it and gently pushed the door open. However, what lay beyond was not the dim and disheveled interior of the cabin they had anticipated. In that instant, as the door creaked open, everything around them warped and dissolved like ink diffusing in water, silently and swiftly reforming. The scent of pine, the dampness of earth, the night breeze of the forest, all sensory perceptions were utterly overturned in a heartbeat. In their stead was the cold aroma of ancient stone walls, mingled with dust and the essence of magic. In the distance, the faint sounds of students' chatter could be heard, while the torches above cast a steady, soft glow upon the walls. They found themselves standing in a corridor of Hogwarts, one they knew all too well. The door they had just pushed open had vanished without a trace. Behind them stood a smooth, cold stone wall, perfectly sealed. It was as if everything that had just transpired, the shattered timeline, the desolate little cabin, the girl in dire need of their salvation, was merely a shared nightmare. Harry remained in the act of pushing the door, his hands suspended in the air. Ginny stared blankly at the stone wall before them, her face devoid of color. They had returned to their own time. At the moment they were most needed, the world had cruelly expelled them. Chapter 62. There is someone who can enlighten you. The corridor was enveloped in a deathly silence, broken only by the heavy, oppressive breaths of the two. I must find a successful case of peeling back the silence. Ginny was the first to shatter the stillness, suddenly turning to rush towards the library. Let us go now. I can scour those books all night. Stop. Harry grasped her arm firmly. What good will that do right now? He looked at her intently, articulating each word. We have both been drained of our mental and physical energy from yesterday until now. If you rush over there, all you will accomplish is exhausting yourself further. We will only miscast spells and overlook crucial details. Isn't that better than waiting here idly? Ginny retorted hoarsely, shaking off his grip. Potter, the moment I close my eyes, I see her sitting there on the ground. Do you think I can sleep? But Ginny, listen to me. We cannot go back to her right now. It is a reality we must accept. As normal Hogwarts students, we need to regroup and, come morning, with clear minds, seek the most effective way forward. This is the only thing we can do for her at this moment. For her sake, we must first take care of ourselves. Harry concluded. These words pierced through Ginny's taut nerves like a needle. It felt as if all her strength had been siphoned away. She leaned against the cold wall and finally nodded weakly. All right, she whispered, tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock, at the library entrance. I promise. The two parted ways, each heading to their respective dormitories. Each step felt as though it were taken on cotton, light and unreal. When Harry pushed open the door to his dormitory, he found Ron sitting on the edge of his bed, frowning as he fiddled with his wizard's chess. He was evidently waiting for him. Where have you been? Ron looked up at him, relief washing over his face, but then his brow furrowed even more tightly. And honestly, Harry, what's been going on with you and Ginny lately? Harry's heart sank heavily. Ron continued, I just saw him return alone from outside the dining hall, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. I called out to him, but he ignored me. How did you two's relationship deteriorate so much? You act like enemies. Harry approached his bed, removed his shoes, and emitted an indistinct sound. He didn't know how to respond, only managing to say, I don't know. Don't know? Ron clearly found this hard to believe, but seeing Harry's exhausted visage, he ultimately refrained from pressing further. He pondered for a moment and said, Listen, mate, I know Ginny. She's not a bad person, but her temper can sometimes be as foul as a giant sock. If you can't tolerate it, there's no need to endure. After all, you are Harry Potter. You don't have to heed the whims of anyone in our family. Harry chuckled awkwardly at this remark. Indeed, he was Harry Potter, the savior who vanquished Voldemort. Yet, he felt powerless to rescue a young girl trapped in another dimension, uncertain even of her fate. It's nothing, Ron, Harry said, pulling back the covers and lying down. We just have a minor disagreement. It will be resolved. That's good, Ron muttered, burrowing into his own blankets. Soon, the room was filled with Ron's steady breathing and the snores of several other roommates. It was warm, secure, and perfectly normal. Yet, Harry lay awake, staring at the scarlet bed hangs with a restless mind. He felt akin to a drowning man, surrounded by the world's kindness and warmth, yet suffocating alone in the depths of his secret ocean. The glaring morning light pierced through the crimson drapery, rousing Harry from his chaotic slumber. He sprang upright, gasping for breath, haunted by the image of Ariana's desperate eyes and Ginny's furious visage. Instinctively, he glanced towards the opposite bed, only to find it empty. No, it wasn't just Ron's bed that was missing. The entire layout of the room had transformed. This was not the Gryffindor student dormitory. It was a far more spacious suite, complete with a private study and washroom. Sunlight streamed through the tall, elegant arched windows, illuminating the motes of dust dancing in the air. The room was imbued with a rich scent of aged parchment, black tea, and polished wood, exuding an atmosphere of scholarly serenity. His four-poster bed was significantly larger than that in the tower, and on the low cabinet by the bed, a stack of partially graded student assignments was neatly arranged. Harry stood transfixed by the window, gazing down. In the courtyard, groups of students clad in various house robes were laughing and chattering as they made their way to the Great Hall. He was no longer the student Harry Potter. He had leaped through time once more, returning to the era of Harry, who had just been appointed the esteemed defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Throughout the day, Harry felt like a precise marionette. Clad in a fitting professor's robe, he entered the classroom where he had spent 6 years. Taking his place at the lectern, he articulately explained the principles of Boggart transformation and the counterspells to the students below. He observed their youthful and vibrant faces, their greatest worry being whether their Boggart might manifest as a large spider or something even more terrifying. They laughed at the absurd transformations and cheered for their successful spells. Yet he, their professor, was engulfed in a tempest of thoughts. He contemplated the shattered timeline, the report that condemned a life, and the girl who, despite knowing nothing of Boggarts, embodied the deepest fears of the world. This cognitive dissonance nearly threatened to tear him apart. After enduring the final class, Harry wearily leaned back in his chair, feeling as though he had just emerged from a grueling battle that sapped his very essence. It seems the challenges presented by your new position are somewhat greater than you anticipated. Harry, a gentle and familiar voice resonated from the doorway. Harry looked up to see Albus Dumbledore standing there, a steaming cup of tea in hand. Headmaster, Harry exclaimed, rising to his feet. Do sit down, my boy. You appear to be in need of this, Dumbledore offered, handing him the cup and taking a seat at the front desk of the classroom. I heard from Professor McGonagall that your lecture today was quite remarkable. Yet your expression suggests you are troubled by the prospect of composing an 8-foot-long dissertation on the breeding habits of Norwegian ridgeback dragons. Harry grasped the warm tea cup, managing a wry smile. This was an opportunity, one he had certainly lacked during his own student days. Taking a deep breath, he organized his thoughts and spoke in a tone befitting an academic discourse. You are correct, Headmaster. While preparing my lessons, I revisited some very ancient cases from the Ministry of Magic and encountered a bit of confusion regarding magical creatures. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Dumbledore's cerulean eyes. That is a rather easily resolved issue. Your thirst for knowledge about magical creatures is commendable, and I happen to know someone who may be able to clarify your doubts. My friend, I shall introduce you to this individual tomorrow. Chapter 63. Time and Love a Friend? After Dumbledore's departure, that phrase echoed in Harry's mind throughout the night. What manner of friend could possess knowledge that transcended the most confidential archives of the Ministry of Magic? The question kept him tossing and turning, resulting in a restless night. The following day, still bearing the identity of Professor Harry Potter, he absent-mindedly taught his second-year students. The students eagerly practiced their spells, the classroom resonating with a cacophony of distorted and comical sounds, while Harry's thoughts drifted far beyond the walls of the classroom. He finally endured until the last class of the afternoon concluded. As he tidied up his lesson plans at the podium, a graceful phoenix, trailing its resplendent golden tail feathers, silently glided into the classroom, gently placing a parchment letter inscribed in green ink before him. It was Fawkes. Harry's heart leapt as he swiftly unfolded the letter. Harry, please come to my office. My friend has arrived. Albus Dumbledore. Without hesitation, Harry abandoned everything he held and hurried out of the classroom. He arrived at the statue before the headmaster's office and recited a sweet-sounding password he had gleaned from Harry's memories, Fizzing Wisby. The statue rotated aside, allowing Harry to ascend the magically moving spiral staircase. As he pushed open the familiar oak door, the office appeared unchanged. Odd silver instruments hummed, emitting soft, gentle sounds. The portraits of former headmasters dozed on the walls, and Fox had returned to his perch, preening his magnificent feathers. Amando D. Pet was present as well. Harry noticed that the duration of his tenure appeared different from what he had perceived before his rebirth, leaving him uncertain whether he had misremembered or if the timeline had indeed shifted. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, smiling, while across from him, seated on a sofa with his back to the door, was a figure. Harry could only discern a silhouette clad in a somewhat worn, yet finely crafted tweed overcoat, with a tall stature and slightly tousled brown hair. The individual seemed engrossed in the examination of a particular silver object belonging to Dumbledore, leaning forward with mild curiosity. He possessed a peculiar aura, embodying both the tranquility of a scholar and an innate readiness to plunge into the fray in pursuit of something elusive. "Ah, Harry, you've arrived. Please come in," Dumbledore warmly beckoned. The man on the sofa turned at the sound, rising to his feet. He appeared to be in his 40s, his face bearing the marks of years spent in the field, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity, gentleness, and a hint of shyness. His gaze towards Harry was filled with a kind curiosity. The moment Harry recognized his face, he froze entirely. This was not a figure he could have envisioned as a prominent politician or master. Instead, it was a visage he had only glimpsed in the small author portraits at the front of textbooks. "Harry," Dumbledore rose, his smile genuine and joyful, arms outstretched as though presenting a long-lost relative. "Allow me to introduce you properly. This is my friend and a remarkable magical zoologist, Newt Scamander." As Dumbledore stood, a delicate silver instrument on his desk suddenly emitted a plume of soft purple smoke. He blinked cheerfully, as if this were a delightful signal. "Oh look, my automatic tea temperature monitor is reminding me that my tea is growing cold." He nodded towards Newt. "I trust you and Professor Harry will find much common ground. Please, feel at home." With that, Dumbledore hummed a tuneless melody, accompanied by Fawkes, and leisurely exited through a side door of the office, leaving the space to the two men, who both appeared somewhat socially awkward. A brief, slightly awkward silence enveloped the office. Newt's gaze seemed more inclined to rest upon the tassels of the Persian rug at his feet, while Harry hurriedly organized his thoughts. He knew he must seize this rare opportunity. "Mr. Scamander," Harry initiated, forcing his voice to resonate with the calmness of a scholar rather than the urgency of a desperate seeker. "Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned that you are an expert in magical creatures. I have some inquiries regarding the Lethifolds, and I hope to receive your guidance." "Please call me Newt, Professor," Newt replied, lifting his gaze, his expression warm and sincere. "Do go on. Though I do not consider myself an expert, I have indeed encountered some. I wish to understand." Harry leaned forward, lowering his voice. "The true relationship between the Lethifolds and the Lethifold. The Ministry of Magic's archives merely depict the phenomenon of silencio as a parasitic dark magic, a malady that can be eradicated." Upon hearing this, Newt gently shook his head. "The Ministry's portrayal is both accurate and absurdly misguided." He whispered, "They have only perceived the symptoms, yet have never comprehended the essence. Silencio is not an external parasite, Professor. It is the very magic of the child." Harry's heart sank heavily. It is the magic of a child suppressed, gripped by fear and hatred, twisted and internalized for self-preservation, ultimately culminating in a ferocious, desperate core of energy. Newt's voice brimmed with compassion. "It does not merely inhabit the child. It is an integral part of the child. Like a grotesque, painful shell, it envelopes the wounded soul within. Therefore, the silencio and the child are not host and parasite. They are one and the same. You exist within me, and I within you, utterly inseparable." This revelation, though unexpected, seemed to resonate with a certain logic. However, it was evidently not a matter that could be resolved swiftly. Is there truly no way? Is it impossible to peel away that protective shell, allowing the soul of that child to survive? He posed the pivotal question. Upon hearing the term "peel away," Newt's gentle gaze abruptly sharpened and grew serious. He soon interrupted Harry. "Peel away? No, Professor, you must not think that way. That is not salvation. That is murder." Newt rose, asserting that forcibly stripping silencio would equate to uprooting the child's very own magical essence. The soul may briefly endure, but without the foundation of magic, it would wither and die like a plant deprived of its roots. I have witnessed such a scene in Sudan. It was the most brutal sight of my life. He paused, turning to face Harry. The sole method of saving them is not through separation, but through acceptance and guidance. What you must do is not sever it with a blade, but rather warm that cold, painful shell with love, trust, and understanding, enabling the child to regain the courage and means to control their magic, allowing that wild power to revert to its rightful form. This is a long, fragile process, with an exceedingly low probability of success. Newt's words acted like a gentle knife, slicing through the fog that enveloped Harry, yet simultaneously revealing a harsher truth beneath. There are no shortcuts, no miraculous incantations. The only antidote is love and time. And these two, alas, are precisely what Ariana lacks the most. Chapter 64, Love. After Dumbledore and Newt departed, the office returned to silence. Acceptance and guidance. Newt's words echoed in Harry's ears as he dragged his leaden legs back to his professor's quarters. The sunset cast a warm orange hue across the room. Yet Harry felt an icy chill enveloping him. He collapsed heavily into the armchair before his desk, feeling as though his very soul had been drained. As he was enveloped in his own darkness, a gentle knock echoed at the door, a tentative rhythm tinged with a hint of eagerness. Come in. Harry managed to rasp from his throat, forcing himself to suppress all traces of pain and despair, donning a weary yet gentle expression. The door creaked open, and a lively figure entered. It was Tom. He wore a pristine Slytherin uniform, his jet black hair meticulously arranged, and his handsome face radiated an uncontrollable excitement. In his hand, he clutched a piece of parchment, akin to a small creature eager to present its treasure to its master, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Father," he exclaimed in a clear, melodious voice, "look, Professor Slughorn awarded my potion essay an O." He said it was the most insightful second-year paper he had seen in nearly a decade. He rushed to the desk, eager to show Harry the parchment that bore such glory. However, just 2 steps away, his pace abruptly halted. The smile on his face faltered, as if a winter's chill had swept through, gradually freezing and vanishing. He had seen Harry's face. Harry endeavored to conjure a smile, yet he knew how forced it was. The pain that lingered in the depths of his eyes, the profound weariness etched into his very being, loomed like an insurmountable shadow, utterly impossible to conceal from this remarkably perceptive boy. Tom paused, and the sparkle in his eyes dimmed in an instant. His fingers, clutching the parchment, tightened slightly, creating creases along its edges. The eagerness to share his joy swiftly transformed into a palpable sense of unease and disappointment. He lowered his gaze, long lashes casting a small shadow on his face, his voice dropping to a cautious whisper. "Father," he asked softly, laced with a hint of wounded grievance, "you look unwell." He hesitated, lifting his head to gaze at Harry with his deep, dark eyes tinged with sadness. "Am I disturbing you?" The sight of Tom's hurt expression pierced Harry's tumultuous heart like a delicate needle. He forcibly suppressed thoughts of the silent ones and the despair surrounding Ariana. Rising from his chair, navigating around the expansive desk to stand before Tom, he reached out, gently tousling Tom's soft, sleek black hair. "No, it's certainly not your fault." "Tom," Harry endeavored to make his voice sound soothing, "don't crumple your essay. It deserves to be framed and hung on the wall. I'm merely facing a minor work-related challenge and am a bit fatigued. It has nothing to do with you." His attempt at reassurance seemed to yield some effect. Tom lifted his head, his unfathomable black eyes scrutinizing him intently, as if to ascertain the truth of every word spoken. Yet, the sense of disappointment lingered on his small, stubborn face. Suddenly, he stepped forward and thrust the precious parchment into Harry's hands, declaring in a tone bordering on obstinacy, "I don't care about the essay. It doesn't matter whether Professor Slughorn likes it or not. I only care whether you're happy, Dad," Tom stated. He paused, seemingly summoning courage, and then added, with a quieter yet clearer voice, "You are my favorite, Dad." This innocent utterance struck Harry like a sudden bolt of lightning, cleaving through the thick, viscous fog of despair that clouded his mind. Harry's movements froze, and he lowered his gaze, staring intently at the boy before him. Tom Riddle, the future Voldemort. The child who had grown up in an orphanage, deemed by Dumbledore as one incapable of love and devoid of understanding it. Yet now this boy stood before him, articulating his attachment and affection in a manner that was entirely genuine, albeit somewhat clumsy. Harry's fingers tightened around the parchment. An absurd yet strikingly clear thought erupted in his mind like a supernova, illuminating all the darkness and hidden corners. Newt had said that the only way to save Ariana was through acceptance and guidance, through love and time. And he, Harry Potter, unbeknownst to himself, had already been doing just that. He had adopted Tom, providing him with a home, a surname, a stable life, and care he had never known. He had patiently taught him, corrected his dangerous thoughts, and responded to his expectations. He had succeeded. He had managed to instill love within Tom Riddle. Harry gasped sharply, his gaze fixed on Tom, filled with unprecedented astonishment and elation. If he could enable this future Dark Lord, who would bring endless suffering to the wizarding world, to experience the warmth of love, to understand what a home and affection truly meant. Then why could he not offer the same redemption to the poor girl who had curled up in darkness and fear her entire life? He had the means. He always had. The remedy was not some arcane spell or ancient potion. The remedy was everything he was currently doing. He had simply never considered applying the methods used on his adversaries to his friends. Suddenly, Harry crouched down and enveloped the still somewhat bewildered Tom in a tight embrace. Tom, Harry's voice quivered with emotion as he buried his face in the boy's small shoulder, greedily absorbing the absurd miracle he had wrought with his own hands. Thank you. Truly, thank you. Tom was initially taken aback by this unexpected, fervent embrace, but soon a subtle, contented smile crept upon his lips. He extended his small arms to return the hug, pressing his cheek closer. He did not comprehend why his father was suddenly so emotional, but it mattered little. What mattered was that, in that moment, he was the sole focus of his father's world. Chapter 65, The Deceiver. With this revelation from his nemesis, Harry felt as though he had been reborn. As dinner approached, when he once again stepped into the brilliantly lit Great Hall of Hogwarts, the entire world appeared transformed at his eyes. The stars flickering on the ceiling are no longer mere cold embellishments, and the joyful laughter of the students has transformed from a distant background noise into a vibrant, life-affirming presence that deserves protection. He approached the faculty seating, his gaze inevitably drawn to Dumbledore, who occupied the central position. The headmaster, neither youthful nor aged, was engaged in a pleasant conversation with Professor Flitwick. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in his azure eyes, yet the early silver strands at his temples appeared particularly pronounced under the glow of magical candlelight. As Harry settled into his seat, a familiar figure approached, bearing a tray and taking the seat beside him. "Good evening, Professor Potter," Newt Scamander greeted warmly, his niffler, ever fond of shiny objects, eagerly poking its head out of his coat pocket. "Good evening, Newt," Harry replied with a genuine smile, seeing Newt as a guiding beacon leading him out of a labyrinth. "I was just thinking of finding another opportunity to thank you. Your words this afternoon provided me with immense inspiration. I'm glad to be of assistance," Newt replied with a sense of satisfaction, delicately spearing a small piece of roasted potato. "The Obscurus is the most solitary and misunderstood creature in the world. Their strength is born from suffering, so when they sense even a hint of kindness, their response can surpass your wildest imagination. But be cautious. Their emotions are exceedingly volatile, and even the slightest provocation may lead to catastrophe. Patience is the only key." Harry nodded solemnly, committing this invaluable wisdom to memory. His gaze returned to Dumbledore, and a question, previously unvoiced, surfaced in his mind. "Speaking of which, Newt," Harry lowered his voice, curiosity piqued. "How is it that Headmaster Dumbledore became the head of Hogwarts at such a young age? As far as I know, this is quite rare in the school's history." "What about the former headmaster?" "The previous headmaster, Professor Armando Dippet, chose to step down," Newt replied slowly. "He was a wizard worthy of respect, and a mentor whom Albus greatly admired. In fact, it was Professor Dippet who voluntarily offered his position." "Voluntarily stepped down?" Harry was taken aback. "Yes," Newt nodded. "Professor Dippet had immense trust in Albus. He recognized that Hogwarts faced threats beyond his comprehension, while Albus possessed the insight to pierce through the fog and the audacity to defy convention. At that time, Albus was merely a transfiguration professor, and many of his ideas for student protection and defense had to undergo lengthy approval processes through the board, which was far too slow. Becoming headmaster would allow him to implement his visions more swiftly. However, that was not the most significant reason. Newt's gaze deepened as he looked at Harry, articulating each word with care. The most important reason was that a friend of Professor Dumbledore provided the Dumbledore family with tremendous support and understanding concerning Ariana's situation. He once remarked that Professor Dumbledore could become the greatest wizard in the world. Harry's heart contracted sharply. Thus, Albus did not assume the headmastership solely to fulfill his own ambitions. Newt's voice was imbued with emotion, a heartfelt response to the trust bestowed upon him by his friend. He felt compelled to remain here personally, wielding the utmost authority to safeguard the future children, ensuring that the Silent Ones would truly vanish from this world. A year ago, Harry might have questioned the identity of his friend, but now he harbored no doubts. As night deepened, the corridors of Hogwarts Castle succumbed to a profound silence, interrupted only by the occasional faint metallic scrape of armor under the moonlight. Just as he was on the brink of a light slumber, a delicate knock sounded at his bedroom door. Top, top. The sound was as soft as a feather falling, carrying a tentative caution. Harry turned to sit up, waving his wand to illuminate the lamp by his bedside. Come in. The door gently creaked open, revealing a small figure that squeezed through the narrow gap. Tom, clad in his silk pajamas, clutched his pillow tightly, standing barefoot on the chilly stone floor. His dark hair appeared particularly soft under the warm glow, and his usually deep-set eyes now shimmered with a hint of unease as they met Harry's gaze. What's wrong, Tom? Harry's voice unconsciously softened. Did you have a nightmare? Tom shook his head, then hesitated, seeming uncertain how to respond. Clutching his pillow, he took a couple of timid steps forward and softly asked, Daddy, can I sleep with you? Just for tonight. Seeing his vulnerable demeanor, Harry's heart melted. This future Dark Lord was, at that moment, merely a frightened child seeking warmth. And he, in turn, needed to affirm his own path by offering that warmth. Of course, Harry replied, shifting to the other side of the bed and patting the space beside him. Come on, don't catch a chill. Tom's eyes instantly lit up, radiating pure, unabashed joy. He hurried to the bed, awkwardly climbed up, placed his pillow next to Harry's, and then nestled under the covers. The warmth and reassuring scent enveloped Tom, who sighed contentedly, resembling a small creature that had found its nest, curling up beside Harry. Harry extinguished the lamp, plunging the room into darkness, save for the hazy moonlight spilling through the window. Now, can you tell me why you're having trouble sleeping? Harry gently inquired. Daddy, Tom nestled closer, a small hand cautiously gripping the sleeve of Harry's nightgown. Can you promise not to go anywhere? I won't go anywhere, Tom, he reassured, turning slightly to gently pat the boy's back. I'm right here, not going anywhere. Now sleep. Okay. Tom's voice was muffled, yet his grip on Harry's sleeve tightened. Under Harry's soothing presence, Tom's breathing gradually steadied, eventually falling into a deep slumber. The weariness from the day's exertions washed over Harry, and he too closed his eyes, swiftly succumbing to dreams. What he did not see was that after he drifted off, the slumbering boy beside him slowly, silently opened his eyes. The pair of eyes, wide open in the darkness, were devoid of sleep, instead brimming with an unsettling, icy clarity that belied his years. Tom slowly, deliberately turned his head, illuminated by the moonlight, greedily tracing the contours of Harry's sleeping visage. His gaze, akin to the most precise of instruments, traversed Harry's brows, his nose, and ultimately lingered upon those defenseless lips. He gently propped himself up, leaning down to bestow a cool, fleeting kiss upon the corner of Harry's mouth. A mere brush, and then he reclined once more, yet his eyes remained steadfastly fixed upon Harry. In the obscurity, he whispered two words, barely audible, for only himself to hear. Liar. Chapter 66. The Annoying Flies. When Harry next opened his eyes, he was not greeted by the ancient ceiling of Hogwarts from a century past, but rather the familiar four-poster bed draped in deep crimson curtains of Gryffindor Tower. He exhaled a long sigh of relief. He was back. Moreover, he returned bearing the antidote. An unprecedented sense of ease enveloped him. The tragedy of Ariana was no longer an insurmountable deadlock. He had direction, he had means, and he even possessed a successful case study. That very case study might presently be ensconced in a corner, poring over books as a distinguished student of Slytherin House. With this monumental secret and hope nestled in his heart, Harry felt as though the entire world had been illuminated. He stepped lightly into the underground classroom, preparing for today's potions lesson, even finding the perennial bitter aroma of herbs in the air to be oddly comforting. Potter, a cold, elongated voice pierced the air. Is that foolish grin of yours a celebration for Gryffindor's impending position at the bottom of the house cup? Snape glided silently beside him like a black bat, his greasy black hair framing eyes as obsidian as the night, fixed intently upon him. Harry merely shrugged and replied cheerfully, No, Professor, I just find the weather delightful today. Snape clearly found this response unsatisfactory. Is that so? His lips twisted into a sardonic curve. It seems the overly bright weather has rendered you incapable of focusing on the details in your cauldron. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Previously, Harry would have been perplexed as to what had provoked Snape's ire, but now he simply chuckled in resignation, lowering his gaze to continue working on his moonstone. Just 5 points, merely a minor setback. When the class bell rang, Harry gathered his belongings and was the first to exit the classroom. As he stepped into the corridor, an irksome voice echoed behind him. Potter. Draco Malfoy approached with his 2 sycophants, strutting arrogantly, his platinum hair conspicuous even in the dim hallway. I saw it. Professor Snape is bothering you again, Malfoy drawled, his tone elongated. I've told you before, Potter, if you were my friend, you wouldn't have these troubles. My godfather wouldn't deduct points from my friends without cause. Thank you for your concern, Malfoy. Harry turned to face him, amusement dancing in his eyes. "But I prefer to rely on myself rather than on a godfather." "You." Malfoy found himself at a loss for words, feeling a twinge of regret for having spoken to Harry in such a manner. He pondered whether he ought to have conjured a more suitable reason or content for their exchange. Harry, however, waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave. As he rounded a corner, he nearly collided with a dark figure, a wall of blackness materializing before him. Snape stood in the shadows, resembling a specter poised for prey. He regarded Harry with a chilling gaze, a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that the so-called savior had indeed broadened his social circle, as even young Malfoy had condescended to engage with him. His voice dripped with venom as he remarked, "Or have you finally realized that cultivating relationships with certain individuals is far more crucial than brewing the perfect potion?" The latter sentiment left his lips with a frosty finality. Harry, disinterested in further argument, sidestepped him and hastened toward Gryffindor Tower. Upon returning to the common room, Ron immediately approached him. "Merlin's beard, Harry! You've had the most dreadful day," he exclaimed, gesticulating fervently as he lowered his voice to complain. "First that greasy old bat, and then that accursed ferret. Are they incapable of surviving a day without tormenting you? They are truly insufferable." Ron's tone brimmed with indignation for his friend and contempt for their adversaries. Unbeknownst to them, a slender, pitch-black serpent, no thicker than a wrist, had coiled itself around the strap of Harry's bag, resembling an exquisite, animated leather ornament. As Ron uttered the names of Snape and Malfoy, laced with derogatory adjectives, the little serpent slowly raised its triangular head. Its eyes bore no trace of the ignorance typical of beasts, but rather a chilling, scrutinizing gleam. Its forked tongue flicked out rapidly, as if ensnaring the names that displeased its master in the air. It had heard those competitors vying for the attention of its master. That glimmer of hope, born from a distant past, had granted Harry nearly a week of buoyant spirits. He had begun to relish the mundane, albeit occasionally contentious, exchanges of daily school life. However, this fragile tranquility was utterly shattered on a frigid Saturday morning. Panic erupted in the Great Hall, where students were enjoying breakfast and discussing the afternoon's Quidditch practice. Suddenly, a Hufflepuff girl burst in, her face ashen, incoherently pointing at the corridor outside. He has been petrified." In an instant, the vibrant clamor of the hall froze. Laughter and conversation ceased abruptly, leaving only a suffocating silence. Then, chaos erupted like a plague. Students sprang to their feet, the screeching of chairs against the stone floor piercing the stillness. "Silence!" Dumbledore's voice resonated through the hall, forcibly quelling the tumult. His expression was grave as he swiftly descended from the staff table, followed closely by Professor McGonagall and Snape. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, each reflecting the same unease. They were swept along with the throng toward the corridor, a foreboding sense of dread clutching at Harry's heart. In the corridor on the second floor, a group of students huddled together, their faces betraying sheer terror. Professor McGonagall, with a stern demeanor, was attempting to disperse the crowd. Through the gaps, Harry glimpsed Colin Creevey, the first-year admirer who perpetually trailed behind him, camera in hand, exclaiming, "Harry, smile." Now he lay on the ground in a rigid pose, his body entirely petrified, with a look of fear forever frozen on his face. His hands were raised in front of him, clutching his precious Muggle camera. Dumbledore knelt down, gingerly lifting the camera, the top lens already melted, emitting faint wisps of smoke. He must have intended to photograph the monster, Hermione whispered, her voice trembling. A chill surged from Harry's feet to the crown of his head. It was him. It had to be directed at him again. Colin's assault was merely a consequence of being too close. The fragile confidence he had just begun to build crumbled in an instant, reverting him to the boy helplessly ensnared in the maelstrom of destiny. Chapter 67. Buck Up, Harry. An atmosphere of horror enveloped the castle like a dense, damp fog, swiftly permeating every corner. The students no longer dared to wander alone. They clustered in small groups, anxiously glancing around as if a monster might leap from the shadows of the walls at any moment. Memories from a past life made Harry acutely aware of once again being at the eye of the storm. As he walked down the corridor, he could clearly feel the gazes from all directions, fearful, suspicious, but predominantly a chilling, complex scrutiny. Yet, when he turned, all he saw were other students engaged in anxious discussions. This misperception weighed heavily on him. He spotted Snape, the potion's master, lurking in the shadows not far away, his gaze sharp as a hawk, fixated upon him. He also noticed Malfoy, the platinum aristocrat, no longer approaching him with a taunting demeanor, but standing at a distance with his entourage. Yet his eyes betrayed everything, an intricate blend of schadenfreude and agitation. It seemed to say, "Look, Potter, this is the consequence of not standing with me." Harry repeatedly reassured himself that this was merely an illusion. Merlin had bestowed upon him a perfect world, one in which the tragedies of his past life could not possibly recur. Yet another voice countered, "Were you saying, this is the very tragedy of your previous life? You have once again drawn Voldemort's attention. He has reopened the Chamber of Secrets." Harry's somber psyche naturally affected Voldemort, for he was the child Harry had nurtured, and even now, his father might be of a reversed age. The small serpent soothingly licked Harry's face a few times. "Do not worry, my father. Soon they will no longer be able to trouble you." In its ancient, Dark Lord's reasoning, the logic was simple yet ruthless. These foolish, insignificant creatures, along with this invisible threat, were disrupting all that belonged to him. They were utterly bothersome. Colin's petrification loomed like a colossal stone, weighing heavily upon the hearts of everyone at Hogwarts, with Harry being the one crushed beneath it all. He had grown taciturn and dazed, no longer the bearer of secrets and hope, but reverted to the helpless boy confined within the cupboard at number 4, Privet Drive, passively enduring his fate. Guilt coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, each breath a cold stab of pain. He found himself instinctively avoiding crowds, shunning the concerned gazes of Ron and Hermione, encasing himself in a thick cocoon of solitude. That afternoon, he did not visit the library nor return to the dormitory, but instead sat alone in a corner of the Gryffindor common room, staring vacantly at the flickering flames in the fireplace. The firelight reflected off his glasses, yet failed to penetrate the emptiness of his eyes. "Are you truly planning to remain seated until dusk, Mr. Savior?" A crisp, icy voice shattered the silence like a shard of ice. Harry slowly raised his head, encountering Ginny Weasley. He had neither the time nor the inclination to argue with Ginny, nor to endure her biting remarks. The situation regarding Ariana was not something they could simply discuss at will. He felt no reason to converse with her. "Is there something you need, Ginny?" Harry's voice emerged hoarse and feeble. "Something I need?" The boy scoffed, striding a few steps closer to Harry, looking down at him with disdain. "Of course I have something. I see a pitiful mess, and, coincidentally, that mess bears the face of Harry Potter." Harry frowned, discomfort by the sharpness of his words. "I have no desire to argue with you. I am not here to quarrel." Ginny's voice rose sharply, her chest heaving with emotion. In her brown eyes, typical of the Weasley family, burned anger, disappointment, and a deeper pain that Harry could not decipher. "I am here to ask you, Harry Potter, who do you think you're putting on this facade for? Do you believe that by wallowing in self-pity, the petrified first year can miraculously rise again?" Her voice was filled with aggression, each word a dagger piercing deeply into Harry. "Weren't you summoned from another world? There, weren't you the celebrated savior? How is it that after vanquishing Voldemort, you are now trembling at such trivial matters?" Harry clenched his fists tightly, his complexion paling. Yet Ginny showed no signs of relenting. She leaned closer, hands braced on the arms of the chair, confining Harry within the narrow space, nearly pressing her face against his as she declared each word with fervor. "Do not forget why you are here. Ariana, did you not find a way to save her? Do you intend to rescue that poor girl, who has struggled in darkness all her life, with this corpse-like expression? If you cannot save yourself, how can you save anyone else?" "Enough," Harry growled. "Why should I cease?" Ginny's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Beneath the layers of anger, the long-suppressed feelings of hurt and affection finally began to surface. "Ginny Weasley, she has loved you for so many years. She has regarded you as the light of her life. You abandoned her, leaving her alone in that world, merely to come here and continue your role as a savior, did you not? Since this is your choice, then present yourself as the savior you claim to be. Have you been so utterly defeated by this minor setback? What gives you the right to carry the weight of her affections for so many years?" These words struck Harry's heart like a hammer. The world seemed to freeze in that moment. Harry stared blankly at the boy before him, trembling with rage and excitement. In those fiery eyes, he discerned the familiar, stubborn image of a girl who loved him deeply. He was right. His accusations were justified. "I left her behind to seek hope in this place. Yet now, due to a single setback, I cower here like a coward, betraying everyone. I have betrayed Dumbledore, Newt, Colin, and the true Ginny, who might be waiting for my return in another world." A wave of intense, searing shame washed over Harry, incinerating the icy shell of guilt that encased him, revealing a core of smoldering defiance. The emptiness and confusion in his eyes were banished entirely by the rekindled flames of resolve. He looked at the boy before him, and, with unprecedented gravity, spoke each word with clarity. You are correct. Ginny settled into her seat, finding this version of Harry more palatable than the previous, though still not entirely agreeable. So, what will you do next? I will confront Voldemort and slay the basilisk of Slytherin. First, I must seek out Professor Dumbledore to borrow Gryffindor's sword. Ginny, Voldemort. No, have you really rallied so quickly? Chapter 68, Merlin's Golden Chain. Ginny's words, laced with both love and resentment, thundered through Harry's chaotic mind like a lightning strike. Each syllable pierced through his fog like a sharp icicle. What can you possibly save with such words? Did you not come to this world to be a savior? These inquiries trapped him, leaving no avenue for escape. He did not arrive here to languish in despair. He bore the weight of two worlds, one that demanded he end the darkness, and another that required him to rectify past regrets. Colin's petrification was not a reason for him to remain stagnant. Rather, it was a clarion call for immediate action. After Ginny left, Harry paced the empty common room, replacing his confusion and despondency with a calm, fiery determination. The dilemma was, in truth, quite simple. He had already discerned that the murderer was the basilisk, concealed within the Chamber of Secrets, and he possessed two entirely different weapons. The first was Parseltongue. Although he could not fathom why, in this world, his soul should not be tethered to a fragment of Voldemort, he nonetheless possessed the ability to speak the serpent's tongue. Harry speculated that it might be tied to his own soul, or perhaps Voldemort had indeed left a fragment within him, though no one was aware of it. He could find the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and command the basilisk. This appeared to be the most peaceful option. However, Tom Riddle, now perhaps known as Tom Riddle, the former Voldemort, was also a Parselmouth. He could ensure that his will surpassed that of a future Dark Lord. Or is he no longer the Dark Lord? Never mind, it was inconsequential. In the event of failure to control it, or if the basilisk had another master, the consequences would be dire. The second option was the knowledge he had brought from the future. He was aware that the basilisk's fatal weakness lay in its eyes, and he knew that the sword of Gryffindor could destroy it. This path was more perilous, bloodier, but also more definitive, a solution for good. It had to be a solution for good. Harry paused, whispering to himself. He could not endure any more surprises. He had made up his mind. During dinner, the atmosphere in the Great Hall remained oppressive. The students ate hastily, with no one engaging in loud laughter or conversation. Seizing the moment while Ron and Hermione were present, Harry discreetly passed them a note, arranging to meet in the far corner of the hall after dinner. As the hall emptied, the three gathered together. The surrounding vacant tables and towering ceiling made their hushed voices seem particularly grave. Harry, what did you call us for? Ron asked nervously. I know what is attacking the students, Harry stated bluntly, his voice low but each word resonating with clarity. Ron and Hermione's eyes widened simultaneously. It's the basilisk, Harry continued, a massive serpent concealed within the Chamber of Secrets. Merlin's golden chest chain. Ron gasped, his complexion paling. I knew it. A serpent. It must be a serpent. Hermione furrowed her brow, rapidly pondering. A basilisk? That's the Hogwarts legend. Decades ago, a Ravenclaw student nearly fell victim to a basilisk. Every new year, students are warned to be cautious of the basilisk. But how does it move within the castle? Through the pipes? Wait, does everyone know about this? Harry glanced at Ron, who nodded affirmatively. It seemed he had learned of this in another timeline, while he himself remained unaware. Your guess is quite close, Hermione, but that is not the crux of the matter, Harry interrupted. The point is that I intend to confront it tonight. Are you out of your mind, Harry? Hermione exclaimed, but then quickly covered her mouth, lowering her voice. That's a basilisk. The three of us? No way, absolutely not. I'm not asking you to come with me, Harry said, looking at Hermione, then turning to Ron. I need you both to provide a distraction in the dormitory. Make sure no one discovers I'm missing from my bed. Fear was etched on Ron's face, yet he straightened his posture and shot Hermione a pointed look. Of course he is not going alone. I'll go with him. Your presence would only hinder him, Ron, Hermione retorted sharply. You're afraid of Aragog, let alone a basilisk. What else is in your head besides impulse? Better than you hiding behind a book like a timid turtle. Ron's face flushed. Enough, Harry hissed, halting their escalating argument. Wait, Harry. Ron regained his composure and posed a crucial question. Even if we agree to cover for you, how do you know where that giant serpent is? Hogwarts is vast. Hermione immediately concurred. Ron is right. You have no leads. This is far too perilous. We should inform Professor Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall. Harry shook his head, unable to divulge the secrets of his foresight, the knowledge of everything that lay ahead. Listen, he said earnestly, fixing his gaze upon them. I cannot disclose how I know, but my sources are undeniably reliable. I know its location and how to confront it. We might even be able to catch it off guard. Do not look at me like that. I will inform Professor Dumbledore. He understands. He placed his hand firmly on the table. What I require is not comrades, but trust. I need you to secure our rear, so my mind remains unburdened. Just this once, believe in me. His gaze was fervent and sincere, rendering Ron and Hermione speechless. They exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they found a shared, unwavering loyalty towards Harry. Hermione sighed heavily, as if acquiescing. You must guarantee that at the first sign of danger, we retreat immediately. Ron clenched his fist tightly. We will keep a vigilant watch. We'll keep an eye out for Filch and his cat, as well as the head boy on patrol. Harry felt warmth surge within him and nodded earnestly. Thank you. Unbeknownst to them, at his side, a small black serpent, cleverly disguised as a bag charm, lay coiled quietly. It had absorbed every word of their conversation, its eyes flickering with a peculiar gleam. The basilisk? Its boy was preparing to confront that very serpent alone. Rather than feeling threatened, this notion ignited a clandestine, prideful excitement. My boy is truly exceptional. It silently flicked its tongue. Though the bothersome insects surrounding its boy made it feel nauseous, they provided some amusement. My boy, my father, let me see if you, who could not thwart the basilisk decades ago, can succeed this time. Chapter 69. He had helped them. After securing Ron and Hermione's support, Harry faced the most daunting step of his plan, persuading Albus Dumbledore. He needed the Sword of Gryffindor, the most reliable weapon he could conceive for slaying a serpent. After all, in such circumstances, conventional weapons were inadequate. While the disarming charm could be utilized, it might not prove effective against a basilisk. If Hagrid's formidable physique could withstand dark curses, then the basilisk would surely surpass him. Standing before the gargoyle at the entrance of the headmaster's office, Harry's heart raced. He took a deep breath, rehearsing his words in his mind. How would he explain? A second-year student, inexplicably asserting that a basilisk lurked within the castle, and outright requesting the legendary weapon to vanquish it? It seemed utterly absurd. In his previous world, he was the savior, and Dumbledore had bestowed upon him an almost indulgent trust. Yet here, he was merely an ordinary and somewhat troublesome student. What right did he have to convince Dumbledore of his truth? With a heart full of desperation, he tentatively uttered the incantation from his memories. The gargoyle slowly rotated upwards, revealing the spiral staircase behind it. Summoning his courage, Harry ascended. As he knocked on the office door, he steeled himself for interrogation, rejection, or even being deemed insane. However, what if there was a minuscule chance that Dumbledore might actually believe him? After all, it was Dumbledore. Dumbledore's voice remained warm and inviting. Upon entering, Harry was momentarily taken aback by the scene within the office. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his crescent-shaped glasses perched on his nose, his azure eyes shimmering with wisdom as always. In a nearby armchair by the fireplace sat another figure, Gellert Grindelwald. He leisurely perused a hefty tome in German, clad in a finely crafted cashmere sweater. It took Harry several seconds to process that in this timeline, Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore were legitimate partners, making their simultaneous presence utterly normal. Or, one might say, it would be quite natural for them to engage in even more intimate activities. Regardless, this was certainly preferable to the notion of eternal separation or one party wishing to avoid the other despite both being alive. The thought of forging this future himself, while also ensuring that Ariana could attend school normally, made Harry's stomach churn with anxiety. Harry, Dumbledore smiled, breaking the silence. What brings you here? Do you require some cockroach clusters? No. Thank you, Professor. Harry swallowed hard, forcing himself to meet Dumbledore's gaze. I have come to borrow something from you. Oh. Dumbledore raised an intrigued eyebrow. Summoning all his courage, Harry made the request he feared would be immediately dismissed. I would like to borrow the Sword of Gryffindor. A brief silence enveloped the office. Harry nervously swallowed again, bracing himself for an impending storm of questions. He could even sense Grindelwald lifting his gaze from the book, casting a scrutinizing look in his direction. Yet, the anticipated interrogation did not occur. Dumbledore merely regarded him, his gaze lingering for an extended moment. In those eyes, which seemed capable of discerning all truths, there was no doubt, no astonishment, but rather a hint of understanding and reassurance. I see, Dumbledore said gently, then turned toward the fireplace, his tone as relaxed as if directing someone to fetch a cup of tea. Gellert, my dear, could you assist me with something? I seem to have misplaced it. Perhaps it's on a shelf. Harry was utterly stunned. He watched, wide-eyed, as the once-feared Dark Lord, who had instigated a worldwide wizarding war, elegantly closed his book, rose, and approached the glass cabinet on one side of the office. Skillfully, he undid the magical lock above and, with a piece of plush velvet cloth, carefully retrieved the tattered sorting hat. Harry harbored reasonable suspicions. his cautious demeanor stemming from a simple fear of disturbing the dust atop the hat. Grindelwald approached Harry, towering over him, casting a shadow that enveloped him entirely. He extended the hilt of the sword to Harry, his mismatched eyes reflecting a complex emotion, one that Harry could not decipher, resembling both evaluation and encouragement. "Take it, child." Grindelwald's voice resonated deeply, imbued with a magnetic quality. "Do not tarnish its reputation." Harry mechanically accepted the hat, its weight as insubstantial as a feather. Was it truly this simple? No inquiries, no demands for explanation. "Go, Harry," Dumbledore's voice echoed once more, gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Do what you believe is right. But do exercise caution." Grasping the sorting hat, Harry muttered a distracted thank you and vacated the headmaster's office in a daze. It was only when the spiral staircase returned him to the corridor that he realized he had indeed borrowed the sword of Gryffindor. What secrets did Dumbledore possess? Meanwhile, within the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's smile gradually faded. Weary, he removed his glasses and rubbed his brow, a profound concern etched across his face. "Gellert," he queried with a hint of worry, "do you believe Harry can accomplish this? Should we not assist him? He appears so young, even if he is Harry. Should we not lend our aid regarding the matters between him and Tom, just as he once aided us and Ariana?" Grindelwald returned to his side, gently encircling his shoulders. Leaning down, he placed a tender yet resolute kiss upon Dumbledore's wrinkled forehead. "He certainly can, Albus." Grindelwald's voice exuded a soothing strength, his gaze directed towards the door as if he could penetrate the wood and glimpse the boy's figure. "I see the determination in his eyes. It is not recklessness, but rather an awareness of bearing a certain mission." He paused, a hint of unrecognized pride coloring his tone. "After all, he is the one who saved us. Such minor matters are within his grasp." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, relinquishing his intention to assist Harry. Nonetheless, he would continue to monitor Harry and his serpent. Should the conflict between father and son reach an irreconcilable point, he would intervene. It was their duty, for Harry had aided them far more than they had aided him. Chapter 70, Potter. Midnight at Hogwarts resembled a slumbering giant, the corridors illuminated by moonlight, creating a checkerboard of light and shadow. Harry moved like a specter, pressed against the wall's shadow. In this world, a blissfully growing Harry Potter would naturally lack such a marvelous item as an invisibility cloak, compelling each of his steps to be taken with utmost caution. His left hand gripped the wand tightly, while his right clumsily cradled the worn, unsightly, patched sorting hat. He held his breath, listening intently to the sounds around him. The footsteps of Filch, the meows of Mrs. Norris, and the reprimands of the head of house were obstacles he had to evade. His objective was the girls' lavatory on the second floor, once the weeping place of the Myrtle, now an ordinary restroom, which also served as the entrance to a hidden chamber. Just as he was about to traverse the long corridor on the first floor and ascend the staircase, a voice he least wished to hear at that moment, echoed from the deepest shadows beside him. "Out for a midnight stroll, Potter?" The voice was like silk dipped in ice, laced with a sharp, elongated tone that sent chills down Harry's spine. Severus Snape emerged like a wisp of solidified night from the shadow of a stone pillar, silent and stealthy, as if he were indeed a part of the darkness itself. His obsidian-like eyes were piercing in the dim light, locking on a Harry with a hawk-like intensity, then, with evident disdain, slowly shifting to the object cradled in Harry's arms. Quite an unexpected taste in fashion, Snape's lips curved into a sardonic arc. Or perhaps you've suddenly developed a keen academic interest in antique headgear, risking expulsion to take it for a walk after curfew? Harry's heart raced, but he forced himself to maintain composure. Any hint of panic in the presence of this man would be magnified infinitely, becoming a weapon wielded against him. "Good evening, Professor." Harry endeavored to keep his voice steady. "I'm merely experiencing a touch of insomnia." "Insomnia?" Snape advanced a step, exuding an oppressive aura. "Is it the Gryffindor way to remedy sleeplessness by taking the sorting hat on an illegal nocturnal excursion around the castle?" "Gryffindor, due to your foolish lies and blatant disregard for school rules, deducting 20 points." The loss of points felt trivial to Harry at that moment. He tightened his grip on the sorting hat and attempted to sidestep Snape. "Since you've already deducted points, Professor, may I return now?" He deliberately stepped in the direction opposite the staircase, towards Gryffindor Tower, hoping to deceive him. "Halt!" Snape's voice was as cold as a tombstone. "Hand it over." Harry came to a stop, eyeing him warily. "Why?" "Because I suspect you have pilfered school property, Potter." Snape extended a pale, bony hand. "Now give it to me, and immediately return to your dormitory. A confinement in my office until Christmas might just clear that brain of yours, trampled by a troll." "Confinement until Christmas?" "That will be too late." Harry knew he could not back down. He met Snape's fathomless gaze, enunciating firmly, "No, Professor." Snape seemed taken aback by his blunt refusal, narrowing his eyes as a dangerous aura enveloped him. "What did you say?" "I said, no," Harry reiterated, his heart pounding in his chest, yet his gaze remained resolute. "I cannot give it to you, nor can I return to the dormitory. I have something I must do." This was the first time he had so boldly and unequivocally challenged Snape's authority without Dumbledore's backing. Snape's expression darkened considerably, a tumultuous blend of rage, astonishment, and a hint of fear etched upon his features. "You have no right to say no to me, Potter." Snape's voice struggled to suppress the impending fury. "Who do you think you are? The chosen one? Do not forget that your recklessness and arrogance will only bring you calamity. Now, immediately, return to your bed. Once a savior, perhaps, but no longer." He stepped forward, reaching out to seize Harry's arm. Harry recoiled sharply, clutching the Sorting Hat tightly against his chest. "Pardon my audacity, Professor, but I must decline for the third time this evening. I cannot go back." The two stood resolutely beneath the cold moonlight, one a boy unwavering in his mission, the other a man determined to protect him. Their standoff crystallized in the frigid air, a frost forming between them. "This is not a request, Potter." Snape's voice dripped with impatience, reduced to a commanding order. "It is a command." He lunged forward, his pale hand resembling an eagle's claw as it reached for the arm clutching the Sorting Hat. His movement was lightning quick, granting Harry scarcely any time to react. Yet, Harry remained on high alert, waiting for this very moment. Just as Snape's fingers were about to brush against his sleeve, Harry executed a maneuver that Snape had not anticipated. He did not retreat nor attempt to resist with brute force. Instead, he swung his wand upward with fervor. The ultimate luminescence flickered. A blinding light erupted from the tip of his wand, exploding like a miniature sun within the dim corridor. The entire space was engulfed in a stark white radiance, instantly devouring all shadows. Snape, caught off guard, felt the searing brightness assault his eyes, accustomed as they were to darkness. He instinctively emitted a short, muffled grunt, staggering back as he raised his arm to shield his vision. Now was the moment. Without a trace of hesitation, Harry seized the precious seconds during which Snape's sight was compromised. Clutching the heavy Sorting Hat, he bolted like an arrow released from its bow, veering not toward Gryffindor Tower, but directly toward the staircase leading to the girls' lavatory. "Potter!" Snape's roar of suppressed rage echoed behind him, reverberating through the corridor. Chapter 71, My Father. Harry dared not look back. He could hear the familiar sound of robes rustling in fury and the thunderous footsteps that were several times faster than Filch's. Snape had already recovered from the blinding light. His heart raced wildly within his chest, his lungs ablaze with pain, yet his legs surged with unprecedented power. Clutching the cumbersome hat, he ascended to the second floor in a single breath, navigating the labyrinthine corridors, propelled by memory toward the sole destination he sought at that moment. Bang! He forcefully swung open the door to the girls' washroom on the second floor, then immediately turned around, exerting every ounce of strength to shut the heavy wooden door. Almost simultaneously, a tremendous crash echoed. Bang! Snape's spell or body collided violently against the door, causing the entire structure to tremble violently, the lock emitting a groan under the strain. "Potter, open the door!" Snape bellowed from outside. Harry could not afford to heed him. He leaned against the door, gasping for breath, surveying the washroom, which still appeared to be in pristine condition. There was no time for responses. He dashed to a row of copper faucets adorned with engraved serpents, carefully placing the Sorting Hat and the sword within on the ground. "Stop! Alohomora!" Snape's incantation resonated from outside, yet the lock merely clicked without yielding. The door seemed to be under a more potent enchantment. Harry paid this no mind. He was acutely aware that time was slipping away. He focused on the serpent-engraved tap, striving to recall the voice of the basilisk, to remember that hissing sensation. He did not need to think. He merely had to rely on the instinct coursing through his blood. A cold hiss escaped his throat, reverberating through the empty washroom, even causing the Myrtle to gasp in surprise. A miracle unfolded. The faucet before Harry erupted in brilliant white light, beginning to spin rapidly. Subsequently, the entire basin slowly descended into the ground, revealing a vast, shadowy entrance to a pipe. A dark, unfathomable maw awaited him in silence. Bang! 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 The pounding from outside grew increasingly fervent, cracks appearing in the door panel. Harry hesitated no longer. He seized the Sorting Hat from the ground, casting one last glance at the door that was on the verge of being breached, then took a deep breath and leaped into the endless darkness. The slippery walls of the pipe pulled him downward at an alarming speed. just as he vanished from sight. A thunderous explosion sounded as the washroom door was shattered into splinters by a tremendous force. Severus Snape stormed in, brimming with fury and cold. Yet, the washroom was deserted, save for a sinister opening leading to the depths below. Snape's footsteps halted at the mouth of the abyss. He stared intently into the profound darkness, his rage dissipating, replaced by a panic he had not even recognized was consuming him. For the first time, a semblance of despairing fear flickered across his usually impassive face. Cold, slippery dark. Harry felt as though he had been swallowed by a monstrous beast, plummeting through an endless pipe. He clutched the sorting hat tightly. Surrounding him were the hissing sounds of the pipe walls brushing against his clothing and the increasingly loud thrum of his own heartbeat. Time lost meaning until the descent finally began to slow. A glimmer of light appeared ahead, and then he was violently ejected, crashing onto a cold, damp floor. Coughing, he scrambled to his feet, the first order of business to check on the sorting hat he had clutched. He stood up, surveying his surroundings. Before him lay a vast tunnel, its floors strewn with diminutive, bleached bones, predominantly those of mice and other small creatures. The air was thick with the stench of decay and death. Clutching his wand tightly, its tip illuminated the path ahead. He understood that this was merely the anteroom. The true chamber lay further within. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed the fear welling within him and strode forward. He traversed a lengthy corridor, adorned with intricate carvings of serpents entwined in a sinuous embrace. A colossal stone wall, similarly etched with two interlacing serpents, barred his passage. This was the final threshold. Harry closed his eyes and in a chilling, inhuman tongue hissed, "Open." The stone wall silently parted before him, releasing a wave of ancient essence, 100-fold more potent than that outside. What lay before him was a chamber of astonishing length and height, enveloped in a grotesque, subterranean green light that bathed the entire space. Towering stone columns, carved with menacing serpent figures, resembled the ribs of an ancient behemoth, supporting an unseen darkness above. The chamber resonated with the sound of dripping water, amplifying into a hollow, disquieting echo. However, Harry's gaze was drawn to something coiled in the distance, a snake impossibly massive, its body as thick as an oak trunk, twisted together like a hill composed of shimmering, venomous green scales. Its head loomed larger than Harry himself. The basilisk. Instinctively, Harry lowered his head, fixated on the ground, unwilling to meet the gaze of those fabled yellow eyes that could bring death. He could hear its heavy, bellows-like breath, feeling the faint tremors of the ground as its colossal form shifted. With one hand gripping his wand and the other poised over the sorting hat, he readied himself to draw the sword at a moment's notice, prepared for a life-and-death struggle. Suddenly, a voice resonated, a voice he could scarcely have imagined hearing in this place. "It will not harm you." It intoned leisurely, imbued with a playful, condescending elegance, until I command it. Harry jerked his head up, but his gaze transcended the basilisk's head, settling on the figure standing at the base of the statue, beside the serpent's sinuous form. In an instant, his blood ran cold. The visage before him was not that of the handsome, pale Tom Riddle from his memories at 16. Instead, it was a figure he knew intimately, a tousled mane of unruly black hair, round glasses framed in black, and behind them, a pair of strikingly similar emerald eyes. It was Harry Potter, or rather, it was the 17-year-old version of himself who had triumphed over Voldemort in another world. His mind blanked. He felt as though the very fabric of reality had turned upside down. This was impossible, absolutely inconceivable. The figure bearing his own face smiled. The smile was handsome and charming, yet the green eyes held no mirth, only a chilling flame of possessiveness. "My father." Harry stood frozen in place, his mind blank from the overwhelming shock. Opposite him stood another Harry Potter, wearing a knowing, triumphant smile that suggested he relished Harry's astonishment and turmoil. "It seems you are somewhat unaccustomed to my current appearance," Tom Potter remarked softly, and then he performed an action that would be etched in Harry's memory forever. He raised his hand and gently caressed his own face. As his fingers glided across his skin, the young and defiant visage of Harry Potter began to melt away like a wax figure scorched by flames. His features blurred, twisted, and reformed in a bizarre interplay of light and shadow. The disheveled black hair became neat. The slightly youthful jawline transformed into one of resolute strength, and those emerald green eyes gradually gave way to a deep, shadowy black. In just a few seconds, a brand new image materialized before Harry. It was a man, a strikingly handsome man in the prime of his life. He possessed short, raven black hair, a chiseled face with high cheekbones, a prominent nose, and lips that were both thin and strong, exuding a mature, elegant, and powerful charm. This visage represented the pinnacle of beauty that Tom Riddle would have achieved had he aged normally in another world. And it also bore resemblance to the Tom Potter Harry had encountered in an alternate timeline. His eyes sparkled with a blend of wisdom and ambition, a magnetic and perilous allure capable of captivating the entire wizarding world. He, Tom Potter, had finally discarded imitation in favor of his own perfect form. "Isn't this far more pleasing to the eye?" he inquired, his voice deeper and richer than before, akin to a fine aged wine laced with a deadly poison. I pondered long on whether my father preferred my original appearance or his own. Ultimately, I chose to embrace my own visage. As he stepped forward, the enormous serpent behind him slowly raised its fearsome head, its deadly yellow eyes carefully avoiding Harry, as if awaiting its master's next command. "Do you still not understand, father?" Tom smiled, a gentle, almost pitying warmth in his expression. His gaze turned fervent and devout, akin to a worshipper gazing upon their deity. "It is you who saved me, yet you abandoned me. You once vowed that you would always be by my side. But it matters not. I forgive you, my father. Everyone has their moments of folly. Even if it has been so many years since you returned to me, so long that I had begun to lose hope and felt no obligation to uphold our pact." He halted before Harry, his profound eyes reflecting Harry's astonished face. Slowly and solemnly, he bent down, adopting a posture reminiscent of a pilgrimage. "I have waited far too long for your return." His voice was soft as a dream, yet heavy as a shackle, binding Harry firmly in place. "I have awaited your presence for an eternity, my father." The term father pierced Harry's soul like a venom-laden dagger, thrusting deep into his very being. He wished to retreat, yet discovered his feet were seemingly anchored to the ground. Tom slowly straightened, a satisfied, morbid smile gracing his face. He regarded Harry as though admiring his most exquisite and treasured masterpiece. "Behold," he spread his arms wide, gesturing to the grand and ominous chamber. "This is our realm. And there," he cast a glance at the basilisk behind him, "is our pet. It shall guard us until the end of time." His gaze returned to Harry, filled with an overwhelming, suffocating possessiveness. "Stay, Harry." He extended his hand, not in aggression, but in invitation. That pale, flawless hand hovered in the air, awaiting Harry's response. "Remain here. Accompany me. You are my father, and I am your creation. We are the sole purpose for each other's existence." His voice was laced with temptation, like a demon's whisper. "We shall be together forever, shall we? Never to part again, father?" Harry took a step back, distancing himself from Tom's outstretched, immaculate hand. "You are insane. I do not know you, and we share no connection." Harry articulated each word with deliberate clarity, uncertain how Tom had recognized him, perhaps merely through conjecture. Regardless, he could not accept the identity of Harry. This declaration doused Tom's eyes with a chilling wave of despair, extinguishing the warmth that had once flickered within. The smile vanished from his handsome, mature visage, replaced by an expression of betrayal and anguish, as though he had been wounded by something he held most dear. His hand froze in midair before gradually retracting, inch by inch. "Insane?" he softly echoed. "I have waited for you for so many years. And this is all you wish to convey?" His emotions surged violently, causing the atmosphere within the chamber to chill. The basilisk coiled around him, sensed its master's fury. Hissing uneasily, its massive head raised high, with those enormous yellow eyes, larger than searchlights, finally locking onto Harry with unwavering intensity. Harry averted his gaze in the preceding moment, feeling his body stiffen, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. Just at that critical juncture, boom, the colossal stone wall, adorned with the carving of a serpentine figure that separated the chamber from the tunnel, exploded violently under the onslaught of spells. Countless shards of stone mingled with dust, scattering in all directions. A dark figure, enveloped in seething wrath and icy dread, surged through the breach created by the explosion. His iconic black cloak billowed amidst the swirling debris, akin to the wings of death itself. Severus Snape. He instantly beheld the scene before him. Harry, a stranger radiating an ominous aura of powerful dark magic, and the legendary basilisk, colossal as a mountain. Snape's pupils constricted sharply, yet he hesitated not for an instant. He waved his wand, and a formidable, silver barrier instantaneously unfolded before Harry, separating him from the basilisk. "Professor!" Harry exclaimed in alarm. Tom's gaze shifted from Harry to the unexpected intruder, a flicker of irritated anger glimmering in his deep-set eyes. "A lowly servant dares to trespass upon the king's sanctuary?" Tom's voice dripped with contempt, and without even wielding his wand, he merely raised his hand. A solid, deathly green beam of light shot silently towards Snape. Snape reacted with the swiftness of a spectre, sidestepping the attack, and with a flick of his wand, unleashed a vicious purple ray in retaliation. The two spells, emblematic of extraordinary magical prowess, collided resoundingly at the heart of the chamber. Colors intertwined and erupted, the shockwaves resonating throughout the entire space, causing the water's surface to ripple violently. The torches upon the stone pillars flickered wildly in the turbulent air, casting shadows that danced chaotically upon the walls. This was a true duel, a confrontation befitting the most elite of wizards. Snape's magic was precise, lethal, and efficient, while Tom's spells exuded an arrogance that came with dominion, coupled with a destructive force. They swiftly exchanged attacks and defenses within the confined space, deadly beams narrowly grazing Harry's shield, creating deep craters in the stone pillars and floor. Harry's heart raced with dread as he witnessed Snape being utterly preoccupied with protecting him. Meanwhile, Tom wore a cruel smile, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. At this rate, Snape would be defeated. "Stop!" Harry shouted, executing a move that took both men by surprise. He abruptly dispelled the shield before him and dashed between them. "Everyone, cease this instant." Chapter 73. My Father, I Will Return. The incantations that were on the verge of being unleashed suddenly halted. Snape and Tom fixated their gaze on the reckless boy who had thrown himself into the center of the battlefield. "Potter, get back!" Snape growled, his voice a primal roar filled with horror and fury. Tom, regarding the boy who stood before him, yet seemed more inclined to protect Snape, felt the last remnants of his smile fade. In its place was a profound sorrow, palpable and abandoned. "You chose him?" Tom's voice was as gentle as a sigh, his deep eyes reflecting shattered light. "You would choose a foolish, lowly bat over your own child?" Harry's head throbbed. He yearned to comprehend what had transpired between him and Tom, what had transformed the once adorable Tom into this. "You are not my child," Harry forced himself to utter. "Is that so?" Tom's gaze drifted past Harry, casting a cold, hateful look at Snape. Then, he turned back, locking eyes with Harry one final time. "I shall return, Father," he murmured. "When we meet again, you will understand who your true choice must be." As his voice faded, his figure began to grow ethereal, like a drop of ink dissolving in clear water, gracefully merging into the vast shadow cast by the Salazar Slytherin statue behind him, along with the immense serpent. They vanished without a trace. The chamber instantly fell silent again. The suffocating sense of oppression dissipated, and Harry's taut nerves relaxed, his legs giving way as he nearly collapsed to the ground. However, he scarcely had a moment to catch his breath. A cold and powerful hand suddenly seized his collar. Harry was roughly yanked forward by an irresistible force. Snape's face loomed close, his countenance, usually as pale as parchment, now tinged with a sickly flush of intense anger and fear. His eyes were bloodshot, akin to a cornered beast driven to desperation. He squeezed a single word through clenched teeth, and then he uttered not another syllable. With that, he forcefully slammed Harry to the ground. With a thud, Harry's back collided heavily with the cold, damp, bone-strewn floor. Snape pressed down upon him, pinning him with his knee, his hands gripping Harry's shoulders like iron clamps, completely immobilizing him. The overwhelming weight and strength rendered Harry motionless as he could only meet those burning, abyssal black eyes filled with fury. "Do you have any idea what you were just doing, Potter?" Snape's voice was hoarse and frenzied, the suppressed fear finally erupting into a torrent of rage. "Do you truly wish to die here? Do you genuinely desire to perish in this place?" Snape's roar echoed through the vast chamber, reverberating in Harry's ears. He was forcefully pressed against the frigid ground, the mingled scent of millennial-old dust, animal bones, and rusted decay assaulting his nostrils. The weight of Snape, his ire, his despair, bore down upon him like a mountain, constricting his breath. "Let me go." Harry struggled, but the hands gripping his shoulders felt like searing hot irons, unyielding. "Let you go?" A twisted and horrific smile crept across Snape's face, his black eyes reflecting a crumbling facade of reason. "Let you go so you can rush to your death? To shield that twisted father figure of Voldemort from curses? Or to sacrifice yourself for what you mistakenly believe to be a noble cause?" His voice grew quieter, more hoarse, as if he were whispering to himself, or perhaps delivering a final judgment to Harry. "I lost you for so many years, Potter. I watched you, guarded you, cleaned up your messes, believing I could keep you safe. Yet I was mistaken. You are like an exquisite, oblivious porcelain figure, perpetually yearning to leap off the precipice." His breath brushed against Harry's cheek, cold yet trembling. In those frenzied eyes, Harry discerned a profound, unfathomable fear. "I understand now," Snape whispered, his voice carrying a chilling revelation. "It is futile to confine you. It is useless to scold you awake. Deep within, you yearn for destruction. You were destined to be consumed. He lowered his head, his lips almost brushing against Harry's ear, whispering in a tone that was both intimate and imbued with the specter of death, since you wish to perish so ardently. Why not allow me to consume you? In an instant, Harry's mind ceased to function. Before he could grasp the meaning of this lunacy, a sharp, excruciating pain pierced his neck. Snape had buried his head, viciously sinking his teeth into the artery of Harry's neck. It was not the bite of a beast, but rather a desperate mark of possession. His sharp teeth tore through the skin, and warm, metallic blood gushed forth. The agony elicited a brief, harrowing cry from Harry. His muscles taut with pain. Fear and disbelief overwhelmed him like a relentless tide. Snape had lost his sanity. He was truly mad. Yet, the moment Harry's blood touched Snape's tongue, an inexplicable transformation occurred. A rich, intoxicating sweetness erupted from Harry's wound. The aroma was akin to the finest cream mingled with gently warmed caramel, infused with the airy warmth of freshly baked sponge cake. It was pure, delectable, and possessed a seductive fatality, utterly out of place within this grim, decaying chamber. This sweetness acted as a key, swiftly unlocking the deepest recesses of Snape's mind. His eyes, once bloodshot with rage and madness, flickered with bewilderment. The furious wrath that had driven him to the brink of insanity was instantly washed away by this almost soul-drowning scent of sweetness. Snape recoiled as if scalded, abruptly releasing his grip and stumbling back. His lips and chin were stained with Harry's vivid blood, yet the sweet fragrance in the air grew ever more potent. He staggered back as though confronted by a ghost, distancing himself from Harry. Lowering his gaze to his hands, he then raised his palm to wipe his lips, as if they were tainted with some vile poison. What had he just done? He had bitten Potter, like a beast. He had bitten the very one he had vowed to protect, until he recalled all that had been lost in his memories of Harry. Despair and self-loathing washed over him in an instant. Harry lay on the ground, agonizingly clutching his bleeding neck, staring in terror at the man who had suddenly reverted to normalcy. He witnessed Snape's expression shift from fury to confusion, ultimately settling into a pallid despair within mere seconds. Snape stood there, his body trembling slightly. He gazed at the clear, blood-seeping bite mark on Harry's neck, and into the wide, fear-filled green eyes that mirrored his own. He wished to articulate something, but his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. He had nearly obliterated everything due to that damned, instinctual impulse born of blood. He inhaled deeply. The sweet scent of cake nearly sent him reeling again. He forced himself to turn away, unable to meet Harry's gaze. "I am sorry." A nearly inaudible voice, laden with anguish and self-loathing, escaped his lips. "Porter, I did not intend to." Upon uttering these words, he seemed unable to endure the weight of the space around him any longer, unable to confront the transgressions he had committed. Like Harry, he abruptly turned, adopting a posture akin to flight, and without a backward glance, surged through the very wall he had shattered, vanishing into the shadows of the tunnel. In the chamber, only Harry remained, clutching his bleeding neck, acutely aware of the searing pain coursing through him, his mind a tumult of confusion. Had Snape, moments ago, been offering him an apology? Chapter 74. I do not understand. The chamber lay in profound silence, save for the sound of Harry's labored breaths and the sharp, fiery pangs emanating from the wound on his neck. Gradually, he sat up from the cold ground, instinctively raising the collar of his robe to conceal the humiliating and bizarre bite mark. It was over. Everything had concluded. He lay there, vacant, his eyes devoid of any luster, feeling akin to a rag doll, drained of all vitality. This life, truly, felt utterly futile. He mulled over this thought repeatedly, its bitter essence crawling from the root of his tongue to his heart. What had he descended for? To vanquish the basilisk? To put an end to the horrors of the chamber? And what was the outcome? The basilisk thrived, even carried away by its master. He had prevented nothing. He hadn't even had the opportunity to wield the sword of Gryffindor against his adversary. He was but a joke, a complete and utter farce. In his descent, not only had he failed to resolve any issues, but he had unwittingly unleashed a foe far more terrifying and unpredictable than the 16-year-old Tom Riddle from a diary. Damn you. Tom Porter, what on earth do you hope to achieve? Your father never taught you such things. And how is he to face Dumbledore? How could he confide in that wise, once steadfast headmaster that he, Harry Potter, had utterly botched everything? That not only had he failed to slay the basilisk, but had also presented it as a gift to Voldemort? Moreover, Professor Snape, Harry instinctively touched his neck, the pain serving as a grim reminder of the events that had transpired. The deranged professor and that unfathomable apology. Everything felt too peculiar, the world was exceedingly strange. It appeared tranquil, yet was anything but. It was as if a single misstep could plunge him back into a world line that was not merely the same as before, but far worse. All events had devolved into a boiling cauldron, exuding a malevolent aura, and he was the one who had recklessly tossed all the incorrect ingredients into the brew. He rose to his feet, every step feeling as though he were treading upon cotton. Clumsily, he retrieved the sorting hat and his wand from the ground, exiting the place that bore witness to his complete failure. In Dumbledore's office, warmth enveloped the air like spring, the silver instruments emitted a gentle hum, and the portraits of former headmasters slumbered quietly on the walls. Harry stood at the center of the office, resembling a condemned prisoner awaiting judgment. He gently placed the tattered, dust-covered sorting hat upon the expansive desk of the headmaster. "Professor," he spoke, his voice hoarse and dry, "I have failed." Dumbledore lifted his gaze from behind his crescent-shaped glasses, his blue eyes tranquil as a profound lake. He remained silent, merely observing Harry, urging him to continue. Harry struggled to articulate his thoughts. "The basilisk is still alive. Voldemort has taken control of it. I couldn't stop him. He escaped with the creature." After uttering these words, Harry lowered his head, unable to meet Dumbledore's gaze. He braced himself for a sigh of disappointment or a stern reprimand. Instead, he was met with a light chuckle. Startled, Harry looked up, incredulously meeting Dumbledore's eyes. The old headmaster wore a gentle smile, one tinged with a hint of reassurance. He picked up a lemon drop from a dish on the desk and offered it to Harry. "Sit down, Harry. Things are not as dire as you imagine." Harry remained frozen, staring blankly at him. Dumbledore's azure eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if he had already grasped the entirety of the situation. "But Tom and the basilisk." "Ah, yes, Tom," Dumbledore sighed, though his exhalation bore no disappointment, only a trace of nostalgia and amusement, as he always had a way of surprising one. He looked upon Harry's face, rife with confusion and guilt, and his smile deepened. "It is of no consequence, Harry," Dumbledore spoke with an unwavering conviction. "You need not blame yourself." He rose and approached the perch of Phoenix Fox, gently caressing its resplendent feathers. For from a moment he chose to depart. The crisis had already subsided. Dumbledore turned, a hint of mirth in his gaze, stating, "Tom will no longer pose a threat to anyone at the school." His words carried an undeniable magic, akin to an ancient, powerful vow. Although Harry was utterly bewildered by Dumbledore's certainty, the heaviest stone that burdened his heart was miraculously lifted. "You mean?" "I mean," Dumbledore smiled, "the school is safe, and the children are secure. As for Tom and his pet, they now possess a new, clearer objective. Their attention is no longer focused on Hogwarts." His gaze lingered meaningfully on Harry. Dumbledore's words enveloped Harry's weary nerves like a warm, yet incomprehensible spell. "Tom will no longer pose a threat to those within the school. His new target is myself." Harry's mind churned like a tangled ball of yarn. He attempted to seize a thread to untangle his thoughts, only to find each thread knotted tightly. He gazed into Dumbledore's penetrating blue eyes, sensing that they concealed secrets deeper than the Chamber of Secrets. "I do not understand, Professor." "You do not need to understand this moment, Harry." Dumbledore spoke gently, placing the icy lemon sherbet into Harry's hand, its chill sending a shiver through him. "You have endured far more than one your tender years should bear. What you truly need is rest, not answers. Some answers will come to you when you least expect them." The old headmaster's voice took on a hypnotic quality as he urged, "Return to your dormitory, my child. Sleep well. When dawn breaks, everything will be right again. Everything will be right again." Harry silently repeated this mantra in his mind, though he harbored deep doubts. He mechanically bid farewell to Dumbledore and drifted out of the headmaster's office like a wraith. Upon returning to Gryffindor Tower, the common room lay in desolate silence. He ascended the spiral staircase to the boys' dormitory, each step feeling as if he were treading on clouds. Upon glimpsing his familiar four-poster bed draped in deep crimson curtains, the last taut string within him snapped. He did not change into his pajamas, nor did he remove his shoes. Even his glasses remained perched upon his nose as he collapsed onto the bed. He did not descend into a dream. Rather, it felt as though he had plunged straight into an endless, profound, warm void of darkness. In this ultimate tranquility, all fatigue, fear, confusion, and pain were gradually siphoned away, melting into nothingness. It was the deepest, most complete slumber he had ever experienced. Chapter 75, Harry's Time. It was unclear how long he had been enveloped in this state when a voice, irritable and impatient, began to gnaw at the edges of his consciousness like a persistent rasp. "Harry, wake up. How long do you plan to rot in bed?" "Who? Ron?" It couldn't be. Ron could never speak to him in such an emotionless tone. Harry wished to ignore it, longing to remain forever lost in that darkness. The next moment, however, his shoulder was shaken with an unceremonious force. "Get up, Harry. If you don't rise this instant, I shall toss your blankets into the Black Lake." This threat finally had its intended effect. Reluctantly, Harry sluggishly opened his heavy eyelids. Through his blurred vision, he saw a tall, shadowy figure looming over him. He blinked, striving to focus, and then recognized the face. A pale visage, marked by youthful angles, a familiar, distinctive hooked nose, and black hair cascading to his shoulders. Was this Snape? Harry's mind momentarily faltered. Was it time for him to join Harry? "What are you staring at? Are you dazed?" Young Snape waved a hand before Harry's face, witnessing his dazed expression, observing their slow movements. Lucius clicked his tongue and tossed Harry's school uniform on his bed. "Hurry and change. In 10 minutes, we have care of magical creatures. I do not wish to be punished for your foolishness by spending an entire afternoon cleaning flobberworm slime." With that, he exited the cramped dormitory without looking back, while Snape followed, promising to return with food for Harry. Harry sat there, bewildered on the edge of his bed, clutching the clearly Slytherin robe, his mind a blank slate. Snape and his dormitory companion? Are they now in their third year? The youthful figures of Snape and Lucius vanished at the dormitory door, leaving Harry alone on the Slytherin bed. He gazed down at the silver-green, serpent-emblazoned robe in his hands, feeling as if the entire world had been tossed into a tumultuous washing machine. "Potter, have you taken root on that wretched bed?" Lucius's impatient voice echoed once more from the doorway, returning with evident irritation over Harry's delay. Awakened from his stupor, Harry realized he needed to act. He could not linger here any longer, or he would surely be exposed. Clumsily, he clambered off the bed, hastily donning his robe while attempting to untangle a thread of survival from his chaotic thoughts. To avoid appearing foolish, he must swiftly adapt to this unfamiliar role. "Wait, what do we have first period this morning?" he stammered, his voice dry with anxiety. Upon hearing this, Lucius's expression twisted into even greater disdain, as though he were regarding an incomprehensible slug. Before Lucius could launch into a scornful retort, Snape sighed and reiterated the crucial point he had made earlier about rousing Harry. "We have care of magical creatures soon. There are only a little over 10 minutes left, so we must hurry." Harry muttered a few acknowledgments. The blonde-haired boy who had stepped out ahead of them returned, leaning casually against the doorframe. Dressed in a sharply tailored, pristine Slytherin robe, he wore that familiar, haughty smirk characteristic of the Malfoy lineage. Lucius strolled back with aristocratic grace, surveying Harry with a contemptuous gaze. "Have you been reading too many Muggle magazines lately, rendering your mind utterly foolish? Or has early onset dementia set in?" He flicked Harry's slightly disheveled black hair with the tip of his wand, his malice unmasked. "This is your most anticipated care of magical creatures class, is it not? Have you forgotten how you boasted yesterday about impressing the new professor?" Harry's mind went blank. Me? Looking forward to care of magical creatures? And impressing the new professor? What kind of persona do I embody in this world? It seemed that, without Narcissa present, he would have to make his way to the Great Hall alone. How pitiful, abandoned by Narcissa Malfoy, Snape retorted mockingly to Lucius. "You, Harry, it's time to rise. We genuinely have class soon." Ignoring the flustered Lucius, Snape turned to Harry and spoke softly. With no other option, Harry nodded absently, climbed out of bed, dressed hurriedly, and followed behind them. Silence enveloped them as they approached the edge of the grounds. In the distance, the forbidding silhouette of the Forbidden Forest loomed, while Hagrid's hut, though not yet Hagrid's, stood solitary amidst the landscape. Students gathered in small clusters in the clearing before the hut, awaiting the commencement of class. Harry immediately spotted the figure standing at the forefront of the crowd. It was a man clad in a somewhat worn yet finely crafted blue coat. His hair was a tousled shade of ginger, adorned with a few freckles on his face, and his gaze exuded warmth and kindness, albeit tinged with a hint of shyness and awkwardness that seemed at odds with his surroundings. At his feet lay a tattered suitcase, secured with numerous magical locks. Harry's heart skipped a beat. That face seemed familiar. Had he seen it in the pages of a textbook? Perhaps on a chocolate frog card? Just then, the man cleared his throat and shyly smiled at the students. "Good morning, everyone," he said, his voice as gentle and sincere as his demeanor. "I am your new professor for the care of magical creatures class. You may call me Professor Scamander." He bowed slightly, humbly introducing himself. "My name is Newt Scamander." With a sudden jolt, Harry felt as though his brain had been struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place. Newt Scamander? The author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, the greatest magizoologist in the magical world, a legendary figure, now standing vividly before him. Was he their teacher? No. He recalled that in the original world, Hagrid's instructor was not Newt Scamander. It was impossible for it to be Scamander, for if it were, Hagrid could never have been expelled. Chapter 76. Care of Magical Creatures. Today, we shall become acquainted with a particularly gentle creature. Newt smiled. I hope you will find them delightful. He opened the suitcase, and a faint rustling emanated from within. Gradually, a round, fluffy creature emerged, its paws gripping the edge of the case. This is a niffler, Newt stated, carefully cradling it. They have a penchant for shiny objects. A murmur of curiosity rippled through the students. Newt placed the niffler on the grass, where it immediately began to root around with its nose, reminiscent of an exuberant puppy. They are quite gentle, Newt assured the students, his face adorned with an encouraging smile, though a bit mischievous. I would like you to pair up and observe them closely, noting what piques their interest and how they behave. With that, he released several more nifflers from the battered suitcase. The fluffy little creatures scattered in all directions upon hitting the ground, causing a minor commotion. The students instinctively sought partners. Harry remained rooted in place, as did Snape beside him. Lucius had already paired with another Slytherin student. He glanced back at Harry and Snape, the corner of his mouth twitching in amusement. Yet he said nothing. Snape merely glanced at Harry, remaining silent. But the implication was clear. They were to be a pair. Harry nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief. At least he wouldn't have to seek out anyone else. A niffler wobbled its way towards them. It first paused beside Snape's shoes, sniffing at the gleaming metal buckle of his polished leather footwear, yet seemingly lost interest and soon wandered away. Then, it deftly circumvented Snape, scrambling up Harry's trouser leg with both hands and feet. "Hey!" Harry exclaimed, startled, his body instinctively freezing. The little creature clung to his calf, as if it had discovered a treasure, its furry cheek rubbing against his trousers, refusing to let go. "It appears to have taken quite a liking to you," Professor Newt remarked with a warm chuckle from short distance away. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment as he attempted to gently shake his leg, but the creature tightened its grip. "Do not move," Snape instructed in a low voice. "I shall remove it." Harry noticed a faint blush creeping to the tips of Snape's ears as he crouched before him, extending his hand to carefully grasp the creature's fluffy body in an attempt to pry it away. However, the little being clung on tenaciously, emitting a displeased squeak with the slightest tug. It refused to relent. Furrowing his brow, Snape glanced up at Harry, their proximity suddenly intimate, allowing Harry to discern his own bewildered reflection in Snape's dark eyes. Snape's cheeks appeared to redden further as he turned back, exerting a bit more force to disengage the creature's claws from Harry's trousers. A sudden ripping sound punctuated the air, not from the trousers, but from the creature's claws snagging Harry's white shirt beneath his robe, tearing it open due to Snape's pull. Silence enveloped the surroundings, soon followed by a collective gasp. Lucius whistled, elongating the sound with a drawl while Snape remained crouched, now gripping the creature that had finally been detached. His entire demeanor stiffened as he raised his gaze, fixating on the gaping tear in Harry's shirt. His stare seemed riveted to the opening, which was neither too large nor too small, just enough to reveal the skin beneath, which appeared particularly pale under the sunlight. Harry's face flushed as he fumbled to pull his robe tighter, attempting to conceal the embarrassing rip. Meanwhile, Snape's complexion transformed at an observable rate, the redness spreading from his cheeks to the base of his neck, as if scorched. He abruptly averted his gaze, lowering his head to fixate on the still, squirming creature in his hand, speechless. "Oh, dear heavens, I am terribly sorry." Newt Scamander hastily approached, his expression filled with regret. He took the troublesome creature from Snape's grasp and returned it to his leather case. "Allow me to assist you," Newt offered, drawing his wand and gently pointing it at Harry's torn shirt. A soft glow enveloped the fabric, and in an instant, the damaged shirt restored itself, leaving not a trace of the prior imperfection. "As good as new," Newt said kindly. "I hope I did not frighten you." "And no, it's fine," Harry stammered, acutely aware of his classmates' gazes lingering upon him. Newt clapped his hands, redirecting everyone's attention back to the unfolding events. "All right, classmates, please continue to observe. But remember to be gentle." He smiled, winked, and then turned to guide the other groups of students. As the remaining class progressed, Harry felt increasingly restless. Snape remained with his head bowed, seemingly lost in either the movements of the niffler scurrying about or the tips of his own shoes, not uttering a single word. At last, when a lesson concluded, students began to depart in small clusters. Just as Harry and Snape exited the throng, Lucius approached them. He sidled up to Harry and playfully nudged him with his shoulder. "TSK, TSK, TSK," Lucius chided theatrically, adopting a high-pitched, delicate tone reminiscent of a fawning maiden. "Oh no, please don't tear my dress, you mischievous little niffler." As he spoke, he dramatically placed a hand over his heart, feigning shock and innocence. Snape abruptly halted, turning to shoot a frigid glare at Lucius. Harry also paused, his expression impassive as he rolled his eyes in blatant disdain. At that moment, a clear female voice interjected from nearby. "Lucius, can't you be quiet for just a moment? And your imitation is far from charming." Narcissa Black stood not far away. Clad in a well-fitted Slytherin robe, her face adorned with an aristocratic poise tinged with displeasure. She regarded Lucius with an elegantly dismissive eye roll, her disdain palpable. Under the collective scrutiny of the three, primarily from Narcissa, Lucius's theatrical demeanor faltered. He cleared his throat, abandoning the exaggerated act, shrugged nonchalantly, and reverted to his usual languid tone, though the smirk at the corner of his mouth remained unmistakable. Chapter 77. What? Snape likes him? After class, the Slytherin common room was warmed by a crackling fireplace, with green light filtering through the windows from the lake, casting a dim and tranquil ambience against the stone walls. Harry was absent from the dormitory. Snape sat in an armchair by the window, a thick potions textbook spread across his lap, yet he had not absorbed a single word. His gaze was drawn outside. Fixated on the strange creatures gliding through the water, his thoughts adrift. Lucius reclined on his bed, hands cradling his head, his silver-gray eyes languidly fixed on the ceiling. Aside from the occasional crackle of the firewood, the only sounds in the room were their breathing. After a considerable pause, Lucius suddenly spoke, his voice soft, but resonating clearly in the stillness of the room. "This morning, you were as red as a boiled lobster." Snape's body stiffened momentarily, but he did not turn around. "I wasn't he retorted curtly. "You were," Lucius insisted, sitting up cross-legged on his bed, leisurely observing Snape's silhouette. From the moment Newt yanked that niffler off Harry and tore open his shirt, your face has yet to regain its normal hue. That was simply because it was so embarrassing. Snape's voice carried a hint of annoyance as he slammed the book shut with a thud. "Embarrassing?" Lucius let out a light chuckle, leaping from the bed and strolling over to Severus's chair. "Severus, how many years have we known each other? When have I ever seen you blush over such trivial matters? You remained far more composed when someone mispronounced a spell in public." He paused before Severus, slightly bending forward, lowering his voice with a hint of teasing curiosity. "You haven't developed a fondness for him, have you, especially after he deliberately elongated his tone?" Severus abruptly shot up from his chair, the swift motion nearly toppling it over. He turned, his dark eyes fixed on Lucius with an intensity that almost burned. His cheeks tinged with an alarming shade of red, though this time it was more out of fury. "Stop spouting nonsense," he growled, his voice raspy from restraint. Lucius, observing Severus's reaction, did not temper his amusement. Instead, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. He straightened up, nonchalantly spreading his hands. "I was merely inquiring. Why the agitation? Your response is more evident than a straightforward admission." "Mind your own business, Lucius," Severus bit out, his gaze icy enough to freeze. Very well, very well." Lucius raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, leisurely returning to his bedside. "I shall refrain from further comment. However, Severus, you ought to consider the implications. After all, he is a boy." He pondered for a moment, realizing he had perhaps uttered something trivial. He had sensed the peculiar dynamic between those two since Severus's arrival at school, and last year's antics by James had only intensified his concern. Never mind, it was of no consequence to him. He would do better to contemplate how to amuse Scythe the next day. With that thought, he reclined back onto his bed, choosing not to glance at Severus again. Severus stood rooted in place, his chest heaving with the weight of unspoken feelings. He watched as Lucius lay there with an air of indifference, then glanced at the wrinkled book in his hands. Ultimately, he returned silently to his chair, this time lacking even a pretense of reading. Meanwhile, Harry had returned to the dormitory entrance, still feeling the residual warmth of embarrassment on his cheeks. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the exaggerated visage of Lucius from his thoughts. Just as he was about to push the door open, he heard voices from within, Severus and Lucius. His outstretched hand halted midair. "But honestly, Severus, your reaction is more telling than a direct confession." Lucius's languid yet subtly oppressive voice floated out. "Go on, Severus. Admit it, you are fond of him." Harry's heart skipped a beat. Him? Who were they referring to? The room was enveloped in an oppressive silence. Harry could almost envision Severus's brooding, taut expression. Then, he heard Severus's voice, low and hoarse, as if it were forced through clenched teeth, laden with a reckless resignation. "So what if I am?" "Wow," Lucius murmured, his tone infused with a sense of fulfilled desire. Outside the door, Harry felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He froze, his mind a blank slate. What had he just heard? Severus had confessed? Confessed that he liked him? No, this cannot be. The thought reverberated in his mind like a scream. This is utterly impossible. Harry leaned against the cold stone wall, feeling slightly breathless and a bit suffocated. In his understanding, within the familiar and established narrative, Severus Snape's life had an unwavering theme: Lily Evans. He was meant to cherish the vivacious Gryffindor girl with emerald green eyes, his childhood friend, the secret he guarded throughout his life. The woman for whom he ultimately sacrificed everything. It was his mother, Lily. How could this have transformed into him? Harry looked down at himself. Why would Snape harbor affection for him? Was it merely because of the Niffler's mischief earlier that afternoon? Or because he had witnessed the tear in his shirt? This was absurd. This was not right. He muttered, his voice barely audible to himself. The sensation was too incredible, akin to someone revealing that Dumbledore despised lemon sorbet, or that Voldemort's lifelong ambition was to become an exceptional ballet dancer. Snape liked him. The phrase spiraled in his mind, colliding and churning, turning his world upside down. He felt like an intruder in someone else's film, inadvertently skewing the protagonist's emotional arc. What was he to do now? Should he push the door open and pretend he had heard nothing? Or should he turn and flee? Harry stood frozen outside the door, for the first time in this familiar yet alien world, feeling utterly lost and bewildered. Chapter 78, the place where Merlin earns his sweet rewards. Snape liked him. This realization was exceedingly strange. It was akin to Sirius one day donning women's attire and whimsically declaring his affection for James Potter. However, avoidance was not a solution. Harry told himself, as an unintentional variable in this world, he could not stand idly by while the train of the plot hurtled toward an entirely unknown direction. He had to take action. Taking a deep breath, Harry resolved to himself. He could no longer linger outside the door. He needed to enter, shattering the peculiar atmosphere in that dormitory with his presence, steering everything back on course. Even feigning ignorance was better than remaining as he was. He raised his hand, grasping the cold brass doorknob, pressing down firmly and pushing the door open. He wanted to say something, perhaps I'm back, or what are you discussing? But the words only emerged as a single syllable caught in his throat. The sight before him left him speechless. There was no dark, green-tinged Slytherin dormitory illuminated from the lake's depths. No Esmirkin Lucius Malfoy, and certainly no pale and flushed Severus Snape who had just confessed a staggering secret. Instead, vibrant warmth enveloped him in scarlet and gold. A roaring fireplace, plush armchairs, and tapestries depicting the Gryffindor lion adorned the walls. Was this the Gryffindor common room? No. More accurately, it was the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. His own four-poster bed stood not far away, cluttered with a few textbooks and crumpled wrappers of chocolate frogs atop the bedside table. A familiar voice shattered his bewilderment. Harry, you finally returned. I thought you had fallen into the toilet. Harry abruptly turned his head and beheld Ron Weasley, sprawled across his bed with his mouth full of something. Upon noticing Harry's entrance, he mumbled, Where have you been? We haven't seen you all morning. The first class this afternoon is potions. If you don't show up, Snape will surely put us both in detention. Ron sat up, concern etched on his face as he lowered his voice. Honestly, are you all right? You look peculiar, like a painter's palette. Did you eat something dodgy this morning and get a stomach bug? Harry's mind buzzed, completely overwhelmed. Gryffindor common room, Ron, potions class in the afternoon. He glanced down at his attire, realizing that the fitted Slytherin robes were gone, replaced by loose, Gryffindor emblazoned robes. The good news was he was back. The bad news was he had just unearthed a staggering secret. As he stepped into the dang potions classroom that afternoon, a chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, unrelated to the cellar's inherent coldness. He sensed a pair of eyes he fervently wished to evade, immediately locking onto him. With his head bowed, he hurried like an ostrich to the seat he and Ron typically occupied, nearly spilling the cauldron and textbooks from his bag. Mate, are you really okay? Ron inquired with concern. You haven't said a word since leaving the dormitory. I'm fine, Harry replied vaguely, his gaze fixed firmly on his textbook, too afraid to lift it even slightly. The entire class was a torment for Harry. Snape's voice, low, smooth, and tinged with a hint of mockery, pricked at his nerves like a multitude of tiny needles. Whenever Snape paced the classroom, his footsteps approaching, Harry felt himself tense up, his back rigid. His thoughts were a tumult. One moment he recalled Snape's bite in the Chamber of Secrets, and the next, the young Snape's admission of his fondness for Harry Potter. Potter! Snape's voice suddenly pierced through his reverie, causing Harry to flinch. It seems Mr. Potter not only has his brain trampled by a troll, but now his hands have begun to disobey him as well. Snape scoffed disdainfully, yet unexpectedly. He did not deduct any points. Instead, he used his wand to retrieve the dagger from the floor and tossed it back onto Harry's desk. If you wish to avoid turning this potion into a pool of lethal venom, I suggest you concentrate. Harry dared not look at Snape's expression and merely nodded absently. He was completely oblivious to the fleeting, complex, and almost regretful glint in Snape's eyes as he turned to leave. At long last, the bell signaling the end of class rang, and Harry felt it was the most heavenly sound. He frantically stuffed his belongings into his backpack, yearning to escape the suffocating confines of the place immediately. "Hurry, Ron," he urged, just as he slung the bag over his shoulder and took a step forward. Ready to merge into the throng of departing students, the very voice he dreaded echoed from behind the podium. "Potter, wait a moment." Harry felt as though his blood had turned to ice. He halted, his body rigid as he turned around. Ron also stopped, casting him a sympathetic glance that wished him luck before following their classmates out. The classroom soon contained only him and Snape. Emerging from behind the podium, Snape did not approach with his usual oppressive demeanor, but stood a few paces away. His expression was peculiar, devoid of the customary sarcasm. His lips pressed tightly together, as if grappling with some internal conflict. He stared at Harry and finally spoke, his voice lower than usual. "About the Chamber of Secrets." Upon hearing those words, Harry's heart contracted sharply. Yet, before he could contemplate further, Snape continued, his piercing black eyes fixed on him. "I apologize for having bitten you." However, in his heightened state of panic, Harry could not discern the meaning of Snape's apology. His terror reached a crescendo. Before Snape could utter another word, his body reacted before his mind could process. He spun around abruptly, like a rabbit startled by a hunter, and dashed out of the potions classroom, sprinting down the chilly corridor without a backward glance. Behind him, Snape's hand hovered in the air, frozen, his face a mask of shock and confusion. The meticulously prepared apology he had rehearsed all day lay shattered by the sight of Harry's frantic retreat. Damn that accursed Merlin's money-making scheme. Chapter 79. The date? A duel. Harry ascended the Gryffindor Tower in a single breathless rush, his lungs burning as if engulfed in flames. He leaned against the wall, gasping for air until the portrait of the fat lady came into view, at which point he slowed his pace. After exchanging the password, the portrait swung open, and Harry nearly stumbled into the Gryffindor common room, desperate to hide beneath his covers and pretend that the day's events had never transpired. As he walked toward the staircase leading to the boys' dormitory, he cursed Merlin in his mind, feeling a surge of relief that only Snape and Voldemort were deranged in this world, while everyone else remained perfectly sane. Harry rushed back into the Gryffindor common room, feeling as if his lungs might burst. He longed to retreat into his bed, erasing the damned scene, an ambiguous blend of dream and reality, along with Snape's intricate face from his thoughts. As he approached the staircase to the boys' dormitory, he internally lamented, "Is this world mad? This entire situation is as absurd as Dumbledore declaring that his lifelong nemesis is actually the Sorting Hat, surpassing even the extraordinary event of Dumbledore's marriage to his lifelong adversary." Harry found himself in a state of disarray as he pushed open the door to the dormitory. Ron was perched on his bed, engrossed in a game of wizard chess. "Harry, you're finally back," Ron exclaimed, springing to his feet with a glimmer of gossipy excitement. "What did Snape keep you for? He didn't turn you into a slug, did he?" "Worse than that," Harry murmured vaguely, collapsing onto his bed. "Oh, by the way," Ron approached, handing him a letter. "An owl just delivered this. It looked rather unpleasant. It's from the Malfoys." Harry jerked upright, snatching the letter from Ron's hand. The ornate emblem on the envelope stung his eyes. He tore it open with a rough motion, revealing a script that danced across the page, rife with provocation. "Potter, if you have the gall, meet me beneath the Whomping Willow at sunset. Come alone. I have matters to discuss. Draco Malfoy." Upon finishing the letter, Harry felt the taut string in his mind snap. The immense pressure from Snape's peculiar behavior, the dread of the unknown, and the frustration of being manipulated by the unfolding events found a perfect outlet in that moment. Draco Malfoy. Excellent. Harry squeezed the words through clenched teeth, rising abruptly with fire igniting in his eyes. "This is just splendid. What's going on?" Ron asked, bewildered by Harry's sudden outburst. "Malfoy wants to meet me." Harry brandished the letter, a twisted smile spreading across his face. "He said he wants to settle things, and I happen to be looking for someone to practice my skills on." He nearly shouted the last part. "I'm going to fight him." Instantly, Ron's eyes sparkled, all his previous worries evaporating into excitement. "A fight? With Malfoy? Brilliant. Count me in," he declared, seizing his wand, only to halt abruptly. "Wait," Ron said, his expression turning serious. "Dealing with someone as cunning as Malfoy requires more than just the two of us. I'll go fetch Hermione. She surely knows more useful curses." Harry nodded emphatically. At that moment, he harbored no desire for anything other than to unleash a few well-aimed hexes at Malfoy. Soon, an enthusiastic Ron dragged Hermione, who had been reading in the common room, over to them. After listening to Harry's furious account, despite her incessant murmurings about breaking school rules and the possibility of it being a trap, they were met with the undeniable truth. She had firmly grasped her wand in response. Thus, on an ordinary afternoon within the walls of Hogwarts Castle, an unusual scene unfolded. Harry Potter, his face a mask of defiance, strode confidently at the forefront. Ron Weasley, eager and ready for action, followed closely by his side. Hermione Granger, trailing behind, wore a furrowed brow, muttering incantations as if reciting a list of dark curses. 3 individuals thus formed a small, purpose-driven team, boldly traversing the castle's grand entrance, heading towards the infamous willow tree known for its temperamental nature. At a safe distance from the tree, Draco Malfoy paced restlessly like a ferret confined within a cage, his hair slightly disheveled in the twilight, and his expensive robe creased from his own fidgeting. "Can't you sit down and take a breather?" Blaise Zabini languidly leaned against a large stone, arms crossed over his chest, his expression one of utter boredom. "At this rate, you'll create a pathway to Hogsmeade before nightfall." Draco abruptly halted, shooting him a glare. Yet his voice betrayed an undeniable tension. "What is there to be so relaxed about? It's not like you wrote the letter." He lowered his voice, fraught with regret and anxiety. "Merlin Blaise, what on earth was I thinking? I wrote to Harry Potter, asking him to come to the Willow for something important. What if he doesn't take me seriously? What if he doesn't show up?" Blaise raised an eyebrow. "If he doesn't come, we'll just return to the common room for tea, treating this as a stroll. That is not acceptable." Draco's voice rose slightly, his agitation evident as he tugged at his hair. "If he ignores me, how will I ever hold my head high in front of him again? Worse yet, what if he tells McGonagall or Professor Snape? Will I be confined until graduation for privately challenging him to a duel?" "Oh, come on, Draco." Blaise finally straightened up, regarding him with a look of incredulity. "Do you not know who Potter is? He is a Gryffindor. Would he really rush to the professors to tattle? That seems highly improbable. He'd probably perceive it as a provocation and come charging over with his Weasley companion, ready to teach you a lesson." Blaise's words did little to soothe Draco. Rather, they heightened his anxiety. His complexion paled, and his lips trembled. "But I'm not looking to duel him. What if he throws a curse at me right off the bat? Then you'd best start practicing your apologies now." Blaise shrugged helplessly. Draco resumed his restless pacing, muttering under his breath, seemingly rehearsing what he would say. He adjusted his collar and checked for his wand in his pocket, exhibiting a level of discomfort that starkly contrasted with his usual haughty demeanor. Blaise shook his head in resignation, turning his gaze toward the castle, initially to ascertain whether they would indeed wait until darkness fell. However, after just a glance, his expression shifted to one of intrigue. He let out a soft exclamation. "What's that about?" Draco snapped. "Could you refrain from being so dramatic?" Blaise ignored his complaint, merely gesturing toward the castle with his chin and a smirk of amusement playing on his lips. "Stop rehearsing, Draco," he said leisurely. "Your #1 fan club has arrived." Draco froze, following Blaise's gaze. There, illuminated by the dying sunlight, 3 figures strode purposefully towards them. The one at the forefront, with disheveled black hair and green eyes ablaze with fury, could only be Harry Potter. Beside him stood an irate redhead and a serious-looking know-it-all gripping his wand tightly. Blaise leisurely remarked, "It seems he not only arrived, but also brought reinforcements. You must have quite the influence." Chapter 80, utterly trite and cliché. Upon seeing Harry Potter's furious countenance, Draco felt his heart skip a beat, and all his meticulously prepared opening lines disintegrated into a muddle. "Potter, I summoned you to discuss." "No, that sounded too formal." "Hey, Potter, regarding that matter." "No, too casual." As he wrestled internally with the appropriate tone to convey both arrogance and sincerity, Harry had already seized the moment, leaving him no opportunity to speak. With the pent-up pressure and anger from the afternoon seeking release, Harry could scarcely muster any opening remarks. He lunged forward, his wand pointed directly at Draco's face. Expelliarmus. A beam of silvery light shot forth towards Draco, leaving him utterly stunned. He had anticipated Harry might mock him, refuse him, or even berate him. But he never expected this Gryffindor hothead to strike without uttering a word. "Merlin," he exclaimed, instinctively darting aside. The spell grazed his robe, striking a patch of grass behind him, which began to convulse as if tickled. "Have you lost your mind, Potter?" Draco screamed. Harry ignored him entirely, his green eyes seething with anger as he raised his wand once more. Tarantaligra. Another spell surged forward. Draco's mind buzzed with chaos, all his plans and anxieties overtaken by the primal instinct to survive. He stumbled backward, attempting to evade the jinx that would force him into a frenzied dance. At that moment, his heel slipped on an unremarkable, moss-covered stone. His sense of balance vanished, and with a startled cry, Draco fell backward uncontrollably. In the final dizzying moments of his descent, survival instinct kicked in, and he lunged forward, desperately grasping onto something to steady himself. That something happened to be Harry Potter's leg. Time seemed to freeze. The anticipated magical duel never materialized. Instead, an utterly absurd tableau unfolded. Harry Potter remained poised to cast a spell, his expression frozen in shock, while Draco Malfoy, the scion of Slytherin, lay sprawled on the ground, clinging tightly to Harry's leg, his cheek pressed against the fabric of Harry's robes. Ron gaped, his wand still raised in midair, utterly bewildered. Hermione's brows furrowed in a way that could crush a beetle, her mind struggling to comprehend the scene before her. Meanwhile, Blaise Zabini, leaning against a distant stone, paused for a moment before erupting into uproarious laughter. He initially covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking violently with laughter, and ultimately, unable to contain himself, bent at the waist, laughing so hard that his stomach ached and tears streamed down his face. "Let go of me, Malfoy, you repulsive ferret," Harry finally reacted, desperately trying to pull his leg away. "You attacked me first." Draco, both angry and embarrassed, felt his face flush crimson. Yet out of fear that Harry might cast another curse, he clung on even tighter. Thus, beneath the restless branches of the Whomping Willow, Harry hopped on one foot as if trying to shake off a piece of gum stuck to his shoe, while Draco clung to his leg like a koala, refusing to let go. Ron and Hermione watched in astonishment, while Blaise nearly passed out from laughter. Once Blaise Zabini finally regained his composure, he straightened up, wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes, and surveyed the absurd scene before him. Clearing his throat, he resolved to assist his hapless friend. All right, he said in a languid tone, struggling to suppress his amusement. "Gryffindors, could you please put away your wands?" Ron glared at him. "Zabini, this is none of your business." "Oh, it certainly is," Blaise shrugged, gesturing to Draco, still clinging to Harry's leg. "I don't want to drag him back to the Slytherin dungeon all by myself." "Listen, you've completely misunderstood. He is not here to duel. Then what is he here for?" Harry retorted, still attempting to free his leg, but Draco held on tenaciously. Blaise replied leisurely, "He just wants to be friends with you." At this proclamation, a moment of silence enveloped the group. Then Ron erupted into a laughter even louder than Blaise's earlier mirth. "Friends? Him? With Harry? Zabini, I think you've lost your mind." Hermione furrowed her brow, her expression wary. "This is impossible. It's definitely a trap. No one makes friends this way. It's illogical. Who has to say it isn't?" Blaise replied with an exasperated shrug, "But that's genuinely how he feels." Harry felt overwhelmed by the absurdity of the day. He was almost amused to the point of laughter by this ridiculous assertion. "Friends? Malfoy wants to be friends with me? That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Let go, Malfoy." As their argument escalated, none of them noticed that the Whomping Willow, which had merely been shaking its branches impatiently, seemed thoroughly enraged by their commotion. Suddenly, with a deafening crack that rent the air, a branch as thick as a battering ram swung towards them with tremendous force. "Watch out!" Hermione screamed. The shadow of the branch loomed over them, its target being Harry, who stood in the middle. Ron turned pale with fright, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Harry!" Unable to escape while still being held by Draco, Harry felt a jolt of fear. In a split second, he raised his wand, intending to cast a barrier spell against the Whomping Willow. However, before he could utter the incantation, a terrified scream pierced his ears. "Potter!" In the next instant, Harry sensed a tremendous force surge through his leg. Draco seemed to have been propelled by an unseen force, abruptly releasing his grip and expending every ounce of strength to lunge forward, crashing into him with tremendous force. Draco had tackled him. With a resounding thud, the two instantly lost their balance, rolling several times upon the grass. Harry felt the world spinning around him, the rush of wind and Draco's terrified gasps filling his ears. A deadly branch whistled past the spot where they had just stood, crashing heavily into the ground and sending up a cloud of dirt and grass. After tumbling for a few rotations, Harry and Draco finally came to an awkward halt, with Harry pinned beneath Draco, feeling slightly dazed. As he opened his eyes, the first sight to greet him was Draco's face, mere inches away, equally etched with shock. Time appeared to stand still. The expressions of Ron and Hermione were frozen in fear, while Blaise's amused smile was likewise caught in a moment of disbelief. In this eerie silence, the momentum from their earlier roll caused Draco's body, still resting atop Harry, to sink uncontrollably downward. Then, in an utterly cliched scenario that even the most banal romance novel would shy away from, Draco's cool, trembling lips landed perfectly upon Harry's soft ones. The world fell into complete silence. Chapter 81. Say that again. An oppressive stillness enveloped the patch of grass beneath the whomping willow. Even the agitated tree seemed momentarily stunned by this extraordinary turn of events, halting its wild, flailing branches. The first to shatter the silence was Blaze Zabini. He stared in shock for a brief moment before an unprecedented light, akin to discovering a new world, ignited in his usually languid eyes. "Wow," he exclaimed softly, then, rather leisurely, began to clap with a seriousness that felt almost theatrical. The applause rang out, crisp and jarring in the stillness. Blaze's clapping seemed to act as a switch, instantly reviving the two petrified Gryffindors. "My Merlin!" Ron's jaw nearly dropped to the ground as he stared at the two still entangled, his face reflecting a sense of shock that suggested his worldview had crumbled. "So, this is what your relationship is? Ron, are you mad?" Hermione retorted immediately. "Don't be ridiculous. How could they possibly be in that kind of relationship? You spend all your time with Harry, and you don't know what their relationship is." However, at that moment, the two at the center of the event remained oblivious to the heated debate around them. Harry's mind was a blank slate, overwhelmed only by the soft, cool sensation of lips against his, and Draco's astonished eyes, mere inches from his own. As for Draco, his feelings were 1,000 times more complex. The instant his lips met Harry's, the thread of rationality in his mind snapped with a resounding crack. All his previous tension, anxiety, and fear were immediately drowned in an indescribable wave of immense joy and satisfaction. Was this the taste of his own cake? At that moment, the instinct of the fork overshadowed all else. He did not even contemplate the action. He was driven solely by the yearning deep within his soul. A sweet, intoxicating temptation coursed through Harry, causing him to shudder. Draco found himself utterly unable to resist the allure of the cake, akin to a man starved for 3 days suddenly catching the aroma of roasted chicken. Thus, under the terrified gaze of all present, Draco, driven by an inexplicable force, uncontrollably extended his tongue and gently licked Harry's lips. If the accidental kiss moments prior was thunder, this act detonated the very core of Hogwarts like a nuclear bomb. Harry Potter froze. A wave of nausea and terror surged from his tailbone to the top of his head. His mind exploded with chaos. Snape, friends, plans, each thought replaced by a singular realization. He had been kissed by a man, and licked. A visceral revulsion, stemming from his innate heterosexuality and exacerbated by recent events that had stirred a hint of homophobia within him, overwhelmed all reason. With a sudden lunge, Harry summoned all his strength, hurling the bewildered Draco from his position atop him. Immediately, like a cheetah, he pounced upon Draco, who had just fallen to the ground, unleashing a flurry of unrestrained blows. A powerful, unadorned right hook collided with Draco's chin with tremendous force. "Get away!" Harry shouted, straddling Draco, seizing his collar, and delivering another punch. "You freak! Stay away from me!" Blaze's applause abruptly ceased, his mouth agape in shock. Ron and Hermione were equally stunned. They had envisioned numerous scenarios of a fight, but none resembled this one-sided display of primal violence. Draco, dazed and seeing stars, could only feebly raise his arms to shield his face. The scene was dominated by Harry's furious roars and the thud of fists striking flesh, surpassing the violence of the very willow tree itself. Hours later, the Hogwarts infirmary was infused with the faint scent of antiseptic. Draco Malfoy sat on the hospital bed, his expression one of humiliation, as Madame Pomfrey applied a pungent ointment to his swollen lips and bruised cheeks with a cotton swab. "Ouch, be gentle. That hurts," he complained, instinctively recoiling. Madame Pomfrey, exasperated, pressed down on his shoulder, though her grip softened slightly. Another brawl outside. "Mr. Malfoy, I hope this is the last time I treat you for such a foolish reason." With deftness, she tended to his wounds, gathering her belongings. "Now, stay here for an hour for observation. If all is well, you may leave." With that, the stern nurse briskly retreated to her office, leaving Draco and Blaze in the empty infirmary. Draco gingerly touched his still, throbbing face, his expression a mixture of indignation and grievance. "That Potter is a bastard. He hit me too hard. How dare he treat me this way? He's nothing but a barbarian." Leaning against the headboard of the adjacent bed, Blaze could not fully suppress a smirk lingering at the corners of his mouth. He could not help but chuckle softly at Draco's complaints. "How can you even say that?" Blaze laughed at him. "Draco, if you could find it within your conscience, think about it. If an unknown man suddenly rushed up to kiss you, even licking you, I assure you, you would retaliate with even greater ferocity." Draco's face flushed crimson in an instant, whether from indignation or humiliation was uncertain. "That was an accident. Besides, I'm a fork, and he is a cake. It is entirely different." "Oh, How is it different? Blaise raised an eyebrow, his expression teasing. I doubt the golden boy of Gryffindor is familiar with the concept of cake forks. To him, you simply appear to be an opportunistic pervert. I'm not, Draco retorted, though his voice lacked conviction. Just as Blaise was about to continue his teasing, the light at the door of the infirmary suddenly dimmed. A tall figure, clad in a black robe, appeared silently in the doorway, resembling a solid, ominous shadow. The temperature in the infirmary seemed to plummet several degrees. Blaise's smile froze, and Draco sat up straight, startled. It was Snape. His eyes scanned between the two, finally locking on Blaise's face with precision. His voice was low and frigid, akin to a serpent hissing in one's ear. Zabini, Snape began slowly, his expression feigning a mere inquiry, yet Blaise could sense the venomous teeth gritting behind it. What were you saying? A cold sweat instantly broke out on Blaise's back. Snape took a step forward, the shadow enveloping them entirely. Repeat that. Chapter 82, huh? Really eating? Snape's pitch-black eyes were like two fathomless wells, firmly fixated on Blaise and Draco. The infirmary was terrifyingly silent, with even the rustle of leaves outside clearly audible. Under Snape's piercing gaze, Blaise and Draco felt as though they were mice caught in the stare of a serpent. They exchanged a look of sheer terror, all their Slytherin cunning and arrogance dissipating in the presence of their headmaster. Professor, Blaise finally spoke, his voice stripped of its usual languor, now laced with a cautious dryness. The situation is as follows. Draco bowed his head, gripping the bedsheet tightly, wishing he could burrow into it and hide. Thus, under Snape's icy scrutiny, the two recounted the events with utmost honesty. They began with Draco's letter, leading to Harry storming in with friends, then to Harry's indiscriminate attack, and Draco's clumsy evasions until he tripped over a stone. Of course, they cleverly omitted any mention of the cake and fork. In their narrative, Draco merely sought to clarify some misunderstandings, rather than acting out of some peculiar instinct to make friends. When Draco recounted how he had tackled Harry to save him, inadvertently kissing him during the tumble, his voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. As Blaise elaborated that Draco might have been so frightened that his mind went blank, thus unconsciously performing that licking gesture, Snape's countenance had darkened to an extent where it seemed one could extract water from it. He refrained from interrupting them, merely listening intently. His expressionless visage was far more terrifying than a furious outburst. When they finally stammered through the utterly ludicrous tale, an oppressive silence enveloped the infirmary. Snape approached Draco's bedside slowly, his towering figure casting a shadow that completely enveloped Draco. In a voice as low and gravelly as if grinding stones within his throat, he intoned, "You mean to say you, a Malfoy, arranged to meet Potter, only to be bested without a chance to retaliate, and ultimately, you willingly pressed your lips against that boy? An accident, Professor." Draco hastily defended himself, his voice trembling with fear. Snape disregarded his protest, leaning slightly closer, his black eyes fixed intently upon Draco. Draco could distinctly perceive the seething, restrained fury swirling within the professor's gaze. "Malfoy," Snape hissed through clenched teeth, the words seeming to ooze from between his lips, laden with menace and disdain. "I care not whether your mind is filled with thistles or snails, nor do I concern myself with the foolishness of your so-called accident." His voice lowered further. "But mark my words, henceforth, keep your distance from Harry Potter. You are forbidden from seeking him out or engaging in any interactions beyond classroom bounds. Should you encounter him in the corridors, either treat him as a mere wisp of air or take a detour." He extended a finger, nearly poking Draco's nose. "If you dare to embroil him in any trouble because of your actions, or if you commit any further revolting acts such as today, I assure you, detention will be the least of your punishments." He paused, each word imbued with frost. "Do you comprehend?" Draco found himself suffocated by the overwhelming aura, nodding vigorously in fear. Blaise stood to the side, barely daring to breathe, not wanting to disturb the atmosphere. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Snape gradually straightened, casting one last gaze of profound disappointment at Draco before abruptly sweeping his black cloak and departing the infirmary in silence, leaving behind two terrified Slytherins. After Snape's exit, the stifling pressure in the infirmary slowly dissipated. Blaise exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had just survived an encounter with a Dementor. He turned to find Draco sitting on the hospital bed, utterly desolate, his face paler than when Harry had struck him. His gray eyes brimmed with confusion and a newly ignited, profound despair. "It's over," Draco whispered to himself. "It's all over." "What is over?" Blaise asked irritably. "Is it your face that S ruined, or your mind? Rest assured, Madame Pomfrey will restore your face." Draco was utterly oblivious to the taunts directed at him. He lifted his gaze, looking at Blaise with an expression that was both profoundly earnest and heartbreakingly fragile, his voice quivering with a hint of suppressed tears. Blaise, if my godfather despises Harry so much, will I ever be able to be with him? Blaise's face froze in disbelief as he took a full 5 seconds to process the absurdity of Draco's words. He gazed at Draco's face, marred by youthful anxieties, and recalled a half-hour earlier the visage of Harry Potter, filled with visceral disgust and clenched fists, leaving him with an unprecedented mental shock. Draco! Blaise's voice emerged with an unusual calmness, a tranquility born of sheer incredulity. I am exceedingly, unequivocally certain that being together may not be what you envision. He just pummeled you into a state of disarray, and, judging by his demeanor, he likely perceives even sharing the same air as a form of contamination. But he is my cake, Draco protested, a stubborn glint in his eye. We are destined. Stop. Blaise interjected with a gesture for pause, feeling an urgent need to rectify his friend's logic, which had veered off into the cosmos. And how does your reasoning leap so wildly, Draco? He stepped closer, gazing at him with incredulity. Hasn't our objective always been crystal clear? The cake possesses an irresistible allure to the fork, and vice versa. Find the cake, then consume it. How did you leap from tasting the cake to wanting to be with it? Leaning forward, he posed the most crucial, yet brutal question. Aren't you supposed to eat it? Draco's pupils dilated sharply. Eat? Consume? He echoed, as if encountering the term for the first time. His mind had been filled with excitement at the sight of the cake, a yearning to possess it, and the impulse to forge some mystical bond with it. For him, the notion of consuming had always been abstract, representing ultimate possession. Yet, as Blaise articulated it so bluntly, and he recalled the soft touch of lips and sweet breath, a terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Could this notion of consuming be taken literally? Draco slowly came to terms with the gravity of the situation. The words eat and consume echoed in his mind like an ominous curse from the abyss. Blaise's matter-of-fact demeanor instilled a fear that surpassed even Professor Snape's deathly glare. All his previous fantasies about the fork, of a fated bond, a profound attraction rooted deep within the soul, a special connection that even an adversary could not resist, were stripped of their romantic and nebulous veneer, revealing their most primal and sanguinary core. It became evident that he was not destined for love, but rather, he was a born predator. It dawned on him that Harry Potter was not his destined rival or partner, but rather his fated prey, the figure soaring freely on the Quidditch pitch, those emerald eyes shimmering in the sunlight, and a lingering soft touch of mint toothpaste on his lips. All of these sensations culminated in a horrifying realization, to be devoured by oneself. An unsettling image surged uncontrollably into his mind, fangs, blood, and the sound of tearing screams. A wave of nausea surged through Draco, forcing him to cover his mouth as his complexion drained to a ghostly pallor, his body trembling uncontrollably. Blaise, observing Draco's distress, finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his mocking expression fading as he furrowed his brow. Hey, are you all right? It's just a metaphor, after all, he uttered, though his words lacked conviction. Yet, Draco could no longer hear any sound. He leapt from the infirmary bed and stumbled out, as if pursued by a relentless specter. From that day forth, Draco Malfoy underwent a transformation. He was no longer the haughty figure, armed with sarcasm and arrogance, who fancied himself the future prince of Slytherin. Instead, he became withdrawn and despondent, often sitting alone in a corner of the common room, staring vacantly as if his very soul had been extracted. During meals, he would absent-mindedly poke at his food, paling at the sight of any meat with bones. The most pronounced change was in his demeanor towards Harry Potter. Draco began to shun Harry as if he were a contagious plague. When heading to the Great Hall, he would send Crabbe and Goyle ahead to scout, ensuring that Harry was seated at the Gryffindor table before daring to slip in through the farthest entrance. In the corridors, upon catching a glimpse of that unruly black hair, he would immediately turn tail, seeking refuge in the nearest empty classroom or restroom, only emerging once he was certain the coast was clear. However, despite the vastness of Hogwarts, encounters were inevitable due to the fixed class schedule. One afternoon, on the path to potions class, an unexpected incident occurred. Deep in thought, Draco hurriedly walked, contemplating how to discreetly endure the lesson without attracting the attention of his godfather. As he turned a corner lined with suits of armor, he collided with someone. Oof! Draco stumbled back, instinctively raising his head to apologize. Sorry, the words caught in his throat upon realizing it was Harry Potter standing before him, accompanied by his inseparable companions, Weasley and Granger. Harry, equally taken aback, furrowed his brow, and eyed Draco warily, instinctively stepping back while his hand moved towards his wand. Clearly, the previous altercation and that peculiar kiss had left a profound psychological scar. Under the scrutiny of Harry's guarded green eyes, Draco's mind erupted in chaos. Force. Devour him. Blood will flow. Bones will be crushed. A torrent of horrifying, uncontrollable thoughts raced through his mind like wild dogs unleashed. He gazed at Harry as if a staunch vegetarian had suddenly discovered that what he most desired was a living, breathing little white rabbit. The primal urge and the rational fear within him engaged in a fierce internal struggle, nearly tearing him apart. His pupils contracted in a state of extreme panic. Yet instinctively, he yearned to devour Harry. The tumultuous clash between reason and instinct raged within him. The next moment, amidst the bewildered stares of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, Draco emitted a short, stifled gasp, as though confronted by the most terrifying of monsters. He then pivoted abruptly, fleeing with a speed he had never known, not daring to look back, racing towards the direction from whence he came. His flight was marked by sheer desperation, so frantic that he stumbled in the turn, nearly tumbling down the staircase. In the narrow corridor, only the astonished trio remained. Ron gaped, bewildered, at Harry. Was he just running? Hermione, equally incredulous, remarked, "His behavior is utterly illogical. Is he afraid of you?" Harry remained silent, furrowing his brow as he watched Draco's silhouette vanish at the corridor's end. A sensation more peculiar than anger or disgust welled up within him. He was accustomed to being despised by Malfoy to his provocations, and though he could not quite comprehend it, he understood the beatings. But to be feared by Malfoy, that was indeed bizarre, since unraveling the truth of his insatiable desire, Draco Malfoy had existed in a perpetual state of terror. Like an addict attempting to break free from a dependency, he resorted to every foolish and self-destructive method to diminish Harry Potter's lethal allure. Once, upon catching sight of Harry from afar in the corridor, he abruptly turned, colliding headlong into the cold stone wall. The dull thud resonated painfully, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Yet, amidst the dizziness, what filled his mind was not the sight of stars, but rather the image of Harry's unruly black hair glinting in the sunlight. He forced himself to concentrate on the dank, repulsive corner of the Slytherin dungeon, attempting to obscure Harry's visage with the grotesqueness of mold and slime. However, the more he tried, the more his thoughts were consumed by Harry. Harry's emerald eyes, his stubbornly pressed lips, the focused expression he wore while wielding his wand, and even the pronounced blue veins on his wrist, all details magnified infinitely, replaying in his mind like an unending spell. The war between reason and instinct raged on, with reason evidently retreating. This tumult persisted until flying class, when catastrophe erupted in an irreversible manner. Madame Hooch instructed them to practice a rapid dive, followed by a spin. As ever, Harry became the center of attention, expertly maneuvering his broomstick through the air, tracing graceful arcs. Draco fixated intently on the tip of his broom, muttering to himself, "He is merely Potter, an insufferable scarhead, lacking any appeal." At that moment, as Harry executed a graceful dive, perhaps due to the age of his broom or the tightness of his grip, a splinter on the handle suddenly jutted out, sharply grazing his wrist. Harry yelped in pain, hastily stabilizing his broom. He hovered mid-air, glancing down at his injury. A narrow line of blood appeared on his wrist. Crimson liquid swiftly welled up, coalescing into a plump, glistening droplet, strikingly vivid against the pallid sky. In that instant, the entire world faded from Draco's perception. He could not hear Madame Hooch's gasp, nor could he see the gazes of his classmates. Instead, a scent wafted through the crisp air, penetrating his nostrils with precision, boldness. This aroma surpassed any potion he'd ever encountered in fragrance, more enticing than the sweetest confections from honeydukes. It was a blend of grass, sunlight, and the vitality of life. A uniquely sweet essence that belonged to Potter. The thread of reason in Draco's mind snapped, shattering completely. All his struggles, fears, and self-loathing were submerged by a primal, irresistible instinct. His mind blanked, and his body instinctively surged forward. No one could discern how he accomplished it. Like a pale flash of lightning, he darted from his broom to stand before Harry in an instant. Harry, frowning and preparing to cover his wound with his other hand, suddenly felt a tight grip around his wrist. He looked up in astonishment, meeting Draco's unfocused, gray eyes. "Malfoy, what are you?" Harry's words were cut off by the astonishing scene before him. Under the gaze of all, amidst Madame Hooch's command to Mr. Malfoy, "Return to your broom immediately." Draco lowered his head and extended his trembling tongue towards Harry's injured wrist. Then, with reverence and meticulousness. He licked the droplet of blood from Harry's hand. The warm, faintly metallic sweetness exploded on his tongue, as if a bolt of lightning had struck his very soul. An indescribable sense of satisfaction and euphoria surged through him, nearly eliciting a moan of pleasure. The entire flying lesson arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood as if petrified, staring blankly at the two boys suspended in midair. Harry Potter, rigid with shock, lowered his gaze, watching Draco Malfoy, the bane of his existence, licking his blood. A chill, 1,000 times more intense than the last kiss, instantaneously coursed through every inch of his skin. Chapter 84. Self-Loathing. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The warm, sweet sensation on Draco's tongue acted as a key, unlocking an ancient and dark lock deep within his veins. The final vestige of clarity in his eyes was devoured by the sanguine hue of desire, leaving only a primal, beastly thirst. Harry yearned to strike Draco. His right fist instinctively clenched, anger and revulsion causing his blood to surge in reverse. Yet, suspended in the air, he was utterly incapable of delivering a blow. One hand was needed to steady his broom, while the other was firmly grasped by Draco. He resembled a prey ensnared in a spider's web, struggling futilely. Damn it! He couldn't even reach for his wand. Malfoy, you creep! Let me go! Harry bellowed, attempting to withdraw his hand. However, his resistance only served to ignite Draco's predatory instincts, akin to the thrashing of prey that intensifies the hunter's desire. The taste of Harry's blood was exquisite. A mere drop could not satiate the hunger that resided deep within Draco's soul. Enraptured by the flavor, Draco, bewitched, slightly parted his lips and even bit into Harry. His sharp teeth pierced the skin, deeper than the previous splinter's wound. A richer, more potent sweetness exploded in his mouth. The searing pain elicited a cry from Harry. In disbelief, he gazed at Draco, watching as the blonde Slytherin's teeth embedded themselves into the flesh of his wrist. The Draco of his past life had merely been an annoyance. At least Harry could swear that the former Draco had never possessed such a propensity for biting. Damn Merlin! Surely, there was something he did not comprehend. A satisfied, low growl emanated from Draco's throat. He had tasted more of the cake, which sent him into a euphoric frenzy. His mind was consumed by one singular thought. Not enough, never enough. Harry's fear and revulsion reached a crescendo as he observed Draco's jaw tighten, seemingly intent on seizing a piece of his flesh to rend from him. In that perilous moment, a crimson blur, accompanied by an enraged roar, suddenly charged in from his side. Get away from him, you disgusting fiend. Ron Weasley barreled in like an enraged bull, forcefully colliding with Draco using his broom. The two brooms clashed violently in midair, shaking, and Draco was compelled to release his grip, allowing Harry to wrench his wrist back. Almost simultaneously, another dark figure sped towards them. Blaise rushed in, seizing Draco's errant arm amidst the chaos, dragging him backward, away from Harry and Ron. Draco, have you lost your mind? Blaise exclaimed, stumbling as he and Draco landed on the distant grass, his voice laced with shock and fury before everyone present. This is utterly excessive. Draco stumbled under Blaise's pull, collapsing onto the grass. Yet, he appeared not fully awakened from his frenzied state, lifting his head, his gray eyes clouded with confusion and grievance, even extending his tongue to lick the blood from his lips. Excessive? Draco retorted. Did you not tell me to consume it? Did you not say that a fork was meant for the cake? I am merely adhering to your instructions. Blaise trembled with fury at Draco's audacious words. He gazed upon Draco's face, grotesquely tainted with Harry's blood, observing the expression that proclaimed, I am not at fault. You taught me this. A surge of unbridled rage soared within him. Reason had become futile. With a resounding thud, Blaise struck Draco with a punch, landing forcefully upon his left cheek. This blow expended all of his strength, not a cunning Slytherin maneuver, but the most direct and primal form of violence. Draco's head jerked to the side, leaving him dazed, as blood, his own, began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. The intense pain and shock acted like a bucket of icy water, dousing the fervor in his nearly explosive mind. He stared blankly at Blaise, the madness in his gaze slowly dissipating, replaced by shock, pain, and confusion. Now Blaise, panting heavily, loomed over him, articulating each word with deliberate intent. You must calm yourself. The force of Blaise's punch paled in comparison to the awakening that followed. Draco, clutching his stinging cheek, slumped onto the grass, tasting the mingling flavors of two types of blood, his own carrying the metallic tang of pain and the sweet, deadly allure of Harry's, lingering tantalizingly on his palate. That sweetness transformed from a pleasure into a poison, awakening all his darkest memories. What had he done? In midair, before everyone, he had lunged like a wild beast. He had licked Harry's blood, bitten him, and had almost torn a piece of flesh from that boy. The image haunted him, alongside the raw, unrestrained desire to consume everything that had surged through his mind at that moment, sending a chilling wave up his spine. He was not jesting. He was not playing a prank. He genuinely wished to devour Harry Potter. As Draco regained his composure, dread began to seep in. His body trembled uncontrollably, more violently than during a cold shower in the winter dungeon. He looked at his hands, feeling as if they belonged to a creature stained with blood and sin. What would become of him? Expelled from Hogwarts? Imprisoned by the Ministry of Magic? Confined in Azkaban like a true monster? And what would Professor Snape think of him? His father. Draco, look at me. Blaze's voice pulled him from the vortex of fear. Crouching down, Blaze's anger had faded, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and a hint of uncontainable terror. Listen, he whispered, lowering his voice as if fearing the distant wind would overhear. From now on, you must do one thing. Do not speak to Potter or see him at all, not even for a single class. I will find a way to help you request a sick leave from Professor Snape. You shall remain in the dormitory and go nowhere else. Do you understand? Draco stared blankly at him, numbly nodding in response. Blaze exhaled a long, trembling breath, wiping his face with his hand as if attempting to erase the look of sheer terror etched upon it. He gazed at Draco, his expression an intricate tangle of emotions. By Merlin's beard, Blaze murmured, his voice laden with trepidation, I swear, I only wish to witness your splendid performance. He looked at his dear friend and continued with difficulty. I relished watching you pen those foolish letters, seeing you getting pummeled by Potter, observing you twist and turn like a fool. I found it amusing, a splendid farce that was distinctly yours, Malfoy. But I absolutely, unequivocally did not envisage witnessing you devour a man. A tremor laced Blaze's voice. One he was scarcely aware of. Up there, your gaze, it was not your own. You appeared as if you were intent on grinding his bones to dust. I understand the metaphor of consuming the cake, but I never anticipated that the fork would lose control. You must learn to master yourself. He looked at Draco's pallid visage and finally articulated his dread. The moment I saw you open your mouth, I genuinely believed you would kill him. As Blaze's description echoed in his ears, Draco's terror magnified manifold. To others, he had indeed appeared as such, a frenzied, bloodthirsty monster, unable to contain himself any longer. He felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, abruptly turning away to retch upon the grass, as if expelling his very innards would cleanse him of the primal sin and self-loathing that festered within. Chapter 85, The Despondent Dragon. The uncontrollable incident during flying class branded Draco's soul with an indelible mark, replete with the scent of blood. This time, there was no room for luck or illusion. Only the chilling grip of reality remained. This was serious. Draco began to evade Harry. He no longer fled in a panic through the corridors, but instead embarked on a calculated, premeditated self-isolation. Under the guise of recovering from the aftermath of the flying accident, he requested an extended leave from Professor Snape, sequestering himself entirely within the dungeons of Slytherin. Though Snape had reservations, the sight of Draco's frail demeanor ultimately swayed him to acquiesce to the request. Draco missed potions, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts, every class that might intersect with Harry Potter. He was compelled to invest additional time in the dormitory to study the lessons he should have learned in class, ensuring that his grades would not plummet. During mealtimes, he would only slip into the Great Hall once it was nearly empty, hastily grabbing a piece of bread and pumpkin juice before swiftly vanishing into the shadows. The once resplendent air of Malfoy, perpetually craving the spotlight, had transformed into a specter haunting the castle's deepest recesses. Blaze felt he had wrought calamity. Observing his friend's increasingly gaunt face and lifeless eyes, his inner turmoil and guilt grew exponentially. The question, didn't he want to eat him, reverberated in his mind like an incantation, haunting him relentlessly. He realized that a mere jest, a derisive remark rooted in ancient legend, could indeed cast his friend and that accursed Potter into an abyss from which there would be no return. With a heart burdened by guilt, Blaze began to assist Draco in seeking any information regarding the peculiar union of Cake and Fork. He leveraged the connections of the Zabini family, acquiring knowledge from a multitude of sources. Yet, the deeper he delved, the more alarmed he became. The ancient scrolls and tomes, as well as recent accounts, chronicled not romantic fated tales, but rather gruesome tragedies. He discovered that throughout history, instances of forks and cakes coexisting peacefully were exceedingly rare. The allure between them was primal and domineering, transcending the confines of reason and emotion. He read of cases where, despite the initial emotional bonds and even love, the majority of forks could not withstand the ultimate temptation posed by cakes. The hunger that stemmed from their very souls grew more insatiable with each passing day, ultimately consuming their rationality. Most chilling were the concluding descriptions. The so-called ultimate union often pointed to a singular fate, the fork ultimately devouring the cake. Some accounts were veiled in obscurity, alluding to the complete fusion of soul and body, while others starkly depicted the fork's loss of control and how it disassembled its partner to satiate its primal ritual. Only one pair of partners had truly survived, their names expunged from history, save for the knowledge that one bore golden hair while the other had long chestnut locks. On a frigid night, Blaise approached Draco, who sat in a stupor before the fireplace in the common room, bearing a carefully rolled parchment. After presenting the documents to Draco, Blaise felt a pang of trepidation. He could not meet Draco's gaze, merely placing the parchment on the table beside him, stating in a hoarse voice, "I found something." But Draco, perhaps it would be best if he did not look. Draco did not immediately reach for the parchment. Instead, he turned his head, regarding Blaise with a calm yet hollow stare. He had lost considerable weight, the shadows beneath his eyes accentuating their gray hue, rendering them larger and more vacant. If Harry were to see him now, he would be taken aback. Was this truly the same insufferable, flamboyant ferret he had once known? The conclusion is grim, isn't it? Draco's tone bore no hint of emotion. Blaise nodded slowly. No, there's no happy ending. Except for one pair. Draco's gaze gradually fell upon the parchment, yet he refrained from touching it, as if it were tainted with unseen blood. Silence enveloped them, the crackling of the fire sounding particularly harsh in the stillness. After a lengthy pause, Draco spoke again, his voice weighted with a sense of resignation. "It's all right," he said to Blaise. "Thank you, Blaise. This is not your fault." He inhaled deeply, as if attempting to compress all his fears and desires into his lungs. "These materials, paradoxically, have assuaged my anxieties. They merely affirm that my actions are justified." Draco turned his gaze towards the dark, profound waters of the lake outside the window, murmuring to himself, "As long as I keep my distance from Potter, everything will be fine. If I can never see him, never catch a whiff of his scent, and refrain from contemplating him, then none of this will transpire. As long as there exists the expanse of Hogwarts between us, all will be well." A silence enveloped them. Finally, Blaise's voice shattered the stillness. "Draco, do you intend to wither away in this dungeon?" Draco's eyes slowly shifted towards him, yet he remained silent. Blaise approached, crouching before him, compelling Draco to meet his gaze. Taking a deep breath, as if he had resolved to make a significant declaration, he spoke with an unprecedented seriousness, almost reverential. "The information I provided you is not solely tragic. Have you forgotten?" Draco's expression remained inscrutable, as if Blaise were discussing matters entirely irrelevant to him. Undeterred, Blaise intensified his tone, enunciating each word with gravitas. "There exists a pair who survived. A fork and a cake. Not only did they endure, but they have been companions for nearly a century, defying all curses and prophecies, still living to this day." This statement landed like a stone cast into the stagnant waters of Draco's heart. Yet, it did not stir ripples. It simply sank unceremoniously. What relevance did such matters hold for him? Draco had never believed he possessed the fortitude to abstain, especially with such a delectable cake tantalizingly before him. Slowly, he lifted his head, and for the first time, a flicker of emotion graced his gray eyes. Neither hope nor joy, but an unfathomable weariness and sorrow. "I would only devour him, Blaise, just as in flying class. I cannot resist even a drop of blood. And you expect me to believe I can refrain for a lifetime?" He shook his head, retreating once more into the shadows. "Do not offer me hope. It is more cruel than directly informing me of my impending demise." Draco turned his back to Blaise, facing the elusive hope he dared not believe in. Blaise observed the resolute silhouette, his outstretched hand suspended in midair, ultimately falling limply to his side. If only he could ascertain the identities of that pair. Perhaps it would provide some solace. Knowing their identities would suffice. Chapter 86. Apologies Come Too Late. Draco Malfoy had completely vanished from Harry Potter's life. Initially, Harry paid little heed to this absence. However, as days turned into weeks, he discovered that without that pale figure, he experienced an unprecedented ease in his daily existence. This sensation felt surreal, yet immensely gratifying. The world was indeed splendid. He no longer needed to play the savior, nor did he bear the burden of a scar on his forehead that drew whispers and glances. He was simply an ordinary student of Gryffindor. Most importantly, bereft of Malfoy's antagonism, his academic journey had become significantly less arduous. Yet, amid this tranquility, a peculiar occurrence transpired. Recently, he has been receiving an array of delightful confections. These treats appear mysteriously at his bedside, nestled within his backpack, and even beside the plate he has just settled down to use. Without exception, each delicacy is one he relishes, ranging from syrup-soaked pancakes to rock cakes, showcasing a splendid variety. He remains oblivious to the identity of the benefactor. Could it possibly be an admirer? He inquired with Ron, who, while savoring a chocolate frog Harry had shared with him, suggested that it might indeed be from a suitor. Honestly, Harry, you ought to pay more attention to the boys in Gryffindor. Several of them have been casting rather peculiar glances your way. This situation became yet another source of amusement for Ron, perhaps a manifestation of Merlin's wicked sense of humor, or perhaps a quirk of this timeline, as Harry finds himself quite popular among the male populace in this world. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. He consulted Hermione, who, after a thorough examination, confirmed the absence of dark magic, but cautioned that it is prudent to avoid consuming anything of unknown origin. When he asked Neville and Seamus, they too were baffled, shaking their heads in confusion. Occasionally, a note accompanies the treats, written in an effortful, yet somewhat hasty script that conveys brief apologies. These notes express sentiments such as, "I apologize for the things I said before," or "I do not expect your forgiveness, but at the very least, I wish to convey my regret." They are unsigned, yet imbued with a palpable sense of remorse. This reminded Harry of a recent incident wherein Ginny Weasley had indeed spoken to him rather harshly. Apart from Ginny, he had not clashed with anyone else. His encounters with Malfoy do not count, as, strictly speaking, Malfoy does not belong to the realm of human interaction, and their relationship is merely one of mutual disdain. This conjecture became increasingly clear to Harry. One day, while in the common room, he spotted Ginny sitting alone in a corner. Harry approached her, blocking her attempt to evade him, and inquired, "Ginny, have you been the one sending me the recent confections?" Ginny's face flushed a deep crimson, more vivid than the trademark red of her Weasley hair. She leapt to her feet like a startled rabbit, her hands flailing before her. "What? The treats? I don't know what you're talking about," Ginny stammered, her voice betraying an unmistakable sense of guilt. "Why would I send you treats? I'm very busy. Quidditch practice. And homework. So much homework." Her words tumbled out chaotically, her gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Harry's eyes. "No way. It absolutely wasn't me." She nearly shouted the last words, then, as if propelled by an unseen force, dashed up the staircase leading to the boys' dormitory, leaving Harry standing in place, more perplexed than ever. Ginny's vehement denial only added to Harry's bewilderment. Yet, he quickly dismissed the incident from his mind. After all, life without Malfoy was remarkably pleasant. And those mysterious treats were indeed delectable. Since they bore no ill intent, he chose to disregard them, considering them merely a whimsical gift from a house elf at Hogwarts. Thus, time passed, and Harry grew accustomed to a life filled with daily surprises, serene yet sweet. Until one day, after Quidditch practice, Ron approached him with a grave expression. "Harry." Ron's countenance oscillated between the ire of an older brother and the seriousness of a friend. Lowering his voice, he said, "I know who has been delivering those treats to you every day." Harry's heart stirred. He paused in his task of polishing the Nimbus 2000 and looked up. "Who is it?" James had recently penned him a letter, inquiring whether he wished to upgrade to a new Nimbus 2001, which Harry declined, as he had only been using his current broom for a year and saw no need for a change. "It's Ginny," Ron declared, a look of exasperation towards his younger sibling etched on his face. This revelation did not surprise Harry, who simply acknowledged it with a nonchalant withholding further comment. Observing Harry's understated reaction, Ron felt an increased sense of discomfort. Ruffling his red hair, he continued with mild irritation, "I caught him today, and he confessed everything. That little rascal admitted he had behaved quite excessively towards you and uttered some rather inappropriate words." Ron sighed, his tone heavy with the weight of brotherly responsibility. "Harry, I told him that if he truly felt he had crossed the line, he ought to act like a man, either apologize to you directly or simply refrain from bothering you again. Sneaking in treats is hardly commendable." He gazed at Harry with utmost sincerity. "Although I still don't know precisely what Ginny did to trouble him so, as his brother, I must apologize on his behalf." Ron's expression turned solemn as he articulated, "I am truly sorry, Harry. If, hypothetically, the rift between you two is irreparable, that is of little consequence. You will always be my best friend, and that will never change, regardless of my foolish brother." Listening to Ron's heartfelt words, the last vestige of doubt concerning the origin of the treats evaporated from Harry's mind. In its place surged a wave of warmth. The specifics of what Ginny had said or done seemed trivial at that moment. What mattered was that this friend before him was willing to stand firmly against family for his sake. Harry smiled, an authentic, light-hearted, and warm smile. He stepped forward and nudged Ron's shoulder playfully. "Hey, Ron," he said, his eyes sparkling as he regarded his closest friend. "You truly are a good brother." Chapter 87. The unreasonable one had always been himself. However, once the thought of reconciliation took root, it was only a matter of time before it blossomed into action. In the corner, Ginny's heart raced erratically in his chest, each thump a reminder of his unutterable anxiety. His gaze drifted uncontrollably to the far corner of the Gryffindor common room, where Harry was engaged in a hushed conversation with Ron and Hermione. A faint smile gracing his lips, as if the sharp conflicts between them had never transpired. Would Harry truly accept his apology? Ginny bit her lip anxiously, the question haunting him like a specter. Yet, everything he worried about seemed utterly trivial in Harry Potter's eyes. For Harry, the situation was straightforward. Ginny Weasley despised him, and she made no effort to conceal it. Consequently, he felt no obligation to subject himself to discomfort. More importantly, Ron had assured him that their friendship was unshakable and would not waver due to his brother's attitude. With this assurance, Harry comfortably relegated Ginny's behavior to the realm of the inconsequential. He was not in this world to make friends, nor to appease someone who was clearly hostile towards him. Harry's indifference cut deeper than any overt anger or quarrel could. It pierced his heart like a fine needle, invisible yet perpetually stinging. "It's all my fault." A voice within him chastised. "The things I said were too harsh." In reality, Harry Potter is not at all as worthless as I portrayed him. He is undoubtedly superior to anyone else. I should apologize to him. The thought ignited a wave of shame, compelling him to rise. Yet another, sharper voice, filled with resentment, immediately drowned out all else. "What right do you have?" This voice seemed to belong to another version of Ginny, her memories roaring deep within his soul. Ginny had previously believed this to be her emotion, but now he recognized that it was not Ginny, but rather himself. Harry Potter had forsaken the Weasley family, who had sacrificed everything for him in another world. He abandoned his father, mother, brothers, and the Ginny who waited for him at the burrow. "Our family has given so much. How dare he enjoy peace and tranquility here without remorse? Why should I seek to please a betrayer?" With this realization, the flicker of guilt that had briefly emerged within Ginny was swiftly consumed by rage. He felt justified. He was merely standing up for another version of himself, for another family. Yet, deep within him, a faint but resolute voice whispered softly. That was the true voice of Ginny's memories. "But you like Harry Potter." The moment this voice emerged, all anger and resentment faltered. Moreover, it wasn't even his fault, the voice continued, for he too was a victim, was he not? The true culprit was Voldemort from that other world, the wretched war itself. He should not, nor had any reason to, transfer the anguish and resentment belonging to another timeline onto Harry Potter, who was also struggling to find light. Three voices clashed violently within his mind, causing a splitting headache. He cast another glance at the dark-haired boy, his eyes filled with contradiction, anguish, and a trace of admiration that even he himself had yet to acknowledge. After a fierce, internal struggle, Ginny ultimately allowed the rational and gentle voice to prevail. He resolved to extend an olive branch to Harry Potter, seeking to atone for his previous misdeeds. Thus commenced his clumsy, yet overt attempts at reconciliation. During breakfast, he would deliberately slide a jug of pumpkin juice towards Harry. In the common room, upon observing Harry grappling with a particular detail of his potions essay, he would casually place a relevant reference book on the table beside him. Even when passing in the corridor, he would strive to muster a friendly smile. However, his fervent enthusiasm met an imperceptible yet formidable barrier. For the offered pumpkin juice, Harry merely murmured a quiet thank you, without lifting his gaze, continuing instead to discuss Quidditch tactics with Ron. As for the reference book, Harry seemed entirely oblivious, only noticing it after a while and then politely uttering a brief, "Oh, thanks," with no further engagement. Regarding the smile exchanged in the corridor, Harry appeared to look right through him, conversing with Hermione as he walked past. Harry's responses were consistently twofold: either complete disregard, as if Ginny were invisible, or a polite but detached acknowledgement, akin to addressing a stranger who had offered a trivial favor. That invisible chasm was starkly evident between them. No matter how earnestly Ginny endeavored, he could not bridge even the slightest gap. After a few such encounters, Ginny's enthusiasm felt doused, extinguished to a mere flicker of resentment. The familiar irritation and anger surged once more from the depths of his heart, nearly overwhelming his reason. How dare he treat me this way? Ginny seethed. I've been so proactive. What more does he want? Who does he think he is? He nearly succumbed to the urge to confront Harry, demanding to know why he was so cold and dismissive of his goodwill. That afternoon, he stormed alone to the edge of the Black Lake, tossing stones into its depths to vent his pent-up frustration. At that moment, a dreamlike voice echoed behind him. "Are you angry with the Lake monster?" Ginny turned to see Luna Lovegood, her head tilted, her gaze as ethereal and clear as ever. They typically did not mind when others threw stones into the water. For reasons unknown, Ginny felt his anger laid bare before Luna. He could not help but vent. "It's not the monster. It's Harry Potter. I've been so kind to him, yet he always ignores me. It's infuriating." He confided in Luna as a willing listener, sharing the intricacies of his relationship with Harry Potter. Though he glossed over many inappropriate details, Luna listened quietly, then, in her airy tone, as if stating a fact, remarked, "But Ginny, the one who initially hurt him with very harsh words was you." Ginny's movements froze. With a forceful shove, you push him away, declaring your disdain for him. Luna's voice, though soft, strikes Kenny's heart like a heavy hammer. Now, having resolved to relinquish your animosity, you long for him to open his arms and welcome you. Yet, he is but a man, possessing emotions of his own. It is entirely reasonable for him to reject your overtures. To unleash your anger upon him for this would indeed be excessive, would it not? Yes, it is excessive. Should Harry simply erase from his memory the cutting words and hostile glares you had previously directed at him? What gives you the right to presume that a mere gesture of goodwill would compel him to express heartfelt gratitude? You plunge a knife into him, and now, with a trivial band-aid, you lament why he does not immediately greet you with a smile. A wave of profound shame and regret envelopes him. His arm, once poised to throw stones, now hangs limply at his side, the weight of despair pulling him down. He bows his head, feeling a scorching heat rise from his cheeks to his ears, wishing he could disappear into the very ground. It dawns on him that all along, the most incomprehensible and unreasonable person has been himself. Chapter 88, A Return to the Past. Luna's words act as a key, unlocking the door to the deepest recesses of Kenny's guilt. No longer consumed by anger or resentment, he is left only with a profound remorse for his past actions and words. From that day forth, he embarks on an awkward yet earnest quest for atonement. He no longer simply extends gestures of goodwill. Instead, he begins to observe Harry with genuine intent. He discreetly places a clean towel in Harry's locker before his Quidditch practice. He takes the initiative to add logs to the dwindling fire in the common room while Harry dozes on the sofa, and even in potions class. He risks losing points to Snape by stealthily nudging a prepared valerian root closer to Harry's cauldron with his wand. However, all his efforts vanish into the void, akin to his previous unreciprocated overtures. The towering wall built of indifference and civility renders Kenny more despondent than any harsh words ever could. On a Friday afternoon, Kenny makes a desperate attempt, aware that today is the day Harry's favorite syrup-soaked pancakes are served as dessert. He enlists the house elves in the kitchen to reserve the largest and most perfectly baked one, carefully wrapped with a warming charm, and ventures through the castle in search of Harry. Ultimately, he finds him in a secluded corner of a library, engrossed in a pile of parchment, his brow furrowed. Taking a deep breath, Kenny's heart races. He approaches and gently places the fragrant pancake on Harry's table. "Harry," his voice trembles slightly, "I brought you a treat." Harry's gaze lifts from the parchment, landing on the golden, enticing pancake, a flicker of surprise briefly crossing his features before he regains his customary composure. He raises his eyes to Kenny, devoid of animosity or joy, replaced instead by a chilling sense of detachment that sends a shiver down Kenny's spine. "Thank you, Ginny." He spoke softly, yet I must decline. "I am not hungry." "But Coco, this is your favorite," Ginny exclaimed eagerly. Harry paused for a moment, setting down his quill, leaning back slightly. He gazed at Ginny, weariness evident in his eyes. "I understand," he said calmly. "I recognize that your efforts to maintain a cordial relationship stem from your friendship with Ron. I appreciate your goodwill, but it is truly unnecessary." He hesitated, each word piercing Ginny's heart like an icicle. "You once expressed your profound dislike for me, and I accept that. I am indeed the selfish person you describe. So let us not pretend any longer. This is better for both you and me." With that, Harry stood, gathered his books, and walked past Ginny without a backward glance. His silhouette was resolute and unyielding, devoid of any lingering sentiment. Ginny stood there, spellbound, still holding the warm plate of syrup-soaked pancakes. The sweet aroma filled his nostrils. It only evoked a wave of nausea. He watched as Harry vanished at the end of the bookshelf, the heat in his eyes becoming impossible to suppress. Tears surged forth, unbidden, quickly pooling in his eyes, rendering the world before him a blur. He bit his lip tightly, a suppressed sob escaping from his throat. No, he longed to chase after him, to shout to that retreating figure. It is not like that. I do not harbor feelings because of Ron. I am not pretending. I want to be your friend. No, it is more than friendship. I care for you. It is not Ginny's emotions or memories. It is me. Ginny like you. All those foolish words and actions were my own doing. Yet, his feet felt as if they were anchored to the ground, unable to utter a single word. He could only stand helplessly, allowing the scalding tears to trace down his cheeks, dripping onto the plate of pancakes that had been utterly rejected. The phrase, "Since you despise me so, let us not pretend," struck like a frostbitten dagger into Ginny's heart. Watching Harry's resolute departure, tears blurred his vision. But an unprecedented sense of panic and determination overwhelmed all his grievances and sorrow. He could not simply let Harry walk away. Wiping his face frantically with his sleeve, disregarding the pancakes still clutched in his hand, he pursued him with reckless abandon. "Harry!" He burst from the corner of the library, catching up to Harry just as he was about to round the next bookshelf. Ginny reached out, grabbing the hem of Harry's robe with fervor. The instant his fingertips brushed against the fabric, the world twisted. A familiar sensation of vertigo surged through him. The towering bookshelves and dim lights of the library were pulled apart, torn into a myriad of vibrant, flowing lines. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness made Ginny dizzy. Instinctively, he gripped tighter. When his feet touched solid ground once more, the surroundings had transformed entirely. They found themselves in a cozy little cabin, the air filled with the warm scent of wood and sweet cream. Soft light streamed through the window, illuminating a solitary figure at the table. It was Ariana, her head bowed over a thick illustrated book, her expression serene and focused. Ginny's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively glanced at Harry beside him, only to be taken aback. The Harry before him was no longer the slender youth he once was. He had grown taller, his shoulders broader, and the youthful innocence had faded from his brow, replaced by the composed demeanor of an adult. Most incongruous of all, however, was the ridiculous pink lace-trimmed apron that adorned Harry's frame. Ginny looked down at himself, only to discover he had undergone a similar transformation. His hands had become sturdy and robust, his body had also gained height, and he too was clad in a matching pink apron. Before him lay an exquisite pink cake, upon which red jam had been awkwardly inscribed with the words, "Happy birthday, Ariana." "Ginny?" Ariana raised her head, her clear eyes filled with a hint of confusion. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" It was then that Ginny realized his cheeks were still damp with unshed tears. He hastily raised his hand to wipe them away, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than his previous sorrow. "Oh, it's nothing, I was cutting onions." Heaven knows there were no onions on the table. At that moment, a knock echoed from the wooden door. Harry untied his apron and walked over to open it. Standing at the threshold were the youthful Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald. Ginny's heart raced. They had once again traversed time, returning to the past in their adult forms. "Why you seem so distracted, Ginny?" Dumbledore inquired, while Grindelwald had also come to celebrate Ariana's birthday. By the time Harry and the others arrived, Harry and Ginny of this era should have already prepared the birthday feast. The pink cake was placed at the center of the table, adorned with several candles, their flickering flames illuminating Ariana's excited yet bashful face. Dumbledore, the legendary headmaster of the future, was at that moment merely a caring brother, conjuring shimmering butterflies with his wand, eliciting peals of laughter from Ariana that rang like silver bells. Harry and Ginny brought forth a golden brown turkey, sweet pumpkin pie, and an array of side dishes to the table. Grindelwald sat beside Dumbledore, wearing a charming smile, occasionally sharing amusing anecdotes from his time at Durmstrang, bringing joy to everyone present, though his keen gaze subtly flitted between Harry and Dumbledore. "Make a wish, Ariana," Harry said gently. Ariana closed her eyes, hands clasped together, her long lashes casting a tranquil silhouette in the candlelight. Moments later, she opened her eyes, puffed her cheeks, and blew out all the candles in one breath. "Happy birthday." Everyone cheered in unison. The dinner commenced, the sounds of clinking cutlery intertwining with light-hearted conversation. Ginny endeavored to immerse himself in the joy of the moment, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Harry. "Harry," Grindelwald suddenly raised his glass, shattering Ginny's reverie. "I must toast to you." Harry looked up in surprise. "Thanks to you." Grindelwald's smile was laden with meaning as he glanced at Dumbledore beside him. "Without you, Ael's gaze would likely still be fixated solely on Ariana." There was a hint of barely perceptible possessiveness in his tone. Upon hearing this, Harry merely smiled, a smile imbued with an all-knowing tranquility. "Albus has always held dear ones beyond just Ariana," he replied calmly. "Gellert, you have merely perceived her as your imagined rival." Grindelwald nodded thoughtfully, as if he had been seen through. He studied Harry for a moment longer, his sharp gaze shifting to Ginny, who had been quietly carving the turkey. Speaking of which, he inquired with keen interest, "What is your relationship with this red-haired lad?" Ginny's heart leapt in her throat, her breath momentarily suspended. The fingers gripping the knife and fork tightened slightly, her senses honed in on her ears, eagerly awaiting Harry's response. It was a tumultuous blend of fear and anticipation, a wild yearning for Harry to utter even the slightest hint of something transcending ordinary definitions. However, Harry simply picked up his napkin to dab at the corner of his mouth, his tone nonchalant as if discussing the weather. "Just colleagues." The term colleagues fell like a boulder, crashing down and shattering Ginny's meager hopes that had just begun to rise. Her heart plummeted from the heights to the depths of a frigid abyss. Mechanically, she speared a piece of turkey and shoved it into her mouth. The meat was tender, perfectly roasted, yet she could discern no flavor. She took a sip of pumpkin juice, its expected sweetness now replaced with a numbing pallor. The creamy mashed potatoes, cranberry sauce, and buttery bread. Every morsel on the table lost its essence, transforming into soulless chewables. She heard Ariana laughing, Dumbledore and Grindelwald discussing some profound magical theory, and Harry gently reminding Ariana to eat slowly. Everything around her was so vibrant, yet her own world had morphed into a gray, desolate wasteland. Ginny lowered her head, a barely perceptible bitter smile gracing her lips. So this is what the books mean by the flavor of marrowless food? That phrase, just colleagues, was like an invisible thorn, embedding itself in Ginny's heart, robbing her of sleep throughout the night. When she awoke the next day, she felt utterly disoriented, as if the entire world was veiled in a gray haze, dim and distorted. The tastelessness of last night's dinner lingered into today. Even the morning air, infused with the fragrance of grass, seemed indistinct. Harry rose early, dressed meticulously, his expression focused, entirely absorbed in his task. Dumbledore and Grindelwald dispatched owls bearing news that they would conduct an experiment on bloodline and magical resonance at the abandoned cottage in Godric's Hollow, inviting Harry to observe. "I have departed," Harry said to Ginny in a tone that was both businesslike and resolute. "I leave Ariana in your care." Ginny replied softly, not even lifting her head. The door was gently closed, and Harry's presence faded from the little cabin. In the vast space, only Ginny and Ariana remained. A profound sense of emptiness instantly engulfed Ginny. She took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her. She could not allow herself to dwell in her own sorrow. There were more pressing matters at hand. She approached Ariana's bedside, where the girl had already awakened. Engrossed in a picture book, Ginny managed a gentle smile and began her day's work. She helped Ariana with her long hair, shared a simple breakfast with her, and then sat on the carpet, flipping through the book that told tales of the small creatures in a magical forest. She endeavored to appear focused, her fingers gliding over the pages as she recited the innocent stories aloud, yet her thoughts wandered uncontrollably. What was Harry doing now? Was he conversing with Dumbledore and Grindelwald? What might they be discussing? Did he not feel that being with those two geniuses was far more significant than spending time with a colleague like herself? In the afternoon, they decided to bake a cake together, intending to compensate for Ginny's lack of appetite the previous day. In the kitchen, Ginny skillfully cracked the eggs and sifted the flour, her movements mechanical yet precise. Ariana, curious and eager to assist, kneaded the dough with her little hands, occasionally bursting into joyful laughter. Yet, as Ginny watched her smile, a bitterness lingered in her heart. She recalled the ancient texts they had perused in their own world, which stated that the Silent Ones were not entirely beyond salvation. The silence was not an external curse, but rather a distortion born from the suppression and fear of a wizard's own magic. To save them, the key lay not in stripping away that dark power, but in guiding the host to accept, understand, and integrate it. Thus, while waiting for the cake to bake, Ginny resolved to make an attempt. She took Ariana's hand and led her to the sunlit floor by the window. "Ariana," she said softly, "would you like to try letting the little stream within you help create something lovely?" This metaphor had been previously agreed upon, likening the wild magic to a stream that sometimes flowed vigorously and at other times gently. Ariana appeared somewhat apprehensive, but nodded nonetheless. Closing her eyes, Ginny lowered her voice, holding Ariana's hand, striving to convey her calmness. "Do not fear it, feel it. It is a part of you, just like your hands and feet. Now, try to envision it flowing gently outward to touch that leaf resting on the windowsill." Ginny focused intently on guiding her. Yet Harry's calm and distant face kept intruding into her mind. A pang of pain shot through her heart, causing a slight tremor in her concentration while guiding Ariana's magic. Ariana sensed this, She abruptly opened her eyes, and the leaf on the windowsill quivered slightly before remaining still. She remained undeterred, merely tilting her head. Her eyes, pure and untainted, filled with concern as they gazed at Ginny. "Ginny," she softly inquired, her voice imbued with the unique innocence and perceptiveness of childhood. "What's wrong with you today? Are you unwell? Why do you seem so distracted?" This simple question pierced through Ginny's carefully constructed facade, like a precise arrow, instantly unveiling the disarray of emotions he had concealed throughout the day. All his feelings of disappointment, grievance, and heartache were laid bare before this innocent girl. He was taken aback. His lips moved as if to speak, yet no words escaped his mouth. Chapter 90. What about a kiss for Harry? Ariana's pure gaze brimmed with genuine concern, rendering Ginny incapable of deflecting with any excuse. Drawing a deep breath, as if summoning immense courage, he murmured, I'm fine, Ariana. It's just that Harry and I have encountered some conflict." He endeavored to articulate his feelings in terms a child could grasp, expressing that it seemed he was no longer inclined to engage with him. Upon uttering these words, Ginny felt as though his throat were constricted by a wad of salt-soaked cotton, both painful and suffocating. "I see," Ariana responded, adopting a miniature adult demeanor, nodding with solemnity. "It's just how my brother and Gallet sometimes have disagreements." Ginny looked up in mild astonishment. Ariana tilted her head thoughtfully, analyzing the situation. "So, was it Harry who erred?" Ginny's heart plummeted. He slowly but resolutely shook his head. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes once more, but he fought to keep them at bay. "If that's the case, then it's Ginny who has made the mistake," Ariana concluded with clarity and directness, indicating that he needed to apologize. "I have already apologized, Ariana. Many times." Ginny's voice was heavy with exhaustion and defeat. "I've tried every possible approach. Yet it seems he has no intention of forgiving me." Ariana placed a finger thoughtfully on her lips, lost in contemplation as though searching her little mind for every conceivable solution. After a moment, her eyes brightened as if struck by a brilliant idea. She leaned closer to Ginny and whispered mysteriously, "What about a kiss for Harry?" Ginny was utterly taken aback, his mind blank. He could scarcely believe what he had heard. "What? Kiss him?" Ariana reiterated, her tone innocent yet resolute. "Every time I see Gallet upset my brother, he gives him a kiss. Sometimes on the forehead, sometimes on the cheek." As she reminisced, a sweet smile graced her face. Then, brother would no longer be angry. After speaking, she lifted her gaze, her bright eyes looking expectantly at Ginny, as if sharing an infallible remedy. She spoke as though it were an undeniable truth, a universal spell to mend all rifts. Ginny's face flushed crimson in an instant, his heart racing wildly within his chest, rendering him speechless. This, gazing upon Ariana's pure and unblemished visage, and hearing the astonishing secret she inadvertently revealed, coupled with the solution she proposed that sent his heart racing. Ginny felt as though his entire world had been turned upside down. As night descended, Harry returned to the small cabin, shrouded in an icy chill. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by a warm breeze infused with a faint hint of cream, which alleviated some of his fatigue. Ariana had already retired for the night. The flames in the fireplace danced quietly, casting a soft orange hue throughout the room. Ginny sat on the carpet before the hearth, holding a book, though it was evident he was not reading. Upon hearing the door creak, he jerked his head up like a startled rabbit, his gaze colliding with Harry's. Instantly, Harry sensed something was amiss. Ginny's cheeks, illuminated by the firelight, were flushed to an alarming degree, reminiscent of a fever. Those eyes, once bright or melancholic in recent days, now resembled a lake filled with turmoil. They met Harry's for but a fleeting second before darting away in panic, landing instead on the flickering flames. "I'm back," Harry announced as he closed the door, unfastening his cloak while discreetly observing Ginny. Welcome back," Ginny replied, his voice muffled and laced with a barely perceptible tremor. It seemed he wished to say more, lifting his gaze to Harry momentarily, only for the blush to spread to his ears, prompting him to quickly lower his head again, gripping the pages of the book in a flustered manner. A peculiar, ineffable atmosphere enveloped the two. Harry furrowed his brow, attempting to suppress the elusive feeling that pervaded the air, attributing it to Ginny's lingering vexation over earlier events. He settled by the fireplace, extending his hands to warm them, and broke the silence. Today's experiment was astonishing. Albus and Gellert, their talents are phenomenal. They are attempting a theory of magical resonance based on lineage and intent, aiming to merge two distinctly different magical forces into a powerful entity that surpasses individuality. However, it seems they did not achieve this. It remains merely a theory. Perhaps they succeeded in their experiments, but chose not to disclose the results. Drawing from his future insights, Harry spoke with a furrowed brow, sharing his conjectures. Ginny listened in silence, occasionally offering a monosyllabic response to indicate his attentiveness. Yet he consistently refrained from meeting Harry's gaze. Having shared his thoughts, Harry turned to him and inquired, "How was your day? Is Ariana well?" This question appeared to provide Ginny with a secure focal point. His tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and he finally dared to lift his eyes, albeit cautiously avoiding Harry's direct gaze. "Very well," he replied, his words tumbling out with a hurried cadence, as if eager to prove he had not squandered the day. "I've started teaching Ariana how to control her magic." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Harry's eyes. He had assumed it would require more time, or that it would be something they would do together, not realizing Ginny was capable of managing it on his own. "I conveyed to her that the Force was neither a monster nor an adversary. It was an integral part of her being." Ginny's voice gradually became more fluid as we perused the pages, understanding that what she truly needed was integration rather than division. "I encouraged her to sense it, guiding it akin to directing a gentle stream. This afternoon, we succeeded in causing a leaf on the windowsill to quiver ever so slightly. Ultimately, a flicker of genuine joy, indicative of a successful endeavor, graced his face. Yet, as that joy surfaced, his gaze inadvertently flitted to Harry's lips and in his mind. He heard Ariana's innocent words echoing. "How about a kiss for Harry?" The blush that had just begun to fade surged back, engulfing his entire face. Startled, he averted his eyes as if scalded, his heart racing furiously within his chest, once more ensnared in a state of utter bewilderment. Chapter 91, Damn. Upon hearing Ginny's account, Harry merely nodded subtly, his expression betraying no emotion. That his commendable progress, he assessed in a matter-of-fact tone, continued to maintain this trajectory. With that, he rose from beside the fireplace, dusting off non-existent specks from his robe. "I am rather fatigued. I shall retire for the night." He turned, striding towards his room without a backward glance. Watching Harry's indifferent figure retreat behind the door, Ginny felt a rush of blood surge to her head. Ariana's naive words echoed in her mind like a mad incantation. How about a kiss for Harry? Then, brother won't be angry anymore. Reason screamed at her to halt, insisting how ludicrous and foolish such an act would be. Yet, in that moment, her heart, ravaged by despair and anguish, erupted with a reckless, nearly destructive courage. She could no longer endure the frigid demeanor of Harry, who felt like a stranger. "Harry!" Ginny's voice came out hoarse and urgent, successfully halting his steps. "Harry, turn around." A hint of impatient confusion etched on his brow as he regarded her. At that instant, Ginny felt utterly dazed. It was as though an invisible force propelled her, and she sprang up from the carpet, stumbling towards Harry. Before he could react, she rose on her toes, closed her eyes, and clumsily yet swiftly pressed her trembling lips against his cheek. Time seemed to freeze in that fleeting moment. It was an exceedingly brief touch, as soft as a feather's caress. Ginny's mind went blank, yet all her senses heightened infinitely. She could smell the cool essence of the night emanating from Harry, and feel the warmth of his skin. Strangely, the small patch of skin her lips had brushed against felt warm and soft, evoking a peculiar illusion that this was not a kiss on a cheek, but rather the touch of a freshly baked, slightly sweet sponge cake. This absurd yet sweet sensation lasted less than a second. Harry was struck as if by lightning. He froze, his entire being rigid as though jolted by a high-voltage current. In the next moment, an astonishing fury erupted in his eyes, as if Ginny had committed the most unforgivable act imaginable. "You!" He could barely utter a syllable before instinctively shoving Ginny away, as if he had touched something vile. The force of the push caught Ginny off guard, causing him to stumble several steps back and collide heavily with the wall, producing a dull thud. Yet Harry did not spare him a glance, as if prolonging the moment would be unbearable. He abruptly turned, strode into his room, and with all his might, slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. The wooden cabin fell into an oppressive silence, save for the crackling of the fire in the hearth, illuminating Ginny's pale face and his eyes that widened slowly in shock and pain. Sliding down against the wall, he sank to the floor, remnants of the fleeting, sweet illusion of cake lingering on his lips. Harry lay on his bed, feeling as though the very boards beneath him resonated with the frantic beating of his heart. The spot where Ginny's lips had brushed against him now felt ablaze, a sensation that refused to dissipate, absurd yet undeniably real. He kept his eyes wide open in the dark, burying his face into the cold pillow, emitting a silent wail. This world had truly gone mad. Utterly irrévocablement. Why? Why did men always exhibit such interest in him? He was, after all, a man, a perfectly ordinary man. He adored women, loved Ginny, the girl with fiery red hair, whose smile radiated like sunlight. Yet in this twisted reality, Ginny had transformed into a man who shared the same fiery locks and regarded him with an unsettling gaze that sent shivers down his spine. And yet he had previously expressed disdain for himself. Did he not loathe himself? Why then would he engage in such actions? And damn Draco, damn Snape, damn Tom Riddle. He could not fathom it, utterly perplexed. From the moment he traversed into this realm, he had encountered inexplicable affections more than once or twice. This all stirred within him a profound sense of agitation and resistance. Amidst the emotional turmoil and exhaustion of the day, he finally succumbed to a restless slumber. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself standing once again in that familiar, vast expanse of starlit void. The ancient Merlin stood nearby, his silver robes gently swaying in the stillness, his all-seeing eyes gazing at Harry with a gentle understanding. This time, Harry could no longer maintain his composure. He strode forward, the pent-up anger and confusion of the night finally finding an outlet. What on earth was happening? He nearly demanded. What kind of place have you sent me to? Why has everything become so strange? He faltered, unable to voice the rest, but his expression conveyed all. Merlin merely smiled faintly, a smile imbued with both comprehension and ancient wisdom. Strange, is it, Harry? To me, this appears to be the world most capable of change for you, and the most perfect one at that. Perfect? Harry was utterly amused by the term. Was this perfection? Indeed, perfection. Merlin's tone brooked no contradiction. Here, many lives that should have perished were granted a second chance, and numerous tragedies had the opportunity to be rewritten. Had he not yearned for such a chance all along? He paused, his profound gaze seemingly piercing through Harry's very soul. Of course, if you truly wish to leave this place, I can send you back. Back to your original world, where everything aligns with your sense of normalcy, though you are well aware of what exists there and what is not. The word back struck Harry like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through his chaotic thoughts. Back. Countless images flashed through his mind in an instant. Ron's hearty laughter, Hermione's perpetually furrowed brow, they all vividly existed in his former world. Yet, there was a stark reality. Albus Dumbledore had perished there. Severus Snape had also sacrificed himself to protect him. Most importantly, Harry gasped. He thought of James and Lily Potter, alive and tangible, yet never truly his to possess. In this world, they still breathed. He had the chance to meet them, even if only from a distance. This realization doused his anger and agitation like a bucket of cold water. In comparison to those vibrant lives, the opportunity to see his parents rendered his personal troubles trivial. Slowly, Harry lowered his head, his clenched fists relaxing. He felt a wave of shame for his previous outburst. I apologize, he murmured to Merlin, his voice tinged with hoarseness. I regret my earlier rudeness. Please, allow me to remain here. Chapter 92, Lucius's Assistance. Upon awakening once more, Harry discovered himself lying in the Gryffindor dormitory at Hogwarts, rather than in that disheartening little cabin. Outside, the familiar spires and the forbidden forest bathed in morning light brought a sigh of relief, a sense of returning to a safe haven. However, this tranquility was swiftly shattered. From that day forth, Harry began to actively avoid Ginny. Previously, he had treated her with indifference or as merely the sister of a friend, but now, during meals in the Great Hall, he would choose the farthest corner from her. In the corridors, he would detect that striking red hair like a radar and promptly alter his course. In the common room, the moment Ginny appeared, he would hastily seek an excuse to depart. He resembled a wary cat, while Ginny became an inexplicable threat that set his fur on end. In the initial days, Ginny fell into a deep despondency. The light in her eyes dimmed, and her vibrant red hair seemed to lose its luster. She silently sat in a corner, watching as Harry evaded her, as if she were a plague, enveloped in a heavy shroud of sorrow. Yet, a few days later, that despondency transformed into a resolute determination. He could no longer continue in this manner. He must, and absolutely would, clarify matters with Harry. He could not allow himself to sink into despair like that inexplicably melancholy weasel. Thus, the chase commenced. This time, Ginny had made ample preparations. He intercepted Harry on the path he would inevitably take upon exiting the Transfiguration classroom. Harry. Upon hearing that voice, Harry's heart constricted violently. Without even glancing back, he took off running. He dashed past the tapestry, descended the spiral staircase, with the footsteps behind him relentlessly pursuing. In a state of frantic panic, Harry spotted a familiar door. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed it open and rushed inside, finding himself in a lavatory. He disregarded everything and bolted into the innermost stall, locking the door with a decisive click. At last, tranquility enveloped him. Leaning against the cold partition, His chest heaved as he gasped for breath. He could hear the lavatory door creak open, followed by Ginny's footsteps as they entered and then halted. "Harry, I know you're in there." Ginny's voice resonated through the door, tinged with fatigue and pleading. "I merely wish to speak with you. Just a few words, all right?" Harry bit his lip firmly, remaining silent. Some matters, though shameful to evade, proved useful in their avoidance. Outside, an extended silence ensued, long enough for Harry to believe that Ginny had given up and departed. He held his breath, straining to listen, and aside from the sound of a dripping faucet, there was naught but stillness. Perhaps he had left. After a few more minutes of waiting, confirming that the outside world remained utterly silent, he cautiously and slowly turned the lock. Drawing a deep breath, as if bracing for trial, he yanked open the stall door. However, standing outside was not the boy with the red hair and sorrowful gaze. Instead, a slender, upright youth clad in Slytherin robes awaited him. His pallid skin contrasted sharply with his glossy, shoulder-length black hair. The angular features of his face wore an expression reminiscent of Harry's memories, harsh yet devoid of the weariness and gloom that time had etched upon it, replaced instead by a sharpness and brilliance characteristic of youth. A pair of ebony, unfathomable eyes coldly fixed upon him, ensnaring him like a serpent. It was Severus Snape. "You're dreadfully slow, Harry." A wave of absurd safety surged within Harry. How delightful this was. He had returned to Harry's time, and for the first time, he truly appreciated the goodness of Harry's era. In this time, although Snape remained aloof, their relationship bore the semblance of friendship, with Snape even aiding him on numerous occasions. Most importantly, in this era, no man cast covetous glances at him. He could finally exhale. "What is wrong? Did a troll stomp on your brain?" Snape scrutinized the odd expression of relief on Harry's face, his brow furrowing. "Nothing," Harry replied almost cheerfully, stepping out of the stall and casually patting Snape's shoulder, as he would with Ron. "Come on, let us head to the Great Hall. Starving." Together, they made their way to the hall. Harry indulged in the meal before him with a sense of rightful enjoyment, and although he now donned Slytherin robes, it held no sway over him. Even the presence of Severus Snape, who was typically taciturn and exuded an aura that discouraged approach, felt remarkably comforting and secure. Harry savored the meal, feeling utterly content. By afternoon, he was to attend Quidditch practice. He and Snape parted ways at the castle entrance. As Harry strode towards the pitch, broom in hand and brimming with enthusiasm, Snape remained rooted in place, his dark eyes swirling with a complex and inscrutable emotion. He had not lingered long when an elegant yet haughty voice emerged from behind him. "I saw you dining with Harry at noon." Snape turned to find Lucius Malfoy, arms crossed, languidly leaning against a stone pillar. His platinum hair glimmered in the sunlight, and a hint of an aristocratic, knowing smile adorned his face. Snape's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Lucius straightened from the pillar and sauntered closer, inquiring with a casual tone as if discussing the weather. "So, when do you intend to confess to Harry?" "Honestly, I sensed something between you two since the beginning of term, primarily on your part, but I never imagined you could endure this long without taking action. Even your few intimate encounters were marred by James Potter's blundering interference and my seemingly accidental yet deliberate missteps." Snape's body instantly stiffened. He whipped his head toward Lucius, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. His voice dropped to a low hiss, akin to a snake stepped on at its tail. "This is none of your business, Malfoy." "Of course, it has nothing to do with me." Lucius raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, yet the smirk at the corners of his mouth deepened. "I merely offer a small piece of advice as a friend." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper that only they could hear. "I believe you should consider writing him a love letter. You know, using a quill on parchment to convey your deeply concealed, fervent emotions. Perhaps Potter would appreciate such classical romanticism." Chapter 93. The Theft of Snape's Love Letter. James Potter swore he was merely passing by, having just concluded Quidditch practice. He aimed to take a shortcut back to Gryffindor Tower when he unexpectedly caught sight of two Slytherin figures, the loathsome Snape and the ever-groomed Malfoy. His innate prankster instincts immediately kicked in, prompting him to stealthily hide behind a statue of the One-Eyed, which to eavesdrop on their nefarious plotting. However, the content of their conversation nearly caused his jaw to drop to the floor. "What do you plan to confess to Harry Potter?" "I think you should try writing him a love letter." James clamped a hand over his mouth to stifle an uproarious laugh that threatened to escape. He watched in disbelief as Snape shot a murderous glare at Lucius before they parted ways. Only when their figures vanished at the corridor's end did James emerge from behind the statue, his expression a bewildering blend of shock, incredulity, and sheer delight. He leaned against the cold stone statue, pausing for several seconds before finally extracting a word suffused with boundless sentiment from his throat. Wow. He could no longer bother with returning to the dormitory. Instead, he turned and sprinted towards the Gryffindor common room at a speed akin to a dragon whose tail had been set ablaze. "You will never, ever guess what I just heard," James exclaimed as he burst through the door of the common room, shouting at his friends who were lounging by the fireplace. Sirius Black, lazily toying with his self-tying shoelace using his wand, lifted his handsome face and raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter, Bigfoot? Have you finally realized that Filch is actually the illegitimate child of Scrimgeour?" Remus Lupin raised his head from a thick tome, while Peter Pettigrew paused in his endeavor to stuff Bertie Bott's every flavor beans into his mouth, curiously gazing at James. Gasping for breath, with an irrepressible smile on his face, James declared, "It's 1,000 times more explosive. It concerns Snivellus." Upon hearing that name, Sirius immediately straightened, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. What's wrong with him? Has he finally melted into a puddle of snot due to a potion mishap? No. James vigorously shook his head, inhaling deeply before speaking with the solemnity befitting a momentous revelation. He, Severus Snape, has fallen in love. An eerie silence enveloped the common room for 3 seconds. Then, Sirius erupted into raucous laughter, rolling off the couch and clutching his stomach as he tumbled onto the carpet. "By Merlin's beard, James, that's the funniest joke I've heard this year. Snivellus? Love? Does he even know what that means? What has he fallen for? A frog's eyeball preserved in formaldehyde? It's true." James fervently defended the authenticity of the news. "I heard it with my own ears." Malfoy suggested he confess. The object of his affections is none other than Harry Potter. The name caused Remus to furrow his brow, appearing perplexed, while Sirius's laughter grew louder. "Harry Potter? The one who always hangs around him? Oh, this is simply perfect." Most importantly, James leaned in closer, lowering his voice, his face adorned with the exhilaration unique to a schemer plotting a grand prank. Malfoy suggested he write a love letter. A love letter. Those 4 words struck everyone present like a bolt of lightning. Sirius's laughter abruptly ceased as he shot upright from the floor, locking eyes with James, who was equally engrossed. An insidious yet brilliant plan took shape in their shared gaze. "We must obtain that letter," Sirius declared in an undeniable tone. Indeed, James nodded emphatically. Remus sighed, recognizing that he could no longer deter these 2 madcap individuals. "What do you intend to do? That is someone else's privacy." "Privacy?" Sirius exclaimed dramatically. "My dear friend, this is not privacy. This is a gift bestowed upon us by the heavens. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, perfect for mocking Snivellus for eternity. Imagine, if you will, the moment we possess it and recite it aloud throughout the Grand Hall." The imagery is so striking that even Remus cannot suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "It is settled then." James thumped his thigh, making the final decision. Operation Marauder, codenamed the love letter of the snotty creature, officially commences. The first step of the plan is reconnaissance. This task naturally falls upon the diminutive Peter. He exploits his unassuming appearance to drift like a specter around the library and the Slytherin common room. 2 days later, he returns with crucial intelligence. Snape has developed a habit of retreating to the most secluded corner of the library after dinner, furtively scribbling on a piece of parchment. Upon completion, he carefully folds it and conceals it within the heavy tome of advanced potion making. The second step is strategizing. In the 4-poster bed curtains of the Gryffindor dormitory, James unfurls the Marauder's map for heads huddled together. "All right, we know where it is," James said, tapping the small ink spot on the map that represents Snape. "The question is how to procure it without being detected on his way back to the dungeons. A significant distraction is required," Remus incisively points out, his expression as composed as ever, yet a glimmer of indulgence sparkles in his eyes. "This is my forte." Sirius grinned broadly, retrieving 3 dark, ominous spheres from beneath his bed, the latest improved version of the super stink bomb, guaranteed to make the air in the entire dungeon reek like a troll's gut for a full hour. Disgusting, yet effective. James decisively assigns roles. Bigfoot, you create the chaos to draw everyone's attention. Mooney, you stand watch at the 3rd floor corner, monitoring the situation with the map. Wormtail, remain near the dungeon entrance, just in case. As for me, he picked up the nearby invisibility cloak, a confident smile gracing his face. I shall execute the final task. Thus the plan was set. That very night, as the Marauder's map indicated Snape had tucked away his book and left the library, the operation commenced. Sirius dashed toward the staircase leading to the dungeons like a gust of wind. Moments later, a dull explosion accompanied by an indescribable, almost tangible stench erupted from the depths below. Following this was a cacophony of Slytherin screams, curses, and violent coughs, a scene of utter chaos. Even Filch was roused, storming over with his lantern in hand, ire evident on his face. A perfect cover, at that instant, as Snape was momentarily distracted by the sudden turmoil. His brow furrowed in an attempt to discern the source of the commotion. James, draped in the invisibility cloak, approached him silently, like an unseen specter. Snape's vigilance was high. He seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly turned his head. Yet, behind him lay nothing but students fleeing from the noxious odor. Suspicions aroused. He turned back, hastening his steps to return to the common room. Now is the moment. James moved with the swiftness of lightning. He extended his hand with a clear objective, to retrieve the book Advanced Potion-Making tucked under Snape's arm. His fingertips made almost no sound as he deftly extracted the meticulously folded piece of parchment from the book's pages. The entire process took less than 2 seconds, and Snape remained oblivious, merely feeling an itch in his nose that compelled him to hastily cover his mouth and nose before disappearing at the entrance of the Slytherin common room. James lingered for a few seconds to ensure he had not been discovered, then cautiously retreated, turning to leave the scene with utmost speed. He reunited with the others at the entrance of Gryffindor Tower. Sirius, having run too fast, bore a smudge of dust on his face. But his eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Did you succeed? He whispered eagerly. James emerged from beneath the invisibility cloak, wearing the triumphant smile of a victor. He opened his hand to reveal the parchment containing earth-shattering secrets, resting quietly in his palm. Of course, the four exchanged knowing glances. The plan had been a resounding success. Chapter 94. Hide it away. James, brimming with pride, held the letter Snape had pinned to Lily in his grasp, clearing his throat in preparation to read aloud this destined to be legendary correspondence to his companions in the most exaggerated, dramatic tone possible. Just as his lips parted, a sound resembling a kiss was about to escape. James Potter. A furious roar echoed through the Gryffindor common room like a thunderclap. The voice was clear and powerful, causing every heart present to skip a beat. The four turned abruptly to find Lily Evans standing at the portrait hole, hands firmly on her hips. Her green eyes blazed with fiery anger, and her beautiful red hair stood on end as if ignited by her fury, resembling a raging flame. I knew something was amiss when I saw you lurking near the cellar. She strode towards them, her gaze sharp as a sword, locking onto the parchment in James's hand. What is that? Give it to me. James instinctively concealed the letter behind him, his previous expression of smug delight instantly replaced with one of indignation at being caught. It's nothing, Evans. We're just having some fun among friends. Fun? Lily's voice rose an octave as she approached, towering over them. I saw Snape, and he looked dreadful. You've bullied him again. Haven't you? You stole his things. We didn't bully him. Sirius lounged lazily on the sofa, attempting to charm his way out of the situation. We merely borrowed a piece of literature. Shut up, Black. Lily was not swayed by his usual charm. Her gaze returned to James, extending her hand with an unyielding tone. Give it to me. Whatever it is, it belongs to someone else. Your actions are despicable and shameless. Hey, don't go too far, Evans. James's face flushed crimson at being publicly accused of being despicable by the girl he admired, his pride flaring. This is between us and the snotty one. Stay out of it. I cannot stand your bullying behavior. Lily stood her ground, declaring, What sort of heroes are you for? Ganging up on just one? Now you resort to stealing letters from others. James, you are increasingly repugnant to me. The word repugnant struck James's pride like a sharp needle, igniting a fierce argument. James accused Lily of always favoring the brooding Slytherin, while Lily rebuked them as a hopelessly arrogant pack of bullies. Remus attempted to mediate, but found himself retreating under the barrage from both sides, while Peter cowered in the corner of the sofa, wishing he could transform into an invisible cushion. The atmosphere in the common room plummeted to an icy chill. Just as James and Lily were on the brink of drawing their wands, Sirius, who had been silently observing the unfolding drama, suddenly spoke up. Wait. His voice was soft, yet effectively halted the quarrel. Rising from the sofa, his usual mischievous grin vanished, replaced by a rare, serious expression. She is right. James and Lily stared in disbelief. Sirius approached James, his gaze earnest. Lily is correct. We have indeed overstepped. He took the letter from James's hand and turned to Lily, extending the parchment toward her. I apologize, Evans. We will return the letter. Lily scrutinized Sirius with suspicion, as if assessing the sincerity of his words. However, upon meeting his steady gaze, her anger began to wane. She snatched the letter from him, clutching it tightly in her hand. You better keep your word. She shot a cold glare at James before turning on her heel, head held high like a triumphant queen, and strode out of the common room. The moment she left, James erupted. Are you mad, you big-footed fool? You just gave her the letter? That S. Sirius winked at him, and then opened his left hand. Nestled in his palm lay another identical, neatly folded parchment, even inscribed with emerald green ink addressed to Harry Potter. James's mouth formed an astonished O. During the argument, Sirius's face had re-emerged with that signature, mischievous grin. I used a little duplication charm. The one I gave her contains a dull article on how to clean cauldrons. Remus, face-palming in exasperation, couldn't help but smirk. By Merlin's beard, you are a genius. James embraced Sirius, laughing joyfully. Yet, Sirius's smile faded, and he grew serious. With Lily causing such a ruckus, our plan to read the letter in the Great Hall is thwarted. She will surely keep a watchful eye on us. What do we do now? Peter asked quietly. James glanced at the original love letter in his hand, a glimmer of reluctance crossing his eyes, soon replaced by the spark of a new, more elaborate prank. We won't read it, he declared, a knowing smile spreading across his face. We'll hide it. Hide it in a place where no one can find it. One day in the future, at a most critical and unexpected moment, let once again see the light of day. So where shall we conceal it? Remus inquired. It must be a legendary place, worthy of such a legendary treasure. James's eyes sparkled in the firelight as he cradled the thin parchment in his palm, as if it were an unparalleled gem, in a location known solely to us. Sirius's lips curled into an understanding smile. I know of a place. As night deepened, after the last student in the common room yawned and ascended to bed, the marauders commenced their venture once more. James unfurled the invisibility cloak, enveloping the four of them snugly within its folds. In the hushed silence of Hogwarts Castle, a mass of moving air stealthily traversed the corridors. They arrived on the 7th floor, standing before the vacant wall opposite the tapestry, depicting the giant clubbing the foolish Barnaby. This is the spot, Sirius murmured. He peeked out from beneath the cloak, confirming that no one was around, and began to pace back and forth before the wall. Once, twice, thrice. His steps were resolute, his mind echoing a clear desire. I need a place to conceal something that can never be discovered by anyone. The outline of a door began to materialize upon the wall, crafted from rough black wood, adorned with an ancient brass handle. The door opened silently, the room of requirement. As they stepped inside, the sight before them caused the three, save for Sirius, to gasp in astonishment. It was a room as lofty as a cathedral, filled to the brim with countless items hidden away by the inhabitants of Hogwarts over the centuries. Broken furniture piled high, thousands of books haphazardly crammed into trunks. The air was thick with dust and the lingering essence of forgotten magic. Merlin's beard, James exclaimed in awe. This place is perfect. They delved deeper into this sea of clutter. James held the relic aloft, while Sirius, like a treasure hunter, rummaged through the heaps of old belongings. Found it. He emerged from a dust-laden cupboard with an ancient wooden box, its surface etched with faded runes. James solemnly placed the folded love letter into the box. At the moment of placement, he even mimicked the tone of the Minister of Magic, declaring in a comical yet solemn voice, I, James Potter, hereby seal Severus Snape's secret soul within. May it rest eternally here, until awakened by the destined prank. Amen. Sirius earnestly traced a cross over his chest. With a click, the box lid shut. Together, they tucked the wooden box deep within a mound crafted from broken chairs and old textbooks, covering it with a few tattered robes until it vanished completely from sight. The task was complete. They stood in place, gazing at the vastness of clutter before them, exchanging a glance filled with unspoken understanding, the joy of accomplishment and the unparalleled pride of being marauders. They successfully transformed a bomb powerful enough to obliterate the entirety of Slytherin into a unique legend that could be cherished for generations to come. James turned around, his face illuminated by an exquisite smile. He softly yet distinctly uttered their most beloved incantation to his friends. Mischief managed. The four of them silently exited the room of requirement, the wooden door behind them gradually vanishing as if it had never existed. Cloaked in invisibility, they returned to Gryffindor Tower with light footsteps. Throughout the journey, no words were exchanged, yet each heart brimmed with an ineffable sense of fulfillment.